Chapter 1. Min Shung. With a resounding bang, a crimson bloom erupted at the center of target's forehead, 700 feet away, immediately followed by piercing screams from the crowd. Min Shung, in a remarkably good mood, meticulously disassembled his sniper rifle, gazing down from the rooftop at the chaos that had unfolded because of him. The young man carefully placed the firearm into its case, his golden eyes reflecting a habitual indifference. In his ear, a small black earpiece crackled with the cold voice of Qin. "Return the boss is looking for you." Listening to Qin's monotonous tone, it was evident that the boss had conceived yet another experimental scheme. Min Shung hummed a tune, slinging the case over his shoulder, and nonchalantly leaped from the rooftop, skillfully finding leverage to land safely on the ground below. His black hair danced in the wind as he mounted his motorcycle and sped away. Anticipating the imminent experiments, he entered the boss chamber with a slight spring in his step, bowing respectfully, "Boss." Amaru Renai regarded Min Shung with satisfaction. Simino is in high spirits. The experimental team has developed a new serum that appears to facilitate rapid cellular growth and complete healing. Moreover, its efficacy is significantly superior to the concoction you and Belmont experimented with during your childhood. He paused, and as expected, he saw the unmistakable glimmer of interest on Min Shung's face. Choosing not to elaborate on the potential repercussions, he assumed Simino's fascination with pain would ensure he welcomed any side effects. "Head to your laboratory, Sherry is already awaiting your arrival." Min Shung, unable to contain his eagerness, his eyes shining and a joyful smile gracing his lips, exited the room before Amaru Renai could finish a sentence. Politeness was a luxury unnecessary for villains, especially when faced with the world's most formidable antagonist. Indeed, Min Shung was not a native of this realm. He hailed from Blue Star and was well aware of the immensely popular anime detective Conan from his previous life. As for the name Min Shung, it was bestowed upon him by an elderly gentleman. Strangely enough, the old man insisted on not being addressed as grandfather, refusing the title vehemently. Abandoned at birth, he was taken in by the old man and raised in a temple. The origin of his name came from the old man's musings. Orphaned in youth, forgotten for long, yet unaccomplished. With nothing to dwell on, cherish what you possess. He vividly recalled those words and the old man's expression when he spoke them. If one were to inquire how he remembered so clearly, it was due to his extraordinary memory. The fact of his abandonment by his biological parents was not disclosed to him by the old man, rather. He unearthed it from his own mind when he first grasped the concept of being forsaken, recalling memories from his infancy. Isn't it peculiar? Typically, infants are unable to discern anything clearly, yet he retained vivid images in his mind that he could never forget. His life unfolded precisely as the old man had predicted, raised by him until the age of 13, when the old man passed away, and on his 18th birthday, he was tormented to death. The old man's words truly bore the weight of prophecy. Min Shung's eyes twinkled, the memories of his past life clinging to his mind like a persistent shadow. Gently knocking on the door of Laboratory 1, he heard the slightly impatient voice of Mayano Shiho from within. "Come in." Pressing his lips together, Min Shung donned a smile and pushed the door open. Upon seeing him, Mayano Shiho's impatience evaporated, replaced by a hint of concern. "Has the boss summoned you for another experiment?" Min Shung nodded, his face alight with excitement. "You know that I am quite intrigued by these matters." Mayano Shiho, upon hearing this, concealed her worry and adeptly retrieved a syringe and reagents from a sealed box, muttering casually, "Is Bailey's not feeling well lately? The boss has forbidden him from participating in experiments. I had thought he would be here this time." With his keenly attuned hearing, Min Shung caught her words clearly, and his expression dimmed momentarily. It had been quite some time since he had last contacted Bailey's. His demeanor quickly returned to normal. "Shall we begin?" Mayano Shiho gestured with her chin. "Lie down on the bed." Min Shung, familiar with the procedure, reclined on the bed, mentally preparing for the injection of the serum. He wondered what aspect this particular experimental agent would target. He squinted, recalling that the last experiment had focused on pain reduction, but alas, it had resulted in an increased sensitivity to pain. The cold liquid coursed into his veins, causing him to shiver involuntarily in response to the already low temperature of his body. Miyano Shiho, having set aside the syringe, averted her gaze, seemingly avoiding Min Sheng's expression. She had known him for a decade, their initial meeting occurring within the confines of the laboratory. It was her first experience with experimentation and her first encounter with him. Number 12, wake up, wake up. The anxious voice of the first experimenter echoed as he frantically patted the small boy's face. If he didn't awaken soon, the situation would become dire. There were 50 subjects in this particular batch. Within an hour post-injection, half of them had succumbed to adverse reactions to the serum. Over the next 3 hours, the remaining subjects dwindled to just 2. A mere 10 minutes ago, only 1 child remained. The first experimenter furrowed his brow, observing the boy's body convulsing uncontrollably. The child lay restrained in a chair, his limbs swollen and bruised from the tight bindings. The first experimenter, unfazed, grasped the boy's wrist tightly, noting the increasingly pained expression on his face and the momentarily quickened breaths, finally feeling a sense of relief. It seemed number 12 was still alive. Suddenly, someone entered, delivering a vial of serum to the first experimenter. Number 1, the overload serum has arrived. However, if you inject it into number 12, he may not survive. Please think carefully. The first experimenter's hand hesitated for a moment as he organized his thoughts, before effortlessly prying open number 12's mouth and pouring the serum inside. The messenger gasped in horror. Number 1, this. Such serums were meant for intravenous injection. Administering it directly could cause irreversible damage to the stomach and liver. The first experimenter waved his hand dismissively, scoffing. He's just an experimental subject. There are plenty more where he came from. If he survives, it'll be his fortune to continue serving the organization. If not, well, the messenger looked on in pity as number 12 writhed, vomiting blood. The overload serum would significantly heighten the recipient's sensitivity to pain by enhancing neural responses and peripheral activities to stimulate reflex actions. While it would keep one conscious, the side effects were severe. In the hands of the first experimenter, one could only hope for number 12 to perish quickly. He shook his head, observing the crazed expression of the first experimenter, and quietly exited the laboratory. The above text constitutes the main body, totaling 2075 words. The following is a cautionary note. Please read it carefully. 1. This work continues to be oriented. It remains centered on familiar themes of redemption, where the protagonist strives to save every character, extending beyond mere mission objectives. 2. The author initially intended to craft an original plot, but upon beginning, realized that their ability to depict a storyline and write elegantly still requires refinement. Thus, the author plans to pen 1 or 2 fanfictions to enhance and hone their writing skills. The author apologizes to the readers in the group for this. 3. The author will endeavor to portray the characters in accordance with their original traits, striving to avoid OOC out-of-character portrayals. However, achieving complete fidelity is impossible, as every individual interprets a character differently. Please overlook any slight deviations from established personalities unless they are glaringly OOC. 4. Appropriate rewards contribute to the author's mental well-being and the development of the novel. However, the author prefers to see more comments from readers, as they serve as motivation to continue writing. 5. This work, like the author's previous book, contains elements of mild suffering and does not cater to CN Chinese national preferences. 6. The protagonist is characterized by introspection, possessing a bipolar disposition, and is naturally inclined towards depression. He exhibits a penchant for pain and sweetness, with a sensitive, mildly pleasing personality. If this is unacceptable, please kindly take your leave. Thank you for your understanding. The above constitutes all cautionary notes. For those who can accept this, the author sincerely thanks each reader for their viewership, comments, and support. Chapter 2, Shu. Number 1 leaned down, placing the experimental report on the boss desk. Despite his best efforts to suppress his emotions, the tremor in his voice betrayed his true feelings. Boss, the 12th subject of experiment group 10 has succeeded. Please advise, boss. Shu, who had been leisurely awaiting the predetermined outcome while seated on the sofa, abruptly stood up, causing the tea on the table to spill. Ignoring the dampness of her skirt, she glared at number one with furrowed brows. You must be joking, right? For reasons unknown, the typically gentle and sweet Shu suddenly exuded a fierce intensity. Nevertheless, anticipating the imminent reward, number one straightened his posture, speaking slowly yet deliberately to Shu. I am not joking. If you do not believe me, you may go to the laboratory. Number 12 is currently lying in a restraint chair, and his vital signs are remarkably stable. Shu cast a sidelong glance at the boss, scoffing before swiftly exiting the room and heading straight for the laboratory. This experiment was utterly impossible to succeed. Once the plan proposed by the boss is implemented, the entire field of life sciences across the globe will face an extreme collapse. Economic turmoil may be a trivial matter, but the countless innocent children who may lose their lives as a result is the true catastrophe. She was acutely aware that she had made significant alterations to the dosage and components of the potion according to the experimental notes of her teacher, Elena, and it was simply impossible for any subject to survive such intense pain and bodily harm. At this thought, the hem of Zushu's dress swayed more dramatically, resembling a blossoming lotus dancing gracefully from a distance. Haisiju, observing Zushu's graceful movements, let out a whistle of genuine interest. Today, Shu is more beautiful than ever. In response, Shu disdainfully shifted her gaze, quickening her pace. In a corner hidden from Zushu's sight, a small girl curiously trailed behind her. Mayano Shurho's brown eyes sparkled with curiosity. It seemed her sister wasn't in a hurry to see her. Isn't this the wrong direction? She pondered. Oh well, we'll just follow along and find out. Her fair little hands patted the candy in her pocket, grinning to herself at the thought of sneaking a few pieces while playing games with her sister later. Subject 12 slowly opened his eyes, a rusted scent accompanied by an unpleasant, unidentified odor aggressively invaded his nostrils. Strange, why can't I move my limbs at all? Even my neck feels immobile. A sudden wave of metallic sweetness surged up his throat, and without warning, Subject 12 violently expelled a mouthful of blood. What is this? An entirely unfamiliar environment, a disconcerting odor, and inexplicable blood. Where on earth am I? Yes, it must be blood. He was so familiar with blood, how could he possibly mistake it? As soon as Shu entered the room, she spotted Subject 12 slumped in a chair. No, that could no longer be described as lying down. His shoulders and legs were grotesquely restrained to the chair, evidently to prevent any unforeseen mishaps during the experiment, resulting in the complete fracturing of his limbs. The swollen, inflamed wounds had received no treatment at all. That beast, Subject 1, was he so unwilling to tend to Subject 12's body even after the experiment concluded? Taking a deep breath, she approached Subject 12, freeing him and laying him flat on the bed. As she gazed at the dazed expression on the subject's face, Shu felt no joy whatsoever. How could he have survived? This defies all logic. No, he shouldn't have survived. It must be that Subject 1's experiment went awry. Shu clenched her fists tightly, her gaze somewhat vacant. In the next moment, it shifted to a fierce intensity. He should not have lived. Her slender fingers coiled around Subject 12's neck like a venomous serpent. The heartbeat in her palm was so distinct, yet so fragile. Shu gradually tightened her grip, watching as Subject 12's face transitioned from pale to a ghastly shade of purple, lost in a daze. Sister, what are you doing? The innocent voice of a child jolted Shu back to her senses, and realizing what she had done, she hastily released her grip. Shiho, what did she come here? Shu quickly withdrew her hands and turned with a gentle smile towards Mayano Shiho. Little Shiho, how did you manage to come here? Noticing the clear confusion on Mayano Shurho's face, Shu explained, Sister was just playing a game with her brother. Mayano Shiho feigned innocence, tilting her head as she hopped closer to her sister, tugging at Zushu's sleeve. Sister, shall we go outside? Shu looked at the somewhat unfamiliar Mayano Shiho, the child of her teacher whom she had seen only once before. Unexpectedly encountering her, Shu felt her eyes moisten slightly, while cold sweat trickled down her back. Thank goodness, thank goodness. She hadn't actually killed Subject 12. The laboratory surveillance was no joke. She had lost that gamble, and now she could only bear the consequences. That would have to be dealt with later. Moreover, Subject 12 might not even endure until that time. She silently prayed. Shueshu picked up Mayano Shiho and slowly walked out of the dimly lit laboratory. Mayano Shiho squinted at the harsh glare of the corridor lights, tears welling up in her eyes due to the discomfort. Her gaze fixed on the silent figure on the bed, a figure that coughed softly. A pair of golden eyes, akin to those of a deity, were etched into her memory for a lifetime. Min Sheng had finally managed to steady his breathing, staring blankly at the ceiling. He didn't die after all. A soft sigh escaped his throat, only to be swallowed back down by his tightly sealed lips. Min Sheng silently assessed the extent of his least injured right wrist, rolling his body to the right to regain some strength and promptly restoring the other 3 injuries. It was merely a dislocation. It was fortunate that there were no fractures. Beads of sweat as large as peas trickled down his forehead, yet he seemed oblivious as he sat up, attempting to leap from the bed and dash down the corridor. The boss and Subject 1, who had been monitoring the situation, shrugged in mild disappointment as they observed that Elena had not taken lethal action. Subject 1 slightly bowed before exiting the room, heading straight for the laboratory. He swiftly returned to find Min Sheng, who had just managed to jump off the bed, and shove him back down. Stay put and don't move. Min Sheng paused for a moment, biting his lip before lying back down, stealing glances at Subject 1's busy figure. Before long, Subject 1 approached with a prepared potion. The cold liquid soothed Min Sheng's lingering fever. Subject 1 casually touched Min Sheng's wrists and ankles, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes.
When will Subject 12 undergo the adjustment? He did not ponder deeply. After 2 days and nights of relentless activity, he stretched out his arm and yawned. Return to your room on your own. I shall not accompany you. Hurry along, for I am weary. Min Sheng let out a sigh of relief, gently shaking his somewhat foggy head. He nimbly leaped off the bed and made his way to the corridor. Following the memories of the original owner, he successfully returned to the original owner's room, where a youthful voice in his mind chattered incessantly. Min Sheng lay languidly on the bed, piecing together the intricate sequence of events. The elderly man he had encountered was a venerable monk who, upon his passing, had exchanged his own spiritual cultivation and the celestial principles of the universe for Min Sheng's future happiness. In the original world, Min Sheng was not destined to perish so prematurely. However, an inexplicable error occurred. Aware of its own shortcomings, the heavenly Tao struck a deal with the system. Consequently, Min Sheng found himself inhabiting a character that did not exist in the original narrative. The original host did not survive the experiment, which was intended to yield no survivors. Unfortunately, Min Sheng's arrival altered the course of events. The system's voice clamored excitedly. Host, this is a derivative fanfiction. You are the protagonist. Please click on the system shop to see if there are any items you wish to exchange. If you find something of interest, let me know, and I will report it to the central authority to explore the exchange options. If there is nothing you desire to redeem, then please take a rest. Min Sheng muttered to herself. That old man is truly reckless, exchanging his lifelong cultivation without even consulting me. What merit does he possess to be treated in such a manner? With a sigh, she began to browse the system shop. Chapter 3. The Rebirth Lotus. Suddenly, an item named Rebirth Lotus caught Min Sheng's attention. The system, noticing her prolonged gaze, chimed in with a clear, youthful voice. Are you interested in this item, host? Min Sheng clicked on the virtual screen that had mysteriously appeared before him, meticulously examining the detailed description. It possessed the power to alter the destiny of the chosen individual, their fate resting firmly in your hands. The selected person must be a reincarnator. Min Sheng lay upon his bed, the memories of his past life flashing before his eyes one by one. Finally, he closed his eyes and softly addressed the still vivid system marketplace. I find this intriguing. Could you kindly inquire how I might redeem this item? Before long, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Host, redeeming this item will be quite troublesome. Would you prefer to exchange for something else? Min Sheng scrutinized the item description once more, almost instinctively rejecting its proposal. No, this perfectly aligns with my requirements. What are the conditions? The system fell silent for a brief moment, and after a considerable pause, it finally spoke, its tone brimming with self-satisfaction. It's me. The system. I just had a little chat with the main system, and all the host needs to do is to take care of Conan and the 5 children. Min Sheng furrowed his brow slightly. Discuss? What price have you paid? As soon as the words left his mouth, he instinctively regretted them. What kind of statement was that? The other party was extending a helping hand, and look at how he had responded. He unconsciously bit down on the tender flesh beside his teeth, wanting to apologize but lacking the skill to articulate it. The system chuckled softly. What is the host thinking? We merely reached a favorable agreement. After all, they owe you. Risking your life to save them is rather excessive, don't you think? Minxing noticed that the system's tone remained unchanged from before, and with a sense of despondency. He closed his eyes. Surely, the system must harbor some disdain for me now? Though it may not voice its thoughts, it cannot have truly overlooked my shortcomings. Should I not make some amends? Just as I did in my previous life. Minxing pondered the words of the system, and in an instant, he resolved his future. Concepts of unfairness should not manifest in his life. How could the old man leave him with nothing? Observing Minsheng's sudden silence, the system scratched its head in surprise. Host? Host. What is the matter with the host? Minsheng, momentarily returned to her senses, shook her head, and said, It's nothing. Really? I was just reminded of my past life. The once lively system fell into silence upon hearing Minsheng's words, but soon its tone brightened once more. Oh dear. Host, there's no need to dwell on the matters of your previous existence. This life presents a fresh start. You should contemplate what to do next. However, a troubling thought struck her. Why did this new beginning feel like a descent into hell? No, I must inquire further. The system's voice abruptly vanished from her mind, leaving Minsheng curled up in this unfamiliar space. A sudden wave of discomfort washed over her. Was she truly so unaccustomed to solitude? After an extended silence, she pondered if even a lifeless code could serve as her companion. Minsheng gazed vacantly out of the window, her thoughts drifting to an unknown destination. The petite Shiho Mayano nestled in her sister's embrace, gazing curiously at her sister's hand, which was raised and then lowered several times. The murmured words from her sister remained etched in her memory until 2 years ago, when she encountered the core of the organization and finally grasped the meaning of that phrase. I am sorry, it was a distant apology from an experimenter. One that should never have existed. Shiho Mayano felt a bittersweet sensation welling up in her eyes. Minsheng rose from the experimental chair with an air of nonchalance. The chair was custom-made, as Minsheng, being a subject of the experiment, did not exhibit strong aggression and thus was not subjected to restraint. Forcing down the metallic taste lingering in his throat, he lifted his gaze towards Shiho Mayano. Shiho? What is the matter? Is there an issue with the experimental data? Regaining her focus, Shiho Mayano meticulously compared the data displayed on the screen before her with the standard figures residing in her mind. Everything is fine, brother. Please come down quickly. After completing the data entry and comparison, Shiho hurriedly approached Minsheng, gently supporting him as he stood on the ground. Minsheng's lips curled slightly as he gently pushed away Shiho Mayano's hand. He offered a comforting pat on her shoulder, saying, Shiho, please submit the experimental data for comparison with the other researchers first. You can come back later to help me prepare the slow-release medication. Shiho Mayano pouted in dissatisfaction, casting a glance at the faithful recording monitor and ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Minsheng adjusted his breathing and paced outside. In truth, the boss had granted him certain privileges. The boss had explicitly stated that during experiments, Minsheng's safety should take precedence above all else. This implies that experimental data was of lesser importance in his case. It appeared that due to Minsheng's remarkably high task completion rate, the boss had bestowed these privileges upon him. However, Minsheng let out a soft sigh, pondering the age-old adage that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He found himself at ease with the notion of sacrifice. Yet he could not help but consider the dire consequences that might befall Zhihui should he proceed with such an act. After all, it was Zhihui who bore the responsibility of data recording, not him. When the day arrived that their superior was in a foul mood, it would be Zhihui who would suffer the repercussions. Minsheng pondered as she pushed open the door to her room. With her mind blank, she collapsed onto the bed. How swiftly time passes. In the blink of an eye, she had already spent a decade in this world. A decade, could it truly be 10 years? Minsheng gazed blankly at the ceiling, seemingly unaware of anyone present. The voice of the system erupted in his mind, shattering his contemplative silence. Host, why didn't the host activate the pain suppression during the recent experiment? It hurts so much. Minsheng's fingers stirred gently as he fumbled for his phone on the bed. I suppose it's tolerable, he mused. I've grown accustomed to this pain. It is the sensation dampening that I find disconcerting. The pain suppression had been implemented when Minsheng first entered this world a decade ago, as the system sought to retrieve it from the main system. The system was dissatisfied that Minsheng, who was meant to embrace happiness, had been subjected to such an unpromising beginning. In an effort to compensate, the main system bestowed upon Minsheng a peculiar tool. The system shook its head disapprovingly, suggesting, perhaps you should consider consulting a psychologist? The professionals within the organization are quite adept. Minsheng picked up his phone, idly scrolling through the messages sent by his boss. Hearing the system's voice, he continued typing without pause. Oh, all right. I'll make time another day. The system observed Minsheng's seemingly indifferent demeanor, frowning internally. Once again, the host always acquiesced to everything. Remaining unconcerned, Minsheng languished on the bed for a while longer, waiting for the faint throb in his head to completely dissipate before slowly rising. He stretched his limbs, then addressed the system. Could you kindly provide me with the relevant data concerning 0 and the other 4? I have accepted a task pertaining to them. The system acknowledged with a soft sound, retrieving information from the database while inquiring, what task has the host undertaken? Minsheng smiled sweetly and said, let us visit their school for a bit. I am quite intrigued by their experiences at the police academy. Chapter 4. A new beginning upon hearing the response. The system nodded in enlightenment. Indeed, the host has had little interaction with peers throughout their life. So visiting the police academy would be an excellent opportunity to make some acquaintances and forge friendships. Min Sheng smiled faintly, choosing silence as he meticulously perused the detailed information sent by the system. In his mind, he sculpted a persona that would befit a friend to them. For it was only through such a transformation that a beginning could emerge. His original disposition was ill-suited for the cultivation of friendships, and thus he needed to exercise caution. Having secured the top rank in his entrance examination, he resolved to embody this new character. He firmly believed that success was within his grasp. In his mind, Min Sheng envisioned the scene of their first encounter, a flutter of excitement stirring within him, even if it were a stolen moment. Merely to bask briefly in the warmth of the sun would suffice to fill his heart with contentment. The following day, warm sunlight cascaded upon him, and Min Sheng, having long forgotten the sensation, stretched languidly. The handsome youth with raven hair, dragging a suitcase nearly half his height, approached the registration area with an air of ease. Students traversing the path couldn't help but glance back, curious about the contents of such an unusually tall suitcase. Is there even a suitcase that tall on the market? Murmured Reijin Akutagawa, who stood behind Min Sheng. Beside him, Jifuku Keiko playfully tapped Reijin's head, exclaiming, "What are you mumbling about?" Embarrassed, Reijin scratched his head, redirecting his attention elsewhere. Min Sheng, acutely aware of the commotion behind him, restrained the urge to turn around and engage with him. Instead, he offered a polite smile to the teacher at the registration desk, saying, "Hello, I am Min Sheng. Ah, you are the one who placed first? Your surname is Min, so I shall address you as Student Min, correct?" The teacher, taken aback by the rarity of Min Sheng's surname and the brilliance of his academic achievement, transformed from a weary demeanor into one filled with newfound enthusiasm. Overwhelmed by the sudden attention, Min Sheng attempted to alleviate his discomfort by lowering his gaze. "Yes, teacher," he replied. The teacher, once again struck by Min Sheng's striking appearance, felt her heart swell with joy upon hearing his polite response. Blushing, she handed him the key, which, after a comical struggle involving a frantic retrieval from the floor, finally made its way into Min Sheng's hands. Min Sheng was utterly astonished by the series of events. After a moment of contemplation, he managed to muster a cheerful smile, took the keys with both hands, and nonchalantly pulled his suitcase away. This was his perception of the situation. However, in reality, unaccustomed to the admiring gazes directed at him, Min Sheng, in a flustered state, mistakenly grabbed the wrong suitcase. It just so happened to belong to that blonde fellow. His suitcase, much like his hair color, was flamboyant yet stylish. A golden piece that was stuffed to the brim and surprisingly heavy. Min Sheng feigned composure, yet his mind was a whirlwind of confusion and blankness. Noting Min Sheng's apparent distraction, Zero Shiraishi hesitated in his attempt to pat Min Sheng on the shoulder, retracting his hand slowly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zero extended his hand to wave in front of Min Sheng's eyes, a hint of pride in his voice. "Hey, I'm Zero Shiraishi, and I'm also the top of the class." Observing that the conversation was veering off course, Kiyotaka Shubun let out a resigned sigh and, accustomed to the situation, spoke up. "Hello, Min Sheng. I'm Kiyotaka Shubun, the childhood friend of the guy who just provoked you." Noticing that Min Sheng remained unresponsive, Kiyotaka raised his voice slightly. "Min Sheng?" The sunlight was obscured, a pungent smoke lingered, the weight of fists and feet pressed down, an inescapable terror enveloped the atmosphere. Min Sheng's complexion appeared slightly pallid as she forcibly extracted herself from distant memories, quickly regaining her composure. She arched her brows and smiled warmly at Zhufu Jingguang and Jianggu Zero. "Ah, greetings to you both. My apologies for momentarily drifting away." She then turned to Jianggu Zero, extending her hand in a gesture of greeting. "I have heard of your remarkable prowess." "Hello, Jianggu classmate." Jianggu Zero, initially devoid of expectations regarding a response, was taken aback for a moment, but soon, filled with confidence, he extended his hand to shake Min Sheng's. "Hello. It is impressive to meet someone who shares my ranking," he exclaimed. "Do you have any interest in a friendly competition?" Min Sheng chuckled lightly as he withdrew his hand and playfully waved his fist at Ryo Sakaguchi, exclaiming, "Let us compete." Who is afraid? Unintentionally, he swapped their luggage. With a casual wave and a brief farewell, he awkwardly tugged his suitcase away. Ryo Sakaguchi exchanged glances with Sugawara Kiyotaka, who spoke first. "It seems our new friend suffers from social anxiety." Ryo Sakaguchi nodded with amusement. "I wonder what expression Min will have when he discovers we are his neighbors in the dormitory." Both shrugged simultaneously and redirected their attention to the teacher at the reporting station. Min Sheng hurried to the dormitory, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. Having grown up in a hostile environment, he found it quite challenging to cope with the benevolent gazes of others. Yet, he was not entirely inept at it. In fact, he excelled in basic emotional management. However, in order to approach them and forge friendships, he had to open himself up. Even though approaching others with ulterior motives is often seen as distasteful, everything is for the sake of the mission, is it not? Effortlessly maneuvering his suitcase to room 142. He pushed the door open and began to unpack his belongings at a leisurely pace. Once Min Sheng had organized the entire dormitory, faint sounds of items being moved could be heard from next door. Min Sheng contemplated for a moment and ultimately resolved to close the door, choosing to cease any further interaction. The allotted time for today's engagement had been satisfactorily fulfilled. Thus, it would remain as it is. Jufu Jingguang, who was just about to approach to offer a greeting, awkwardly lowered his hand. Min Sheng threw himself onto the soft embrace of his bed, letting out a contented sigh. The moment he attempted to drift into slumber, the familiar pang of pain in his heart arrived punctually. It was a reminder of that fateful year when his boss implanted a miniature device within him at the tender age of 10. Although the boss remained tight-lipped about its purpose, Min Sheng, having delved into the world of Conan, had a fair inkling of its significance. Even if it were not of that nature, during the annual health examinations, the boss would solemnly administer a new type of serum into Min Sheng's body, indicating its paramount importance to him. At least, that was the impression given thus far. Thanks to this device, the boss's threshold for tolerance towards Min Sheng continued to diminish, leading to rumors within the organization that Simino was the boss's illegitimate child. Those in the know chose to remain silent, while those unaware of the truth readily accepted the whispers as fact. Min Sheng pressed his hand against his chest, cold sweat trickling from his forehead onto the blanket. Initially, the pain was not so acute. However, in recent years, the frequency of the injections had increased, and their potency had gradually escalated. The reparative abilities bestowed upon him by the experiment at the tender age of 7 were now unable to keep pace with the destructive effects of the serums. This had led to the current state of affairs. He would resort to the pain suppression system only when absolutely necessary. All things external, no matter how beneficial this system was to him, would eventually lead to separation. Such is the nature of humanity. He must avoid developing a reliance on it, for the consequences could be dire. Chapter 5. The Cafeteria. Min Sheng endured the tumultuous agony of his heart with a sense of self-inflicted suffering. The heavens were unkind, as his already ravaged stomach began to ache anew. With each labored breath, he exhaled streams of scorching air, emptying his mind in preparation to endure the moment as he had done countless times before. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the door, followed by the gentle voice of Jufu Jingguang. Min, would you care to join me for a meal? Min Sheng was momentarily taken aback, hesitating with uncertainty. He was unsure if he possessed the fortitude to effectively conceal his pain. Jufu Jingguang and Zhang Guling were both notably perceptive. He feared that any inadvertent display of anguish might dampen their spirits. As Min Sheng pondered, a knock resonated at the door. Min, are you resting? Min Sheng gritted his teeth and summoned the system to activate the pain perception suppression mechanism. He yearned to forge friendships with them, having never experienced the warmth of companionship before. The system's crisp voice resonated with palpable delight. Splendid, host. I have urged you on numerous occasions, and at last, you have taken this step. Following this exclamation, the system joyfully played a lively tune in Min Sheng's mind and swiftly initiated the pain suppression mechanism, anxious that he might reconsider. To compensate Min Sheng, the system was prohibited from interfering with his decisions or taking control of his body to act on his behalf. This high degree of autonomy led to Min Sheng's infrequent summons of the system. Min Sheng smiled helplessly, feeling the sudden absence of pain within and the clarity of her mind, marveling at the wonders of the system, gently expressing her gratitude to the system in her thoughts. She hurriedly rose from the bed, concerned that Jufu Jingguang might wait too long outside. After tidying her disheveled hair and attire in front of the mirror, she opened the door, encountering Jufu Jingguang just as he was about to leave. Min Sheng, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and said, I apologize. I was just caught up in something earlier. Jufu Jingguang inadvertently caught sight of the tidy and well-organized room, surprised at Min Sheng's speed in tidying up. Zero had initially insisted on coming over to assist Min Sheng, but it seemed that would no longer be necessary. It was curious how Zero took such an interest in Min Sheng, though he himself found it quite intriguing as well. Jufu Jingguang smiled and waved his hand, saying, Oh, not at all. I was actually worried about interrupting you. Originally lounging lazily against the door frame, Gammy Ray straightened up instantly upon seeing Min Sheng's door swing open. Let us go to the cafeteria. The autumn season adorned the streets with a golden carpet of fallen sycamore leaves. As Gammy Ray wrapped one arm around Min Sheng and the other around Jufu Jingguang, the three of them selected a fortunate seat after getting their meals and settled down. Min Sheng was an ardent carnivore. In truth, he had not always been this way. With a silent sigh, he aggressively stuffed his mouth with meat in a fit of vengeance. Amidst the act of serving himself, Ryoja Zero suddenly sensed something amiss, his keen perception alerting him to an unexpected change in Min Sheng's demeanor across the table. As he casually glanced up, the dish in Ryoja Zero's hand unexpectedly slipped and fell back into the bowl. Min Sheng's mouth was stuffed with meat, his cheeks bulging on either side. It seemed that the excessive filling left no room for chewing, resulting in a loss of control over his facial expressions. Rakuya Zero let out a soft chuckle, discreetly poking the earnest eater, Shufu Kaiokata. Hero, look, he resembles a hamster. Shufu Kaiokata lifted his head in confusion, and upon seeing Min Sheng's swollen cheeks, he instantly burst into laughter as well. At the sight of their smiles, Min Sheng's mind suddenly went blank, his body instinctively recoiled, attempting to assume a defensive posture, only to realize in an instant that he was no longer in that dimly lit space. The ringing in his ears abruptly ceased, the surrounding air began to flow again, and the bustling sounds of conversation resumed around him. Minxing forced a smile, and due to her mouth being stuffed and the surrounding clamor, her discomfort went unnoticed. Zhufu Jingguang and Akutagawa Ryo exchanged a knowing glance. Just as they intended to change the subject, a few students seated behind them scoffed. Humph. It seems the quality of this police academy isn't impressive this year. Just look at those two top students. One appears timid and frail, as if a single punch would send him crying. The other top student is even more ludicrous. He is a blonde. Another student pointedly turned towards Min Sheng and her companions, scoffing. Who could argue otherwise? Akutagawa Ryo furrowed his brow, preparing to retort. Zhufu Jingguang gently patted Akutagawa Ryo's back in a soothing manner and turned to the others with a cheerful smile. If you have doubts about this ranking, let us see the results in the upcoming combat class in a few days. The group paused, momentarily taken aback, and just as they were about to voice another comment, they caught sight of the instructor entering the cafeteria. Reluctantly, they swallowed their words and picked up their trays, departing the scene. After listening to their words, Min Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief, and an angry flush rose on her unusually innocent face after her disguise. Her cheeks quickened their rhythmic chewing, the plump masses of flesh swaying in a blurred motion. After a laborious effort, she finally chewed to a swallowable consistency. Yet she could only watch helplessly as several individuals fled in haste. Min Sheng was perplexed, bewildered, and profoundly astonished. In contrast to Min Sheng's unfamiliar silence, Rikuya Zero was decidedly more direct. He cast a disgruntled glance at Zhufu Jingguang and exclaimed, "Hero, why did you stop me from confronting them? They spoke about me and Minxing in such a manner." Zhufu Jingguang chuckled softly at Rikuya Zero's outburst. "You say that, yet if I hadn't intervened just now, you would have likely stood up to engage them in a heated debate, wouldn't you? You barely touched your meal and would have stormed out of the cafeteria." Indignant after a confrontation, Rikuya Zero's previously ruffled demeanor suddenly calmed, and his voice diminished in volume. "That's not true. It would have merely been a light verbal exchange. Besides, their mockery towards us is utterly excessive." Zhufu Jingguang, noticing the comforting effect of his words, quickly added a second layer of reassurance. Indeed, it was quite excessive. But what kind of hero merely revels in verbal sparring? Just look at our formidable Zero, who leaves them reeling in the combat class. As he spoke, Zhufu Jingguang made a gesture as if throwing a powerful punch. Rikuya Zero nodded in agreement, promptly dismissing the earlier unpleasantness from his mind and resumed eating, savoring the vegetables he had just picked up. Minxing sighed, feeling quite choked by the recent barrage of remarks. He yearned to retort. It was truly outrageous that one could so readily judge classmate Rya's first place solely based on appearances. It was utterly detestable. Minxing squinted slightly and let out a soft sigh. He recalled that in the martial arts class, it seemed possible to choose one's opponent for a friendly match. Minxing, lost in thought, absent-mindedly prodded the pieces of succulent meat on his plate. After finishing his meal, Zhufu Jingguang silently observed Minxing mercilessly mutilating the delectable morsels. It was Zero Kanku who finally set down his utensils and spoke up. Min, those pieces of meat are nearly ruined. Perhaps you should cease this relentless poking." Minxing, pulled back from his thoughts, glanced at the minced meat before him, sheepishly scratching his head. My apologies. I'm quite full and, to be honest, rather bored," he confessed. Just then, Zhufu Jingguang timely intervened, inquiring, "By the way, Min, is your appetite always this modest?" Minxing was taken aback. "Surely not. I feel as though I've eaten quite a bit. Moreover, we've already shared a meal together, so there's no need to keep addressing me as classmate Min. It feels rather distant." Kogu Zero nodded in understanding. "So it turns out, Sheng, you are not socially anxious. This afternoon, I noticed how you barely spoke yet your face turned crimson, which made both Hero and me hesitant to engage in conversation with you." Minxing recalled the moment at noon when she mistakenly took the wrong suitcase, her cheeks flushing slightly. "No, I merely struggle with communicating with unfamiliar individuals," she confessed. Chapter 6. Live broadcast. Zhufu Jingguang took over the conversation. "Sheng, you may not be aware, but Zero and I have known each other since childhood. We are childhood friends. You may also call me Hero." "I want to hear Sheng call me Zero," Jiang Guoling exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he gazed at Minxing. "Hey, are we jumping straight to Sheng now? Isn't that a bit too intimate?" Minxing, caught off guard by such a term of endearment, felt a wave of fluster. The expectant expressions on the faces of the two before her made it difficult for her to refuse their request. After a lengthy internal struggle, she timidly uttered the two brief names, Hero, Zero. "Yay!" Jiang Guoling exclaimed, joyfully high-fiving Zhufu Jingguang, their laughter echoing in the air. Zhufu Jingguang, well aware that one should not push too hard, sensed Minxing's heightened sensitivity to emotional shifts. Yet, he believed in the importance of gradual progress. There was no need to rush. The trio chatted and laughed all the way back to the dormitory. Minxing silently watched the two enter the room, smiling as she waved goodbye. Turning to open her door, she enveloped herself in the soft embrace of her blanket. After a while, A sigh escaped her lips. She had lost control. Despite years of training and experience allowing her to manage her emotional perceptions adeptly, today, amidst the familiar campus yet surrounded by unfamiliar faces, her fears had resurfaced. Surely, she had imparted an unpleasant emotional experience to Hero and Zero. They were so perceptive and considerate. It seemed that solitude was the only place where she truly belonged. Minsheng tightly clenched the bedsheet in his hand, feeling a pang of disappointment. He believed he was capable of more. Sensing that Minsheng's mental state was rapidly deteriorating, the system, in an effort to prevent the host's emotions from spiraling into an uncontrollable state, shattered his silence after a moment of contemplation. Host, the Heavenly Path has reached an agreement with your original world to launch a live broadcast event. Minsheng took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and inquired with a smile, what event? The system, sensing Minsheng's usual mental fluctuations, realized that he was likely indifferent to this event. After a moment's contemplation, it articulated the otherwise mundane activity in a manner that would pique the host's interest. Well, your world is a realm of fanfiction, and I believe your presence here is a privilege, even if you have something to gain. Relying solely on yourself to save 5 individuals is rather excessive. Therefore, I communicated with the celestial authority from your original world. This live broadcast will continue until your task is completed. You will have absolute control over when to start and end the broadcast. The platform will feature a reward function, but the rewards will not be monetary. Instead, they will consist of redemption shields. During critical narrative moments, the reward function will be activated, offering different redemption phrases for various subjects. A certain standard will be established, and when the number of redemption phrases reaches this threshold, an invisible shield will envelop the subject, alleviating the difficulty of your redemptive efforts. After delivering this lengthy explanation, the system paused to catch its breath and added, essentially, through this live broadcast medium, you are granting individuals from another world the opportunity to rescue their beloved ones with your own hands. Having finally clarified its points, the system wiped away an imaginary bead of sweat. Minsheng initially paid attention to the system's introduction out of courtesy, not wanting the system's concern to go unacknowledged. However, as the concept of live streaming became increasingly clarified, he momentarily set aside his own emotions and began to contemplate its potential. He wondered whether it might alleviate the difficulty of his redemption. Personally, he was indifferent to the matter, regardless of the challenges ahead. Minsheng had never considered leaving himself an escape route. Yet, if it could provide an opportunity for those individuals to mend their regrets, rather than allowing them to helplessly witness the death of their loved ones, he found that notion to be profoundly significant. Minsheng closed his eyes, contemplating that this would bring joy to countless individuals. With that thought, he abruptly sat up in bed and accepted the invitation. The prospect of forming meaningful connections with a group of friends before departing was the greatest fortune he could envision. Minsheng quietly curved his eyes into a smile. The system breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Minsheng's cheerful face. Thankfully, whenever the host confronted matters related to them, he would invariably forget his negative emotions. In truth, it was not solely the host who redeemed the 5 of them. Given the host's profound concern for them, were they not also collectively redeeming him? Observing the host's nearly decade-long struggle with a melancholic state of mind, the system let out a silent sigh. Heaven knows the state of alarm it experienced when the host accomplished in 1 month what should have taken a year to organize. Such an outstanding individual, yet trapped in the confines of past life's prison, unable to escape. The system scrutinized the fluctuations in Minsheng's recent condition once more, sighing again. These disturbances must surely be intertwined with the shadows cast by the host's psyche. While the system exerted itself to elevate Minsheng's mental state, Minsheng lay in bed, drifting into a dream. The abnormal mental fluctuations had greatly depleted his scarce energy. He was unaware that today, he was behaving unusually compared to the past. His encounters with the 5 from the police academy had subconsciously eased his inherent wariness, though he still found himself in a dim environment. The presence of new friends cast a barely perceptible light upon his current self. The following day, Minsheng awoke promptly at 5 in the morning. For reasons unknown, his mind felt unusually heavy today. Minsheng furrowed her brows slightly and shook her head. Today marked her inaugural live broadcast, and she could not afford any missteps. Just as she pondered this, a familiar ringtone echoed. Minsheng's previously furrowed brows deepened into a pronounced frown. Tonight, when returning to the organization, the boss is seeking you. Jin, or rather, the elusive Qingjiao, has he not slept all night? Or has he been waiting specifically for me to awaken? Unpleasant memories of the past flickered before my eyes, and I can only hope this does not herald bad news. Minsheng casually replied with a simple good. But whether the person across from him, Qingjiao, noticed it or not, he vanished like a drop of water. He pondered. Today marks the opening ceremony of the school, and after his vehement refusal, the institution reluctantly altered the original plan of having the 2 top students deliver a joint speech to having only Zero Furuya speak alone. Minsheng raised his eyebrows slightly, and the subtle change at the corners of his lips revealed his rare good mood. Surely, how could he possibly overshadow Zero's brilliance? He was, after all, an outsider. The pristine glow of triumph rightfully belonged to each of them. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting slanted rays upon the ground, the nascent sun unusually rosy. It seemed to herald a day of splendid weather ahead. Minsheng tidied up his somewhat disheveled bed and securely locked the door before making his way to the auditorium. Chapter 7. The Opening Ceremony. As he approached the auditorium, the clamor of voices grew increasingly vibrant. After yesterday's acclimatization, Minsheng adeptly withdrew a portion of his consciousness from his corporeal form. This was a skill he had acquired in his previous life. Whenever he felt profound fear or sorrow, he would detach that fragment of his consciousness and emotions, thus achieving a facade of nonchalance. This strategy proved remarkably effective. For whether in his past life or this one, no one had ever perceived the depths of his true emotions. Minsheng softly called out to the system in her mind. System, please initiate the live broadcast. The system, brimming with excitement, opened the live stream, filling Minsheng's consciousness with a magnificent display of fireworks. Congratulations, host, on embarking upon a new path of redemption. The system rewards you with dream without worries. Minsheng was momentarily puzzled, unaware of the impending reward. The system, noticing his bewildered expression, stifled a giggle, whispering to itself, hee, let us keep them in suspense. This will be a delightful surprise. It took me quite some time to create this. Suddenly, a myriad of viewers flooded into the live stream, their faces reflecting confusion as the barrage of comments scrolled by. Oh my goodness. What treasure have I stumbled upon? What is happening? Is this cosplay? Oh, it's a fan live stream of Ming Ku. The scene feels so authentic, and the characters are so vivid. Who is this boy being filmed? Has he appeared in the anime? Such a youthful, innocent charm. The system, acting as the moderator of the live stream, responded to the three-pointed inquiries. Kudo washing machine. Indeed. Congratulations on discovering this treasure. This is not cosplay. It is a novel painting rendering test being conducted by our company. Memory flipped into pancakes. This belongs to a type of fan live stream. As the story unfolds, new features will gradually be unlocked. Please stay tuned. AAA overbearing president. The person in front of the camera is the protagonist of this fan live stream. Minsheng. Isn't he absolutely adorable? But let me share a little secret. He is not only charming in appearance but also possesses a delightful personality. He is our original character. So look forward to the story's progression. As the familiar scene of the auditorium gradually materialized in the live stream, the comments, which had quieted momentarily due to the system's responses, began to surge once more. Hey, it's the daily life at the police academy. Oh my. I can see Zero and the others. How did I ever earn the privilege to enter this live stream? Will this fan live stream redeem them? Upstairs. Another viewer echoed the question. However, this time, the system refrained from replying. While redemption was indeed a task for the host, it was not compulsory, and thus it could not answer on their behalf. Yet, Minsheng, quietly observing the comments, softly responded, it will. Minsheng arrived early, quietly taking a seat in a corner of the auditorium. The events about to unfold bore no relevance to him. He was content to watch discreetly. With Minsheng's stillness, the live stream fell into a hushed calm. Minsheng habitually stared ahead, allowing her mind to drift into emptiness. In her dark, enigmatic eyes, a faint mist seemed to linger, rendering her almost one with the surrounding darkness. As the commencement ceremony approached, throngs of police academy students surged forth, rushing eagerly towards the front rows. Minsheng regained his senses and silently observed the figure of Zero Kogami standing upon the podium. The golden light illuminated Zero, his golden hair glistening with a dazzling radiance. Yet, contrary to Minsheng's expectations, Zero appeared far from earnest. He distractedly read from his notes while repeatedly scanning the audience. No, still no sign of him. That fellow had actually left without uttering a word. Not only did he refuse to take the stage, but he also failed to join them. Zero had hoped to showcase his valiant performance to Minsheng. He felt an uncanny resemblance to his younger self. A solitary figure with no friends, leading to his ineptitude in social interactions. However, everything changed when he met Elena and Hiro, allowing that shadow of loneliness to fade into oblivion. Now, he found himself confronting his former self. Aware of the depths of sorrow, he yearned to extend a hand. Zero's unusual demeanor did not escape the keen eyes of Kageyama Jingu. Having grown up together, Kageyama understood all too well how Zero lived before their paths crossed. He furrowed his brow. The heroic Zero was formidable, a stark contrast to the acquaintance he had just met. He wished for Minsheng to embrace the same heroism. With a surge of urgency, Zero quickened his pace through the speech, eager to descend the podium. Minsheng's gaze followed the enigmatic figure of Zero Jiang until he vanished amidst the throng of people. Stealing a glance at the barrage of comments, he noticed the lack of conversation, which left him somewhat disheartened. He was not seated with Zero and Hiro, and it was likely that the viewers in the live stream had grown utterly bored. Little did he know that on the other side of the screen, netizens were fervently capturing screenshots, marveling at Minsheng's exquisite beauty. From a frontal perspective, Minsheng's disguise obscured his finely crafted features, softening the contours of his face. Thus, he did not possess an arresting handsomeness. However, his profile was an entirely different story. It starkly contrasted with the visage seen from the front, boasting a prominent nose and a sharply defined jawline, complemented by a full skull and long, curling eyelashes. He resembled a porcelain doll, delicate and demure. With his occasional daydreaming and other subtle gestures, he could easily serve as a captivating screensaver. Min Sheng's consciousness gradually drifted away, fixated on the ground below. Were it not for the occasional flutter of her eyelashes, onlookers might have assumed she had succumbed to slumber. In the live stream, a viewer broke the silence. Doesn't anyone think Ah Sheng has been exceedingly quiet? 2 whole hours have passed. Aside from a brief adjustment of her posture when Zero took the stage, she has been sitting there in a daze. Another viewer chimed in. Is she perhaps too introverted? It is indeed curious. Aren't friendships among boys typically swift and inexplicably lively? I recall when school commenced, the boys in our class were shoulder to shoulder, heading out for a meal in merely half an hour. Meanwhile, what of Ah Sheng's neighbor? The barrage of comments continued until it finally revealed that Jiangua Zero and Zhufu Jingguang had quietly approached. A shared glance between them conveyed mutual understanding. Jiangua Zero jogged forward, gently patting Min Sheng's shoulder. Hey, Ah Sheng, what are you doing here? Did you catch my brilliant performance on stage? How was it? Am I not absolutely amazing? Zhufu Jingguang also knelt beside Min Sheng, gazing into her eyes. Ah Sheng, why didn't you wait for us this morning? We arrived at the room only to find you had locked the door. Next time, remember to wait for us. Otherwise, we'll feel rather lonely. Zhufu Jingguang reached out, grasping the hand Min Sheng had tightly clenched on her lap. The warmth of his palm generously conveyed comfort, stirring a bittersweet sensation in her nose. Tears glimmered in her eyes. Noticing her silence, Jiangua Zero feigned irritation, exclaiming, Ah Sheng, you were truly sly, leaving me to endure the excruciating embarrassment on stage all alone. Escaping this predicament is one thing, but now you refuse to engage with Hero and me. Min Sheng quickly shook his head, insisting that it was not a matter of indifference. Rather, he was apprehensive about being disliked and feared becoming a source of annoyance. Chapter 8. Jin observing Min Sheng's gesture, Zero Kirigane nodded in understanding. He patted Min Sheng's shoulder reassuringly, declaring, very well. I shall graciously forgive you, Ah Sheng. As a mature individual would. Zhufu Jingguang firmly grasped Min Sheng's hand and rose to his feet, effortlessly lifting Min Sheng from his seat. Enough of this sitting around. The ceremony has concluded. Let us hasten to the cafeteria for a meal. You overslept this morning and missed breakfast. Ah Sheng, you must remember to wake us up in the mornings from now on. Otherwise, we may fall from lack of sustenance. With that, without waiting for Min Sheng's response, he pulled both Min Sheng and Zero Kirigane out of the auditorium. The warm sunlight enveloped them, dispelling the chill that lingered within the hall. The corners of Min Sheng's lips curled into a gentle smile. We should be considered friends, shouldn't we? As soon as the figures of Raigwen Seiya and Sugawara Kyuka made their appearance, the ceaseless barrage of comments came to an abrupt halt upon witnessing Min Sheng's expression. After a fleeting moment of tranquility, a tempest of exclamations surged forth, inundating the screen with a flurry of exclamation marks. No way, how can one be this adorable? Enwa, you are biased. Your clay figurine is upset. The livestream adopted an intelligent format, designed to prevent viewers from feeling lost in a haze of confusion. The events of the previous day were discreetly compiled by the system and made available in the livestream replay. Simultaneously, Min Sheng's inner thoughts were presented in subtitle form throughout the broadcast. This was a small indulgence of the system, which yearned for many to be aware of the host's sorrow. It longed for the world to cherish its host, who endured such hardship that ought not to befall anyone. Viewers fervently nodded in the comments. Indeed, Ah Sheng and Zero, Hero must surely be friends. Don't be so self-deprecating, Ah Sheng. Min Sheng happened to catch sight of this barrage of comments, and his steps toward the dormitory momentarily faltered. Could it be true? Min Sheng pressed his lips together, lost in thought, an uncharacteristic absence of a smile gracing his features. He hurried back to his room and opened his suitcase, staring vacantly at the vials within. The current peace and camaraderie they shared were merely a consequence of his present role as a virtuous individual. Yet, was he truly a good person? The experiences of the past decade loomed large in Min Sheng's mind. How would they confront one another when the time came? Min Sheng mechanically opened the medicine cabinet, extracting a syringe filled with a clear solution, and injected it into his body with an expression devoid of emotion. The familiar pang of pain did not ensue, prompting Min Sheng to silently communicate with the system, deactivate the pain perception filter. A faint smile crossed his lips. He could not allow their ignorance to lead to their downfall. Once they departed from the academy, they became adversaries. The system complied without a word, disabling the pain filter. And in the next moment, crimson blood streamed down from the corner of Min Sheng's eyes. Habitually, he used a pre-prepared tissue to wipe away the blood, the familiar ache restoring the rationality he had indulged in during the past 2 days of warmth. He would persist in this precarious existence for a few more years. Just a few. Outside the window, the wind began to rise, rustling the leaves of the phoenix trees. In the distance, dark clouds loomed heavily, seemingly on the verge of descending. A figure stealthily vaulted over the wall, ensuring no one had detected him before Min Sheng sprinted forward for several minutes, finally settling into the passenger seat of a Porsche 356A. As he took his place beside the driver, a dark barrel was pressed against his temple. Qin Jiu glanced at Min Sheng casually, his left hand holding a cigarette, his tone indifferent. You are late. Minxing nodded slightly, acknowledging, yes, I am late. A flicker of surprise crossed Jin's eyes as he withdrew his firearm and took a drag from his cigarette. The faint wisps of smoke enveloped him, obscuring the expression on his face. After a prolonged silence, Jin extinguished the cigarette and casually tossed it out of the car window, seemingly indifferent, and inquired, not accustomed to campus life? Your current demeanor is quite rare. Minxing shook his head, displaying a lack of enthusiasm for conversation. Chinchio pressed the accelerator, and the Porsche sped away. Silence enveloped the interior of the car. It is rather peculiar. Minxing harbored a deep disdain for silence. To him, silence signified a rigidity in the relationship between two individuals, especially when it involved someone he deeply cared for. However, Chinchio was different. Despite the oppressive quietude within the space, Minxing unexpectedly felt a sense of relief. It was a feeling of being able to express his true emotions without pretense, a comforting assurance to freely pursue his desires. The viewers in the live stream surprisingly sensed the tranquility of the moment. In the face of Minxing's unusual demeanor, the omniscient audience fell into silence as well. Sheng appears so burdened, such a heavy atmosphere seems to be a form of liberation for him. It seems his mental state is not very stable. The comments from above suggested that he might be experiencing depressive emotions, hoping it wouldn't worsen. Yet, why must the protagonist be someone from the distillery? Crying. After finally discovering a live stream worth watching, the narrative has diverged so drastically from my expectations. The barrage of comments scrolled at an unusually slow pace, with 3 comments lingering at the top, adding to the oppressive atmosphere. Chinchio directly dropped Minxing off in front of the experimental building, clearly expressing his utter disdain for the place. He hastily instructed Minxing to wait at the entrance before driving away. Minxing watched as Chinchio departed without a word. The phrase "you need not wait for me, I shall return alone" lodged in her throat, ultimately dissolving into a sigh. With eyes gleaming with anticipation, Number 1 regarded the seemingly unperturbed Minxing as he entered the room. Has the injection been administered? Minxing nodded slightly. Number 1 eagerly connected the apparatus to Minxing, reducing his consciousness to a mere third of its original state while still managing to survive. Remarkably, he even acquired an extraordinary ability for bodily repair and an elevated tolerance for pain, leading Number 1 to believe that the experiment was on the verge of success. The sound of wind generated by the punches made one's teeth ache, as the visceral thrill of each strike stimulated the nerves of both participants. Zero Keigu and Matsuda Jinpei gritted their teeth as they fought, when suddenly, Zero caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting across the wall. For a brief moment, he was taken aback, causing him to lose focus, and Matsuda seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow to Zero's face. Ouch, you despicable scoundrel, Zero exclaimed, while gesturing for Matsuda to be wary of the anomaly behind him. Matsuda, momentarily dropping his triumphant demeanor, responded nonchalantly, I call this striking when least expected. With that, he swiftly turned and took a few steps back to assume a defensive stance alongside Zero. Meanwhile, Minxing, who had intended to remain perched on the wall until the fight concluded before returning to the dormitory, peeked out in confusion. Huh? Why is it so quiet? As he leaned forward, he found himself locked in a perfect gaze with the vigilant Zero and Matsuda. Realizing he had been discovered, Minxing awkwardly climbed back up the wall and leaped down to the ground. Good evening, gentlemen. Minxing feigned calmness as she greeted the two, intending to slip away unnoticed, only to be caught by the fateful grip of Zero's smile at the nape of her neck. Sheng, where are you off to? Why are you returning so late? Chapter 9. The letter faced with Zero's deathly gaze, Minxing sighed in resignation. I was just out to buy some medicine. Zero, you're quite terrifying right now. Observing their interaction, Matsuda Jinpei remarked in bewilderment. Oh, you must be the other top student who disdainfully refused to give a speech as the representative of the freshmen. Noticing the eager expression on Matsuda's face, Zero pointedly gestured to his own teeth. Hey, you haven't even managed to defeat me, so what are you so excited about? Matsuda's expression froze momentarily. You golden-haired brat. You knocked out my dentures, which cost me hundreds of dollars just like that. It's not my fault, you're simply better. Zero retorted defiantly. As it appeared that the two were on the verge of another confrontation, Minxing quickly interjected to ease the tension. Zero, and this is. Matsuda eagerly chimed in. I'm Matsuda Jinpei. His gaze flickered uncertainly, and just when Minxing thought he had finished speaking, he added, albeit in a much softer tone. You can also call me Little Jinpei. By the way, may I call you Sheng? Minxing blinked, tilting her head slightly with a hint of bashfulness. I suppose it's acceptable, but if you wish to call me that because Zero mentioned I am quite strong, perhaps it would be best to refrain. After all, Zero was merely offering me a compliment. Matsuda Jinpei, observing Minxing's serious demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. No, really, how can you be so adorable? He straightened his back, wincing at the pain from his wound, and waved his hand dismissively. No, I simply wish to be friends with you. Don't overthink it. Finally, Takagi Zero seized the opportunity to interject. Please, Matsuda-san, she was asking about me. In good spirits, Matsuda Jinpei found that he no longer viewed Takagi Zero with disdain. He chose not to engage with the provocation, merely rolling his eyes before departing. Takagi Zero shrugged, opting not to stop him. Considering that Matsuda had sustained a more significant injury than his own mere scrapes, Minxing furrowed her brows slightly. Her expression puzzled as she met the inquisitive gaze of Ryo Sakaguchi. Why are you out here fighting so late? Are you not happy? Ryo, taken aback, replied with a frown. Does unhappiness necessitate a fight? Where did you draw such a conclusion? Minxing softly uttered a sound of acknowledgement, sticking out her tongue without providing a response. Xianggu Zero observed her reluctance to answer and then directed his gaze toward the medicine in her hand. I was just about to inquire, Sheng, what kind of medicine did you venture out to procure at such a late hour? Minxing lifted the medicine box in his hand, waving it before Ryo Sakaguchi. These are just heart-related medications, nothing to worry about. It's just that the symptoms can be quite sudden, and since I had some free time tonight, I thought I would stock up. A flicker of surprise crossed Ryo's eyes, and an involuntary concern crept onto his face. Sheng, do you have a heart condition? How did you manage to get into the police academy? Minxing smiled faintly, her gaze darting around. It's not a significant issue. I have a congenital heart condition, but it doesn't affect me much in daily life. Moreover, my family is relatively affluent. They donated a building to the school, which allowed me to gain admission. Ryo Takaka stared in astonishment, momentarily unsure whether to be more surprised by Minxing's congenital heart disease or the revelation of her family's wealth that enabled such a generous contribution. Is it really not a problem? Minxing nodded emphatically, assuring, there will definitely be no issues. Even if we had to donate 3 buildings, it would not grant us access to the school. Ryo Takato, seemingly contemplative, nodded in agreement and chose not to pursue the topic further. Upon returning to his room, Minxing let out a quiet sigh of relief. The skeptical gaze of Zero was quite intimidating. Lacking the inclination to engage with the barrage of comments in the live stream, he simply opted to close the broadcast through the system. Alas, Minxing rested his chin in his hand, beginning to organize the information he had gathered from Jibao today. Recently, the boss had been particularly vigilant regarding Jibao and Shueshu. The experiment that was supposed to involve Jibao had been altered, with the boss substituting her for Subject 1 under the pretext of protection. Fortunately, Jibao had concealed a box beneath the restraints in the laboratory, a signal they had previously agreed upon. The presence of this box at least indicated that Jibao was currently safe. A small cluster of clouds swirled around Minxing as he pondered. Host, what is the matter with that box? You have been staring at it for 10 minutes. Minxing gazed at the entirely milky white, soft, and airy system, her fingers instinctively twitching with an overwhelming desire to caress it. She quickly shook her head to interrupt her thoughts, shaking the box in her hands up and down. Not a single sound emerged. Minxing pondered thoughtfully and replied, indeed. It feels rather peculiar. This box should weigh approximately 10 grams more than the last time, although I am not entirely certain. Moreover, even if its weight has indeed changed, it belongs to Shiho, and I have no idea how to open it. Minxing hesitated, her fingers gently tapping on the wooden box, producing a muffled sound that echoed repeatedly. The moon outside flickered in and out of the mist, gradually ascending from the branches to the treetops. The moonlight cast the shadows of the branches through the window, creating a particularly enchanting sight upon Minxing's bed. Minxing closed his eyes, and Zhihui's words echoed in his ears. Brother, if one day a peculiar situation arises, what you think will surely be right. Trust me, and also trust yourself. Minxing suddenly opened his eyes, a shadow of seriousness sweeping across his gaze. He deemed it necessary to unlock this box. Without hesitation, he relied on his previous research and skillfully began to dismantle it. This box was a mechanism lock he had whimsically crafted, reminiscent of the ancient Chinese Luban lock design, to which he had infused his own creativity. If the box remained unfilled and intact, free from forceful dismantlement, it could be reused many times. However, should it suffer violent destruction, or if it contained any items, it would merely transform into a pile of scrap. At worst, he could always fashion another one. Minxing quietly concocted a reasonable excuse and a solution for himself. In less than a minute, a pile of wooden blocks lay silently on the ground. The appearance of an envelope that seemed rather substantial also brought a sigh of relief to Minxing. As he unfolded the envelope, his breath caught in his throat. Shimayano had altered her usual font, inscribing a warning in a style he had never encountered. I am uncertain whether you should be privy to this letter. However, since you have opened it, I implore you to read everything that follows. Brother, 10 years ago, that experiment. The serum's name is SR9732. Its function is to extinguish 2/3 of the user's consciousness while maximizing the regenerative and reparative capabilities of the body cells. This may sound beneficial, yet brother, in recent years, as the experiment has progressed, your body's ability to heal has indeed enhanced. However, has the duration of your pain not also increased? Have you not experienced instances where, despite possessing regenerative abilities, your injuries remain unhealed for protracted periods? Brother, the injection of the serum has affected your compatibility with your body. Presently, your body harbors the blood of 2 individuals. I am uncertain how this will unfold in the future, but brother, please exercise caution. When necessary, you must refuse the boss's experimental demands, regardless of the cost. Even if that cost is me. I beg you, brother. Minxing's fingers gently traced the signature on the letter. Even though he was aware of its falsehood, the familiar name could still evoke a handful of cherished memories. He let out a soft sigh, confirming his suspicions. He had always known that the mastermind behind such a vast underground empire would not allow him to test the waters so many times without reason. This led to a pressing question. Even if he managed to survive, what significant benefits would it bring to the organization or to the boss himself? Just how enticing could these benefits be, to warrant the boss's indulgence in such a manner, merely to facilitate a perfect experiment? Chapter 10. Breakfast. Minsheng stood hesitantly before the door of Zhu Jingguang's dormitory. Yesterday, Hero mentioned he would wake them up early to attend class together. Yet he did not specify whom he would call first. Minsheng tilted his head slightly, momentarily directing his gaze towards the door of Zero, and then shifting it to the entrance of Jingguang Zhuofu. Recalling how attentive Zero had been to Hero's words in previous encounters, Minsheng ultimately resolved to knock on Hero's door first. Just as his hand reached out, barely grazing the door panel, the dormitory door was swung open from within by Jingguang Zhuofu. Upon seeing Minsheng, Jingguang's expression initially relaxed. But upon noticing the prominent dark circles under Minsheng's eyes, he was taken aback. "Ah Sheng, did you not sleep at all last night?" Minsheng gently touched his lower eyelid and chuckled a couple of times, deftly bypassing the topic. "Is Hero about to summon Zero?" "Indeed. I am also preparing to call upon someone," he replied. After all, it was quite concerning that someone departed silently yesterday without a word. Suppressing his unease, Zhufu Jingguang cast a teasing glance at Minsheng, his meaning implicit. Minsheng feigned innocence as she blinked, her expression so earnest that it almost seemed she was swearing to the heavens. "I assure you, there will certainly be no next time. Hero is the best." Zhufu Jingguang reluctantly accepted Minsheng's promise, and the two exchanged a knowing smile before knocking on the door of Ryo Kagura. A rustling sound emanated from within the dormitory as Ryo Kagura hurriedly emerged, a book tucked under his arm. Hurry. Let us head to the cafeteria. I'm starving." Zhufu Jingguang observed the wound on Ryo Kagura's face, narrowing his eyes with concern, considering that the three of them had yet to eat. He understood the importance of food. Zhufu Jingguang waited patiently until they had prepared their meals and settled into their chairs. Only after Ryo Kagura eagerly took a mouthful of food did he leisurely inquire, "Zero, is there something you're hiding from me?" Hearing the familiar tone of his childhood friend, Ryo Kagura sensed the calm before the storm and, feeling utterly helpless, stuffed another bite of rice into his mouth. He chewed slowly, casting a pleading glance at Minsheng, who shrugged in response, indicating her inability to assist. Eventually, under Zhufu Jingguang's intense gaze, Ryo Kagura chewed until there was nothing left to chew and resignedly swallowed. "Well, Hero, let me explain." Faced with Zhufu Jingguang's expression that clearly suggested he was prepared to hear a defense, Ryo Kagura closed his eyes, bracing himself for the worst. "I got into a fight with Matsuda-san yesterday. We just couldn't see eye to eye." His voice dwindled to a whisper. And when he anticipated Zhufu Jingguang's anger, he was surprised to hear a simple question instead. "You mean Matsuda G-Pei from our class?" It's not shocking that you two would end up fighting. Seeing Ryo Kagura's look of relief, Zhufu Jingguang delivered a firm knock on his head. "Do you think I'm so easily angered? I'm just concerned for your safety and well-being. Do you think I enjoy being angry?" Minsheng silently observed the two bickering, casually nibbling on a few pieces of meat before setting down his chopsticks. Zhufu Jingguang, noticing Minsheng's actions, furrowed his brows and cautiously inquired, "Ah Sheng, do you adhere to a religious belief that prohibits the consumption of vegetables? Or do you perhaps suffer from some rare ailment?" Meanwhile, Raiichi Kogami, with his mouth full, chimed in, Indeed. Only eating meat without vegetables or rice will hinder one's growth." Minsheng's face flushed. "No. It's just that I don't enjoy eating vegetables. Besides, I am only 17. I still have room to grow." Zhufu Jingguang then retrieved a pair of chopsticks and a bowl of rice. "Ah Sheng, you should eat a little more. Eating like this will hurt your stomach." As he spoke, Zhufu Jingguang used the new chopsticks to transfer some vegetables from his own plate onto the bowl of rice, which he then handed to Minsheng. Minsheng is not adept at declining others, particularly when it comes to the goodwill of friends. Zhufu Jingguang, keenly aware of this trait, adopted a somewhat forceful demeanor as he handed the food and dishes to Minsheng. Minsheng's eyes drooped, reflecting the same disarray that had recently characterized Ling Gu's predicament. With stiff fingers, he mechanically brought morsels of food to his lips, each bite tasteless and devoid of pleasure. Although Zhufu Jingguang felt a pang of sympathy witnessing Minsheng's expression, which resembled that of a condemned prisoner, he nonetheless advised him gently not to force himself if he could not eat, encouraging him to take his time before returning his focus to the meal on his own plate. Ever since Minsheng entered this world, he has never consumed vegetables. Not even once. Under the directives of the boss and their own ulterior motives, the members of the organization have never compelled him to partake in such nourishment. Instead, they have crafted specialized vitamins and fiber tablets tailored to his physical condition, which he is to take bi-weekly. Yet, he does not mind being cared for in this manner. Since the passing of the old gentleman when he was merely 13, no one has shown him such candid concern. Perhaps the silent, unobtrusive attention is precisely what Minsheng requires. However, the genuine and fervent care, even he finds it difficult to relinquish. For the first time, Minsheng became acutely aware of his profound need for salvation from the trials of life. He had consistently reassured himself that enduring the pain would eventually lead to relief. Over time, this patience evolved into an ingrained habit. However, when a singular individual penetrated his faade and effortlessly dismantled his defenses with unreserved gestures, a long-forgotten pang of sorrow surged within his heart. He had believed that amidst the prolonged suffering, he no longer required love. Yet, when it arrived, he found himself utterly unable to refuse it. Tears cascaded into the bowl before him, and Minsheng struggled to stifle the sound of his breathing, desperate not to alert the two people across from him. Yet, the tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Minsheng gradually filled his mouth with every morsel from his bowl, ultimately managing to suppress his tears. A silent glance exchanged between Kawaguchi-Rei and Shufu Kaimitsu elicited a resigned sigh from them, given the volume of his anguish. How could it possibly go unnoticed? Yet, how could one endure such torment, when even a mere expression of concern from friends could render him utterly shattered? Such a person. How could they not feel sympathy? How could they remain indifferent? As the trio exited the dining hall, Minsheng's emotions had stabilized. Kawaguchi-Rei and Shufu Kaimitsu flanked him, one on each side, and as Minsheng gazed at the two beside him, tears threatened to spill once more. He hurriedly lifted his gaze to the sky. His emotions had been spiraling out of control lately. The self-discipline he took pride in crumbled under the gentle warmth of their presence. Minsheng gently exhaled, a rare occurrence for him. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that from September to January each year, he consistently became acutely sensitive to his emotions. But what of it? Minsheng exerted great effort to suppress his tears, determined not to let them affect others. No matter the circumstances, he was willing to endure. Upon witnessing the faint smile re-emerging on Minsheng's face, the two individuals who had been anxious throughout finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Ashing's emotions did not stabilize soon, they would have to resort to more forceful measures. After all, prolonged periods of despondency could be exceedingly detrimental to one's health. The two nodded earnestly in agreement. As for what those forceful measures might entail, Ryo Sakuma chuckled mischievously, suggesting that a good tickling was undoubtedly the best choice. Chapter 11. Combat Class and the Close Combat Class. The instructor shouted in exasperation, "Oh dear. I am truly at my wit's end with you all." The essence of combat lies in having a solid foundation. It has barely been 5 minutes, and in this pitiful state, how do you expect to apprehend criminals? You'd be fortunate if a single child were not able to outmaneuver you. Now all of you rise. Each of you is half-heartedly maintaining your stance. I am eager to see just how skilled this bunch of young rascals truly is. Class leader, step forward. It is your primary objective to defeat the class leader in a round-robin match. The instructor cast a menacing gaze over the two classes present, causing a few timid and anxious students to lower their heads, unable to meet his fierce stare. Minsheng scratched his head and sat down on the playground alongside Ryo Sakaguchi and Kyukajifu. Not far away, Matsuda Jinpei waved his hand, calling out loudly for Minsheng. "Ah Sheng, I've come to find you." As he approached, it became evident that he was holding the hand of a classmate. Upon noticing the distinctive long hair and the signature side parting, Minsheng instantly realized that this individual must be Matsuda Jinpei's childhood friend, Hajiwara Kenji. Sure enough, as soon as they stood still, Hajiwara Kenji took a few steps forward with a smile, extending his hand toward Minsheng in a gesture of greeting. "Nice to meet you. I'm Jinpei's childhood friend, Hajiwara Kenji. You can call me Hagi." Observing Hajiwara Kenji's cheerful demeanor, Minsheng felt a bit flustered, yet was compelled to extend his hand in response. This person radiated such a bright and cheerful aura. It seemed that spending time with him would undoubtedly be a most delightful experience. Minsheng cast a glance at Matsuda Jinpei, who was frantically waving his hands behind Hajiwara Kenji. A smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Hagi is Jinpei's childhood friend, isn't he? You two should share a great deal in common with Zero and Hiro." However, just as the words left his mouth, both Akai and Matsuda, in perfect harmony, retorted in unison, "Who shares any common ground with that arrogant blonde scoundrel?" Minsheng, perplexed, turned to the left to observe the irate Akai, and then to the right to see the dissatisfied Matsuda. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by a flicker of panic. What on earth is happening? Shouldn't their bond have strengthened after last night's altercation? How could it have come to this? Minsheng, with a face full of panic, sought assistance from Zhufu Jingguang, who sighed and covered his face. "Zero, stop teasing us, Sheng. Just look at how terrified he is." On the other side, Hajiwara Kenji also noticed Minsheng's distress and patted his childhood friend's shoulder. "Hey, Matsuda Jinpei. Are you secretly up to something mischievous behind my back? Quickly confess, did you do something shameful last night?" Matsuda Jinpei shot a glare at Akutagawa Zero, retorting, "Absolutely not. Just a minor skirmish, a mere trifling matter." Akutagawa Zero was about to respond when the instructor's voice of admiration from the center of the playground captured their attention. "Yes, your strikes must be steady, precise, and fierce. The class leader's martial skills are remarkable. Have you been training privately?" Observing Ida Ko's effortless defeat of his ninth opponent, the group's eyes sparkled with eagerness. "This person is formidable. I yearn to spar with him." Today's combat class was structured as a wheel battle, with the instructor employing a random challenge method. Each participant could ascend the stage an unlimited number of times until they managed to defeat Ida Ko. Eager to showcase his skills, Akutagawa Zero dashed onto the platform after witnessing Ida Ko swiftly dispatch another opponent. "Class leader, fight me." Ida Ko recognized the individual before him as the representative of the freshman, the top student of the police academy. He felt a twinge of uncertainty and nervously swallowed before nodding in response. Akutagawa Zero wasted no time, launching an immediate strike with the intention of a swift resolution. The instructor watched with a grin that revealed no teeth. Look at this. This is the caliber expected of a police academy student. Such fluid movements, powerful strikes, an unwavering spirit. My salary is assured. Unfortunately, Akutagawa Zero ultimately fell short, as Ida Ko skillfully twisted his arm behind him, rendering him immobile. With regret, he exited the stage. Matsuda Jinpei took notice, having just sparred with Akutagawa Zero the previous night. Though reluctant to admit it, he recognized that Zero was indeed superior, albeit just by a hair. This only underscored Ida Ko's strength. As Akutagawa Zero returned, Matsuda Jinpei provocatively waved his fist at him before making a decisive stride onto the stage. Passing by Zero, he taunted, "Wait until I become the defending champion." Akutagawa Zero, clutching his right arm, let out a cold laugh and plopped down beside Jufu Jingguang, baring his teeth at Matsuda Jinpei on the platform. 5 minutes later, both boys were equally grimacing and exchanging reluctant jibes, poking at each other's weaknesses. Didn't someone claim they would become the defending champion? Isn't that right, Matsuda-kun? And what about you? You didn't win either. Jufu Jingguang and Hajiwara Kinji subsequently stepped down from the platform, shaking their heads in anticipated disapproval. Their childhood friend, though a bit reckless and arrogant, possessed genuine strength. There was no way they could defeat someone capable of besting him. Jufu Jingguang and Hajiwara Kinji mused. Soon, only Minxing remained, yet to ascend the stage. Akutagawa Zero and Jufu Jingguang exchanged worried glances as Minxing slowly approached the platform. Sheng appeared soft and somewhat dazed. They hoped that class leader Ida Ko would go easy on him. Ida Ko, observing Minxing, who barely reached his chest, scratched his head in surprise. The student seemed rather small and frail. Perhaps he should hold back a little? Minxing is neither particularly slender nor short. Standing at a height of 175 centimeters and weighing approximately 125 pounds. Recently, due to the effects of medication, he has even gained a little weight. However, in comparison to Ida Hang's towering height of 2 meters, he appears rather diminutive. Minxing widened her eyes as she gazed at Ida Ko, who stood approximately a third taller than herself, his expression vacant. How incredibly tall he is. Indeed, anime is merely a creation of imagination. Although it was evident from the animated series that the class leader was the tallest, standing before him in reality made it difficult to come to terms with. The pressure was somewhat overwhelming. Minxing looked up at the somewhat cautious Ida Hang, her brows arching gracefully as she smiled. Class leader. I'm about to begin. Ida Hang, momentarily taken aback by the joy radiating from Minxing's face, quickly regained his composure and nodded in response. How adorable she is, resembling a little hamster. The contrast between Minxing and Ida Hang on the arena is strikingly pronounced. Although many in the class are aware that Minxing ranked first among the new students, the glaring disparity in their physiques renders it hard to believe that Minxing could possibly triumph over Ida Hang. Yet, akin to the seemingly delicate Mao Lilan, who possesses unparalleled strength within the realm of Conan, Minxing's formidable prowess adheres to the principles of this universe. The rigorous training provided by the organization, coupled with the development of potent potions and the benefits of maximum attack power from the system, ensure that in the world of Conan, Minxing is destined to shatter all competition. With a sudden burst of energy, Minxing seemed to materialize behind Ida Hang in an instant. Realizing that his target had vanished, Ida Hang's pupils constricted in surprise, just as he prepared to turn and respond. An unfamiliar and acerbic sensation coursed through the nape of his neck. In an instant, his body stiffened, rendering him immobile. An indescribable tingling sensation rapidly spread from his neck throughout his entire being, and in a heartbeat, Ida Hang lost all control over his body. Just as he was about to collapse to the ground, Minxing, with astounding strength, yanked him back upright, leaving Ida Hang momentarily stunned by the force. The tremendous recoil caused him to crash violently onto the ground. Chapter 12. The circle's silence enveloped the air, with nothing but stillness prevailing. The onlookers were oblivious to Ida Hang's moment of bewilderment and loss of control. From their perspective, it appeared as though Minxing had executed a swift and forceful maneuver, catching Ida Hang off guard. How could someone as formidable as Ida Hang succumb to such a novice mistake? Those positioned directly in front of Ida Hang failed to notice Minxing's agile leap to his neck height. Meanwhile, the students behind them, still processing Minxing's astonishing leaping ability, were taken aback when they witnessed him effortlessly strike the nape of Ida Hang's neck, rendering him utterly defeated. With a foolish grin, Ida Hang rubbed the pressure point that Minxing had released, offering a thumbs up in admiration as he descended from the platform. Amidst the uproar of the crowd, the instructor cleared his throat. How about another round of a team battle, Minxing? Everyone is eager to witness your remarkable martial arts skills. Minxing nodded, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the intense gazes of so many eager onlookers. In the police academy, strength reigned supreme, despite Minxing employing techniques that were beyond their comprehension. The undeniable truth remained that he had triumphed over Ida Ko. Let them speak of unorthodox methods. Any martial art capable of subduing a criminal is undoubtedly commendable. The students from both classes displayed an extraordinary interest in Minxing's moves, and in an instant, the area surrounding his stage became crowded beyond capacity. Kagami Zero, Shufu Kajimitsu, Matsuda Jinpei, and Hajiwara Kinji exchanged bewildered glances, finding their own concerns rather amusing. However, with such a throng of spectators, they too were eager to witness Minxing's dazzling performance on the stage. The four sighed simultaneously, their expressions troubled as they gazed at the sea of faces. Approaching them was Idako, exuding a friendly demeanor, who said, "Shall I escort you over? Are you friends of Minxing? I am Idako. It's a pleasure to meet you." The four looked at Idako in surprise, taking turns to introduce themselves. How remarkable that the formidable Idako, akin to a warrior king, had taken the initiative to befriend them. They had been pondering how to approach him, considering his towering stature and somewhat intimidating appearance when not smiling. Yet, when he did smile, he appeared rather endearing. Under Idako's guidance, they successfully navigated into the throng, witnessing Minxing effortlessly toss one opponent after another to the ground. Initially, those who had been perplexed by the stagnant battle soon found themselves empathizing with the defeated, clutching their backsides in disarray. The sensation was indeed quite extraordinary. By the time Minxing had faced off against all his contemporaries from both classes, he remained unflustered and seemingly unfazed, which astonished everyone present. Was this person truly abnormal? After such a prolonged series of contests, he exhibited no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Following this bout, the police academy students who were Minxing's contemporaries approached their combat classes with newfound seriousness. Even their notoriously lazy practice of stances was now performed diligently, their faces contorted in strain. The instructor looked on with satisfaction at the transformation in his students, nearly regarding Minxing as a treasure gem. After discussions with the school administration, Minxing was granted an exemption from combat classes, receiving a perfect score instead. It was proclaimed that unless someone could defeat Minxing, he would reign as the top student in combat for 4 consecutive years. Observing the proud expressions on Kagami Zero and his companions, a classmate stuck out his tongue in private derision, thinking, one would think the school was praising them. After all, it was not he who had secured the top spot in combat classes. What was there to be so smug about? Indeed, the very individual now indulging in sardonic commentary was the same peculiar character who had mocked both Minxing and Kagami Zero on the first day of school. At this moment, he and his subordinate were lying in the infirmary, receiving intravenous treatment. Curiously, despite not being caught in the rain or exposed to the wind, they had suddenly come down with a cold. Achoo! The two rubbed their noses, their expressions hazy as they pondered their predicament. Minxing concealed his accomplishments and fame behind Fade. After an entire day of combat training yesterday, he found himself somewhat dazed, despite not exerting much physical energy. His usually spirited hair drooped slightly. Idako, observing Minxing's weary countenance, scratched his head in confusion. Fortunately, today's activity was a traditional circle gathering at the police academy. The students were to sit in groups by class, conversing with familiar faces about topics of mutual interest, fostering camaraderie. Although there existed a slight possibility that a few classmates might unexpectedly vanish into the vast sea of society after graduation, the majority would find themselves assigned to the same police precinct, thus becoming colleagues. The 6 of them formed a circle beneath the cool shade of a tree. Gentle sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled golden spots on the ground, while a mild breeze provided a refreshing chill. In such a comfortable and serene atmosphere, Idako exuberantly dropped a bombshell. "I have a girlfriend now. I'll take everyone out for a meal sometime." The 5 single companions were struck by disbelief. "Wait. What did you say, class leader? It's only been a short while since school started. How did you manage to get a girlfriend already?" Hajiwara Kinji expressed his indignation. Why is the class leader the first to enter into a relationship? Shibuki Kajimitsu, with a grin, slyly jabbed, "Oh, I had thought that Hagi, with his exceptional intellect, would be the first to find love." Hajiwara Kinji was momentarily speechless, and amidst his doubt, the initially awkward silence gradually transformed into laughter and joy. Idako widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "None of you have girlfriends?" "No," they all replied in unison, with Minxing shaking his head as well. The air fell into silence once more, prompting Idako to nervously chuckle. It's either a welcome dance organized by the school in a few days to liven things up? With your handsome faces, you surely won't have any troubles." Kogami Ray mumbled, "A welcome dance sounds like such a hassle. For someone as socially awkward as I am, it would be better to go to the arcade than to be disliked there." Shibuki Kajimitsu nodded in agreement, and Matsuda Jinpei also expressed his lack of interest in the dance. In contrast to their contemplative approach to decision-making, Minxing exhibited remarkable decisiveness in this regard. After listening to the thoughts of the other 3, his gentle voice resonated. "I feel the same. The notion of romance still feels quite distant to me." He subtly shook his head, affirming that it would be best not to encumber others with a conclusion that had already been reached. As the conversation meandered to a natural conclusion, silence enveloped the group once more. It remained uncertain whether the previous discussion about the future had fostered a deeper familiarity among them, or if it was merely a psychological effect on Minxing. Nonetheless, the current silence felt remarkably relaxed, devoid of any awkwardness. Simply sitting together, an overwhelming sense of hope and aspiration for the future infused the atmosphere. Perhaps this is the true essence of friendship. Min Sheng raised an eyebrow as he gazed at the distant white tower, wishing fervently for time to linger just a little longer, to stretch out this moment. Chapter 13. The Reasons for Becoming a Police Officer. Their senior classmates, 2 years their elder, were laboriously running laps under the sweltering sun. Their instructor stood nearby, observing their exertion with an expression as sour as vinegar. Having missed the earlier conversation, the keen-eyed Hajawara Kinji noticed the backs of the seniors' uniforms, drenched with sweat. With a hint of sympathy, he remarked, "Our seniors certainly have it tough. Do you think we'll be like that someday?" "Most likely. Our training will probably be more intense than theirs, not less," replied Ida K. After a moment of contemplation, the atmosphere grew tense once more. Feeling uncomfortable amidst the silence, Hajawara Kinji strained to think of topics that boys could discuss together. In a police academy, trivial matters such as zodiac signs or preferences in romantic partners were clearly off limits, even in different circumstances. How could they converse if they were not well acquainted? After much deliberation, it was Ida K., seemingly not very skilled in lightening the mood, who initiated the dialogue. "So, what made each of you want to become a police officer?" "I aspire to be an exceptionally formidable one, the kind who never retreats or gives up, regardless of the challenges faced. My father was also a police officer. Watching those seniors train, I felt compelled to join them. I firmly believe that diligent training will invariably bear fruit in the future. I hope to prevent avoidable mistakes in my future precinct. Furthermore, it would be wonderful to hear what kind of person each of you wishes to become. Only by becoming familiar with one another can we gradually foster a sense of camaraderie." Hajawara Kinji observed Ida K's unintentional talent for mood regulation with admiration, secretly designating him as the next catalyst for their development. If the responsibility of uplifting the atmosphere rested solely on him, he would surely be overwhelmed. The group nodded in agreement, collectively expressing their belief that the class leader would undoubtedly realize his aspirations. Min Sheng glanced at Matsuda Jinping, whose expression was somewhat troubled, and spoke first. "In comparison to the reasons of the class leader, my own seems rather insignificant. I yearn for the ability to protect those dear to me. There are so many who ought not to be sacrificed, and so many who should never encounter misfortune. Yet, numerous uncontrollable factors have led to their tragedies." Min Sheng smiled serenely, as a beam of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, illuminating him. He continued, "Although I know it may be impossible, I will exert every effort to help them survive. I must. I hope to become the trump card for saving every kind-hearted individual." The 5 companions felt that the enigmatic figure of Min Sheng, shrouded in the mystique of Eastern martial arts, had suddenly dissipated. In his place stood an impassioned youth, fully aware of the futility yet resolutely committed to his cause. As they regained their composure, the 5 vehemently disagreed with Min Sheng's modest assertion. "What are you saying? A Sheng? The reasons are not distinguished by greatness. Besides, your reasoning is undeniably noble," exclaimed Ryuga Zero and Matsuda Jinpei in unison. The two, who had blurted out their thoughts first, Jifuku Kajiki and Ajawara Kinji, could only nod in agreement. In contrast to the contemplative responses from Ida K. and Min Sheng, Ryuga Zero's reply was rather dismissive. "I'm looking for someone. She is very important to me, and I believe I will find her one day. As for who I aspire to be, well, having become a police academy student, naturally, I aim to become a police officer whom everyone admires." It was evident that Ryuga Zero had little desire to delve further into the topic, and the others refrained from pressing him, shifting their attention to the next respondent, Jifuku Kajiki. Jifuku Kajiki fell into a moment of silence, the harrowing nightmare from the previous night vividly etched in his mind. Having scarcely rested in recent days, he closed his eyes and sighed. "While I would like to casually say, I became a police officer just because Zero did, the truth is, it is because of my parents." Though these words seemed directed at everyone present, they were primarily intended for Min Sheng and Ryuga Zero. "When I was young, I witnessed my father die before my very eyes. My brother was away at summer camp, leaving just my parents and me at home. In my novet, I was suddenly shoved into a closet by my parents. Through the slats of the shutters, I saw the face of a man I could not remember, wielding a knife repeatedly. My parents were slain. I cannot fathom how I survived that day. In fact, I have forgotten. I have even erased the visage of that wretched man from my mind, along with the details of that horrific event." As he spoke, Jifuku Kajiki's emotions began to unravel, the scenes from his nightmares vividly resurfacing. Ryuga Zero pressed his lips tightly together and embraced Jifuku Kajiki from beside him. Jifuku Kajiki's voice was muffled. "I must find him. My parents were virtuous and never wronged anyone. What right did he have?" Min Sheng gazed at Zhu Jingguang's eyes, which had turned crimson with rage and hatred, feeling somewhat bewildered. "Yet, it is perplexing that in your fury, you ultimately saved your sworn enemy, the very murderer you despised the most." Min Sheng lowered his head, his expression vacant. There are numerous events that, when viewed from the confines of a screen through a medium, elicit merely a fleeting sense of empathy or sorrow. In such moments, all one perceives is the tragedy and helplessness of the situation. However, when one transcends the boundaries of the medium and witnesses the characters from the comic come to life before one's eyes, every gesture and movement resonates with stark realism. He becomes vividly present, no longer a hollow amalgamation of code or imagery, but a living being. In this palpable reality, he unveils his scars, And though one is acutely aware of the inevitable conclusion, the powerlessness to alter it is devastating. This sense of helplessness severed Minxing's nerves, compelling him to feign composure, unwilling to meet Zhufu Jingguang's gaze. Everyone attempted to console Zhufu Jingguang, yet at that moment, the inadequacy of words became painfully evident. In such a poignant scene, no matter how ornate the language, it could not assuage Zhufu Jingguang's sorrow. The shadows of youth will inevitably require a lifetime to heal. To prevent the conversation from growing heavier, they tacitly shifted away from the topic, leaving the narratives of Hajiwara Kenji and Matsuda Jinpei unresolved. In fact, Matsuda Jinpei, who had remained silent, felt a certain relief. In the midst of unfamiliarity, such matters are exceedingly difficult to articulate. Besides, he had little desire to gamble on the opinions of newly acquainted friends regarding his father. With the passage of time, a means of reconciliation would surely emerge. Moreover, there are no rules dictating that one must respond when questioned. Hajiwara Kenji absent-mindedly played with Matsuda Jinpei's fingers, fully aware of his childhood as a childhood friend. Alas, his attempts at comfort consistently fell short. One could only hope that, in the future, someone would shatter Jinpei's prejudices, for not all police officers are as depicted. Chapter 14. Dream Without Worries. Minxing gazed at Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kenji, who were similarly ensnared in the throes of sorrow, and with a mere flicker of thought, he discerned the source of their melancholy. Although unspoken, it is invariably inevitable to be stirred by one's surroundings. Yet, such matters can only be resolved within the individual. No amount of external consolation can alter the essence of their grief. It is a burden that must be surrendered to the passage of time. For what has transpired is irrevocable. The die has been cast, and for the individual who bears the consequences, there is no promise of a favorable conclusion. One can never truly adopt the role of a bystander to critique another's plight unless one steps into their shoes, traversing their path and contemplating their dilemmas. However, when one finally walks the road they once tread, the very act of passing through evokes profound sorrow. This sentiment is not confined to Matsuda Jinpei alone. It extends equally to his father and even to the police headquarters of that era. Minxin was acutely aware of the profound anguish that accompanied the solitary burden of personal growth. Yet, precisely because he understood this pain so intimately, he found himself utterly incapable of offering solace to Matsuda Jinpei. In truth, he had yet to reconcile his own struggles. If he himself was at a loss as to how to navigate his own turmoil, how could he possibly devise a remedy to aid Matsuda Jinpei? Furthermore, their relationship was confined to the realm of mere acquaintances. What right did he possess to intervene? At this moment, Minxing's profound empathetic ability became strikingly apparent. The helplessness towards Zhufu Jingguang and the memories of the past left him clutching his chest, struggling to catch his breath. Ryo Takagi quickly noticed Minxing's unusual demeanor, a flicker of anxiety crossing his eyes. My goodness, after sitting for so long, my legs have gone numb. You must get up and move around. We still have cultural classes to attend later. With that, he exaggeratedly pressed his hands against his legs and stood up, staggering awkwardly toward the runway. Minxing compelled himself to focus his attention on the figure of Akira Tachibana, feeling a warmth in his heart as he noticed the caring gaze directed towards him. Rising to his feet, he took the initiative to offer his arm to assist Akira Tachibana in taking a stroll to the side. In a soft voice, Akira Tachibana inquired, "Ah Sheng, I just saw you looking pale and clutching your chest. Are you?" Minxing gently patted her chest, reassuringly saying, "Not at all. Rest assured, Zero. I am not so fragile. I merely felt a twinge of empathy for Hiro's sorrowful experiences." As if in response, Zero's shoulders relaxed. "That is wonderful to hear," he replied. After walking for a while, and after a moment of hesitation, Zero asked in a teasing tone, "Do you ever think I might be a bit bothersome? Constantly keeping an eye on you?" As Minxing ceased his movements, he realized that Zero Kogami was not jesting. He shook his head fervently, locking his gaze earnestly onto Zero's eyes. "Zero, that cannot be true. Your concern and care for me bring me immense joy. As long as you do not despise me or find me troublesome, I will be utterly content." Having received the answer he sought, Zero Kogami finally released the hem of his repeatedly fidgeted garment and gazed back at Minxing with equal seriousness. "We will not, trust us." Minxing's eyes crinkled into a smile, yet the joy did not reach the depths of his gaze. He was aware that such a day would inevitably come. The four onlookers watched as Minxing and Zero Kogami drifted further away. Sensing something amiss, they hastily followed suit. Kenji Hajiwara tightly clasped Minxing's arm, exclaiming, "Is Kogami planning to sneak away with Asheng? That won't do. Asheng belongs to all of us." Zero Kogami sighed dramatically in response, "Oh dear, what a dilemma. I was so close to success." In the next moment, the six shared a harmonious laugh, while Minxing and Zero exchanged a secret glance. The warmth of their laughter and the intimacy among them was captured in that fleeting moment. How wonderful it would be if time could remain suspended forever. Minxing concealed the bitterness within his heart, laughing heartily like everyone else. Indeed, the protagonist's memoir reveals that his childhood was far from idyllic. Growing up in solitude, he must have felt a pang of empathy upon witnessing Xiao Jinping's experiences. Thus, the protagonist's only friends now seemed to be his experimental supervisor, Gongye Zhiwei, and his superior, Jinjiu. Alas, I feel as though I am searching for sweetness amidst shards of glass. Why, in moments of exquisite beauty, Does the protagonist's mind dwell on darkness and negativity? The system, observing the barrage of comments, reminisced about the host's initial state upon reincarnating into this world. Days filled with silence and an unending series of experiments dominated his existence. Suitable companions fell one by one before him, while he endured an endless cycle of suffering alone. The once brilliant cloud gradually transformed into a shade of gray, ultimately deepening into inky darkness. Large droplets of rain began to cascade through the space, rendering the cloud somewhat transparent. By the time Minxing finished his ablutions, the twilight outside had blurred, and the sky, once vibrant with evening hues, gradually dulled to a lackluster palette. As Minxing stared vacantly out the window, the system appeared before him, accompanied by a flourish of colorful ribbons. "Ah Sheng, may I call you that?" In response to the system's cheerful voice, Minxing's previously vacant mind began to fill with color. He silently nodded, tilting his head slightly to regard the system with patience. As night deepened, his recently heightened sensitivity made him fearful of losing control over his emotions. The system, having long grown accustomed to Minxing's silence, flitted around him, conjuring a necklace as if performing a magic trick. A red cord was meticulously woven into a double knot design, with a piece of sky blue jade carved into a cloud shape suspended at its center. Flanking the cloud, at a distance of 3 double knots, were 2 delicate green leaves standing guard. The system clumsily grasped both ends of the necklace, carefully placing it around Minxing's neck. Upon feeling the cool touch, Minxing's expression shifted from one of surprise to incredulity. "Wait, system, did you give this necklace to the wrong person? Are you intending for me to present it to one of the 5? But a gift meant for another rests upon me. This is not proper etiquette, is it?" Seeing Minxing's flustered attempt to remove the necklace, the system's hue dimmed slightly. It realized its folly. As the gifts previously bestowed upon Ah Sheng were always related to his tasks, it pondered how arduous those tasks were, leading it to scour the world for items capable of pausing time and erasing memories. Yet, after being gifted to the host, these items remained untouched in the system's space. Even the pain-suppressing system it had painstakingly negotiated for with the heavenly path was cast aside by Ah Sheng, despite being treasured by other hosts. Finally, it understood what the host genuinely needed. Rather than mere tools to assist him in completing tasks, he yearned for someone who sincerely cared about his emotional and physical discomfort. He required love, not merely affection for a task. Thus, this necklace was born after a month of contemplation. Truthfully, the time spent seeking this necklace paled in comparison to the search for other items, with only the 2 pieces of jade that offered solace proving somewhat elusive. It was merely a matter of braiding a cord and carving a bit of jade, yet this simple act evoked tears from Ah Sheng. Amidst the system's countless affirmations and reassurances, Minxing caressed the cloud-shaped jade, remaining wordless for a long while. Tears that had once only flowed in sorrow and pain unwittingly dampened his garments in that moment. Chapter 15. Shooting class. Warm sunlight filtered through the narrow gaps, gentle and prolonged. Minxing's spirits were unexpectedly high, as she ate half a bowl more of rice under the astonished gazes of Zhufu Jingguang and Ryuga Zero. The crimson string accentuated her already fair complexion, making her skin appear even more delicate and luminous. As Minxing occasionally caressed the necklace, Ryuga Zero, with a curious expression, inquired, "Ah Sheng, this necklace is exquisite. It seems to be the result of great thoughtfulness from the giver." Minxing's eyes sparkled with joy, and his lips could not help but curve into a smile. "Indeed, it was a gift from a very dear friend of mine. Last night, I slept soundly for the first time in many years without a single dream." This overwhelming happiness temporarily dulled Minxing's vigilance, and realizing he had misspoken, he awkwardly shifted the topic. "The weather is splendid today. Shall we venture out together to buy something and perhaps indulge in some fun at the arcade?" Zhufu Jingguang and Jiang Guling exchanged a sympathetic glance, their years of camaraderie allowing them to communicate silently through their eyes. So, Minxing had struggled with restless nights for all these years? No wonder there had always been a faint purplish hue beneath his eyes since their first meeting. Yes, they should certainly pay more attention to Minxing. In unison, they nodded and smiled. "Then let us contact Hagi and the others." The 3 of them, fortuitously unaware of their class schedules today, eagerly began to plan their outing, considering where to go and what to do. However, their plans were abruptly shattered by a phone call from Ida Ko. "I remember we have a shooting class this afternoon, with instructor Onizuka delivering direct instruction. Since we have just begun the semester, skipping class wouldn't be wise, right?" Oblivious to the shooting class, Jiang Guling and Minxing, who was too comfortably relaxed to check the schedule, lamented, "I really want to go out and have some fun." Zhufu Jingguang, who had been vaguely sensing he had forgotten something, suddenly realized upon hearing Ida Ko's words. "Right. I thought I had forgotten something important." Perceiving Jiang Guling's silence through the phone, Ida Ko quickly reassured him. "It's all right. It's all right. The day after tomorrow is Saturday, a day off. We can go out then." Jiang Guling's enthusiasm reignited, and he picked up his phone once more, determined to search for maps and devise a flawless outing plan. Minxing's once-dim face radiated anew as she moved closer to Zero Kogami, their faces nearly touching as they engaged in an animated discussion about the lively display on his phone. Observing the eager expressions of the 2, Shikigami Kaimitsu found himself looking forward to their outing the day after tomorrow. Meanwhile, instructor Onizuka displayed a stoic demeanor, surveying the 2 rows of students standing at attention before him. He announced, Those who are feeling unwell, step forward. Do not wait until the shooting assessment to use illness as an excuse for failure. Boys, by nature, possess an affinity for firearms, and until they experience the recoil firsthand, they stubbornly refuse to admit any discomfort that might prevent them from seizing the opportunity to handle a gun. A hint of a smile curved Onizuka's lips. Every year, there were a few obstinate youths, and this year, he had given them a prior warning. Should they falter during the assessment, they could not lay the blame at his feet. Casting a meaningful glance at Zero Kogami and Min Shing, Onizuka's gaze lingered on Min Shing for a few extra moments. He had heard from the martial arts instructor that she was unrivaled in her class during combat training. It was imperative that she did not falter in the shooting assessment, otherwise he would find it amusing. With a mischievous smile, he left Zero Kogami and Min Shing bewildered by his lingering gaze. Adhering to his teaching style, Onizuka succinctly outlined the most common issues and techniques that could arise during the shooting process. Once he deemed the instruction sufficient, he cleared his throat and, amidst the excited and eager expressions of the students, declared, "Very well, the shooting assessment begins." According to class rankings, the students were organized into groups of 5. Zero Kogami and Min Shing were first to take the stage, each grasping a firearm. Zero Kogami quietly inquired, "Min Shing, should you inform the instructor about your health? Is it possible to retake the assessment?" Min Shing offered a somewhat helpless smile and replied softly, "I'm perfectly fine, Zero. Although I appreciate your concern. I am not a porcelain doll. There is no need to worry about me so much." Zero did not refute Min Shing, as long as she felt well. That was what mattered. What Ah Shing said was her own affair, while what he chose to do was another matter entirely. After the first group had familiarized themselves with the firearms, Instructor Gazuka glanced at his watch and allotted them 5 minutes for practice. When the time was up, he clapped his hands and declared, "All right, everyone, focus. Put on your gloves. And the earmuffs too. Ensure your stances are correct." Instructor Gazuka meticulously inspected each individual's posture and equipment, chiding one recruit, "You there, how can you wear your earmuffs backwards? Is this your first encounter with a handgun? Causing you to lose your wits?" The admonished recruit's face flushed crimson as he hastily placed his firearm down to adjust his earmuffs properly. Once everything was confirmed to be in order, Instructor Gazuka bellowed, "First group, prepare for the shooting assessment." In the previous moment, Min Shing had maintained a standard stance under Instructor Gazuka's watchful eye, but in the next, she suddenly relaxed her shoulders, instinctively releasing her left hand from its stabilizing position. With her right hand, she wielded the gun single-handedly and pulled the trigger. Amidst the other 4, who adhered to the instructor's guidance and exhibited inevitable pauses due to the unfamiliar recoil of the handgun, Min Shing's unrestrained actions stood out starkly. When Instructor Gazuka noticed that Min Shing's target bore only a single hole from 5 shots, he squinted, pondering something. After everyone had completed their shooting, Instructor Gazuka first commended Zero. "Zero, you scored 4 hits in the 10 ring out of 5 shots, with 1 shot hitting the bullseye. What an astonishing talent. Do continue to nurture it." Min Shing quietly applauded, recognizing Zero's remarkable talent in marksmanship. If his memory served him correctly, Zero was likely on par with Jin in terms of skill level. Before Min Shing could utter his praises for Tsukumo Zero, Instructor Onizuka, with a somewhat stern demeanor, called out Min Shing's name. "Min Shing, step forward." Min Shing furrowed his brow in confusion, yet obediently stepped forward. Instructor Gazuka approached him, casting a downward gaze as he solemnly inquired, "Have you undergone training prior to arriving in Japan?" His tone was assertive, clearly not framed as a question. The subsequent inquiry remained unvoiced. He merely regarded Min Shing, evidently expecting him to elucidate on his own. Min Shing understood. It was likely his evident proficiency in marksmanship that aroused the suspicions of Instructor Guizhong, although he harbored no intention of concealing it. Min Shing nodded, meeting Instructor Guizhou's inquisitive gaze with unwavering confidence. "Yes, Instructor. I grew up in the United States, where my family trained me in marksmanship for self-defense from a young age. Consequently, I am quite proficient in both shooting and combat, driven by the necessities of life." Instructor Guizhou recalled the principal's earnest and cautious announcement before the start of the term, informing him of an American student whose affluent family had donated a building and possessed the influence to secure the student's admission to the school. Initially, he had not given it much thought, especially since Min Shing's assessment scores ranked first, although there were speculations regarding potential disparities in strength compared to his peers. Witnessing Min Shing today revealed a gap far more significant than mere differences. It was as if an entire Pacific Ocean separated them. Instructor Guizhou reassured himself that having such capabilities was indeed justifiable, considering that Min Shing had thrived and scathed in a place like America throughout his life. Chapter 16. The rescue of the instructor. Min Shing gazed at the contemplative Gazuka instructor with a hint of perplexity, unsure of the next course of action. Fortunately, the instructor swiftly gathered his thoughts and, after commending Min Shing, proceeded to highlight the shortcomings of the other 3 individuals. Under the command of Gazuka, the 5 members of the first group took their seats in the shadow of the adjacent teaching building, awaiting the conclusion of the assessments for the remaining participants. Min Shing took out his phone and searched for how to compliment a friend on their excellent work, carefully selecting from the first recommendation that appeared. In his previous life, he had no friends, and the old gentleman had passed away long before. The basic principles of politeness were something Minxing had painstakingly grasped over 3 years. However, before he had the opportunity to put them into practice, he met his demise in a temple. Upon entering the realm of deduction, a decade of experimental experience had nearly caused him to forget how to articulate words. Were it not for the presence of Shizuka and Kinju, along with Shizuka's lab sister, Yukisora, who provided him with annual oral training, perhaps he would have long ceased to engage in conversation with others, let alone stand here, pretending to be composed while frolicking with them. In the shadows cast by the teaching building, Minxing's expression remained ambiguous and inscrutable. Seeing Minxing engrossed in his phone all alone, Ryo Takaguchi felt a pang of loneliness. He quickened his pace and approached Minxing, exclaiming, "Hey, what are you looking at, Ashing? Am I not exceptionally talented at shooting?" Minxing quickly recalled the compliments he had just skimmed through in his mind. With a serious demeanor, he raised his thumb and replied, "Zero, do you know why the dinosaurs became extinct?" Huh? Ryo Takaguchi was somewhat perplexed by the abrupt shift in conversation, yet he racked his brain and ventured a response, because of a massive explosion? Minxing shook his head and continued reciting the previous quotation. Because their forelimbs are too short to applaud your unparalleled talent, they all sadly perish. As Minxing spoke, the serious expression on Ryo Takaguchi's face gradually transformed into one of disbelief. Observing Minxing's complete lack of embarrassment, Ryo awkwardly swallowed. Ashing, if you don't wish to compliment me, I completely understand. There's no need to force yourself. Ryo managed a strained smile. The compliment had given him goosebumps. So this is how Ashing typically praises others? Minxing, upon catching sight of Zero's smile, suddenly realized the cringe-worthy nature of her words. Her entire being dramatically flushing from her cheeks to her heels. No, that's not me. I don't usually flatter like this. No, I don't flatter at all. Zero, look quickly, this is something I just found. I simply lack the knack for giving compliments. Minxing eagerly unlocked his phone screen, allowing Zero Kogami a glimpse of his search interface. He had endeavored to disguise himself as an ordinary individual, yet unexpectedly, he had revealed his true self in this very moment. Minxing's hands and feet began to grow cold, and even the jade pendant from Ming Wuyo offered him no warmth. Jiang Guoling sensed Minxing's disorientation and quickly stepped forward to envelop him in a warm embrace. Heaven knows he harbored no ill intentions, he was merely taken aback by the flattery. Feeling Minxing's frigid temperature, Jiang Guoling furrowed his brow and, releasing Minxing's hand, led him into the sunlight. Why are your hands so icy? Shall we sit here and warm ourselves? He continued. I am well aware of your way of speaking, rest assured. It's just that, well, there is an indescribable feeling in the air. You understand, right? Jiang Guoling gently patted Minxing's shoulder, his words laden with unexpressed thoughts. Minxing's face was contorted in thought, attempting to grasp the sensation described by Zero Kirigane. Unfortunately, having never experienced it himself, he found it utterly beyond his imagination. Yet, observing Zero's arduous attempts at explanation, Minxing gently nodded, signaling his understanding to avoid further complicating matters. As he watched the assessment conclude and the figures of Shufu Kyoku and the class leader approaching, he tightly clasped the jade resting against his collarbone, gazing at the distant 5 who were joyfully making their way towards him. He silently mouthed, whether it be disappearance or death, even a fate worse than death held no concern for him. Nevertheless, regardless of the cost, he yearned for these splendid souls to live sincerely and passionately under the sun for all eternity. Such individuals deserved nothing less than that fate. With a smug expression, Matsuda Jinpei exclaimed to Minxing, Ashing, let me tell you, the gun I was holding just now malfunctioned, and the instructor didn't believe me. After disassembling it, I successfully proved my point. An exasperated Hajiwara Kinji then delivered a sharp knock to Matsuda's head. And you still say that? If it weren't for the class leader pleading on your behalf, who knows how the instructor would have punished you? Were you planning to fail the shooting course? Minxing concealed her emotions and feigned surprise. Oh, really? Matsuda Jinpei can disassemble a pistol? It seems he possesses quite a talent in this area. Matsuda Jinpei, with a sorrowful expression, rubbed his head where a large bump had formed, a testament to how concerned Ajiwara Kinji was. Upon hearing Minxing's praise, the pain in his head instantly dissipated, and Matsuda Jinpei seemed to radiate with pride. Of course, I've always excelled at taking things apart since childhood. In the future, I aspire to become a super meticulous and infallible genius officer. Just as Matsuda Jinpei proclaimed his grand ambition, he heard the furious bellow of Instructor Ojira. Matsuda, where are your bullets? Matsuda Jinpei, bewildered, turned to face the distant Instructor Ojira, his head adorned with a question mark. Huh? I already handed my empty magazine to the assistant instructor. After quietly confirming with the attendant beside him, Instructor Ojira shouted, one bullet is missing, Matsuda. Come over and search carefully. The 6 of them exchanged glances, sighed in resignation, and trudged over. After an unfruitful search, Ida K observed the waiting Instructor Ojira and the attendant, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He stepped forward and addressed Instructor Ojira, Instructor, I will ensure they find the bullet. Once located, I will promptly hand it over to the attendant. Instructor Ojira wished to say more, but the workers repairing the roof were drawing nearer. With a reluctant sigh of concern, he entrusted this task to the class leader and proceeded with the workers to the room in need of repair. Matsuda Jinpei's earlier joy faded from his face. replaced by a creeping sense of frustration and discontent. He stood rigidly, as if frozen in place. His mind consumed by memories of the years when his father was unjustly perceived as the culprit. Min Sheng possessed a remarkably keen perception of emotions. Upon sensing something amiss, he gently prodded Hajiwara Kinji, who was intently searching for bullets. Instinctively, Hajiwara glanced at his childhood friend, and after a moment of contemplation, he discerned that an issue had arisen. Chapter 17. A new friend. Quickly, he joined Min Sheng at their childhood companion's side, clasping Matsuda Jinpei's cold hands, and leaned in, resting his head against that of his friend. As Matsuda felt Hagi's warmth, his previously rapid breaths gradually steadied, and his eyes reddened slightly. I just suddenly remembered something my father had said. Hajiwara Kinji, who had been prepared to listen intently to his childhood friend's recollections, looked up in confusion, only to find Matsuda's recently warmed face had again turned pale. Following the direction of Matsuda's widened eyes, Hajiwara and Min Sheng swiftly turned to see Instructor Onizuka suspended in midair. It turned out that while standing at the second-floor railing, Instructor Onizuka had noticed a worker plummeting from a hole in the roof. In a moment of panic, he attempted to reach out to catch him, only to be pulled down alongside the worker. The very safety rope meant to protect the workers had, in this dire moment, transformed into a noose, tightening mercilessly around Instructor Onizuka's neck. Ida K forced himself to remain calm, gripping the recently discovered bullet tightly in his hand as he took a deep breath. The five of them exchanged a knowing glance. Ida and Shobakage Mitsuhiro dashed beneath Instructor Onizuka, and together, they exerted their strength to hoist him and the fallen worker away from the entangling rope. Without hesitation, Shobakage Mitsuhiro and Hajiwara Kinji entrusted the formidable task of shooting to Ryuga and Min Sheng. One lay flat on the ground while the other bent over, forming an arch. Scanning the surroundings for Min Sheng without success, Ryuga gritted his teeth, loaded the bullet into his handgun, closed one eye, and aimed at the now slackened rope. Min Sheng stood upon the tree, nodding with satisfaction as he observed their collective endeavor to rescue Instructor Guizhong. For Min Sheng, who was already privy to the outcome, there was no anxiety regarding the current plight of Instructor Guizhong, nor was there any concern about an unsatisfactory conclusion. He understood that this rescue mission represented a pivotal opportunity for the 5 members of the police academy to forge a profound camaraderie and friendship. To insert himself into this already flawless undertaking merely out of a desire to be among them would be utterly disgraceful. Min Sheng is acutely aware of how insufferable those self-proclaimed prophets can be, who, relying on the advantages of the plot, position themselves as protagonists in the realm of anime. He harbors no desire to become such a person, nor does he wish for a day when, out of a fleeting whim, he glances at the barrage of comments only to be met with the vitriol and disdain of netizens. Yet, he cannot simply turn a blind eye to the perils faced by others while he still possesses the strength to act. Min Sheng let out a sigh, slightly rising on tiptoe to pluck a leaf from the tree. Seizing the moment, as Rika Kagami was about to pull the trigger, he deftly flicked his wrist, sending the young, sharp willow leaf slicing through the air towards the rope. The rope was severed, splitting into 3 segments. While Atadako safely placed the Instructor Onizuka and the workers on the ground, Zufu Jingguang picked up one of the segments, noticing something peculiar about it. The left end was charred, a clear testament to the bullet that had caused the break, yet, the other end was neatly and smoothly severed, indicating human intervention. A faint green shadow glimpsed while supporting Atadako provided Zufu Jingguang with the answer. After searching for only a few seconds, he spotted a willow leaf lying quietly on the ground. His knowledge of physics raced through his mind, leading him to gaze directly at the willow tree behind him. Sure enough, he found Min Sheng, beaming with a mischievous smile. Surprised, Zufu Jingguang picked up the leaf and handed it to Atadako, who looked perplexed. Class leader, do you think I could cut this rope on the ground with this leaf? Atadako, intrigued, began to crumple the willow leaf, and with a slight effort, it crumbled into pieces. How is that possible? It's astonishingly fragile. Where could such strength come from? With slightly damp hands, Atadako searched for a tissue, and Zufu Jingguang timely offered him a piece, exclaiming, "Indeed, I also thought it impossible, until just now when Sheng used this very leaf to sever the rope." Atadako was taken aback, disbelief washing over his handsome face. He stared at the fragments of the leaf in his hand, and then cast a bewildered glance at Min Sheng, who had just gracefully jumped down from the tree. His voice cracked in astonishment. "Wait, are you saying Sheng just saved Instructor Onizuka with this leaf?" Atadako's booming voice drew the attention of everyone around. Becoming the center of attention once more, Min Sheng bit her lip, revealing a few teeth and a small dimple, her brows lowered as she avoided eye contact with anyone. The puzzled crowd could only attribute this extraordinary event to some mysterious power from the east. Min Sheng's keen ears caught Idai Hang referring to her as a Sheng. Her ears flushed with a rosy hue as she replied, "What's the big deal? More importantly, it was you 5 who united to rescue Instructor Gazuka, right? Given the pressing time constraints, your remarkable synergy allowed you to save both Instructor Gazuka and the worker in less than a minute. It was simply magnificent." With a sigh of relief, Min Sheng successfully shifted the focus from herself to the quintet, her eyes sparkling as she observed the 5, who stood somewhat bewildered amidst the crowd. A few boys stealthily approached Min Sheng, playfully shoving one another until they pushed a blushing lad to stand before her. Not wanting to overshadow the spotlight that belonged to the police academy's 5-member group, Min Sheng felt quite pleased, curiously regarding the anxious boy before her. gathering his courage. He lifted his gaze to Min Xing and stammered, Min classmate. You were absolutely stunning the day before yesterday and today. Can we be friends? After receiving a playful nudge from his companions, the boy quickly corrected himself to include we, as the group blinked at Min Xing with eager expressions. Yet another familiar scene, another well-trodden narrative. Min Xing, not adept at refusal, found herself momentarily frozen, unsure how to respond. Seeing her hesitation, the boys misinterpreted her silence as disinterest and friendship. Concerned that Min Xing might feel uncomfortable, they swiftly waved their hands, expressing, no worries, we'll take our leave. Min Xing hurriedly shook her head and extended her hand to grasp the trembling hand of the boy. No, it's not that. I am simply astonished. I too wish to befriend you. Having always perceived her personality as unappealing, Min Xing had never anticipated that anyone would take the initiative to befriend her. Gazing at the group before her, who, despite their shyness, had bravely taken the first step, Min Xing suddenly realized that, apart from the police academy group, her classmates were genuinely kind-hearted and sincere individuals. The boy whose hand she held turned crimson, his speech faltering as his eyes sparkled with excitement, fixated on the point of contact between them. Really? Min classmate has agreed. We're friends now. The others, who had been discreetly observing from behind the boy and his friends, rushed forward in jubilant celebration upon witnessing their acceptance, encircling Min Xing in a warm embrace. Meanwhile, in another circle, Hajawara Kinji and Jifakika looked on at Min Xing with a sense of gratification. Xing, it is not only us who have rescued Instructor Gizuka. Look, your earnest efforts to devise a solution have also crowned you a hero. The two exchanged knowing smiles as they regarded their excited childhood friend. Chapter 18. The bank heist today's weather is as splendid as it was on Thursday. Min Xing, feeling somewhat anxious, repeatedly arranged the bag she intended to take with her today. The system, unable to bear the sight any longer, gently nudged Min Xing's hand, which was about to upend the backpack once more. All right, Xing, if you continue like this, your bag will be thoroughly disheveled. Min Xing's fingers stiffened momentarily before he silently released his grip on the tormenting backpack. Rest assured, today marks the first outing for Xing with his friends, and it is bound to be a smooth and successful experience. The system perched upon Min Xing's shoulder, observing his anxious demeanor, offered words of comfort. Indeed, it is the first time. This is Min Xing's inaugural adventure with friends in 2 lifetimes, and he has meticulously considered every possible contingency. He absolutely cannot allow anything to mar this momentous occasion. He must not falter himself. Xing, are you ready to set off? The gentle voice of Zhu Jinguang resonated from outside the door. Min Xing abruptly rose from the ground, zipped up her backpack, and opened the door, exclaiming, ready to go. Observing her unusual excitement compared to her usual demeanor, Zhu Jinguang and Jian Guling exchanged knowing smiles. The two of them encircled Min Xing as they made their way to the cafeteria to rendezvous with Idako and the others. Just as they disembarked from the cable car, Hajawara Kinji scratched his head and remarked, my family transferred money to my bank card yesterday. I need to withdraw some cash. Just let me know where the arcade is, and I'll catch up with you later. Matsuda Jinpei immediately responded, I'll go with you. Hagi, you'll be lonely on your own. Zhu Jinguang quickly added, I'll accompany you as well. The bank is just a straight walk ahead. Then a left turn not far off. It won't take long, just a few minutes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Guling pulled Min Xing a few steps forward. Noticing that the others remained stationary, he looked back at Hajawara Kinji, puzzled. Hey, weren't we supposed to go to the bank? Why is everyone standing there like they're in a daze? Is there something wrong ahead? Idako, with a sweeping gesture, took hold of one of their arms on the left and 2 on the right, leading them forward. Jianggu is right. It's just a trip to the bank. There's no need to split into 2 groups. When we go out to have fun, it's best to enjoy it together. The bank was indeed nearby. Min Xing initially assumed it would be a modest establishment, but as she gazed at the spacious, brightly lit bank, equipped with modern facilities, her jaw dropped in astonishment. Hajawara Kinji retrieved his bank card, instructed the group to sit on the chairs and await his return, then proceeded to the banking machines to collect a number before rejoining the 5 of them. Though the waiting period felt slightly tedious for Min Xing, who was experiencing this for the first time, it was anything but. Everything was novel and unfamiliar, filling her with wonder. Min Xing, once accustomed to silence, now found his gaze wandering aimlessly. The cacophony of the crowd around him offered him, for the first time, a tangible sense of what normal life entailed. Proficient in the usage of various instruments and methods of lethal intent, knowledgeable in the precise administration of substances and their timing, Min Xing remained utterly ignorant of the trivialities of everyday existence. He observed, with keen interest, a gentle mother nursing her child, a couple engaged in lively chatter yet radiating warmth, and young lovers enveloped in the atmosphere of romance. All of this captivated Min Xing's attention. Suddenly, he recalled the substance coursing through his veins. If the letter spoke the truth, if he continued to exist, would such a beautiful world still endure? Min Xing slowed the pace of her blinking, allowing her thoughts to gradually immerse into the world where the organization governed Japan after her survival. A sudden scream abruptly interrupted her contemplation. Min Xing opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards the entrance, where a man clad in black socks, with only his eyes visible, held a baby girl in his arms. She was indeed the child of the mother from earlier. Suddenly, The infant, still nursing, pulled away from her mother, smacking her lips before bursting into a wailing cry. The shrill sound of the child's distress pierced through the silence, amplified by the quietude of the surroundings, causing the already anxious robber to grow increasingly impatient. Beside him, the mother, her face streaked with tears, cried out in anguish, "My child, return my child to me." Her desperate screams captured the attention of everyone present, prompting the robber to spring up from his seat in alarm. The other 5 men exchanged glances, their expressions hardening. How dare they act so brazenly in broad daylight? Just as Idaho was about to rush forward, 2 more figures entered the bank. Identically attired, the only distinction lay in the hefty clubs they wielded, each measuring about a meter in length and as thick as a man's arm, clad in dark garments that obscured their faces. They brandished their wooden weapons with a fluid grace, their taut muscles rippling beneath their fitted attire, unmistakably indicating they were seasoned fighters. Their wide, cold eyes scanned the room with an intimidating presence, dousing the fervor of the eager youths present. In the shadow of these imposing figures, the man clutching the abducted child visibly relaxed, his tension dissipating. He forcefully stomped on the mother's leg to deter her from approaching, then retreated a few steps, drawing the hostage into the protective sphere of the 2 men. Raising his voice, he demanded, "Where are the bank staff? Get out here." As he spoke, he pulled a cloth from his clothing and stuffed it into the crying infant's mouth. The bank staff, wiping cold sweat from their brows with a handkerchief, bent at a 90-degree angle as they crawled out from behind the counter. "Gentlemen, what do you intend to do?" they stammered. They began negotiating the amount of money to be withdrawn, but Minsheng blinked, lacking any interest in the proceedings. Meanwhile, Idaho, usually composed, sat beside Matsuda Jinpei, strategizing on how to subdue the 2 men wielding clubs. After all, in their eyes, those seemingly robust men were merely slightly stronger than ordinary individuals. Truly capable individuals would never stoop to committing a bank heist. Minsheng listened intently from the side, but just as the 2 were about to execute their plan, he, along with Hajiwara Kinji, reached out to halt their actions. Idako looked at Minsheng and Shufu Kajimitsu in confusion, quietly inquiring, "Why not take action directly? In this situation, the sooner we act, the sooner that girl will be safe." Idako's expression revealed a hint of agitation, and sensing his unease, Shufu Kajimitsu joined in the persuasion. "Let us wait for a moment. They appear to be highly organized. There must be more of them," Hajiwara Kinji pointed out incisively. Chapter 19. Resolution. The 2 men wielding wooden sticks circled around the crowd, who had been driven into a corner. Under the oppressive atmosphere created by the men, the group reluctantly deposited their phones into the bags held by them. Minsheng quickly pressed the power button on his phone 3 times before innocently tossing it aside. In a corner unnoticed by the crowd, his mother, having been brutally kicked by a man, dragged her impaired left leg and rushed toward the man holding a child. Disregarding her own struggles, the frail mother collided with the robust man like a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, utterly unconcerned as she desperately tried to seize the infant girl from his grasp. Upon seeing her mother, the baby also began to struggle, thrashing her limbs wildly, even kicking the man in the ear. The man, who was threatening the bank manager, impatiently regarded the quarrelsome mother and daughter, and without hesitation, drew a handgun from his pocket and fired a shot into the marble floor beneath her feet. The gunshot silenced those who had been vocally protesting the reluctant surrender of their phones, their faces frozen in shock as they stared at the weapon in the man's hand. An unusual smell wafted through the air, snapping them from their stupor, and in the next moment, a cacophony of screams erupted. The armed man held the infant by her neck with his large hand, while another man wielding a wooden stick struck the mother in the abdomen. "Silence. One more sound and this little girl will perish because of you. And I cannot guarantee where my bullet will land." The acrid scent of gunpowder heightened the tension among the 6 police academy students, causing them to tremble and instinctively crouch down, curling up in search of comfort. Hearing the gunfire from within the bank, 2 men wearing helmets entered the scene. The man on the left, donning a silver helmet, immediately fired a shot into the ceiling upon witnessing the chaos inside. The man on the right, wearing a black helmet, approached the leader to converse quietly. The previously restless Yi Deheng felt a jolt of recognition as memories of his father intertwined with the sight of the 2 armed men. His mother, clutching her belly, struggled to rise from the ground, her tear-filled eyes gazing sorrowfully at the infant being throttled. Had they rushed in just moments ago? Would there have been a chance for survival? Yi Deheng, who had always believed he would be braver than his father, felt a disorienting haze settle over him as he beheld the scene. Bank personnel were hastily removing stacks of cash from the machines, stuffing them into bags brought by the men. Amid the rustling sounds, Minsheng's muffled groan pierced through the air. The empty syringe under the chair was retrieved by Minsheng back into his system space, a trickle of blood escaping uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. The man frowned at the bloodied Minsheng, frustrated that his intention to rob had been thwarted by the bank's sluggishness. Otherwise, he would have left long ago. Today had certainly not gone as planned. If a life were lost and he were caught, it would not merely be a matter of serving a few months. He aimed his gun at Minsheng, questioning, "What is going on? Are you unwell?" Minsheng, enduring the tumultuous agony within, collapsed to the ground, his pallid visage betraying his torment. He pressed his hand firmly against his chest, intermittently uttering, "My heart. It hurts so much. An ambulance." His brows were tightly knitted, and his hand trembled violently as he reached for the bag resting on the seat. Ray Ryogoka sprang to his feet and dashed towards Minsheng's bag, disregarding the need for stealth to avoid arousing the robber's suspicion. He deftly evaded a wooden stick swung in his direction by a man in a silver helmet. The man cast a glance at Ray, a flicker of doubt crossing his brow before raising his hand and firing towards Ray's trajectory. Jingguang Zhuofu, who had been intently watching the robber, felt his pupils constrict as he saw the man fire. 0. Upon hearing Zhuofu's voice, Ray halted abruptly, the bullet narrowly grazing his forehead. Minxing coughed up another mouthful of blood, collapsing painfully into Yida Hang's embrace, gasping for breath. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the tense figure of Zero Kirigane, whose entire body trembled, overwhelmed by guilt and regret. Minxing spoke in a tone that only Yida Hang could hear, reassuringly saying, "Monitor, tell them not to worry about me." After propping himself up with his hands and offering a gentle smile to Matsuda Jinpei, Minxing rose from the ground. He staggered towards the bandit, observing Minxing's movement. Rengaray felt a tightening in his chest and instinctively took a few steps toward Minxing. He then caught sight of Minxing's comforting smile directed at Matsuda Jinpei. Although he felt a sense of relief, an undercurrent of worry still lingered within him. The acrid scent of gunpowder in the air was increasingly mingling with the metallic aroma of blood, creating an unbearable and peculiar stench. Although Yida Hang and Hajiwara Kinji bore somewhat calmer expressions, the grimness of their countenances attested to the authenticity of the bloodshed. Everyone held their breath, watching as Minxing cautiously approached the bandit. The assailant, who had been gripping the infant's neck, began to gradually loosen his hold after exchanging a few words with the figure in the silver helmet. Minxing clutched her chest and implored, "Would you kindly set the infant down? I am willing to become your hostage, provided that you allow my companions to safely retrieve the medication for me. I can endure for only half an hour." Sensing Minxing's frail breath and the faint metallic scent of blood, the assailant heeded the words of the silver-helmeted figure and relinquished the infant into Minxing's care. Simultaneously, the silver-helmeted assailant aimed his weapon at Minxing's forehead, his finger poised on the trigger, as though the slightest sign of resistance from her would compel him to pull it without hesitation. Minxing feigned difficulty as he took the infant into his arms, while the entire assembly observed him as he slowly returned the child to her mother's embrace. Unable to tolerate Minxing's deliberate slowness, a man wielding a wooden staff raised it high, threateningly poised above Yida Hang's head. It was evident that these individuals were companions. And the man growled menacingly, "Hurry up, unless you wish to see your friend harmed." Yida Hang clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on the solitary figure of Rikuya Zero, as well as another assailant, whose bulging veins betrayed his agitation beneath the black helmet. Minxing raised his head to glance at the silver helmet that exuded an air of wariness towards him. He coughed 3 times, clutching his chest, and spat a mouthful of blood into his palm. As he finally approached the bandit, Minxing instructed the system to activate the pain suppression protocol. With 2 dark voids glaring at him, Minxing feigned weakness, shaking his body slightly before collapsing against the bandit, his legs betraying him. Minxing's figure was completely obscured by the leading man. Seizing the moment of hesitation from the silver-helmeted figure, Minxing swiftly wrapped her arm around the man's neck. With a forceful motion, the man rolled off Minxing's shoulder and crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Without pausing, Minxing continued her actions. Just as the silver-helmeted assailant was about to pull the trigger, a sharp pain radiated from his wrist, causing his handgun to clatter to the ground. A cry of agony escaped the silver-helmeted figure as he clutched his wrist, now dislocated by Minxing's decisive maneuver. She promptly retrieved the fallen handgun and hurled it out of the bank's entrance. Meanwhile, after enduring a prolonged period of anticipation, Hideki finally seized a wooden stick and delivered a powerful punch to the robber's abdomen. Rushing forward, Rikuya Zero swiftly approached the black-helmeted assailant, seizing his left hand that had reached into his jacket and gripping it tightly. With a deft motion, he executed a shoulder throw, slamming the man onto the ground. In Chapter 20, the turn of events, Jabufu Kajimitsu swiftly kicked down another man wielding a wooden stick. Using clever force, he wrested the stick from the man's grasp, twisting his arm behind his back and pinning him down with the stick pressed firmly against his back, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, Hajiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei, demonstrating a shared understanding, approached the mother and daughter duo to assess their injuries. Minxing and Ryagwen Sire returned to their companions, each wielding a firearm. Minxing settled into a chair, observing as the police burst into the bank, regaining control of the chaotic scene. Just when everyone believed the turmoil had subsided, the leading man abruptly seized a handgun that had fallen beside him. In a fit of desperation, the man, realizing his robbery had failed and he was about to be apprehended, recklessly fired a shot into the crowd. The police, momentarily taken aback, swiftly disarmed him, securing handcuffs around his wrists, and shouted to the onlookers, "Quickly disperse." Minxing listened intently to the familiar sound of gunfire, lifting his head with a slight tremor in his pupils. The bullet raced towards Yida Hang, the sound of the wind growing ever closer, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. The slow-motion scenes depicted in films and animations are utterly deceptive. The moment one perceives a bullet hurtling towards them, it is already too late. At such a perilously close distance, Yida Hang, a student at the police academy, found himself unable to evade, his mind consumed with guilt towards his father. He realized he had misjudged his father. Even the most meticulous caution could harbor oversights, a truth he finally grasped just moments before facing dire consequences. Yet, it was Minxing, reacting with swifter instinct than anyone else, including Idahang himself, who stood up and forcefully tackled him to the ground, the bullet piercing through Minxing's left shoulder without hesitation. Minxing silently pressed his hand against his shoulder, the pain modulation system allowing him to move with ease. He offered a reassuring smile to Idahang and, without hesitation, approached the dazed officer, apologetically stating, "I am terribly sorry, officer. Could you kindly call for an ambulance?" The attending physician at the General Hospital, ID number 0067. "Thank you." The officer, having never witnessed someone shot yet still capable of such actions, was momentarily stunned, but the sight of blood dripping from Minxing's palm jolted him into action. Instinctively, he pulled out his phone to make the call. In a flurry, 5 police academy recruits rushed over. Zhu Jinguang, his face ashen, took out a handkerchief and pressed it against Minxing's left shoulder wound. As blood rapidly soaked through the white fabric, Zhu Jinguang visibly panicked, momentarily unable to discern who among them was the actual injured party. Minxing bitterly curved his lips. For today, he had injected the serum intended for tomorrow's performance to enhance its realism. In a scenario where daily dosages are meticulously calculated, such an act on Minxing's part verges on self-destruction. The once virtually limitless regenerative cells and blood now fervently combat the serum's effects on his heart, leaving no surplus capacity to address his bodily wounds. Moreover, administering the injection a day in advance disrupts the already established experimental cycle. Were it not for the presence of a pain perception suppression system, Minxing would have long succumbed to unconsciousness. Minxing struggled to swallow the blood that had risen to his throat. Initially, when the pain was within his tolerable limits, he dared to jest and put on a brave front. However, as his condition worsened beyond his control, he felt compelled to conceal his suffering. Observing the panic and helplessness etched on the faces of the 5, he feigned nonchalance and waved his left hand dismissively, saying, "Don't worry. We'll be at the hospital shortly." However, Zero, holding down Minxing's restless left hand, and Kinji, covering Minxing's mouth, both urged in unison, "Don't move. Don't speak." As Daiki gazed at Minxing's profusely bleeding wound and his apparent impending loss of consciousness, he stood frozen in place, unable to act. Realizing that Minxing was injured because of him, Daiki could hardly bear to look at the others' faces. After chastising himself with a sharp slap, he forced himself to regain focus and, with careful precision, stepped forward to lift Minxing, avoiding the injury on his left shoulder. Time seemed to stretch interminably as they anxiously awaited each passing second. Finally, losing his patience, Daiki held Minxing securely and dashed out of the bank. "Class leader!" they exclaimed in astonishment, the 4 hastily following suit. The officer waiting in the bank looked on, visibly troubled, as Daiki rushed toward him. Fortunately, the distinctive siren of the ambulance drew nearer, bringing a sense of relief to the officer, who quickly instructed, "You all wait here. The ambulance will arrive shortly. One of you will need to come with me later for a statement." Minxing, as an injured party, was regarded with admiration by the officer as he was assisted into the ambulance by Zero, Daiki, Jinpei, and Kinji. The childhood trauma recounted by Jufu still lingered in his memory, and the consensus among the 4 was to allow him a temporary reprieve from it. Upon disembarking from the ambulance, Minxing's wound had ceased to bleed. Nevertheless, in a bid to avoid panic, he pressed a handkerchief tightly against the gunshot wound. Dr. Tenjo awaited at the emergency hall entrance, pushing a wheelchair, and upon seeing Minxing's pallid complexion as he gripped the wheelchair, he promptly ushered him inside. After Daiki placed Minxing in the wheelchair, the ever-polite Dr. Tenjo, with no time to express his gratitude, hurriedly propelled Minxing into the operating room. With the 4 closely trailing behind, halted at the closed doors of the surgical suite, Minxing was unceremoniously ushered into a specialized room within the operating theater. After the attending physician confirmed the absence of surveillance with a nod, Minxing deactivated the pain suppression system and gently expelled the blood that had been lodged in his throat. Within Minxing's heart, a miniature robot has been implanted, tasked with monitoring both his physiological condition and emotional fluctuations, while the pain suppression system allows Minxing to engage in any activity devoid of suffering. It concurrently numbs his neural feedback, rendering him incapable of accurate emotional response. Under severe injuries, a fleeting period of stability may be defensively justified by his high tolerance for pain. However, during the entirety of the experimental process, a complete absence of emotional variation would strip Minxing of his individuality. He would devolve into a mere experimental subject, entirely controlled by the organization, devoid of autonomous consciousness. This is a fate Minxing vehemently refuses to accept. Once under the organization's complete dominion, he would forfeit the significance of his existence in this world. He cannot allow his momentary self-interest to lead to such a catastrophic compromise of his mission, especially after his genuine interaction with the 5-member police academy team. The doctor in the attic is also affiliated with the organization, serving as the experimental agent under the supervision of Shueshu, who oversees Minxing's trials. Acting as an external support, he promptly acquires the necessary intelligence from the hospital and provides treatment for injured personnel at critical junctures. For instance, as is the case now. Chapter 21. Explanation. Minxing forced himself to climb onto the bed, curling up into a small ball. Every part of his body felt as though it had been torn apart, the agony rendering him breathless. As the effects of the medication took hold, His sense of bodily control waned, as if his entire form were no longer his own. Beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, emerged profusely, dampening his once fluffy black hair, which clung messily to his forehead. It was impossible to pinpoint the source of his pain. Rather, it felt as if every inch of him ached. The interminable and elusive torment made him gasp for air. Yet, astonishingly, he still found the strength to smile, seemingly accepting the consequences of disrupting the experimental cycle. However, the sensation of his consciousness fracturing was far from pleasant. Summoning all his will, Minxing struggled to rise. Extending his long arm to grasp the garbage bin on the floor, expelling mouthfuls of gastric acid mixed with blood. He felt as though he had been tossed into a washing machine, endlessly spinning and churning. Minxing felt as though the world was spinning around him. Yet his consciousness remained strikingly clear. He was completely unaware of his own body, but the pain coursing through him was undeniably real. In that instant, he could not discern reality from illusion, and his mind was thoroughly disordered, leading him to faint. When he regained consciousness, the pain within him had dissipated, and the wound on his left shoulder had been properly attended to. Yida Hang, who had been vigilantly watching by his side, noticed Minxing's awakening and excitedly roused the other 4 individuals. The 5 of them collectively blocked the room's light, causing Minxing to struggle for breath. With a stiff smile, he managed to say, "Everyone, please step back a bit. I'm feeling a little unwell." It was only upon speaking that Minxing realized the hoarseness of his voice. Upon hearing his words, the others quickly scattered like startled birds. The bright yet gentle light illuminated Minxing's face, and Yida Hang respectfully bowed to him, apologizing. "Xing, I'm so sorry. I didn't react in time, and it led to your injury." Seeing the guilt etched on Yida Hang's face left Minxing somewhat bewildered, but he shook his head and replied, "What are you talking about, class leader? It was I who pushed you. The blame for the injury should lie with the one who fired the shot, right? Besides, it's not a serious wound. It will heal with some rest." Observing Minxing's nonchalant demeanor, Yida Hang, a grown man, felt tears welling in his eyes. "What do you mean it's not serious? A bullet is lodged in your body. If help hadn't arrived in time, and you kept bleeding, Xing, you might have." Ryuya Zero stood on his toes, akin to how Yida Hang had previously comforted them, and placed a reassuring hand on the class leader's shoulder. "The injury is indeed grave, but it has nothing to do with the class leader. We spent a considerable time outside the operating room persuading the class leader. And Xing has said the same. Please don't blame yourself." Minxing pondered for a long time, unable to devise a way to console Yida Hang. He could only nod in agreement with what Rika Katsuragi had said. Yida Hang forced a smile. "Then I shall not mention this matter any further. From now on, our bond shall be one of life and death." Aware that the class leader's emotions had yet to stabilize, everyone nodded in unison, affirming, "Indeed, a bond of life and death." After addressing Yida Hang's guilt, the bedridden Minxing became the focal point of interrogation. "Xing, confess honestly. What was the matter with the first few mouthfuls of blood you coughed up? Don't trivialize it by claiming it was tomato juice." "I am quite sensitive to the sin of blood," inquired Sagufu Kayokata, his tone serious. After 5 hours of calming down, Sagufu's emotions had returned to normal. Even though he had contemplated that, as a future police officer, he and those around him would inevitably face injury, he had never anticipated that day would arrive so swiftly, particularly for the youngest among them. Next, Hajawara Kinji, usually adorned with a smile, now wore a serious expression, tinged with anger. "Xing, why did you not discuss your intention to act as a hostage with us beforehand? Setting aside your physical condition at the time, even if you were perfectly fine, you ought to have informed us before making such a decision. Your actions today have caused us immense worry." Matsuda Jinpei, ever cheerful, maintained a playful demeanor. Yet his tone was less than amiable. "Xing, do you believe that bearing all the burdens alone makes you exceptionally heroic? You absolute fool. Were you planning to single-handedly take down all the robbers and tend to your wounds in silence if we had not intervened? While it may seem impressive, it is utterly inadvisable. If it happens again, I shall give you a good thrashing." Matsuda Jinpei brandished his fist threateningly at Minxing. Minxing listened to their inquiries with her eyes spinning in confusion, desperately casting her gaze towards the silent figures of Zero Kirigane and Hikari Ida. To her dismay, the two merely averted their eyes to the sky, the ground, or each other, utterly ignoring her. Minxing furrowed her brows, realizing that she could not escape today's predicament. With great effort, she covered half of her face with her hand and lamented. "Which of these numerous questions am I to answer? You are putting me in quite a difficult position." Minxing attempted to minimize the number of questions he needed to answer by exploiting linguistic loopholes. Yet, Zhufu Jingguang saw through his petty ruse with keen clarity. Letting out a cold snort and smiling with narrowed eyes, "It's quite all right, Xing. If you answer them one by one, it shall not be too burdensome, will it?" Minxing did not relinquish his grip, responding in a muffled voice, resigned to his fate. "The few drops of blood are merely the result of artificial plasma. I assure you, I am entirely unscathed. As for the presence of artificial plasma, it stems from my childhood solitude, wherein I would engage in theatrical performances with myself. The apparent anguish I exhibit is due to my frequent portrayal of a patient in my youth. Now, regarding the matter of Hagi, my solitude is a reflection of my belief in the preciousness of time and my unwavering confidence in my martial prowess. I am certain that I will not falter. And I am aware that any discussions with you would undoubtedly dissuade my thoughts. Lastly, concerning Xiao Jinping, I genuinely perceive myself as remarkable, having successfully accomplished the task of rescuing hostages while ensuring my own safety. As for quietly tending to my wounds, I do not foresee that occurring. There is no cause for concern on that front. Such minor injuries require no intervention, as they will naturally heal over time. Therefore, I will not find myself in a situation of silently addressing my wounds. Minxing selectively evaded certain questions he could not answer. He was acutely aware that his responses would likely not align with what they wished to hear. Nonetheless, he resolutely refused to utter any falsehoods. He preferred silence over dissembling. Upon hearing Minxing's replies, Zhufu Jingguang bowed his head, reflecting for a moment before finding the absurdity of the situation amusing. Minxing deftly sidestepped all pertinent inquiries, providing no elaboration on the matters that required it, opting instead for a perfunctory approach. Just as Zhufu Jingguang was about to articulate his thoughts, Minxing abruptly lowered his palm from half his face and swiftly curled himself into the blanket. I'm tired now. It's quite dark. You must return to school promptly, lest you incur penalties for missing curfew. It would be difficult to explain to instructor Guizhuang. Do not bear any consequences on my behalf. No cost is worth it. Chapter 22. Never departed. Minxing's voice, muffled by the heavy quilt, carried a certain weight. He curled himself tightly within the covers, leaving no trace of his silhouette for the 5 companions. He feared that their unwavering commitment to stay by his side would jeopardize Rikuya's opportunity to graduate with distinction. Minxing urged them once more, hurry, remember to eat. Time is running out. Do not linger here with me. I shall be fine. You wouldn't want to upset me, would you? The 5 exchanged glances. And upon noticing Minxing's reluctance to emerge from the covers, their fear of her suffocating herself compelled them to reluctantly exit the room. Inside the blankets, Minxing pressed her hand tightly against her chest, shutting her eyes to ignore the surrounding darkness. After faintly hearing the door open and close, she remained still for a minute longer, fearing their departure was merely a ruse. Gradually, she straightened her body and cautiously peeked her head from the covers. After surveying the room and confirming it was indeed empty, Minxing fully emerged from her cocoon. As she inhaled the fresh air, her face flushed, and physiological tears welled in her eyes. She managed a weak smile. She understood they were all genuinely kind individuals, witnessing her distress. They surely could not bear to leave her like this. However, being an exemplary graduate was crucial for Lu Gu, and the favorable impression of instructor Guizhu mattered greatly to each of them. She could not afford to be selfish, for delaying them single-handedly would be unjust. How could she ever deserve the sacrifices they had made? Minxing's lips trembled slightly, making it difficult to discern whether the moisture in his eyes stemmed from physiological tears or the ache in his heart. The pillow beneath his head gradually became soaked. The door creaked open a fraction, revealing 5 individuals who formed a vertical line, peering into the room. Upon noticing that Minxing had emerged from the covers, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, then stealthily closed the door. The 5 of them slumped on the corridor bench, dejected and at a loss for words. How could they possibly return? The doctor in the courtyard refused to show them Minxing's medical report, no matter what they said. After presenting their police academy credentials, they were denied even a glance at the report, which clearly indicated that Minxing's condition was dire. Ray Furuya's voice was tinged with melancholy. When Shing coughed up blood, it surely wasn't the artificial plasma he mentioned. The texture was distinctly different. Aware of the underlying circumstances yet unable to divulge any details, Ray could only subtly remind his companions. Shiki Kagoku and Kinji Hajiwara exchanged glances, simultaneously grasping Ray's unspoken implications. Hyuka Ida slumped against the bench, his right hand shielding his forehead from the dim light. Shang appears utterly unconcerned about his wounds, despite the excruciating pain from the gunshot, which would render most people voiceless. Shang speaks as if everything is fine and shows no care for the severity of his injuries. It pains me to see that, even as friends, he doesn't confide in us. Jinpei Matsuda covered his face with his hands to mask his emotions. What must we do to make Shing believe in us? He's the one who would swallow his own teeth rather than complain. Yet when responding to my inquiries, he mocks me by suggesting that I would shoulder everything alone. When will Shang learn to care for himself? A glimmer of moisture trickled through Matsuda's fingers. The police are useless. If only they had arrived sooner. If they hadn't been so pretentious with their intimidation tactics and had acted decisively instead. How could Shang be lying in that bed? Useless, a bunch of arrogant pretenders. Among those present, aside from Ray, several had familial ties to the police. Hearing Matsuda's grievances, a trace of embarrassment crossed their faces, yet they silently concurred with his sentiments. The oppressive atmosphere began to envelop Minxing, who skillfully swallowed his emotions, unable to either digest or expel them. Under the calming influence of the medication, he drifted into a deep slumber. As dawn pierced the heavy sky, breathing life into a new day, the courtyard doctor nearly fumbled the medical file in his hands. Taken aback by the sight of 5 grown men huddled together on 4 benches, looking utterly forlorn. How could anyone in an organization like theirs have friends? They were all driven by self-interest. Chernino appeared to have many friends, fretting over his injury in a rather unseemly manner. The courtyard doctor silently passed by them, opened the door, and slipped inside. Indeed, Minxing blinked awake, turning his gaze from the window to the doctor, nodding politely. Good morning, doctor. The doctor nodded in return, intending to follow his usual protocol of discussing Minxing's health, only to be taken aback when Minxing boldly stated, Doctor, Could you please assist me with my discharge paperwork shortly? At that moment, the doctor truly struggled to maintain his grip on the file. Lord Yukitora had insisted that Minxing must remain in the hospital today. The effort to save Minxing yesterday was already the culmination of the doctor's best efforts. And should any unforeseen incidents occur today, it would mean yet another ordeal for both of them. The doctor firmly disagreed. Your blood count is critically low. You won't be able to withstand any sudden developments. Minxing was exceptionally resolute. Tianjing, he must have conveyed to you that everything is subject to my will. You cannot defy his orders. Tianjing felt somewhat troubled, yet the boss had laid down clear regulations. Simino's request could not be denied, and commands must not be disobeyed. Minxing discerned the dilemma faced by the doctor in the courtyard and softened her voice, assuring him, rest assured, I shall not return here today. I promise. The doctor, who was unwaveringly obedient to the organization, though apprehensive about the potential complications that might arise for himself, reluctantly acquiesced to Minxing's request for discharge. Clutching the medical records tightly, he exited the ward in silence, slightly intensifying the motion of closing the door behind him. As the doctor entered the room, the 5 individuals who had already regained consciousness promptly rose to their feet. Hideko, with genuine concern, inquired, Good day, doctor. How is my friend's health? The doctor feigned a semblance of a smile, responding, Your friend's condition is relatively stable. However, it is imperative to maintain a balanced and light diet. Currently, his platelet count is somewhat low, and his blood sugar levels are also beneath the normal range. You must take extra care of him, as his self-awareness regarding his condition is limited. Frequent visits to the hospital can be quite burdensome and costly. With that, the doctor, devoid of any interest in the expressions of the 5, hastily made his way toward the office. Ryuga Zero and Shibuki Kagyuki exchanged worried glances and gently knocked on the door. Minshi was somewhat taken aback. Who could possibly be seeking him at such an early hour? Could it be Chinjio or Haishiju? Minxing suppressed the doubts within, responding with a courteous invitation to enter. As Idako, Ryagwen Seigo, Jubin Kajimitsu, Matsuda Jinhei, and Hajiwara Kinji filed in one after another, Minxing felt an unusual heaviness in his chest, unable to hold back the tears welling in his eyes. Chapter 23. Discharge. Hajiwara Kinji waved his hand, a hint of pride evident as he observed Minxing's reddened eyes. Ah, Minxing, you couldn't possibly believe we would leave you behind, could you? Come on, you're currently lying in a hospital bed. How could we be so heartless as to abandon you? Idako recalled Minxing's admonition from the previous night and reassured him. Rest assured. We contacted Instructor Oizuka last night. Our credits 1T be affected. It's a special circumstance. At this moment, Minxing's emotions were indescribably complex. He was acutely aware that causing others to suffer because of him was an exceedingly detestable matter. Yet, when he found himself as the one being acquiesced to, he felt an inexplicable joy. Simultaneously, a profound sadness enveloped him. He had become the variable. Without his presence, these events would not have transpired. Unable to weigh the pros and cons, Minxing closed his reddened eyes and smiled faintly, murmuring, Thank you all. He opened his eyes once more. Resolute in his decision to savor the moment amidst his indecision, he would alter the fates of them all. So he implored to momentarily indulge in aspirations that were not rightfully his during these fleeting 4 years. The doctor from the hospital, remaining silent, gently knocked on the door. Upon seeing Minxing nod, he entered and handed over the folder in his grasp, stating, Here is your medical report. Take a look at it. After delivering his message, the doctor offered a polite smile to the remaining 5 individuals before turning away, his expression instantly cooling as he rubbed his temples and departed. One could only hope that Simino would not return to the hospital today, for the instruments here far exceeded the precision his body could endure. Last night, the medication had barely subdued the turmoil within him, and true safety would not be assured until the night had passed. Initially, he had considered keeping Simino in the hospital, where any adverse reactions could be promptly addressed with emergency measures. However, Simino was not someone he could compel. The doctor gently massaged his temples and eyes, which were aching from the strain of managing the instruments, and upon returning to his office, he laid down on the bed, closing his eyes in an attempt to find solace. Minxing sat up from the bed and, amidst the bewildered gazes of the 5, descended directly. Yida Hang, filled with concern, supported Minxing and asked, Are you heading to the restroom, Ah Sheng? Minxing shook her head, raising the folder in her hand with an air of certainty. No, of course, I am to be discharged. The doctor has already prepared the discharge certificate for me. We can leave right away. However, Ryo Kirigane, visibly anxious, hurriedly stopped Minxing as she was about to head towards the door. Ah Sheng, please do not jest. Given the severity of your injuries, how can you possibly return home today? What if you contract an infection? Minxing hesitated momentarily, lowering his head to confirm that his wound was properly bandaged and had not torn open. He then earnestly stated, No, there's no need to worry. I have a robust constitution and recover quickly. Such an injury is inconsequential. If I delay returning to school any longer, I will miss a great deal of coursework, which could lead to numerous complications. Jufu Jingguang and Hajiwara Kinji displayed their disapproval, obstructing the door. It's merely a few days of classes. What is there to fret about? If you're truly concerned, we can attend classes during the day and come back in the evening to help you catch up. You must remain in the hospital to recuperate properly. I will go fetch you some food. Seeing the door surrounded by his friends, Minxing sighed as he stood by the bed. Seizing the moment when their guard was down, he swiftly vaulted over the hospital bed and, with a leap, grasped the windowsill, propelling himself out of the ward. "Ah Sheng!" cried Idako, who was closest to the window, as he peered out to find Minxing standing on the ground below, beaming at him with a radiant smile. The five friends stared at the empty bed, momentarily taken aback. Eventually, Hajawara Kinji sighed and suggested, "All right, let us go downstairs. Ah Sheng truly leaves us no room to speak. It seems we cannot press him too hard. We must accommodate him." After escorting Min Sheng back to the dormitory, he peeked out, feigning earnestness. "Ah Sheng, avoid getting your wound wet, and remember to eat only a small amount of spicy food. Also, refrain from using your left shoulder too much, and try not to exert it." Observing Min Sheng's obvious distraction, Zhufu Jingguang and Akira Zero covered their faces in exasperation, deciding to say no more. It appeared that Min Shu was not paying attention at all. Exchanging glances, they wished to offer further advice, but if they remained by his side, there seemed little point in voicing those thoughts, comforting themselves with the notion that they had done their part. Zhufu Jingguang and Akira Zero quietly exited Min Sheng's dormitory and closed the door. By the time Min Sheng regained his awareness, both had long departed. He felt a twinge of guilt as he scratched his ear. In all honesty, had it been any other matter, he would have listened intently. Yet, Hero's and Zero's admonitions held no weight for him. After being lectured from the car ride to the dorm, Min Sheng glared blankly, wearied by the entire ordeal. Moreover, even if their advice were useful, could they not have quenched their thirst after 2.5 hours of talking? However, despite his complaints, Min Sheng himself was unaware that throughout their time together, a smile had never left his face. He yearned for love and companionship. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to Zhufu Jingguang, Akira Zero did not return to the dormitory. The words spoken by Matsuda Jinpei in the hospital corridor the previous night weighed heavily on his mind. It was evident that his disdain for the police was not a fleeting sentiment. The tone suggested a deep-seated grievance. Stealthily, Akira Zero crept into the school's archive room. Originally, they had successfully requested leave from Instructor Onizuka to stay with Min Sheng, but with Min Sheng's window escape, the five of them decided that since they had already taken time off, they might as well enjoy it. After all, Instructor Onizuka had assured them that their credits would not be deducted, and they could balance the rewards of their good deeds against any penalties. The hospital corridors were inhospitable, cold and hard, making it impossible to rest comfortably. They were still concerned about Min Sheng in the ward, having experienced a rather disorienting day yesterday. Akira Zero contemplated using this time to investigate Matsuda Jinpei, who was quite an enigma, loathing the police yet applying to the police academy, an odd contradiction. As he muttered to himself, his hands continued to work. At last, a familiar identification photo caught his eye. He pulled out Matsuda Jinpei's file, glancing through it, astonished. "Oh, so that's how it is? I never would have guessed. No wonder he was so quiet during our circle that day." He seemed to breathe a sigh of relief when he realized he didn't have to speak. A spark of interest flickered in Akira Zero's eyes as he returned Matsuda Jinpei's file and stealthily slipped out of the archive room. Chapter 24. Fainting again the following morning. Min Sheng timed his actions perfectly, opening the door just before Zhufu Jingguang could knock. Surprised, Zhufu Jingguang raised his hand in a gesture of triumph, exclaiming, "Sunrise." He patted his chest, scanning Min Sheng's attire and left shoulder with mild reproach. "Why are you out so early today? How did your wound feel last night?" "Ah Sheng, you really should communicate with us about these matters." Min Sheng revealed his tiger teeth and playfully stuck out his tongue. "I woke up quite early, so I thought I would surprise Hero. The wound is nothing serious, don't worry, Hero, such a minor injury is inconsequential. And there is no need for you to be concerned." Zhufu Jingguang poked Min Sheng's right shoulder with a slight firmness. "That is not acceptable. If you don't tell us and we discover it ourselves, we will only be more worried." Having had little rest the previous night, Ryuga Akiyama locked the door and, yawning, approached the two. "What is happening? What are you two arguing about so early in the morning?" "We're not arguing at all." Min Sheng shook his head vigorously, not wishing to continue the topic. He turned around, locked the door, and pushed the two out of the dormitory. "Oh, it's just trivial matters. Let us hurry to eat. I'm starving." Min Sheng had no appetite for the meal Matsuda had brought yesterday, managing to force down a few bites before ultimately feeling too unwell to continue eating. Under the stern supervision of Zero Kirigane and Kei Mitsuboshi, Min Sheng was allowed only a bowl of congee and a half plate of side dishes. Oh, at Min Sheng's insistence, a few morsels of meat, no larger than toothpicks, were added to the side dishes. Observing Min Sheng's woeful gaze fixed on his plate, Kei Mitsuboshi smirked and handed Min Sheng his chopsticks, saying, "All right, enough staring. Hurry and eat, or it will get cold." Beside them, Zero Kirigane was relishing his breakfast with vigorous enthusiasm, making it appear incredibly appetizing. However, the food in Min Sheng's bowl was devoid of any flavor, compelling him to force small bites into his mouth, which then slid down his throat into his stomach. The effects of the medication over the past 2 days had significantly irritated Min Sheng's gastric mucosa. He had become a quintessential example of someone who experienced gastric pain regardless of whether he overindulged, underate, or abstained entirely. This morning, while distracted by Zero Kirigane's enjoyable meal, Minxing inadvertently consumed an additional half bowl of rice, prompting a protest from his stomach. Ignoring this discomfort, Minxing strolled to the playground with a friend. Awaiting the arrival of Instructor Onizuka's new lesson, Instructor Onizuka approached the playground, holding a water cup in his left hand, chatting and laughing with a nearby teacher. He occasionally sipped from his thermos while casting a glance at the students arranged in 2 rows, letting out a sigh. He could faintly be heard saying, "Indeed. They're quite a handful." Yet, the undeniable pride etched on his face betrayed his true sentiments. After all, if one has a group of students who, shortly after the school year commenced, successfully thwarted a bank robbery, how could he not smile, regardless of their individual flaws? The role of a teacher is to assist students in rectifying their shortcomings, which implies that once these flaws are addressed, each of them could emerge as a capable hero. As Instructor Onizuka waved farewell to his colleagues, he retracted his smile, adopting a serious demeanor once more. Yes, there was Matsuda, who struggled to collaborate with others, Hato, who possessed strong organizational skills, Hajiwara, whose keen perception often led him astray, Kirigane, who excelled in all subjects but was overly rigid, and Shubuki, whose strong sense of justice was marred by childhood trauma from his parents' untimely demise. They were all present. Suddenly, a distinctly Chinese face flashed in Instructor Onizuka's vision. Wait. What was Minxing doing here? He vaguely recalled that the student had been hospitalized after being shot in the left shoulder, even making the news. Hadn't they taken leave yesterday to accompany him? How was he already discharged today? Instructor Onizuka formed a loose fist and lightly coughed into it. Addressing Minxing directly, "Minxing, is your injury healed?" Suddenly called out. Minxing quickly raised his hand, declaring, reporting, "Sir, I was merely shot in the left shoulder. It will not hinder my training. I am confident I can manage." After all, he had completed a shooting mission even when his right hand was nearly incapacitated. A mere minor injury was trivial in comparison. Instructor Onizuka frowned, for he had an aversion to brash youths who spoke without thought. Furthermore, a live-fire exercise was scheduled later, and the recoil might cause his previously healed wound to reopen. Minxing was brimming with confidence, yet the instructor held a different opinion. "No. This matter cannot be taken lightly. You must return to your dormitory immediately. Your attendance in my class is no longer required." Minxing was momentarily taken aback. Shaking his head as he implored, "Instructor, I would never jest with my own life. Please trust me just this once. I earnestly wish to train in this lesson. If I truly feel unwell, I will request leave from you." No sooner had he finished speaking than his sleeve was firmly grasped by both Ryuga Zero and Shibuki Kagemitsu, who stood beside him. "Xing, do not act recklessly. Did we not agree on this? If there is no live-fire training today, you shall remain. But if live-fire training occurs, you must return to the dormitory." Minxing stuck out his tongue, aware that they cared for him to some extent. However, he was truly reluctant to take unnecessary leave. After their brief interactions, he did not wish to miss any opportunity to be with them. After all, with each missed moment, the time he could spend with them diminished further. Instructor Guizhu let out a cold snort, dismissing the obstinate youth who refused to heed warnings. It seemed that despite having trained in America, Minxing was well shielded by his family. Those who had never suffered from gunshot wounds could hardly comprehend their terror. With this in mind, he decided to have them run 10 laps as a warm-up, which would also serve to dissuade Minxing. Instructor Guizhu remained silent, tacitly allowing Minxing's request, and turned to the field. "Everyone, run 10 laps to warm up. Go now." The 6 individuals exchanged glances and formed 2 lines, placing Minxing in the center of the front row as they proceeded onto the track to begin their laps. The only one privy to the underlying circumstances, Ryuga Zero, watched Minxing intently, while the others, under Zero's silent discretion, were only aware that Minxing was indeed unwell, without grasping the full situation. The 6, all possessing excellent physical capabilities, found running 10 laps to be a mere trifle. Just as they believed this round would proceed without incident, Minxing's brow furrowed subtly. At the onset of the final lap, a faint electric current surged from a micromachine, delivering a fierce jolt to Minxing's heart. After having barely caught his breath, his heart was struck once more, the pain escalating to an unbearable level. Unable to activate the pain suppression system due to an organizational malfunction, Minxing coughed up blood. As the electric shocks intensified, he instinctively reached for Jufuku-kyuku's hand. Ryuga Zero, who had been closely observing Minxing, noticed the anomaly before Jufuku and swiftly caught Minxing, barely discerning the words tinging amidst the blood that spilled from his lips. Chapter 25, the tortured Yukiki Jufuku-kyoku and Ida Ko also reacted, witnessing Minxing collapse, prompting Matsuda Arida to dash towards Instructor Guizhu. "Instructor, Minxing has fainted." Hajiwara Kinji, under Zero's direction, pulled out his phone to dial the emergency number for the general hospital, specifying Dr. Ninjing. Jufuku-kyoku leaned close to Minxing, gripping his hand tightly. Recognizing the familiar scene, Ida Ko gritted his teeth and lifted Minxing into his arms, racing towards the school gate alongside Matsuda and the others. Upon receiving the transfer call, Dr. Ninjing felt a wave of dread wash over him. He had returned to the hospital the previous day, and today was no different. With a furrowed brow, he hurried to disinfect and prepare for surgery, uncertain of the cause of this latest crisis. The 5 from the police academy swiftly placed Minxing onto the wheelchair prepared by Dr. Ninjing. Observing the unconscious Minxing, Dr. Ninjing cursed under his breath. The severe pain from the previous day hadn't caused Simino to faint. This situation put him at a disadvantage. As he wheeled Minxing into the operating room, he retrieved his computer to request access to the micromachine data implanted within Minxing from his superior, Yukiki. Without this authorization, he could not access any information regarding Minxing's bodily condition. At this juncture, Minxing was already unconscious, making it impossible to ascertain what had transpired through dialogue. This situation underscored the critical importance of timely access to permissions. Dr. Tingjing's fingers danced across the keyboard, having submitted the request thrice, yet Yukiki, who typically approves such requests immediately, remained silent today. Minxing, lying in the wheelchair, occasionally convulsed, the veins in his arms grotesquely bulging. His lips took on a dark purple hue, the dried blood no longer discernible. As Dr. Tingjing anxiously awaited a response, beads of sweat formed on his brow. Simino was the organization's most crucial experimental subject. Should anything go awry with him, it would surely lead to dire consequences for Dr. Tingjing. Abandoning hope for the micromachine authorization, he carefully laid Minxing down on the hospital bed and endeavored to analyze his condition using the available instruments. Blood sugar levels were critically low, platelet counts were insufficient, adrenaline levels were excessively high, immune cell molecular levels were alarmingly elevated, arrhythmias were present, and brainwave activity was unstable. What's more, there were unexplained electrical reactions near the heart. This segment was linked to the micromachine, indicating an organizational malfunction. Realizing this, Dr. Tingjing furrowed his brow and distanced himself from the instruments to contact Jin directly. In the interrogation room, Jin stood at the door, idly scrolling through his phone. The Black Death gazed intently at the trembling Yukiki, slowly pressing a trident into her abdomen and then violently withdrawing it. Blood poured forth, and Yukiki cried out in agony from the sudden pain, her eyes darting towards Jin, whose expression remained unyielding, heightening her anxiety. The Black Death discarded the trident and picked up a silver needle, measuring its positioning before attempting to plunge it into Yukiki's left chest. Jin suddenly interjected, "Black Death. Wait, Simino is in trouble." The interruption irked the Black Death, who handled the silver needle with irritation, snapping, "What does Simino's predicament have to do with me? If you're not going to act, then leave." Having found a convenient excuse to torment Yukiki, the Black Death was furious, speaking without thinking. Jin turned his phone towards the Black Death and silently began to unlock Yukiki's restraints. The Black Death begrudgingly caught the phone, his palm stinging from the impact. Mumbling something as he examined the screen, "Jin, I have no authority to communicate with you. However, my superior, Yukiki, has gone missing for reasons unknown. Additionally, there has been a significant change in the micromachines within Simino's body, and he is currently unconscious. I hope you can reach Yukiki, otherwise, Simino's life will be in jeopardy." Dr. Tingjing's expression shifted dramatically. Everyone within the organization understood that this technology had been developed and implanted solely by Yukiki. In other words, all the issues arising with Simino could only be resolved by her. Yet, the thought of releasing Yukiki did not sit well with the Black Death. He gritted his teeth, recalling how he had painstakingly discovered a flaw in the experimental data submitted by Yukiki, using it to suggest to the boss that Yukiki might be concealing experimental information and hoarding the results of the potion. Coincidentally, the boss had harbored grievances against Yukiki, leading to her current predicament in the interrogation room, with the Black Death serving as the chief investigator. Ignoring the Black Death's thoughts, Jin swiftly tossed Yukiki towards him after unbinding her. Previously disinterested in what he deemed a farcical interrogation, Jin now wore an icy expression. His narrow, phoenix-like eyes narrowed threateningly. "Black Death, don't be a hindrance." Taking the phone directly from Hisek, she pulled the unsteady Shueshu out of the interrogation room and made her way to Shueshu's exclusive laboratory. Hisek, whose mind was already in a haze, was startled into clarity by the intensity of Qingjiao's gaze, yet he could only glare at Qingjiao's back as he dragged Shueshu away, cursing in German with a mix of frustration and helplessness. Qingjiao halted outside the laboratory, raising his chin slightly. "Go in, save Simino." Shueshu offered a grateful smile to Qingjiao, understanding that time was of the essence. Without uttering a word, she pushed the door open and seated herself at the computer. As soon as she powered it on, a multitude of request windows and warning alerts instantly flooded the screen. Shueshu swiftly retrieved a powerful hemostatic tablet from a nearby vial, consuming it as she focused intently on the task at hand. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, leaving behind fleeting shadows. Though trembling, her strikes remained precise. After meticulously managing the situation, Shueshu cautiously shut down the computer, confirming it was off before clutching her wound and unsteadily exiting the laboratory. Inside the medical room, Shueshu revealed a wound that was exceedingly complex to suture, prompting a deep sigh from the medical staff as they prepared for the intricate procedure. Noticing Qingjiao, who had followed but remained at the doorway, Shueshu casually remarked, "Fortunately, Hisek ceased his actions relatively early. Otherwise, my injuries would have worsened, and so would Minxing's." Hearing the words he longed for, Qingjiao lightly tapped the back of his phone with his fingertip before silently turning to leave. Watching him depart, Shueshu took out her phone. Glancing at the listening device nestled within its case, a faint, weary smile gracing her lips. Finally allowing herself to relax, exhaustion and intense pain overwhelmed her consciousness, causing her to collapse heavily onto the hospital bed. Chapter 26, Matsuda Jinpei. The doctor at Tianjin, having finally received news, stared at the email from Lady Shueshu, rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't imagining things before nearly slamming his keyboard in disbelief. Everything is normal, no need for concern. What on earth was that? He had exerted considerable effort to contact Lord Qingxiao, while Simino lay just a short distance away on his deathbed. Was this nonchalant assurance the conclusion provided by the person in charge? What was he supposed to do? Watch Simino perish before his eyes? Then follow suit in self-inflicted demise? What a cruel jest, and not one bit amusing. As the doctor found himself at a loss, Min Xing, whom he had been intently observing for nearly an hour, suddenly stirred awake on the hospital bed. His face was flushed from asphyxiation, and he sprang up, gasping for breath. The doctor instinctively turned his gaze to the monitoring equipment, where a critical data line exhibited a dramatic exponential increase, barely pulling Min Xing back from the brink of danger. His mouth hung open, unable to close. As he took a long moment to collect himself, gazing at the living Min Xing with a complex expression, he mused silently, could this be the prowess of the top experimental personnel, Lady Shueshu? No wonder she remained unperturbed. Indeed, those with true capability maintain their composure. The doctor chided himself, recognizing that some truths were best left undiscovered, thus finding solace in his ignorance. After all, being oblivious was far preferable to losing one's life. Min Xing could surmise a few things. He also understood that inquiring about them would yield no answers from the Tianjing doctor. He merely smiled in silence, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your efforts, Tianjing doctor. I appreciate your assistance. Min Xing rose from the hospital bed, gazing gently at the physician in the courtyard. Entirely uncharacteristic of a patient frail and on the brink of collapse. The courtyard doctor remained silent for a considerable time, murmuring, not a bother, not a bother. Min Xing nodded slightly, choosing not to utter another word. The 5 individuals outside the operating room were taken aback, their astonishment evident as they beheld Min Xing emerge alone. Min Xing extended his hand with a bright smile, urging, let us return. I apologize for causing you concern. It was merely an unforeseen circumstance. The crowd was thoroughly alarmed by the sight of Min Xing spitting blood and fainting, having visited the hospital twice within 3 days for different reasons. Despite his eloquent reassurances, they remained resolute in their determination not to let him off easily. As Min Xing exited the hospital, he chuckled lightly, declaring that it was merely an old ailment and nothing serious, urging them not to fret. He refrained from elaborating further, fearing it might bore them. However, Rihara Kinji immediately countered as soon as Min Xing finished speaking, exclaiming, what are you saying, Xing? How could we possibly be weary of you? It is our concern for you that drives our curiosity about your privacy. It is you who should not find us bothersome. Min Xing wished to refrain from further discussing this topic, as it had been reiterated numerous times in recent days. He was not weary of it. Yet he deemed it unnecessary. Such matters were burdens he preferred to bear alone, keeping them to himself. Min Xing's thoughts were quite simple. There was no need for them to be burdened with the dreary and trivial past. They merely needed to enjoy their 4 years of university life. Experiencing a brief farewell that was sufficient. The 5 friends gathered around Min Xing, persistently inquiring about his well-being, but each question was met with his silence, which served as a barrier. They exchanged glances, letting out a resigned sigh. It appeared that they could not pry open his lips for the time being. There was no rush. Time would reveal its secrets. In recent days, even with the assistance of Meng Wuyo, Min Xing's sleep remained rather tormenting. It seemed that the medication he received 2 days prior inadvertently accelerated his body's rejection of his consciousness. Although his healing pace still surpassed that of ordinary individuals, it was rapidly declining compared to the remarkable recovery he experienced during the initial years following his experiment. Min Xing sat on the bed, letting out a sigh tinged with melancholy as he sliced through the bandage that had been serving to bind his left shoulder. Upon seeing the fully healed wound, now marked by a deep crimson scar, he became lost in contemplation. If one were to extrapolate from the current pace, how much time might remain for him? Perhaps this was no longer an enigma. On the rooftop, the clandestinely arranged confrontation unfolded between Ryo Takagami and Jinpei Matsuda, each poised in an aggressive stance against the other. Ryo, with a provocative smile, inquired, I've always been curious. Why, after so vehemently rejecting the police that day in the hospital corridor, do you now aspire to be one while standing in police academy? Jinpei adjusted the brim of his cap, allowing the already partially obscuring police hat to shield his eyes completely. Ryo relaxed his stance, further probing, your father, if I recall correctly, was wrongfully apprehended, right? Did this incident foster your disdain for the police? Upon noticing Ryo's shift, Jinpei too relaxed, sprawling lazily on the ground. Did Javi say that? Such a blabbermouth. Ryo shook his head, indicating that it was not Kinji Hajiwara who informed him. Ryo Takagami, upright in his moral stance, could not explicitly share the tale of how he had infiltrated the archives, yet he could not allow such a burden to rest on Kinji's shoulders. Fortunately, Jinpei did not delve deeper into the matter, instead offering a self-deprecating smile. In truth, I know that if my father had intervened back then, perhaps the murder could have been averted. I understand this all too well, but I will never forgive those who mistakenly shattered my father's dream of becoming a police officer. Ryo's intrigue deepened, and then, why, having loathed the police, do you now wish to join their ranks? Jinpei sprang up from the ground, propping himself up with his hands and raising the brim of his cap back to its original position. He approached the rooftop railing, gazing into the distance at the mountains beyond the school building. Suddenly, he turned with a strikingly handsome smile. Isn't it obvious? I intend to unleash my frustrations by giving someone a good beating. Rio was momentarily dazzled by Jinpei's radiant and resolute smile. Having grown amidst rumors and whispers, he did not wallow in self-pity or blame the world. Instead, he dared to seize power, genuinely seeking justice for himself and his father. Although the incident involving Jinpei's father had been clarified following a thorough investigation, the lukewarm statements and explanations offered no solace. Only by delivering a genuine blow to the hasty decision-maker could the grievances of over a decade truly be expressed, even if only in a physical sense. Rio, casting aside their previous antagonism, extended his fist toward Jinpei with a smile. Go for it. You can do it. Jinpei had prepared himself for ridicule before uttering these words. After all, attempting to challenge a high-ranking officer as a mere student was undeniably audacious. Thus, he was taken aback by Rio's gesture. The smile on Jinpei's face blossomed even brighter, for in that moment, he began to reconcile with his past self. He extended his fist, meeting Rio's with a firm collision. Thank you. Behind the rooftop door, three figures exchanged glances, and after a brief silence, rushed to the door to join Rio and Jinpei. In their astonishment, they too extended their right hands, colliding with the duos to form a five-pointed star. Let us do this. The five stood together, unreservedly displaying their joy, laughing heartily at the sky and one another. Chapter 27. Vigilant oversight. As the laughter of the five gradually subsided, the setting sun cast a deepening darkness over the sky. Thoughts of Minxing, who lay in slumber, brought a somber weight to their expressions. It felt as if there was some peculiar misfortune that clung to him. Whenever he ventured out, calamity seemed to follow. Hikaru Idate exhaled deeply, reflecting on the recent events. Rio nodded in agreement, counting on his fingers as he recounted. That time in shooting class, something happened with instructor Onizuka. Then, when we went out together, we encountered a bank robbery, and I thought today would be uneventful on campus. But then Minxing suddenly vomited blood and fainted. Why does it seem his injuries are growing more severe as time goes on? Kagami Jifuka gazed at the distant sky, gradually darkening with ink, and after a long contemplation, he spoke. I believe we should no longer allow Minxing to venture out alone. He seems to be experiencing a streak of misfortune. Whoever has the time should accompany him. We must never let him be alone, given Minxing's character. If he were to feel unwell while alone, he would simply claim he was tired and had taken a nap, even if he had fainted. Kinji Hajiwara nodded in agreement. As the last to join their circle of friendship, he had initially been unfamiliar with anyone except Jinpei. However, over time, Minxing's ability to perceive the emotions of those around him had touched him deeply, far beyond mere recognition. Most people, when noticing someone else's emotional turmoil, would often blurt out their concern. Though well-intentioned, this could be torturous for those who wish to keep their feelings private. The most commendable aspect of Minxing lies in his ability to recognize your anomalies without directly confronting you. Instead, he subtly points out these issues in a manner that goes unnoticed, ensuring that you are neither embarrassed nor that the problems fade away with time. As before, the first to notice the issues with Asian was Xing, yet he chose to confide this information solely to himself, opting to handle it personally. This meticulous and emotionally intelligent individual, paradoxically, remains oblivious to his own self-care. Hajiwara Kinji, amidst the conversations of the other four, gradually recalled the myriad of moments from the past few days. Although the time was brief, upon reflection, it was astonishing how much had transpired, clearly shaping each of their characters. Hajiwara Kinji chuckled softly to himself, delighted by the surprises each of them brought, including Xing. During their time together, he had unconsciously shifted his address from Minxing to Xing. He reminisced about Xing's indifferent attitude toward his own well-being, despite numerous inquiries. Xing deftly sidestepped the topic. Hajiwara Kinji embraced Shufuka Kageakira's suggestion. I too believe this is the way forward. Ideally, each of us could spend a day by Xing's side. On weekends, whoever is available can go, and when it's not their turn, they can attend to their own matters. Whenever Hajiwara Kinji mentioned Minxing's current physical condition, he couldn't help but frown. Xing truly cannot be left alone. He remained blissfully unaware of the problems inherent in his daily actions, yet to us, those behaviors were indeed significant concerns. We must strive to correct Xing's habits. Previously, he had been alone, which led him to this state. Now, however, it is different. With us by his side, Xing will undoubtedly improve. Kagami Ray eagerly raised his hand. I will stay with Xing on Monday. I have very few classes that day, and my schedule completely coincides with his. Matsuda Asian pulled out his phone to check his timetable, matching it against Minxing's schedule from their small group. After Tadaku and Shifuka Kageakira had claimed Wednesday and Thursday, he finally identified a day he could fully accompany Minxing. Excitedly, he raised his hand. Tuesday. I can spend the entire day with Xing. Hajiwara Kinji, having witnessed all of Matsuda Asian's actions, stifled a laugh behind his hand, refraining from exposing Matsuda's enthusiasm. He simply nodded. Then I shall take Friday. My classes are manageable. I'm flexible on any day. If any of you suddenly have commitments, feel free to swap with me. However, do not view this as overly critical. Your own mental and physical health is equally important. The five of them stacked their hands together and raised them in unison. Operation Protect Xing. Commence. Having resolved a rather significant concern, their steps as they departed were notably lighter than when they had arrived. Thus, through the clever collaboration of Shifuka Kage Akira and Hajawara Kenji, the potential crisis of the three eavesdroppers, who had come to listen to Kagami Rei and Matsuda Asian-'s conversation, was effortlessly averted. Min Sheng lay upon his bed, the shadows cast by the window framing his face with an exquisite charm. The jade-green hue of his tranquil dreams gently smoothed the furrowed brow he unconsciously bore in slumber. Oblivious to the grim reality that awaited him over the next 4 years, Min Sheng, having finally succumbed to deep sleep, wore a countenance devoid of the light-hearted smile that once graced his features. His once warm demeanor appeared distant, and the pallor of his face added a hint of melancholy. A night devoid of dreams unfolded. In recent weeks, Min Sheng had sensed an unsettling disquiet. His moments of solitude had dwindled to almost nothing. Each time he proposed the idea of venturing out for leisure, his suggestions were met with an array of excuses that consistently thwarted his desires. Min Sheng gazed at the message from Jiho in his phone's inbox, letting out a silent sigh. Resting his chin on his hand, he pondered how to scale the towering walls of the campus tonight, particularly under the watchful eyes of their tight-knit group of 5. Upon hearing Min Sheng's sigh, Ryugami Zero and Shubuki Kyuka hastily paused their activities and leaned closer to Min Sheng, blinking curiously at him. Min Sheng felt that after returning from the experiment tonight, it would be necessary to have a thorough conversation with him. He was not some fragile glass object that would shatter at the slightest touch. Why then? Were they so overly concerned about him when they had their own matters to attend to? However, it was evidently not the right moment. In response to their concern, Min Sheng gently tapped both of their foreheads and shook his head, saying, "It's all right. It's all right. I'm fine. You two should continue with your own tasks." Ragugu Rei and Shubu Kyuka exchanged skeptical glances, unable to compel Min Sheng to divulge what he wished to keep private. Reluctantly, they returned to their previous positions, huddled together in Min Sheng's dormitory, working on their group project. As Min Sheng observed the sky gradually darkening, a subtle chill crept in through the loosely shut window, bringing back the clarity of mind that had been momentarily lost in their engrossing game. Min Sheng smiled gently, her lips pressed together as she watched the two, embarrassed, scratching their heads and tentatively nudging Zhufu Jingguang and Jiang Guling. "All right, Hero and Zero, you have both been in my room for an entire day. I wonder what could possibly be so enticing. Hurry back to your own dormitories. I need to rest." With that, Min Sheng feigned a yawn, urging the two to hasten their packing. Finally managing to send them back to their dormitory, Min Sheng sat on her bed, letting out a sigh of relief. After sitting quietly for 2.5 hours, clearing her mind, she quietly opened the door, confirming that the two had succumbed to deep slumber. Min Sheng swiftly dashed to the school wall, skillfully climbing over it at the predetermined spot. She adeptly slipped into Jin's Porsche, watching the campus blur past as Jin pressed the accelerator. Chapter 28. Experimental state. The scent of blood was heavy on Jin, the palpable weariness diminishing his focus. Observing Jin, who had also labored throughout the day, Min Sheng felt a pang of discontent. The organization had too few capable individuals during his time in the organization. He could alleviate some of Jin's burdens. However, now, as he stepped into the campus, his presence felt glaringly conspicuous, entering the experiment without any means of concealment. The responsibilities he had previously undertaken, now resting alongside Jin's own, weighed heavily on Jin's shoulders. Perhaps it would be best for him to handle the next experiment alone. Min Sheng gently bit her lower lip and turned to look at her phone. Her right hand subconsciously scrolled through the email sent by Zhiwei, a sense of unease lingering in her mind that she had overlooked a crucial clue. She examined the emails repeatedly until the first 10 words of each message coalesced into a coherent passage, at which point the elusive clue began to emerge in her mind. Microrobot malfunction, Shueshu subjected to interrogation, an experiment tonight, proceed with caution. The fact that Shueshu and the microrobots were mentioned together by Zhiwei suggested a hidden connection between these two matters. However, the data pertaining to the microrobots in her batch had been scrutinized by the boss, and logically, anomalies should not have occurred, unless Shueshu had tampered with it surreptitiously, and only in relation to herself. Min Sheng continually constructed the rationale for events within his mind, yet all these notions awaited clarification until he truly beheld the snow-laden tree. In the organization, whether young or old, no one would engage in actions devoid of potential gain. To manipulate circumstances implied that there was profit to be garnered from him. Thus, the snow tree would undoubtedly convey a message, or rather, candidly illuminate this aspect. Min Sheng regarded himself as a mere commodity, incessantly weighing the pros and cons, detachedly extricating himself from all relational ties to establish a new series of plans for his future as an independent entity. Qinjiao observed the familiar expression on Min Sheng's face, his brow furrowed as he brought the car to a halt at the entrance of the laboratory. Just as Min Sheng was about to open the car door and alight, Qinjiao's voice, imbued with an enigmatic undertone, resonated. "Simino, set aside your impractical notions. As long as I draw breath, I shall bear the responsibility for all that is yours." Min Sheng paused momentarily as she alighted from the vehicle, turning to cast a fleeting glance at the weary Qinjiao. To her surprise, his perceptive nature revealed a flicker of uncertainty regarding the decision he had steadfastly made. Without uttering another word, Min Sheng merely nodded in acknowledgement before departing from Qinjiao's car. Qinjiao remained silent, observing Min Sheng's silhouette as she entered the laboratory. furrowing his brow as he pressed his fingers against his aching temples, leaning his head against the back of the chair for a brief respite. Minxing turned off his phone and, upon entering the laboratory, was unsurprised to find Xueshu present. He nodded slightly in a gesture of respect before taking a seat nearby to await the commencement of the experiment. In a hurried manner, Gongye Jihao emerged from a side room and, upon noticing Minxing seated quietly, her expression shifted from surprise to concern, only to be completely masked moments later. After exchanging a glance with Xueshu, who was seated at the computer, she said nothing but approached Xueshu with the vial in hand. "Sister, I have retrieved the reagent," she announced. A flicker of confusion crossed Minxing's eyes. Throughout the numerous experiments conducted over the years, he had never heard Shiho refer to Xueshu in such a manner. Xueshu accepted the vial of potion from Gongye Shiho, proceeding to combine it with another vial she had set aside. As the two elixirs gradually melded into a delicate shade of pink, Xueshu flashed a familiar smile at Minxing, courteously gesturing towards the restraint bed. "Please lie down on this bed. The potency of this experiment will be somewhat intensified. And considering the disruption of your previous experimental cycle, I suspect you may experience additional side effects this time." Minxing placed his phone on the chair and reclined on the restraining bed in a position etched in his memory. It had been quite some time since he last lay on this bed. Shiho Mayano approached with an inscrutable expression, securing the iron shackles firmly around Minxing's limbs and connecting various instruments to his body. Minxing closed his eyes, deliberately avoiding sight, as he endeavored to recall the clues gleaned from recent experiments. These clues, tangled and intricate, intertwined with a myriad of information, caused him considerable distress. Xueshu observed the expression on Minxing's face intently, noting his silent nod as he shut his eyes. With deft precision, Xueshu dispelled the air from the syringe, skillfully locating Minxing's vein before swiftly administering the entirety of the medication in one go. Xueshu's gaze remained fixed on Minxing's countenance, vigilant for any subtle change. Simultaneously, he hurried back to the desk to document the experiment, while Gongye Jihao's eyes lingered momentarily on the experimental report in Xueshu's hand before quickly shifting elsewhere. As the injection of the drug coursed through Minxing's body, his temperature began to plummet, ceasing only when it reached the lowest threshold that a living being could endure. Subsequently, the lines on the instrument, indicative of Minxing's neural activity, began to fluctuate violently. A pallor enveloped Minxing's countenance, only to be juxtaposed by an unusual flush that gradually emerged upon his face. With immense effort, he suppressed the debilitating weakness that threatened to engulf him. As a peculiar sensation slowly spread from the site of injection throughout his entire being, he perceived his body's weight becoming extraordinarily light, while the tactile sensations in his limbs gradually faded from his consciousness. A flicker of panic crossed Minxing's features as he grappled with the loss of control over his limbs. Observing this change in expression, Xueshu promptly documented the current time and fluctuation threshold, annotating the record with the phrase peeling phenomenon. With a slight exhale of relief, Xueshu's scrutiny of Minxing lessened, redirecting his gaze to the display screen of the instrument, fixating on the line that represented Minxing's vital signs. Once the line indicative of neural activity ceased its tumult, the line denoting vital signs began to descend slowly, just as Xueshu had anticipated. The unusual flush on Minxing's face gradually faded, giving way to a pallid hue. His body, still in the process of recovering from previous injuries, was swiftly deteriorating under the influence of the potion, only to be restored by the formidable healing and regenerative powers within him. In the relentless cycle of destruction and rebirth, Minxing found himself utterly unable to control the trembling of his body, as unfamiliar sensations obstructed his efforts to maintain dominion over it. Minxing could only bear the agonizing tremors of his body with a clear consciousness, feeling powerless to exert any control. Behind the snow tree, Shiho Mayano could no longer watch, turning her head away as she seemingly nonchalantly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Xueshu compared Minxing's condition with the descriptions left by the teacher in her experimental notes. His neural activity appeared normal, vital signs were stabilizing at the lowest threshold. His body temperature was nearing the human minimum, and he was unable to control his bodily awareness, while his regenerative and restorative capabilities had reached their utmost limit. The teacher had once told her that when all these descriptions aligned, it signified that the experiment had entered its mid-phase and had achieved preliminary success. Xueshu discreetly glanced at the sorrowful Shiho Mayano behind her and sighed. "I'm sorry, Shiho. In order to avenge the teacher and seek retribution against the organization, this is the only path I can take." Chapter 29. A rare struggle. 2 hours passed, and Minxing gradually regained control over his body. The feeling of confusion and helplessness was profoundly terrifying. As the experiment drew to a close, Minxing's gaze became hollow, ensnared in that earlier sense of disorientation. His hands trembled involuntarily at an alarming frequency, lying on the restraint bed as Shiho Mayano removed the instruments from him, his demeanor astonishingly docile. Shiho Mayano looked at Minxing with concern, casting a silent plea for help toward Xueshu. Xueshu merely shook her head, remaining silent. After a prolonged moment, Minxing slowly blinked, the familiar expression returning to his face, and the system's voice echoed once more in his mind. The world, which had seemed to belong solely to Minxing, was abruptly shattered. He suddenly sat up on the bed, gasping for air. Under Xueshu's direction, Shiho Mayano switched off the laboratory's recording device, extricating herself from the shell of sherry, her face betraying her worry as she squatted beside Minxing. Her pale, delicate hands, worn from years of experimentation, tightly gripped Minxing's. "Brother, how are you now? You scared me just now." Minxing composed herself and gently patted Shiho Mayano's hand, assuring her, "I feel quite well at the moment, just as I always have. Earlier, I was somewhat disoriented. Perhaps I've been a bit fatigued these past few days and have yet to fully return from the experiment." Shiho Mayano wore an expression of disbelief, however. The control over the experiment was no longer in her hands, leaving her with no choice but to minimize the suffering that Minxing endured during the process. Minxing gazed out at the night sky, estimating that approximately 3 hours had elapsed. A tinge of impatience flickered across his face as he smiled at Gonya Shiho. Rising to his feet, he slightly inclined his body towards the two, saying, "Since the experiment has concluded, I shall take my leave. It is quite late, and you both ought to rest." Minxing turned to Shiho Mayano, gently patting her head and saying, "You too, take care of your health. Do not be too hard on yourself." A wave of emotion surged within Shiho Mayano, her sense of unfairness more profound than ever, as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Through her misty gaze, she watched Minxing, who had no time to rest, walk out of the laboratory as if he were an ordinary person. In that moment, self-reproach flooded her mind. Why was she so powerless that she couldn't even help him? Silently, Yukisaki gathered the experimental notes laid out on the restrictive bed where Minxing was confined and approached Shiho from behind, enveloping her in a comforting embrace. The warmth of that silent gesture resonated profoundly, causing her already uncontrollable tears to cascade forth. Shiho turned around and held Yukisaki tightly in her arms. She looked at this foster sister, who bore no blood relation to her, knowing that she had inherited their parents' wisdom. With hopeful eyes, Shiho gazed into Yukisaki's, asking, "Sister, I will say brother, won't I?" Yukisaki averted her gaze from Shiho's fervent eyes, choosing silence as her response, realizing she could not pursue the answers she longed for. Shiho buried her head on Yukisaki's shoulder, her sobs filling Yukisaki's ears. Yukisaki, with a complex expression, gazed out the window. Outside, the night poured down like a waterfall, obscuring the moon's brilliance, leaving only a few feeble stars struggling to shine. She felt utterly powerless, Shiho. There was no other way. As Minxing hurriedly returned to the car of Jin, his mind was not preoccupied with the unusual perceptions from the recent experiment. To him, these experiments would only affect him alone at most. As long as he could endure, that was sufficient. Any further contemplation would be of no use. Minxing rested his head against the seat, tightly closing his eyes in an attempt to recall the letter that Zhiwei had left him after the last experiment. No. To be precise, that letter was from Shueishu, if his conjecture was correct. In Minxing's mind, the characters of the letter gradually aligned perfectly with those on the experimental data. He opened his eyes and sent an email to Absinthe. Jin had already awakened the moment Minxing opened the car door, and with a slight recovery of energy, he raised an eyebrow, observing Minxing's series of actions. Aware that this was not an appropriate moment for conversation, Jin pressed the car door with his foot, causing the Porsche to swiftly depart from the organization's gates. In a rare display of concern, Jin's voice carried a hint of care. "How are you holding up? Today's experiment was longer than usual. Can you manage? If not, you can come back to my safe house for the night, and I'll drive you back in the morning." Minxing furrowed her brow and shook her head in refusal, saying, "No, I need to return to my dormitory tonight. I have something in my luggage that requires my immediate attention." Despite being turned down, Qingjio remained unperturbed and thoughtfully posed a question. "Have you made any new friends on campus?" Minxing's heart skipped a beat, and his pupils involuntarily constricted slightly. He neither affirmed nor denied the inquiry. "What is wrong?" Qingjio withdrew his gaze from Minxing and focused intently on the dimly lit road ahead. "You have changed." The old you would not have offered an explanation. His heartbeat suddenly grew heavy, as if a wave of warm air had lodged itself in his chest. He understood that he was not eloquent, and the years spent as Minxing's partner had not catalyzed any substantial transformation in him. He had long since prepared himself for the moment Minxing embarked on his mission at the police academy. Compared to his own somber and frigid demeanor, the meaningless enthusiasm of the police force would undoubtedly render Minxing more cheerful, indeed, a stranger to him. Qingjio fell silent, and the atmosphere thickened with quietude. He pressed down harder on the accelerator, and the Porsche sped along the desolate night road. Qingjio halted the Porsche outside the wall that Minxing frequently visited, waiting for him to open the door and exit. When Minxing's movement did not come, Qingjio could no longer contain himself. He turned his head to look at Minxing, only to find himself caught in the gaze Minxing had been anticipating all along. As Minxing caught the gaze of Qingjio, he shed his disguise, revealing his true visage. Momentarily entranced by Minxing's appearance, Qingjio remained utterly defenseless as Minxing suddenly drew near. Observing as his hand delved into the pocket of his left coat, he effortlessly extracted his cigarettes and lighter. As if plucking them from a mere pouch, Minxing effortlessly slid back into his seat from the body of the Jin. Gently tapping his fingers together on the cigarette case, a single cigarette sprang forth from the box. Minxing deftly clutched the cigarette between his lips, freeing a finger of his left hand to ignite it with a lighter, skillfully evading the grasp of Qingjio, whose pupils had narrowed in an attempt to snatch the smoke. Minxing delicately drew a puff with his right hand, fingers pinching the cigarette. Observing Minxing's actions with a furrowed brow, Qingjie was taken aback when Minxing suddenly flashed him a smile. The smoke escaped Minxing's lips in a languid spiral, and he transferred the cigarette to his left hand, resting his right elbow casually on the car window. Supporting his head, "Qingjie," he mused, "no matter what, only you truly know who I am." With a sudden resolve, Minxing pressed the freshly lit cigarette forcefully against the wound left by a syringe during the experiment. Qingjie, disregarding everything else, swiftly reached out and seized the cigarette from him. Minxing smiled nonchalantly. "Do as you wish. Do not fret, for I shall remain by your side until my last breath." Chapter 30. The email. The turmoil within him, entwined with the lingering smoke, was expelled from his chest by Minxing. In recent days, a myriad of tumultuous emotions had clouded his vision, rendering him devoid of the discernment he once prided himself on. Even though the present moment is splendid, he is still destined to depart. He cannot forget. The appearances of Shueshu and Jibao serve as poignant reminders, do they not? Minxing suppressed the tumult of emotions within him, arching his brows and offering a smile to Qingjie before stepping out of the car. He was so intimately acquainted with Qingjie that it was impossible for him to overlook the underlying implications in Qingjie's words. Yet, he was, in essence, akin to Qingjie. Even if he were to forge friendships now, the ones who genuinely regarded him as a friend would not be him, but rather the cheerful, bashful, yet courageous Minxing. Minxing opened the car door, exhaling a self-deprecating sigh while turning his back to Qingjie. A person as chaotic and reckless, selfish and shadowy as he was would scarcely attract anyone's concern. Those who do not care for themselves are truly unworthy of love. Therefore, Qingjie, the one who should not be worried is you. It cannot possibly be you. The one who genuinely ought to be concerned is me, for I should find it impossible to be apart from you. Qingjie observed Minxing agilely leap onto the campus grounds, clearly hearing the unspoken words lingering in the air. He pressed a hand against his wildly racing heart, contemplating that he must be mad to feel such joy at the thought of Minxing's inability to leave him. Yet, Qingjie picked up the lighter and reignited the cigarette that had only been briefly drawn from. Skillfully exhaling a smoke ring, he narrowed his eyes. The condition of Simino had deteriorated further. How was he to salvage the situation? Minxing sat upon his bed, idly toying with the surgical knife that had been stealthily acquired from the operating room of the hospital. After gazing at the blade for an extended period, he seized a sheet of paper to envelop the knife, employing a cutter, a reward from an unknown system, to cleave the instrument into 5 fragments, each roughly 2 centimeters in length. The shadows cast by the experiment deepened with each passing moment, if the letter from Shueshu proved accurate. The involuntary actions of his body would become increasingly frequent and uncontrollable. Minxing's consciousness was drawn back by the email from Absinthe, and after the familiar yet flamboyant salutation, her eyes fell upon the email address of Shueshu. Although she knew that Absinthe could not see her response, Minxing couldn't help but smile gently and obediently reply with a thank you. After carefully choosing her words, Minxing composed an email to Shueshu, inviting her to engage in a conversation at Mingwei Bar a month later under the pretense of inquiring about her health. Mingwei Bar serves as a significant hub for intelligence exchanges, boasting an elegant ambience without sacrificing charm. Zhihui frequently enjoys visiting, and it is likely that as a fellow woman, Shueshu would also appreciate it. The refined atmosphere and high level of privacy would undoubtedly provide them with a sense of security. Furthermore, according to Zhihui, the drinks there are quite delightful. Even if their conversation were to turn uncomfortable, Minxing could always offer Shueshu a drink to alleviate any awkwardness. Minxing stared at the screen, languidly awaiting a response from Shueshu. He watched as the time on his phone transitioned from 3:05 to 4:10. A realization dawning upon him as he tapped his forehead in chagrin. Truly, at such a late hour, Shueshu must also require rest. It would be remarkable if a reply were to materialize. Minxing carefully stored the shattered shards of a blade, deeming it premature to utilize them just yet. He resolved to wait until he could no longer reign in his consciousness before employing their deadly potential. With a heavy heart, he flung himself onto the bed. The hour was nearing midnight, and only a few fleeting minutes remained until his usual wakefulness would beckon him once more. Minxing blinked as he gazed out the window, where the distant horizon had begun to brighten. The foggy haze of his mind and the fatigue from the experiment did little to impede his awakening. He lay stiffly in bed, unconsciously moving his legs in a futile attempt to dispel the shadows of the experiment. In the laboratory, Shueshu had just input the experimental data into the system, her still-healing wounds throbbing faintly. A flicker of hatred crossed her eyes. That wretched Black Death wine had carelessly concocted an excuse to cast blame upon her. Had it not been for the death of her mentor, she would never have trusted anyone within the organization, and now her very breath hung in uncertainty. Shueshu stared forlornly at the ring adorning her left ring finger, the figure she longed for gradually materializing in her mind. That person, gentle yet formidable, possessed a wisdom akin to that of the divine. Appearing before her to rescue her from peril, she could have embarked on a new, blissful life alongside her mentor and companions. However, the organization and its boss had shattered her hopes once more. A cold smile curled upon Shueshu's lips. She desired for everyone to accompany her mentor to the grave. Struggling to suppress the hatred within, Shueshu took a deep breath, acknowledging that it was still too early. Suddenly, the screen of her phone illuminated, revealing an email from an unfamiliar sender. This number was one she had memorized long ago, yet hesitation gripped her as she read the email's contents. She harbored a secret, one long buried since her mentor's passing. However, the email rekindled her memories of the darkness within the tavern, an orphanage, transactions, disgust, knives, and an abundance of blood. Shueshu's complexion turned pale, her pupils dilating in a daze. As the sky brightened and a harsh sunlight pierced her eyes, Shueshu jolted back to reality. She pressed her lips tightly together, her expression rife with resistance. Yet, Simino was a crucial element of her plan. Losing him would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to her aspirations. Fidgeting with the USB drive intended for Min Xing, she struggled to quell the turmoil within her. An air of agitation enveloping her. After a lengthy moment of hesitation, she clicked her tongue in irritation and slammed the USB drive onto the table. She was the one seeking assistance, so what if she faced a minor setback? Even if she approached, whether Simino would agree to her plan remained uncertain. Even if he did acquiesce, it would merely add a minuscule weight to an already negligible possibility. Shueshu's gaze hardened, leaving no room for further contemplation as she promptly sent a reply to Min Xing. 1 month from now, she had to devise conditions compelling enough to entice Simino. No longer lingering in the laboratory, she hurried into the research room, donned her lab coat, and resumed her work on the drugs. Rinakutagawa stood energetically at Min Xing's door, stretching lazily. Calculating the time according to Min Xing's usual routine, he quickly rapped on the door. Today, it was his turn to accompany Min Xing for the entire day. With a gleeful squint in his eyes, he wore his excitement openly. Hearing the knock, Min Xing swiftly adjusted himself, and as he opened the door, he was enveloped in Rin's warm embrace. The words he intended to speak caught in his throat, softening his heart. There was still time, perhaps he could wait until Saturday, when they all gathered together, to discuss granting him a little independence. Chapter 31. A conversation this week had been somewhat torturous for Min Xing. Was that the right word? He pondered uncertainly, glancing at the 5 obediently gathered around him. Distracted by Rin's enthusiastic embrace on Monday, he had failed to consult them, resulting in a week where Min Xing enjoyed a life of ease, akin to being served hand and foot. He need not worry about meal preparations or dread the monotony of each day. All his energy was consumed by their company. Though each day passed in a hurried and seemingly trivial manner, Min Xing found joy and ease in every moment. After a month of their companionship, his spirit visibly brightened, and he radiated genuine cheerfulness. Min Xing repeatedly expressed his subtle rejection of the actions of the 5 individuals, yet they persisted in their approach, seemingly oblivious to his sentiments, offering him no respite from their advances. However, such a state of affairs could not endure indefinitely. He was not as oblivious to himself as the system presumed. A plethora of unhealthy psychological states, such as catastrophic thinking, learned helplessness, excessive independence, and avoidant personality traits, could be discerned within him. He was acutely aware that his mental state was amiss, yet he remained steadfast in his convictions, unwilling to alter his perspective. Min Xing's face radiated a bright smile, momentarily dazzling the 5 before him. With a glimpse of his small canine teeth, his refusal was resolute. I am truly grateful for your care over the past month. However, I do not wish for this to continue. While I appreciate your concern for me, as I previously stated in the hospital, please do not sacrifice anything on my behalf, not at any cost. Min Xing reiterated his previous words, turning his head to meet the gaze of each individual present. Raijin turned away, unwilling to let Min Xing continue. He interjected, "What are you saying, Asheng? It's not just this month. We will spend every year together like this. Don't even think about escaping from us. Asheng, we are friends, aren't we?" Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kinji exchanged astonished glances at Raijin, for such a statement was entirely uncharacteristic of him. Only Shibuya Kajimitsu smiled knowingly. His Zero was never one to flaunt arrogance. Zero simply preferred to keep such sentiments unvoiced, as most of the time, he had someone by his side to express those feelings on his behalf. Min Xing heard the words of Zero Kirigane, and his expression wavered slightly before settling into a resolute demeanor. Indeed, we are friends. However, this does not justify your relinquishing your leisure time to accompany me day in and day out, expending your energy to care for me. No true friendship exists in such a manner. Friends should mutually care for and regard one another, rather than have me alone demand endlessly from you. A flicker of disdain crossed Min Xing's face, reminiscent of those individuals from his previous life who, insatiably greedy and selfish, demanded everything from him. Ultimately, he relinquished even his own life to them. Friends should never embody such traits, nor should they ever. With a resolute conviction in this regard, Min Xing wore a serious expression, prompting the perceptive Jufu Jingguang to swiftly cover his mouth, anticipating what Min Xing was about to articulate next. Min Xing was taken aback by Jufu Jingguang's actions. As she gazed at him with wide eyes, the mood of the crowd, previously irked by her earlier remarks, began to lighten. Jufu Jingguang fixed his gaze on Min Xing and shook his head, saying, "It is not as you think, Asheng. Perhaps you possess a very specific and clear definition of friendship. However, that does not imply you have become the person you describe. You and the self you portray are entirely distinct entities. Asheng, do you realize? Your self-perception is rather unclear. You consistently overlook the contributions you have made for us, while magnifying our efforts on your behalf. Asheng, this is also misguided." Min Xing blinked and shook his head in disapproval. He extended his hand, attempting to push Jufu Jingguang's hand away, Yet Zhufu Jingguang showed no intention of relinquishing his grip and continued. Firstly, we have not squandered our time. Each of us can dedicate an entire day to you, while we have 6 days of the week to attend to our own matters. We even consider this day to be fleeting. Secondly, it is our voluntary choice to be by your side and care for you, and we take joy in it. This is not a waste of time, Sheng. It is the companionship shared among friends. Thirdly, you are not demanding from us without limits. Strictly speaking, it is we who are persistently clinging to you. If you insist on framing it that way, may I interpret that as your dissatisfaction and annoyance with our relentless pursuit? Zhufu Jingguang articulated these truths in a gentle tone, redirecting the question back to Minsheng. He eased his grip in accordance with Minsheng's force. Anticipating the familiar gesture of Minsheng shaking his head, Minsheng remained unfazed by Zhufu Jingguang's words, for in the 28 years of his life prior, his cognitive framework had long been established and rendered unassailable. He merely chuckled softly, countering Zhufu Jingguang's meticulously crafted statements with a single phrase, "It is merely a reflection of your kindness." A few who had yet to grasp the essence of Minsheng's words appeared somewhat perplexed, while the first to respond, Hajawara Kinji, furrowed his brow in immediate contemplation. Minsheng exhaled softly, raising her gaze to meet theirs. "All your objections to my words stem solely from your benevolence. You repeatedly assert that it is not so. Yet in reality, all I perceive is your care for me, your concern for my well-being. Have I truly done anything for you? I am sensitive and suspicious. And I find myself questioning your intentions time and again, persistently doubting you. This, regrettably, may cause you pain, even though it is not my desire. Being overly concerned about me is not a virtue." Minsheng slightly lowered his brows and unveiled his despicable self before each of them. He took a deep breath. The voice concealed beneath his tranquil facade trembled uncontrollably. "You should not be harmed. You deserve positive reinforcement akin to the care you extend to one another, rather than being repeatedly denied and dragged down by me. Surely, you must have noticed by now? My emotions are somewhat awry." Minsheng narrowed her eyes, observing the 5 individuals who remained silent. Each person's life holds significance and bears a unique mission. Yet it is abundantly clear that your mission does not involve me. The 5, their faces etched with disagreement yet lacking the means to refute her, trembled with suppressed words on their lips. With her thoughts clearly articulated, Minsheng departed, leaving no room for dissent. Their disapproval is inconsequential. I shall distance myself from them until they revert to their original state. Minsheng continued her descent from the rooftop without pausing. Chapter 32, Irresistible. Minsheng's movements were brisk and cheerful, having resolved the worries that had recently troubled him. He felt a sense of joy enveloping him. Upon returning to his dormitory, he locked the door behind him, and the familiar, affectionate voices that had once filled his ears were no longer present. Minsheng lay languidly on his bed, striving to succumb to the elusive embrace of sleep during the day, yet he tossed and turned, finding no solace in slumber, no matter how he reclined. A pervasive discomfort enveloped him, compelling him to rise from the bed once more. Unable to find rest, he resolved to occupy himself with tasks at hand. He recalled the unfinished plans, the experimental serums yet to be administered, and the conditions still unformulated. There remained an abundance of endeavors awaiting his attention. A tear fell heavily upon his phone, blurring the words displayed on the screen. Soon followed another, then a third. The tears cascaded like raindrops, splattering onto the device before sliding down into the folds of the blanket. Minsheng could no longer maintain the facade of indifference. With his hands covering his face, he curled up helplessly. He felt an overwhelming sadness, even though he understood that he was unworthy of such care and concern, and that this attention would eventually fade away. He still found it excruciatingly difficult to reject it. He was perpetually despicable and selfish, repeatedly pushing away the affection he desired while yearning for those very hands to reach out to him time and again. Great, heavy tears cascaded down his cheeks, and with blurred vision, he gazed out the window. But why should they be cast aside by him repeatedly? Simply because they were kind? Unable to bear the suffering of those around them? What right did he have to exist in this world, having exploited their kindness? A bitter sensation welled up within him, and he pounded his chest in vain. The longing for love, coupled with the remorse of rejection, severed the nerve of reason within Minsheng. Stumbling from his bed, he made his way towards the knives in his suitcase. It would be better to die. In death, he would no longer burden them with worry or drain their energy. He would not force them to witness his demise after becoming dear friends. Minsheng's expression was somewhat frenzied as he trembled and opened his suitcase, the words to die piercing sharply and vividly through his mind at that very moment. The system gritted its metaphorical teeth, forcing itself to transform from a delicate, harmless cloud into a formidable hand, which it manifested with great effort to firmly restrain Minsheng's quest for a blade. Due to the excessive exertion of its uncontrollable power, the system's voice became intermittent. Sheng, please, don't. Do not undertake such actions. There are many, including myself, who would be heartbroken. It, well versed in the intricacies of psychology, understood that under such circumstances, Minsheng was impervious to reason. The system could only compel him to relinquish his intentions by invoking the feelings of those who cared for him, as he held their sentiments in high regard. In the past, when he had relentlessly honed himself, disregarding the value of life for the sake of their concern, it had harbored deep resentment towards the 5 individuals who mattered to Minsheng. Yet, in this moment, it had never longed more for Minsheng to cherish that concern. Just a little bit more. Min Xing's muddled mind rendered him unable to comprehend the system's words, or perhaps his subconscious was unwilling to listen any longer. The alarm, triggered by Min Xing's intense emotional fluctuations, summoned Gong Ye Zhihao and Xue Shu to the instrument's side. Furrowing her brow, Xue Shu sent Min Xing numerous emails, striving to ascertain his safety, while Gong Ye Zhihao repeatedly dialed a call that went unanswered. Just as the system was on the verge of exhausting its energy and could no longer maintain its standoff with Min Xing, a sudden knock echoed through the door. The system glanced at Min Xing, oblivious and devoid of external awareness, gritting its teeth before releasing its grip. Without a moment's respite, the system toppled a chair beside it, the clatter reverberating loudly in the room. Seizing the opportunity created by the system's momentary release, Min Xing seemed to lose control over his body and, with astonishing swiftness, opened his suitcase to grasp the blade. The massive hand of the system became increasingly transparent, yet it hastily pressed down upon Min Xing's hand, which was attempting to rise. The system's transparency intensified, and its strength diminished. Just as Min Xing's hand, clutching the blade, was about to descend upon his wrist, Idaheo, alerted by the sound of the chair's fall from outside, sensed something amiss. After futilely twisting the doorknob, he forcefully slammed his body against the door, causing the entire wooden structure to crash to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Startled by the sudden cacophony, Min Xing instinctively shifted his gaze towards the entrance, where a familiar face materialized, instantly restoring his consciousness. Noticing Min Xing's awareness returning to normal, the system finally exhaled in relief, gradually dissipating into the air. Before the dust had settled, a visibly anxious Idaheo took a large stride toward Min Xing. Upon witnessing Min Xing's actions, his pupils constricted sharply. Without allowing Min Xing a moment to react, Idaheo swiftly snatched the blade and hurled it outside, making it vanish in an instant. Finally perceiving the stimulus from the outside world, Min Xing sprang upright from the ground, hastily retreating a few steps to collapse onto the bed. Realizing his face was streaked with tears, he turned away, roughly wiping his cheeks with his hand while stifling a sob, murmuring, "Class leader, you should go out. I'm not in a good emotional state right now. I might hurt you." Observing Min Xing's reddened eyes and the quiver in his voice, Idaheo dared not leave him alone. He shook his head in silence, stepping forward a few paces to silently convey his unwavering resolve to stay. As Min Xing caught sight of Yi Dahang's movements, he nearly screamed, "Stay away. Class leader, I beg you, let me be alone. I will be fine by tomorrow." He curled up in the corner like a frightened animal, his tone bordering on a plea. "Class leader, I implore you." Yi Dahang fell into a contemplative silence. He was aware that he lacked the finesse and conversation that others, like Shufu Jingwang and Hajwara Kinji, possessed when delicately broaching difficult subjects. Instead, he was more adept at incisively pinpointing issues and questioning them directly. Just as he was doing now, Yi Dahang stood obediently in place, refraining from approaching Min Xing. He merely gestured toward Min Xing's face and said, "But Xing, you are in distress." Min Xing, having finally managed to calm his tumultuous emotions, found himself once again overwhelmed, tears cascading down his cheeks like a torrential flood. He silently shook his head, covering his ears with his hands, unwilling to heed Yi Dahang's words. Yi Dahang sighed. The stark contrast between Min Xing's former vivacity and the present sorrowful fragility was palpable. He approached Min Xing's bedside without invitation, crouching down gently to wipe away the tears adorning Min Xing's face. "Xing, your tears signify your reluctance. If you feel such reluctance, then do not let go. Will you?" In the face of Yi Dahang's tenderness, which stood in stark opposition to his appearance, Min Xing shook his head, weeping softly. "Please, I implore you. Do not come any closer. If you do, I truly will be unable to refuse." The warmth and authenticity of Yi Dahang's concern and comfort were utterly beyond his capacity to reject time and again. Chapter 33. The hand reaching out to him. Yi Dahang smiled, his hand continuing to wipe away the tears. "Since you cannot refuse, then take my hand." Ensnared by this tender and dreamlike scene, within Min Xing, the words "take his hand" echoed fervently, urging his hand to inch closer to the one Yi Dahang had extended. Yet, the piercing sound of a phone ringing shattered this beautiful tableau, the familiar tone awakening Min Xing's memories of the organization, and he reluctantly withdrew his hand. Min Xing chuckled self-deprecatingly, lost in contemplation. He found himself yearning to grasp the outstretched hand of Yi Dahang. Would he once again compel the benevolent class leader to bear the consequences of his avoidant attachment? Min Xing, oh Min Xing, how selfish you truly are. He suddenly withdrew from his sorrowful emotions, adopting a cold detachment akin to that of a spectator, scrutinizing himself with a lofty disdain. He condemned the human instinct to seek affection as ignoble, while glorifying his indifference towards himself as a form of selflessness. It seemed that only through such self-deprecation could he navigate the suffocating sadness that enveloped him. Yi Dahang once again beheld the familiar expression on Min Xing's face. Reminiscent of the time he had rejected their concern on the rooftop, an expression tinged with the same sadness and bitterness. It was as if he were not the one cast aside. Yi Dahang remained still, merely extending his hand a fraction further. "Xing, do you not realize? The course of a person's life will likely conclude in mundanity, which renders the forging of friendships exceedingly difficult. Individuals incessantly seek tumult amidst tranquility to validate their connections, thus rendering their camaraderie both precious and rare." Yi Dahang paused, his gaze earnest as he regarded Min Xing. "However, Xing, you and I are different. Our choice to become police officers ensures that our lives will be anything but tranquil, and amidst these tempests, you have transformed into my vessel, shielding me from the towering waves. His tone dripped with tenderness. Ah Xing, you have saved my life. Caught off guard by the sudden praise, Min Xing found himself at a loss, grappling with the complexity of his emotions. Instinctively, he opened his mouth, allowing the salty, bittersweet tears to cascade into it. Staring blankly at Ida Hang, but saving those we care for is merely instinct. Ida Hang sighed, contemplating the fragility of Min Xing's self-awareness, which led him to prioritize saving another over his own life. He shook his head. No, Ah Xing, in the face of mortal peril, he would disregard their own lives to save another, especially when aware of the potential for injury or even death. Yet you are among that rarest of individuals. Ah Xing, I must be favored by fortune to have crossed paths with you, to have been saved by you. Trust me, if anyone were to retract their outstretched hand towards you, it would not be me. Allow me the chance to rescue you time and again, enabling you to truly bask in the sunlight. Min Xing's mind became frozen. For in the past 28 years, no one had ever so clearly and candidly acknowledged his so-called virtues, even though his rationality insisted otherwise. He knew that had he not encountered the class leader, she would not have faced any peril, had their paths not crossed. All her concerns would have been mere figments of imagination. He had rescued her only because he was confident of his own survival, far removed from the notions of sacrifice and nobility she attributed to him. Yet, the overwhelming emotions nearly choked his reason, compelling him to extend his hand towards Ida Hang, who had never retreated. Upon witnessing Min Xing's response, Ida Hang was almost overwhelmed with joy, akin to a child. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he embraced Min Xing tightly and carried him out of the dormitory. Free from the constraints of height, Ida Hang rested Min Xing on his left shoulder, his left arm gently encircling Min Xing's waist to prevent him from falling. At a height of 175 centimeters, Min Xing resembled a large doll cradled effortlessly in Ida Hang's grasp, with tears glistening in his eyes. Ida Hang pointed towards the first evening star that appeared on the horizon and exclaimed, "Let us go, Ah Xing. Together, we shall gaze at the stars." Min Xing's tears were dried by the wind upon her face, and the once familiar sights at heights never attained took on an air of novelty. The gentle evening breeze caressed Min Xing's cheeks, whisking away the warmth and seemingly dispersing her sorrowful emotions along with it. On the rooftop, Yufu Jingguang, Jiang Guoling, Song Tianjinping, and Hajawara Kinji observed with relief as Hang discreetly gave a thumbs up behind his back. The four of them jubilantly leapt into the air, exchanging high fives. Give up just like that? What a jest. The words retreat in the face of adversity do not exist in the lexicon of Jiang Guoling, Jufu Jingguang, Hajawara Kinji, or Song Tianjinping. Min Xing may forever reject him countless times, yet he shall persistently approach her countless one times. Even Hang, though standing apart from them, felt the warmth of Min Xing's body on his shoulder and silently made the same vow in his heart as the four on the rooftop. They all envisioned a splendid and carefree future for themselves. Jufu Jingguang summoned the dormitory supervisor and took advantage of Min Xing's moment of respite with Hang to have the wooden door repaired early. Hang quietly laid the already slumbering Min Xing onto the bed, gently pulled the covers over her, and silently exited the room alongside Jufu Jingguang. The two exchanged a soft wave of farewell, and beneath the silver moonlight, everyone succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, upon witnessing the life signals on the instruments regain dynamic equilibrium, Shueshu and Mayano Shiho finally exchanged a glance of relief, having sent countless emails and made innumerable calls. Their hands trembled as they wearily waved goodbye before retreating to their respective rooms for a deep sleep. The following morning, Min Xing awoke to find the shy yet unforgettable conversations from the previous day vividly replaying in her mind. She covered her face, a suspicious blush creeping upon her ears, attempting to suppress the images swirling in her thoughts. Recollections of the system dissipating into the air flooded her mind, leaving Min Xing's complexion ashen. She clenched her fists, sitting up in bed, her voice trembling with regret. System? System, come out. With her voice growing ever fainter, Min Xing's heart was filled with remorse and self-blame. Habitually, she envisioned the worst, attributing all causes to herself. It's all my fault, all my doing. If only I had acted more decisively yesterday before the system could stop me from taking my own life. If only I had perished sooner. Perhaps none of this would have happened. Min Xing trembled all over, as the defense he had painstakingly erected under the repeated affirmations of Ida Hang crumbled effortlessly. Despair engulfed him as he shut his eyes. Indeed, his very existence seemed to invite trouble for others. Ultimately, it appeared that his presence only served to inflict harm upon those around him. Min Xing weakly curled his lips into a faint smile. Look, class leader. The effort you've expended to persuade me has been effortlessly undone by my actions. Indeed, choosing to redeem him merely leads to an endless abyss, leaving no room for respite. Chapter 34. The battle for Min Xing. Suddenly, the sky-blue jade pendant belonging to Meng Wuyo was gently nudged with an almost imperceptible touch. Min Xing's eyes suddenly ignited with astonishment, and he slowly lowered his head in a mix of surprise and trepidation, fearful that the fleeting shimmer he had just perceived was merely an apparition. In his line of sight, a minuscule cloud, reduced to an infinitesimal size yet unmistakably familiar, gently collided with the piece of jade. It was the system. A stream of tears fell upon Min Xing's left hand as the system's cheerful voice, tinged with fragility, echoed. I am fine. I merely require a brief respite. Ah Xing, it is my desire to save you. It is my subjective will. Do not overthink it. Without allowing Min Xing a moment to respond, the system continued in a fragmented manner. Do not worry about me. You must take care during this time. No sooner had it spoken than the system vanished once more from Min Xing's view. Min Xing exhaled softly, blinking his somewhat blurred eyes. The system was correct. He needed to be cautious and avoid injury, at the very least, severe injury. He could not allow the system to worry about him. As a knock echoed through the air, Min Xing composed himself, opening the door with the spirited enthusiasm he had promised Yi Daheng the day before. Revealing himself to the five waiting eagerly outside. Surrounded by them, he ambled towards the cafeteria, and glancing at their sincere and devoted faces. Min Xing couldn't help but smile quietly to himself. So be it. He would endeavor to remain close to them, striving to live in accordance with their expectations and his own, for the next 4 years. As the weather gradually turned colder, the leaves had long fallen from the trees, leaving them stark and barren, while the once raucous birdsong had faded into silence. Suddenly, Matsuda Jinpei exclaimed in delight, pointing out the window, "Look, everyone. It's snowing." "Really? Is it true?" Akaji Zero and Hajiwara Kinji hurriedly crowded by the window, squashing Matsuda Jinpei between them. Matsuda's handsome yet mischievous face contorted in discomfort as he cried out, "Oh my goodness, you too, let me go." With a chuckle, Akaji Zero exchanged a glance with Hajiwara Kinji, and as Matsuda Jinpei struggled to break free, they both stepped back simultaneously. Without their support, Matsuda Jinpei stumbled, barely managing to steady himself against the window frame. He stood there, head bowed in silence for a while. Observing his stillness, Akaji Zero and Hajiwara Kinji exchanged worried glances and leaned closer to ascertain his expression. Unexpectedly, Matsuda Jinpei reached out, wrapping an arm around both Akaji Zero and Hajiwara Kinji, catching them off guard, and their heads collided with a resounding thud. "Ouch, that hurts," Akaji Zero groaned, rubbing his head while casting an unhappy glance at Matsuda Jinpei. Matsuda Jinpei huffed dismissively, turning away with tear-filled eyes, and ran to Min Xing, lamenting, "Ah Xing. They're both bullying me. It's too much to squeeze me in the middle." Min Xing smiled softly, extending his arms to embrace Matsuda Jinpei in response to his playful banter. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Matsuda Jinpei felt his entire body tense as he experienced the delicate softness of Min Xing's form. To make matters worse, Min Xing's gentle breath brushed against his ear, a sensation he remained blissfully unaware of. Unaccustomed to such intimate contact, Matsuda Jinpei felt his body temperature rise sharply. Min Xing's ears also turned a shade of red. He seldom engaged in embraces. In his previous life, when the old gentleman was still among the living, every time he returned home, dirted and weary, the old man would always envelop him in a warm and comforting embrace, despite feeling guilty for his inability to support Min Xing physically due to his advanced age. Each time Min Xing found solace in the old man's arms, he would forget the unpleasant events that transpired at school. In Min Xing's world, an embrace was the greatest source of comfort. During times of emotional distress, physical gestures surpassed verbal communication in their value. He wished for Matsuda Jinpei to be happy, so he not only embraced him but also gently patted his back. Rei Furuya stood in astonishment, his mouth agape, before swiftly rushing back to Min Xing, forcefully separating the two. "What are you doing, Jinpei? How cunning of you. I was the first to know Ah Xing. Why did you steal his first embrace?" The ever-enthusiastic Jifuka Kiyakaza chimed in. "Indeed. By the order of things, I should be second." Kinji Hajiwara, rubbing his forehead where he had been jostled, interjected, "Not at all. Ah Xing's first embrace was with Jinpei. Given my position as Jinpei's childhood friend, I should be the second person to embrace Ah Xing." Caught off guard by the unfolding situation, Min Xing voiced his confusion, casting an uncertain glance towards the silent Adaka K. To his surprise, Adaka merely smiled innocently, taking a large step forward and lifting Min Xing into his arms, exclaiming, "Hee, I want to snuggle with Ah Xing too. He belongs to me. No need to fight." Witnessing the smugness hidden beneath Adaka's affable smile, the three who had yet to embrace Min Xing felt a surge of irritation, each attempting to reclaim him from Adaka's grasp. Min Xing, having slimmed back down to around 120 pounds, felt as light as air in Adaka's hold. After weighing Min Xing's lightness in his arms, Adaka couldn't help but frown slightly. This weight seemed rather too light, considering Ah Xing's height of 175 centimeters. It appeared that aside from the muscle gained from martial training, he was alarmingly low in body fat. Min Xing gazed at the chaotic scene below, swallowing hard. His left hand incessantly caressed the small cloud emblem adorning his chest, while the system stealthily appeared on his shoulder. Whispering conspiratorially into his ear, it remarked, "Ah Xing, it seems you are quite the popular one." Min Xing was startled by the sudden appearance of the system in the air, quickly glancing around to find that everyone else appeared unfazed, allowing him to exhale in relief. He reached out, grasping the system from his left shoulder and playfully ruffling it in his hands. In his mind, he expressed a slight tremor of voice, "You truly startled me." The system obediently permitted Min Xing's fingers to play upon it, bouncing around in his mind as it replied cheerfully, "Rest assured, host. This system, being a high-tech creation, will not be detected by anyone other than the host." The naturally perceptive Zhu Fu Jingguang and Hajiwara Kinji, unnoticed by the system, cast sharp glances at the spot where it had just been. Was there something there just now? This unsettling feeling arose inexplicably and without warning, prompting Zhufu Jingguang and Hajiwara Kinji to furrow their brows and suppress their curiosity, instinctively turning to their childhood friends. Matsuda Jinpei and Akai Shuichi were animatedly arguing with Ida K, attempting to persuade him to set Min Sheng down. Watching the lively exchange among the trio, both felt an irresistible urge to smile. Realizing their mutual actions, the two exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into mischievous smiles as they approached from behind to capture their childhood friend's hands. You two are quite outrageous, leaving us both behind. Chapter 35. Disturbance. The incessant chatter of Akai Shuichi and Matsuda Jinpei suddenly froze, a feeling both familiar yet strange briefly clouding their minds. With their prank successfully executed, Zhufu Jingguang and Hajiwara Kinji simultaneously released their hold, seizing the moment when Ida K was momentarily taken aback to jointly whisk Min Sheng away from his embrace. By the time Ida K regained his senses, he found himself staring at the emptiness of his arms, feeling an almost tearful despair. Was there truly a need for such deception? Suddenly relocated, Min Sheng felt as if he were soaring through the air, and once steadied, he found himself standing on solid ground, securely supported between Zhufu Jingguang and Hajiwara Kinji. After exchanging a conspiratorial hug with Min Sheng, they playfully wagged their fingers at their childhood friends. Matsuda Jinpei and Akai Shuichi stood there, somewhat disgruntled. The feeling of being outsmarted by their childhood friends was far from pleasant. Come on, it was just a bit of fun. Why did they have to use their brains? Observing the flustered expressions on their faces, Min Sheng couldn't help but smile, gently squeezing the cloud in his hand. The system, understanding the cue, vanished into thin air. Returning to Min Sheng's mind while attentively monitoring the unfolding story through the projection platform, Min Sheng stealthily approached the two, bestowing upon each a warm embrace. The faint fragrance of gardenias lingered in the air between Kwangu Zero and Matsuda Jinpei, swiftly dissipating the discontent evident on their faces. Reluctantly, they released Min Sheng from their hold, and the six companions, having enjoyed their playful antics for quite some time, simply settled onto the floor of the room. Min Sheng gazed out at the snowflakes, which stood in stark contrast to those from his previous life. The snow in this life was warm and carefree. He observed as the flakes danced gracefully to the ground, soon blanketing the barren earth in a pristine white. Speaking of which, Christmas was just around the corner, wasn't it? Min Sheng cast a furtive glance at Ida Hang. The class leader's girlfriend's birthday was approaching swiftly. Ida Hang's complexion bore a hint of crimson as he scratched his head and remarked, I may need to take some time off in the coming weeks. I will likely have little opportunity to spend time with Xing and the rest of you. The others, somewhat puzzled by Ida Hang's previous mention of matters concerning his girlfriend, remained indifferent. Only Min Sheng, privy to the truth, stifled a chuckle behind her hand. Ida Hang delivered a revelation to the group. My girlfriend's birthday is imminent. With Christmas just around the corner, he continued. I thought I might purchase gifts for both occasions to surprise her. Oh, they had forgotten that Ida Hang's girlfriend's birthday was approaching. Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kinji slapped their foreheads in realization. Ida Hang nodded, indeed. Thus I plan to venture out in the next few days to procure a gift for her, since I am not particularly skilled at selecting these things. It may take me some time. Zhufu Jingguang regarded Ida Hang with admiration. You, class leader, are quite remarkable. Such thoughtfulness is rare these days. Ida Hang, a bit bashful, waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. She has been very kind to me, and I wish to reciprocate. He glanced apologetically at Min Sheng. I am sorry, Xing. We had agreed that I would accompany you the day after tomorrow. Min Sheng, gazing out the window at the falling snowflakes, quickly shook her head upon hearing the class leader's apology. Not at all. Accompanying your girlfriend is the priority. I already feel quite remorseful that each of you had to carve out a day for me due to my inability to ease your worries. Now that the class leader is dedicating this day to be with his girlfriend and to procure a birthday gift for a surprise, I truly feel delighted. You need not apologize, class leader. Spending an entire day with me was never a requirement in your life. Min Sheng smiled sweetly, her crescent-shaped eyes affirming her words. Rakuya's gaze wandered thoughtfully around the room, contemplating. If the class leader truly harbored any concerns, perhaps bringing Xing along would be a prudent choice. After all, it would be quite challenging for the class leader to select a gift alone, wouldn't it? Min Sheng hurriedly waved his hands, his entire demeanor radiating refusal. I absolutely do not want that. Don't joke around. I would feel utterly superfluous, akin to a glaring light bulb. Jiangwa Zero stroked his non-existent beard, feeling a slight sense of satisfaction. Well, your metaphor has indeed improved this time. Recalling the chilling analogy he had previously bestowed upon Zero, Min Sheng's hand remained suspended in the air, frozen in indecision. Ida Hang contemplated the suggestion earnestly. Jiangwa makes a valid point. I truly cannot manage the selection of gifts alone. Having someone assist me would be immensely beneficial. In a considerate gesture, Ida Hang crafted an excuse for Min Sheng. So, Xing, would you accompany me on this outing? Initially intending to remain solitary in his dormitory, Min Sheng blinked in surprise. Ah, that doesn't seem appropriate, class leader. I can manage on my own. He sighed helplessly, his fingers manipulating the invisible system within his palm, compressing it into a small orb. Why is there such a lack of faith in my abilities? The others exchanged glances, observing the significant transformation in Min Sheng over the past few months, a stark contrast to their initial encounter. They couldn't help but internally grumble. For heaven's sake. We have painstakingly helped you regain your emotional balance. Who knows what complications might arise if you were left to your own devices. The five of them, with resolute expressions, presented Min Sheng with an answer he could not refuse. Min Sheng languished on the ground, his expression somewhat melancholic. He had indeed promised to do his best not to refuse. Yet he couldn't help but wonder whether venturing out at this hour would incur the ire of the class leader's girlfriend. He mumbled, "All right then. I shall accompany the class leader." Idakao's face lit up with joy as he flashed a victory sign. Not only could he enjoy a delightful outing with his girlfriend, but he could also be there for Min Sheng. A perfect win-win situation. The other four friends fortuitously had matters to attend to the day after tomorrow. Kuanggu Zero was scheduled for a test, while Zhu Fujingguang needed to retake an exam. Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kinji were off to make extensive purchases in preparation for the upcoming new year. Otherwise, they would have relished spending more time with Min Sheng. However, with the class leader by his side, they felt reassured. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and soon it was Christmas Eve. Idako murmured under his breath, hoping this year's Christmas would not be a white one. Otherwise, his outing with his girlfriend would likely encounter complications. Idakao's girlfriend, Natalie, stood at the school gate, her strikingly distinctive appearance drawing the attention of every student and teacher entering or exiting the premises. Feeling a touch of anxiety, Idako hurriedly walked towards the gate alongside Min Sheng. He recalled that several individuals at the police academy had mockingly derided Kuanggu before. Given Natalie's exotic charm, she too might become a target for their jests. Upon spotting Natalie outside the gate, waving cheerfully at him, Idako breathed a sigh of relief. He pulled Min Sheng closer and grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth. "That's my girlfriend. Absolutely gorgeous and so gentle." Chapter 36. Robbery? When Natalie noticed Idako hiding behind Min Sheng, her initially cool demeanor softened instantly. Her gaze lingered on Idako, and a twinkle of joy rapidly coalesced in her eyes. "Idako, it's been so long." A faint blush crept across Idakao's face, making him shy away from meeting Natalie's gaze directly. "It's been a while," he replied. As he gazed into her tender eyes, illuminated by joy, he instinctively stepped forward and enveloped her in an embrace. It had been 2 months since their last meeting. Natalie felt Idakao's breath whisper against her ear and reciprocated his embrace. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly warm, enveloped in a bubble of vibrant affection. Witnessing this scene, Min Sheng wished fervently to become invisible. He glanced around and eventually retreated into the security booth at the gate, awkwardly greeting the guard. He quietly peered out from the side of the door, observing the blossoming romance. He had told himself that he shouldn't have come out. Now, he felt thoroughly embarrassed. Min Sheng let out a silent sigh. It was not until the two shared a passionate kiss that Idahang suddenly remembered Min Sheng was still nearby. In a fluster, he hastily grasped Natalie's hand and turned around, only to find that Min Sheng had already vanished. "Where is Ah Sheng?" Idahang looked around and eventually spotted Min Sheng emerging from the security room, taking small, tentative steps. Min Sheng felt utterly uncomfortable, to the point where he could probably carve a castle with his toes. Did he truly have to accompany them? If his reluctance to go out 2 days prior stemmed from a sense of guilt about disturbing the class monitor, now he merely believed that his presence was a nuisance. It seemed that his existence did not disturb the monitor at all. Rather, it was he who was causing himself considerable distress. Min Sheng tentatively spoke, "Class monitor. Perhaps I should not go?" Idahang, feeling slightly awkward, glanced at Min Sheng, touched his nose, and evasively dismissed her suggestion. "Oh no, let us not do that. It's merely an unexpected situation. Come on, let us head to GZ Road. I recall there being a commercial street there." With his left hand grasping Natalie and his right arm draped around Min Sheng, Idahang decisively crushed Min Sheng's reluctance. This winter was particularly frigid. Even though tomorrow marked Christmas, GZ Road remained rather desolate. Natalie, who typically preferred staying indoors, exhibited no pronounced inclination towards cosmetics. Idahang found himself in a quandary regarding what gift to present to Natalie. After much contemplation, he decided to invite her out on a date, clandestinely noting down her interest to later procure suitable gifts. Having secretly coordinated with Min Sheng, Idahang sent her a wink, to which Min Sheng responded with an affirmative gesture, signaling with her phone. Idahang and Natalie strolled ahead, engaged in lively conversation. Occasionally, Natalie would lead Idahang into a shop, and both would chuckle heartily at the whimsical trinkets inside. Idahang, reaching into his wallet to purchase 2 hairpins that Natalie adored, was halted by her outstretched hand. "No, Idahang, you're still in school and have significant expenses. I already possess these little things. You mustn't buy any more." Idahang gazed earnestly at Natalie. "It's all right. I don't spend much at school. More than anything, I wish to buy you something, so that each time you see it, you will think of me." Natalie sighed with a touch of resignation. "All right then. Just this once. Afterward, let us enjoy our time together. I simply want to be with you. Everything else is unimportant." Idahang affectionately ruffled Natalie's hair with a mischievous grin. Meanwhile, Min Sheng, trailing behind them, found herself unwittingly inundated with affection, diligently recording notes in her memo pad. The class monitor had mentioned that he might not remember all of Natalie's preferences on his own, thus seeking her assistance. Min Sheng gently touched the jade pendant around his neck, a subtle smile gracing his lips. To this end, The class leader had promised to assist him in deceiving Zero and their companions, allowing him to venture out alone for a day of leisure. He exhaled quietly, casting aside the unformed plan swirling in his mind, and quickened his pace to follow the class leader and Natalie. Although Idako was not particularly adept at lightening the mood, he was concerned that Minxing might feel awkward and Natalie uncomfortable, so he spoke more than usual today. However, Natalie, having already heard numerous stories about them over the phone, was not as awkward as Idako presumed. Her deep-seated gratitude towards Minxing, who had saved Idako's life, was evident in her demeanor. Thus, an unusual harmony enveloped the three of them. After an entire morning of wandering, Natalie's stomach audibly protested, prompting Idako to point ahead and exclaim, "I remember there's a fantastic ramen shop just around the corner. Let us go enjoy some ramen together." Minxing, didn't you mention wanting ramen recently? Upon hearing his name mentioned again, Minxing's fingers hesitated momentarily before he quickly turned to Natalie, asking, "Oh, is that all right? What does Miss Natalie enjoy eating?" Observing Minxing's dazed expression and somewhat flustered movements, Natalie could no longer restrain herself after enduring an entire morning. She gently pinched his cheek. It feels just as delightful as I expected." Minxing, taken aback by this unexpected response, cast a bewildered glance at Natalie, a question mark seemingly hovering above his head. Natalie chuckled. "Oh dear, you are just too adorable. I hope I haven't offended you." Faced with the bright and cheerful smile of Natalie, Minxing felt his ears flush, unable to meet her gaze. He shook his head to indicate that he was completely unbothered and then raised his eyes to the class leader. Just as he was about to speak, his peripheral vision caught sight of a man sprinting past an elderly lady. Instinctively sensing something amiss, Minxing hurriedly told Idako, "Class leader, keep your girlfriend safe here. I'll check it out," before racing off in that direction. Idako, unable to stop Minxing, watched anxiously as he ran away, gripping Natalie's hand tightly. His brow furrowed in concern. While under normal circumstances Minxing was certainly capable of handling himself against a street robber, and thugs typically did not carry firearms, his heart raced uncharacteristically. It felt as though his heart was urging him to hurry after Minxing. Idako pressed his free hand against his chest, his brow furrowing in hesitation. Chapter 37, The Fight as Expected. Minxing had barely taken a few steps when the elderly lady's booming voice echoed down the street. "Good heavens! Someone stole my wallet. It contains my husband's life savings." Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "Who will help me?" That man with the black beard and a long scar on his face, wearing a white hat. Listening to the elderly lady's description, a flicker of doubt crossed Minxing's mind. Yet he quickly reasoned that even if there were genuine trouble, he would likely be unharmed. However, if there was indeed a threat, he couldn't allow that poor lady to suffer harm for no reason. His footsteps, initially poised to halt, quickened again as he pursued the direction the man had fled. Those around them who had begun to chase the thief soon realized they could not keep pace with Minxing and abandoned their efforts, watching as his figure gradually receded into the distance. Minxing's speed was undoubtedly remarkable. Although the man had started running a considerable distance ahead of him, he gradually found himself being caught up by Minxing. The man in the white hat, who initially believed no one would catch up to him, was taken aback when he turned around to see Minxing, who appeared relaxed yet was closely tailing him. The man in the white hat thought to himself that this was unfortunate. He had encountered a skilled practitioner. Consequently, he quickened his pace, desperately sprinting towards the direction he had previously planned. Minxing gazed in astonishment at the man before her as he accelerated once more, prompting her to quicken her own pace in pursuit. As she neared the prearranged location, the weary figure in the white hat faltered, and seizing the opportunity, Minxing leapt from behind, bringing him down to the ground. Minxing restrained the white-hatted man's hands behind his back, controlling his agility, while using his other hand to retrieve his phone in an attempt to dial the police station. The man beneath Minxing gasped and grimaced, feeling particularly unfortunate today. Exhausted from running, he found it even more disheartening that his pursuers possessed a semblance of skill and restraint, a technique that seemed all too familiar. With no time for contemplation, the white-hatted man shouted for help. "Save me." Upon hearing his cries, several individuals rushed out from the alley. Initially, they felt a sense of relief at the sight of the solitary Minxing, only to furrow their brows upon noticing the professional manner in which he handled the situation. The discernible shift in their expressions was not lost on Minxing, who finally felt a weight lift from his heart. How splendid! It appeared that this was merely a premeditated robbery, and it seemed that the old lady's words were nothing but fabrications. Minxing swiftly straightened his body, evading the large feet of two individuals hurtling towards him. With a firm grip, he seized their legs and effortlessly flung them aside. Almost immediately, two more assailants launched powerful punches aimed at Minxing's temple. A slight furrow appeared on his brow as an unsettling premonition coursed through him. Nevertheless, typically unfazed by such matters, Minxing dismissed the thought, raising his elbow to block the left hook of the man on his left. He then crouched down, evading the left hook of the man on his right, and executed a sweeping strike aimed at the latter's lower body. The bespectacled man, witnessing Minxing's swift maneuver, nimbly leaped, channeling his downward momentum to transform his punch into a downward chop, targeting Minxing's right shoulder with precision. Minxing observed the familiar and practiced attacking styles of the individuals before him, realizing that he had likely encountered a seasoned offender today. He lifted the hand he had intended to spare, rolling to the left to evade the stomping action of the man in the black eye mask, subsequently dodging the downward strike from the bespectacled man. With a swift motion akin to a carp leaping from the water, he sprang from the ground, extending his fingers in an attempt to immobilize the two adversaries before him. However, the bespectacled man and the one in the black eye mask were no novices. Despite their uncertainty regarding the significance of Minxing's actions, their roles as adversaries instilled in them a palpable hostility towards every movement he made. Through their brief skirmish, they had already discerned that this seemingly youthful child had undergone at least 5 years of training, exchanging glances with the man in the white cap on the ground. The bespectacled man recognized the opportunity at hand, a sense of eager anticipation brewing within them. Minxing observed the exchange of glances with the bespectacled man, discerning that he likely occupied a position of considerable authority within this group, intending to capture the leader before subduing the rest. Minxing deftly evaded the sweeping leg aimed at him, targeting a precise 2 inches to the left of the bespectacled man's neck. The man, far from underestimating Minxing's seemingly innocuous attack, tilted his head to shield his throat while narrowing his eyes, his palm morphing into a claw-like grip as he struck fiercely at Minxing's abdomen. Minxing exhaled softly, seemingly indifferent to the man's actions. After absorbing the attack, she pivoted and struck once more. To her astonishment, the bespectacled man, unprepared for such a fierce blow to the most vulnerable area of the human body, found himself immobilized by her swift retaliation. As he realized he could not control his own body, his breath caught in his throat, and he looked at Minxing's, who stood still, taking a moment to catch her breath, with a face etched in terror. The man had been correct in underestimating her. Minxing took shallow breaths, striving to avoid engaging her abdominal muscles. The stomach, which had shown signs of improvement after 2 months of careful nurturing by 5 individuals, was once again subjected to a devastating blow, sending waves of excruciating pain surging toward her brain. Minxing furrowed his brows, allowing no opportunity for relaxation. Seizing the fleeting moments while everyone remained captivated by his astonishing martial arts maneuver, he swiftly overturned the man in the black mask and the 2 others, sending them crashing to the ground. The shock on the face of the masked man was unmistakable. He looked utterly terrified, as though confronted by a monster. The spectacles-wearing man's technique was infallible, having rendered them invincible across the realm. Even those thugs had never encountered anyone capable of withstanding such a formidable strike and remaining unscathed, let alone toppling them in the process. Minxing, accustomed to the sight of the black eye mask, ceased to pay heed to the 3 individuals he had just incapacitated. Instead, he directed his full attention to the figure in the white hat, who had recently engaged in a conversation with the bespectacled man. To ensure absolute certainty, Minxing first employed his immobilization technique on each of the 3, securing them firmly to the ground in the nearest vicinity. Minxing cautiously inched closer to the figure in the white hat. Just as he was about to reach his side, the figure, who had been secretly poised for action, suddenly sprang from the ground, wielding a sharp knife that he thrust directly towards Minxing's abdomen, which had just been struck violently by the bespectacled man. Minxing's expression turned icy as he swiftly grasped the pointed knife thrust by the man in the white hat with his left hand, while his right hand delivered a precise strike to the nape of the assailant's neck. The man in the white hat felt a sudden whirlwind of disorientation, and in an instant, darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. Minxing observed the white hat lying unconscious on the ground, his left hand releasing its grip as he calmly regarded the bloody knife that had fallen beside it, staining the white hat's fabric with crimson. Surveying the chaos before him, Minxing rubbed his brow with his uninjured right hand and approached to retrieve the phone from the ground, dialing emergency services. Chapter 38, The Celestial Warrior of Hideko. The 2 individuals, who had remained hidden in the alley, saw Minxing unguardedly present his back to them. Realizing the fleeting opportunity before them, they exchanged determined glances and simultaneously surged forward, intending to launch a surprise attack from behind. Never one to lower his guard outdoors, Minxing swiftly sensed the sudden hostility approaching from behind, spotting a figure with yellow hair and another clad in a purple jacket charging towards him. With little inclination to turn around, Minxing deftly sidestepped to the left, evading the yellow-haired assailant's straight punch, and slightly pivoted to intercept the purple jacket's fist, executing a perfect shoulder throw that left the latter sprawled on the ground, howling in agony. Minxing lowered his brows, pressing his right hand firmly against his persistently aching stomach. Inflicting pain to alleviate pain was the method he mastered to confront discomfort. When the pain reached a numbing threshold, he ceased to respond to external stimuli. As he meticulously observed the brawl between himself and his brothers, the yellow-haired assailant, with a cunning glint in his eye, seized the opportunity. Pretending to launch an attack on Minxing's head, he charged towards him while his attention remained fixated on his abdomen. Minxing instinctively raised his head and assumed a defensive posture, attempting to thwart the assault from the individual with yellow hair. Unexpectedly, the assailant altered his attack mid-stride, leveraging his momentum to leap from the ground and deliver a powerful kick to Minxing's already injured abdomen. Struggling to maintain his balance, Minxing, buoyed solely by sheer willpower, could no longer withstand the relentless blows to his midsection. Like a kite severed from its string, he was sent sprawling against the wall by the force of the kick. The individual with yellow hair, astonished by his own unexpected strength, glanced down at his foot and then at Minxing, who had crumpled to the floor after sliding down the wall. In a daze, he muttered to himself, How was I unaware of this ability? Having recently endured a grueling experiment, Minxing's physical condition was far from what it appeared on the surface. As the experimental process progressed, he could sense a marked decline in his physical capabilities compared to the state he had been in when he first arrived in this world. In other words, as Snow Tree had described it, the body he inhabited was increasingly rejecting his consciousness. However, as this was only the midpoint of the experiment, the effects were not yet pronounced. Aside from brief moments during the experiment when his body seemed to act independently of his will, his daily life was largely unaffected. Yet, even in the absence of daily repercussions, a healthy individual would struggle to endure 2 severe strikes to their most vulnerable area. Minxing, already grappling with the chaotic state of his body due to the experiment, found it nearly impossible to endure such a brutal assault. Relying precariously on the medications administered by Snow Tree to hold himself together, before Minxing, everything appeared a blur. Beads of cold sweat fell heavily to the ground, vanishing into the earth. His entire body quivered as he expelled a mouthful of blood, clutching his abdomen tightly, striving to numb the agonizing sensation. The system anxiously flitted through his mind, incessantly urging him to activate the pain suppression protocol. Yet, Minxing gritted his teeth, enduring wave after wave of excruciating pain without uttering a word. He could not allow it. The microrobots were linked to the organization's recording device, and all these anomalies would be meticulously documented. Should he activate the pain suppression system now, it would merely lead to severe torture and imprisonment by the organization. Even if they chose not to investigate this anomaly deeply, they would undoubtedly remain vigilant towards him. Any factor that could jeopardize the plan was intolerable to Minxing, including his own suffering. Minxing forced himself to clear his thoughts, gradually leveraging the wall to rise from the ground, laboring to breathe against its support. Soon, just a little longer, he would be able to momentarily acclimate to the pain. The blonde-haired man glanced at the brothers sprawled on the floor and then at the bespectacled man who remained frozen in place, unable to move. Hesitant between fleeing or continuing the robbery, the blonde man stood still, while the bespectacled man, gritting his teeth, shouted, "Pick up that knife. While the kid is defenseless, give him a stab. Otherwise, once he recovers and calls the police, we'll all end up in jail." Observing the still indecisive blonde, the bespectacled man resorted to his trump card. "When this is over, I'll give you half of the money." Cursing under his breath at the incompetent fool, he realized that if this dragged on, they wouldn't just lose the money, they could lose their lives. After this, that blonde would definitely be kicked out. The bespectacled man glared darkly at the blonde's actions, recognizing that this time he had truly encountered a formidable obstacle. He accepted his fate. The blonde picked up the knife from the ground, his hands trembling with trepidation as he approached Minxing for the first time. Minxing cast a cold glance at the actions of the yellow-haired individual, attempting to evade, yet finding it utterly futile. Every movement was powered by a core foundation, and the waves of cramping pain emanating from his abdomen rendered Minxing incapable of executing any action. Minxing gasped for breath, closing his eyes, deciding that if he could not evade it, he would no longer attempt to do so. After a while, once he had grown accustomed to the pain in his abdomen, he would no longer remain so passive. Contrary to his expectations, the anticipated pain did not assail him. Instead, he heard a flurry of hurried footsteps and the dull sound of bodies colliding. Minxing cautiously opened his eyes, only to discover the class monitor, Hang, descending like a celestial warrior, sending the yellow-haired boy crashing against the wall, where he lay flattened like a pancake, unable to rise. Just moments ago, the yellow-haired boy had taken pride in his own kick, but it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, murmuring in existential doubt, "Oh, so this is what a real flying kick feels like?" Almost immediately, his vision blurred, and he tilted his head, succumbing to unconsciousness. Still shaken by the encounter, Hang, in a fit of frustration, delivered 2 sharp kicks to the yellow-haired boy before hastening to Minxing's side to assess his condition. Gradually acclimatizing to the pain in his abdomen, Minxing, under the gentle hypnosis of his own consciousness, began to lose his pallor, his complexion shifting to an unusual flush. He smiled as he rose from the ground, addressing Hang with an air of nonchalance. "Class monitor? What brings you here? Is everything all right with your girlfriend?" Minxing quietly placed his foot upon the spot where he had just coughed up blood, pressing down firmly with his toes to conceal the crimson stain. With a gentle smile gracing his features, he observed the class leader as he anxiously inspected his own body from every angle. However, Hang was far too preoccupied to respond to Minxing's inquiries, witnessing the man who had only moments ago been unable to evade danger now standing resolutely before him. Hang found it difficult to reconcile this current state of vitality with Minxing's earlier plight. Having previously witnessed Minxing manage to arrange everything meticulously even after sustaining a gunshot wound to his shoulder, Hang scrutinized him once more. As it stood, aside from the still bleeding left hand, there appeared to be no other significant injuries. Chapter 39, a perfect conclusion. Noticing Hang's attention fixated on his left hand, Minxing exhaled a silent sigh of relief. He raised his left hand, and with an air of nonchalance amidst Hang's evident distress, he remarked, "It's merely a minor injury. Class leader, you should hurry and call the authorities to apprehend them all." Minxing lightly touched the wound that had yet to fully scab over, and his anxious heart was finally at ease within his chest. Fortunately, he had recently conducted an experiment, and thus the speed of healing the wound did not betray any signs. For the next few days, it was unlikely that anyone would notice anything amiss. He observed as Yi Daheng, after completing the call to the police, prepared to dial for an ambulance. Minxing hurriedly reached out to grasp Yi Daheng's hand. "Class leader, what are you doing? As you can see, I am perfectly unharmed. Please, do not squander public resources unnecessarily." Yi Daheng shook his head in disapproval. "No, you appear so feeble. You hardly resemble someone who is unscathed. Moreover, I cannot take your word for it. The last time you were shot, you remained so composed. Who knows the actual state of your body now?" Minxing firmly grasped Yi Daheng's hand, attempting to wrest the phone away from him. With no other choice, he gently prodded Yi Daheng's sensitive spot with his pinky. Seizing the moment when Yi Daheng instinctively released the phone due to the reflex, he swiftly took the device and turned to dash out of the alley, proclaiming, "Don't worry. Class monitor, I assured you I'm fine. Look, I can run." With his back turned to Yi Daheng, Minxing instinctively furrowed his brow, a flicker of pain evident in his eyes as he exhaled softly. He composed himself and paused at the alley's mouth. Yi Daheng, watching Minxing retreat further away, was suddenly engulfed by an absurd sense of helplessness. Despite the mere 200 meters separating them, he felt as though an impenetrable wall stood between them, rendering him unable to pursue or break through. Shaking his head to dispel this nonsensical thought, Yi Daheng hurried after him. Inside the police car, he shyly communicated with the officers, requesting that they also pick up his girlfriend. Amidst the kind-hearted teasing from the group, Yi Daheng sheepishly recounted the unfolding events. He revealed that upon hearing the elderly woman's clear description of the robber's appearance and attire, he sensed something was amiss. His father had previously told him that when faced with emergencies, the brain instinctively activates a protective mechanism, causing one to forget significant details. Considering that people encounter numerous individuals daily, it was only natural that a few might share similar clothing. However, the grandmother not only articulated distinctive features that an average person would overlook, but her tone was also filled with unwavering conviction, as if she had anticipated being robbed by this individual and had memorized his likeness. Having come to this realization, Yi Daheng did not abandon his girlfriend. Although aware of the dire situation, he placed his trust in Minxing's capability to handle himself and hurriedly left Natalie at the nearest clothing store. He instructed the shopkeeper to jot down anything Natalie wished to purchase, promising to settle the bill upon his return before hastily pursuing Minxing. Navigating through a winding path, Yi Daheng was fortunate that his height allowed him to glimpse Minxing's familiar silhouette around corners, ensuring he did not lose track of him. However, this fortunate circumstance vanished when both accelerated, resulting in Yi Daheng losing sight of him. At that moment, he longed to summon Jufu Jingguang from the dormitory, hoping he could deduce their direction based on the available clues. Realizing this was impossible, Yi Daheng relied on his unerring intuition, cautiously advancing, fearful of missing any trace of Minxing. After wandering for some time, he finally spotted the unmistakable figure of the bespectacled man, frozen in the same position he had initially seen. Confirming it was Minxing's unique calling card, Yi Daheng sprinted towards him. As he approached, he found Minxing weakly lying on the ground, eyes tightly shut, while a menacing blonde approached him with a knife. Yi Daheng could not tolerate this. Fueled by frustration from the pursuit, he kicked the blonde away with force and delivered several punishing blows, finally feeling some relief. Next came the necessity of calling the police. Returning to the scene, the onlookers regarded Yi Daheng and Minxing with admiration, captivated by the thrilling account of the events. After retrieving Natalie from the clothing store and settling into the passenger seat of the police car, an officer turned to them and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You two are quite remarkable. It seems heroes emerge in youth. May I inquire about your ages?" Clearly sensing the implication of flattery, Natalie chuckled softly. Stepping in to respond on their behalf, "My boyfriend and his classmate are already police academy students." "Is that so? That's truly wonderful." Observing the lively conversation, Yi Daheng furrowed his brow tighter, gripping Minxing's cold hands, which trembled from pain. He softly inquired, "Ah Xing, are you really all right? Perhaps we should visit the hospital to be safe?" Minxing gently shook her head, offering a reassuring pat on Yi Daheng's hand. "Really, it's nothing, monitor. If you're truly worried, I can return to the dormitory alone later instead of joining you all for the outing, all right? I don't wish to trouble you too much." Yi Daheng, realizing the conversation had veered off course, quickly redirected it. "What are you talking about? There's no way I would let you return to the dormitory by yourself." As Minxing was about to retort, he found himself already at the police station. Yi Daheng, who had chosen to refrain from further discussions with Minxing, obediently assisted the police in taking statements, leading Minxing and Natalie out of the station. Although Yi Daheng appeared cold and distant, seemingly disinterested in Minxing, he was in fact consumed by anxiety. He had not yet devised a plan on how to discuss escorting Minxing back to the dormitory with Natalie. It was he who had suggested the idea of a date with Natalie, and now, with the day's events unfolding as they had, he felt utterly unprepared. Natalie, able to discern his troubled thoughts through his expressions, let out a resigned sigh. Despite the lack of opportunity for them to connect today, did she not cherish Yi Daheng's noble qualities of responsibility and warmth? In a bid to alleviate the tension, Natalie decided to create an opening for Yi Daheng. She suddenly exclaimed as she rummaged through her purse, a look of dismay crossing her face. Oh dear. Ida hang. It's all my fault for rushing out this morning. I completely forgot to bring my wallet. She lamented. And with dinner coming up, how can I manage without it? Casting a glance at Ida Hang, whose eyes sparkled with hope, she feigned sorrow, saying, I'm so sorry, Ida Hang. But I may need to head back to retrieve my wallet. Chapter 40. Return to school. Minxing hastily interjected, Class leader, please escort Miss Natalie home quickly. It is quite perilous for a young lady to return alone. Natalie promptly waved her hand, asserting, that is out of the question. Compared to me. It is evidently you who requires protection at this moment. Ida Hang cast a troubled glance between Minxing and Natalie before reluctantly stating, Then I shall accompany Xing back to school. Natalie, do exercise caution on your way home. I shall meet you downstairs in an hour. Natalie affectionately ruffled Minxing's hair and, with a playful smile directed at Ida Hang's somewhat reluctant expression, reassured, Oh. It's not as if I am embarking on a treacherous journey. We shall see each other shortly. To prevent Ida Hang from reconsidering, Natalie waved her hand and swiftly hailed a taxi by the roadside. As she climbed into the vehicle, both Ida Hang and the astonished Minxing watched as the taxi vanished around the corner. Ida Hang then raised his hand to signal another taxi. Minxing, puzzled, tilted his head toward Ida Hang and inquired, Class leader, surely we do not need to take a taxi back? Our school is quite nearby. Ida Hang shot Minxing a stern look, replying, Enough of that. We shall discuss it upon our return to school. For now, we must hasten back. Minxing was unceremoniously pushed into the taxi by Ida Hang. Glancing at the palpable tension enveloping Ida, Minxing blinked, hesitant to utter a word. It was peculiar. Despite not being significantly injured, why was the class monitor so irate? Minxing pouted, listening as Ida Hang solemnly informed the driver of the school's name. Turning his gaze towards the window, Ida Hang glanced at Minxing's injury, which had been properly tended to at the police station, and rubbed the back of his head in mild frustration. Had it not been for a police officer handing Minxing a painkiller today, only to have it declined, Ida Hang would have remained oblivious to Minxing's allergy to most analgesics. As Minxing himself put it, the common pain relief medications available on the market were ineffective for him and often resulted in adverse reactions. He consistently kept such matters to himself. Had Ida Hang not learned of this today, there was a possibility that one day, unknowingly, they might offer Minxing a painkiller, which he might accept and consume simply to avoid rejecting their goodwill. Ida Hang found it difficult to fathom the experiences that shaped such a disposition. He bit his lip tightly, sharing this revelation along with Minxing's injury status in their small group chat of 5. This was their little secret. Whenever they discovered something new about Minxing or wished to discuss his habits, they would discreetly communicate within this small circle. Matsuda Akihira and Hajiwara Kenji, each carrying 2 large bags of food, nearly dropped their belongings upon seeing the message in the chat. It was not that they were overly dramatic, but rather they were perplexed as to why Minxing always returned injured whenever he went out. Despite Ida Hang's presence, how could such problems still arise? Shortly thereafter, Ida Hang's message of remorse and self-reproach appeared in the chat. Since he was in the same taxi as Minxing, Ida Hang chose not to send a voice message, instead earnestly composing nearly 500 words to recount the entire incident, largely placing the blame upon himself. He truly believed that if he had noticed something amiss sooner and had not gotten lost, the situation might not have escalated to such a dire extent. Zhu Jingwang read Ida Hang's account from start to finish and promptly pointed out the logical fallacies within his words. They were well aware of both Minxing's and Ida Hang's characters. Zhu Jingwang's tone remained gentle as always. Isn't it the other way around, class leader? Given Minxing's quick reflexes and nature, he would likely react and pursue before you, who are accompanied by your girlfriend. Even if, hypothetically, you managed to notice something unusual in time, you would first ensure your girlfriend was taken care of before pursuing. It simply suggests that Minxing did not wish for you to follow him. Ryugamin Zero chimed in with reassurance. Indeed. Minxing is more adept at resolving issues on his own. Perhaps he intended to retaliate after taking that last blow. He likely did not even consider that you would come after him. Thus, class leader, you have already done remarkably well by shielding Minxing from harm. No amount of self-reproach should fall upon you. In the midst of their chat, Ida Hang stole a glance at Minxing, who was still gazing out the window. He typed and deleted his words repeatedly, hesitating to send his thoughts. After a prolonged moment, he finally composed a message. Everyone, please be vigilant. I have a feeling that Minxing's emotional state may be more than just a slight tendency towards depression. He appears to have some dependency on pain. I'm not entirely certain about this. In any case, it seems that Minxing's psychological issues are quite severe. We cannot merely stand by his side anymore. With great effort, he managed to type with his free hand. I share that sentiment. Although it may not be pleasant to say, Minxing truly neglects his own well-being. We should aim to include him in our outings more often. While the reasons behind Minxing's psychological state remain unclear, engaging in activities with friends should provide him a welcome distraction from his troubled thoughts. Upon seeing Matsuda Akihira's suggestion, the others expressed their agreement, beginning to plan a day out with Minxing. Perhaps a trip to the arcade would prove to be a delightful idea. Minxing's hands were tightly clenched together, even though his mind had entirely deceived his body, transforming the pain in his stomach into a mere routine. However, the heartache that tugged at him compelled him to furrow his brow. His phone, set to vibrate mode by Min Xing before he left, dutifully buzzed. And upon glancing at the screen, he inevitably found an email from Shueshu. Was there something wrong with his body? Could it be the after effects of the previous experiment? Min Shang pressed his left hand against his numb stomach and, with a notably perfunctory reply of no abnormalities, closed his phone. He gazed out at the fleeting barren trees. The coldness in his eyes unapologetically exposed. Becoming partners was a prospect for the future. Before that, he must fervently seek every benefit available to him. The path through the snow-laden trees presented a valuable opportunity. As he was escorted back to his dormitory by Yi Dehang, Min Shing urged him to depart swiftly. Class monitor. You need not concern yourself with me. Go find your girlfriend, he said. Then, as if recalling something, he playfully poked Yi Dehang in the side. My dear class monitor. Do remember to tell them not to disturb me. I am quite fatigued. Noticing Yi Dehang's raised eyebrow in surprise, Min Shing stuck out his tongue and added, honestly. Your concealment is rather juvenile. All right, hurry along now. After pushing Yi Dehang out the door, Min Shing disregarded his hesitance and firmly shut the door. Once locked inside, he slid down the wooden door and sat on the floor. The smile on his face vanished in an instant. With a hollow expression, he stared at the ground, swallowing back the blood that had nearly escaped his lips. I know you were worried about me, but Natalie is still waiting for you. Min Shing silently curved her lips into a faint smile. For as long as each of you has someone else to cherish, you will not grieve for my demise upon learning of my death. Chapter 41. New Year's holiday. In the blink of an eye, the New Year's holiday slipped away unnoticed. The 3-day break vanished amidst the 6 individuals' indulgent slumber and playful revelries. Prior to the holiday, Matsuda Jinpei and Hajawara Kinji had purchased nearly 1,000 yen worth of snacks, all of which had been consumed. Akai Shuichi rummaged through the few remaining bags of snacks. Contemplating, after class tomorrow, I shall conveniently visit the supermarket to procure some more treats. Min Shing set down his phone and glanced at the 5 overflowing bags of trash piled up at the entrance, exclaiming with exasperation, 0. Are you intent on consuming all the hard-earned abs you've cultivated? The 5, who rarely heard Min Shing speak in such a manner, paused their activities and gathered around him with curious expressions, intently scrutinizing him. The prolonged silence from the 5 sent a slight chill down Min Shing's spine. Had they discovered that he had sneaked out to conduct experiments the other day? Or perhaps they had noticed the way he repeatedly tore open and rescabbed his wounds. Or was it that they had learned about the class monitor's promise to help him sneak out in a few days? Min Shing reflected on the recent days, contemplating actions that might have provoked their ire. After concocting several plausible excuses to divert attention, he mustered the courage to speak. Why do you all look at me like that? Upon hearing Min Shing's familiar tone, Zhufu Jingguang nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. You have not been possessed. Relieved that he had not been bombarded with the perplexing questions that plagued his mind, Min Shing discreetly exhaled, lifting his gaze in confusion towards Zhufu Jingguang. Huh? Hero, what are you talking about? What do you mean by possession? Ida took a playful jab at Min Shing's back. We're just teasing. Don't overthink it. It's simply the first time we've heard such a tone from you. It caught us off guard. Noticing that Min Shing was gradually lowering his defenses due to their growing familiarity, the 5 exchanged discreet high fives behind his back, struggling to suppress their delight and maintain composure in his presence. Min Shing was indeed puzzled as to what was the source of the astonishment among the group. Yet he chose not to delve into it, content that their joy was palpable. After engaging in playful banter for a while, the 6 friends gazed at the stars outside. Suddenly, Matsuda Jinpei sighed and rested his arm on Hajawara Kinji's shoulder. Alas, tomorrow we must attend Instructor Onizuka's class again. Last time, we were tasked with expressing our views on the hostage situation. I wonder what morbid subject Instructor Onizuka has devised for us this time. The once bright eyes of the other 5 dimmed simultaneously upon hearing Matsuda's words, their expressions transforming into that of despondency as they cast reproachful glances at him. Akaire delivered a sharp slap to Matsuda's head, his gaze imbued with a hint of menace as he retorted, Why must you bring this up? This is all your fault. Now we shall dwell in the shadow of Instructor Onizuka for the next 10 hours. Hajawara Kinji remained silent, simply pushing Matsuda's arm away and subtly shifting a few centimeters to the side. Realizing he had misspoken, Matsuda cast a guilty glance out the window, desperately attempting to ignore the palpable tension surrounding him. Min Shing observed the childish antics of the 5, a subtle smile dancing in his eyes. He deftly shifted the conversation, redirecting everyone's gaze towards Ida Hang. By the way, class leader, how did your time with Miss Natalie go last week? I would love to hear about it. Suddenly thrust into the spotlight, Ida Hang appeared momentarily dazed, catching sight of Min Shing's mischievous grin. With a resigned sigh, he discreetly kicked Matsuda Jinpei, who was nearby. Unwilling to rebuff Min Shing's inquiry, Ida Hang selectively recounted the amusing tales from their outing the previous week. Matsuda Jinpei, perplexed by the unexpected kick, soon realized the intent behind Ida Hang's glances filled with menace. With a smirk of self-satisfaction, he huffed at Ida Hang before turning to attempt to rest his foot on Hajawara Kinji's lap. Hajawara Kinji, intently listening to Ida Hang's narrative, subtly shifted backward to evade Matsuda Jinpei's encroachment, wishing to avoid the impending memory of tomorrow's class with Instructor Kiyotsuka. Sensing the irritation of his childhood friend, Matsuda Jinpei lost all interest in Ida Hang's story, hastily moving closer to Hajiwara Kinji in a bid for comfort. Suddenly, the cheerful voice of Ida Hang fell silent, prompting both Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kinji to tremble as they exchanged wary glances with the others. They then noticed the disdainful expressions of Akai Shuichi and Jifuka Kagemitsu directed at them. "What are you two doing so close together?" Hajiwara Kinji scrambled to his feet, retreating several steps while frantically waving his hands in an attempt to salvage his reputation. "No, we were just maintaining a proper distance. We were simply whispering to each other and inadvertently got a bit too close." Jifuka Kagemitsu regarded Hajiwara Kinji with a knowing look, his expression laden with unspoken implications, leaving both Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kinji in a state of fluster. After 10 minutes of their earnest, anxious explanations, Ida Hang, Minxing, Akai Shuichi, and Jifuka Kagemitsu exchanged knowing glances and finally succumbed to uncontrollable laughter. Minxing's shoulders trembled incessantly, struggling to suppress laughter, his face flushed to a deep crimson, rendering him momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Rikuya Rei and Sugo Kyuka were in higher spirits, rolling on the floor with laughter. A careless collision with the corner of a table left Rikuya Rei covering his head, unable to contain his mirth. Ituko's laughter was even more exaggerated, each ha distinctly resonating, each syllable crystal clear. Amidst Ituko's boisterous laughter, Sugo Kyuka, having laughed to his heart's content, theatrically wiped away non-existent tears from his face, exclaiming, "You two are too in sync. Do you really believe we would fall for this?" Realizing they had been played, Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kinji retracted their gesturing and reasoning, grinning maliciously as they launched a playful attack on the waists and underarms of Sugo Kyuka and Rikuya Rei. Though the class leader and his peers were no match for them, Minxing and his friends could not bring themselves to retaliate. However, Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kinji relentlessly tickled them, and witnessing the genuine tears of laughter streaming down Sugo Kyuka and Rikuya Rei's faces, they ultimately relented, letting the two go. After a night of spirited revelry, the six of them sprawled on the freshly cleaned floor. The silvery moonlight bathed each face, its gentle glow soothing their weary nerves, allowing even Minxing, for the first time, to drift into a deep slumber alongside the others before the weight of dreams took effect. Chapter 42. The train dilemma. The following morning, Minxing yawned as he huddled with Rikuya Rei and the others by the sink, brushing their teeth. Hajiwara Kinji, expelling the foam from his mouth, mumbled indistinctly, "Don't forget to grab today's books from your dorms." Nearly forgetting this crucial task, Minxing hurriedly rinsed his mouth, stuffed the books into his messenger bag, and sat by the bed, awaiting his companions to join him for breakfast. After a hasty meal, the six of them raced against time, stepping into the classroom just as the bell rang. With obedient smiles directed at the teacher standing at the podium, they quickly settled into the middle rows, upon realizing that the final class of the day would be taught by Instructor Onizuka. What usually felt like an eternity in class today seemed to pass remarkably swiftly. The six of them ambled into Instructor Onizuka's classroom and seized the last row ahead of everyone else. Instructor Onizuka inserted a USB drive into the electronic receiver and, noticing the empty front row, squinted his eyes and pointed toward the quivering six in the back. "You six, come up to the front. Especially you, Ituko." As the class leader, set a good example. With no tears left to cry, the six dared not protest and obediently made their way to the front row. Instructor Onizuka nodded in satisfaction, as today's lesson was indeed pertinent to the six of them. With a haughty hum, he thought, though reluctant now, "You will surely thank me later." As the class bell rang, Instructor Onizuka observed the weary students seated before him and dropped a bombshell. "Today, we shall not have class. 2 banners have been sent from the police station to be awarded to several students in our class." The once stagnant classroom erupted into excitement, students eagerly searching for the banners. Instructor Onizuka revealed the previously hidden banners, dramatically displaying 2 large golden banners before everyone. The names of Minxing and his group were emblazoned upon them, dazzling the eyes of those present. Following a brief moment of stunned silence, the classroom erupted into chaos. "Wow, the class leader and his group are amazing. Banners. At least a 3rd prize. How could anyone earn such honors just after entering college? Oh my. Did I see that correctly? The 2nd banner only has the names of the class leader and Minxing? Did they win a banner with just the 2 of them? That is impossible." When Instructor Onizuka mentioned the banners, the 6, still haunted by the recent bank robbery, had anticipated this news. So they were not particularly surprised by the 1st banner. However, upon seeing the 2nd banner bearing Minxing and Ituko's names, the 4 finally grasped the gravity of the danger they faced that day. Meanwhile, Ituko and Minxing, equally bewildered, could only respond to their friends' questions with puzzled expressions. Once Instructor Onizuka achieved his intended effect, he stowed the banners and rapped the table forcefully, demanding silence. His commanding gaze swept across the classroom, successfully quieting the students. Shaking the 1st banner in his hand, he continued, "This 1st banner is, of course, for the recent bank robbery incident that made the news. According to police feedback and eyewitness accounts, had these 6 not been present, the situation would have spiraled out of control, especially with armed individuals involved. Successfully thwarting the robbery were Ituko, Rikuya Rei, Minxing, Sugo Kyuka, Matsuda Jinpei, and Hajiwara Kinji, who were thus awarded this banner." Amidst the cheers of their classmates, Instructor Onizuka waved the 2nd banner in his other hand, adding, as for this banner, it is even more remarkable. Minxing and Yida Heng directly apprehended a criminal gang that had been on the run for years. Instructor Guizhu's expression grew solemn. This time it was a stroke of luck. Their leader had not emerged nor was armed. The police department, upon interrogating the captured individuals, uncovered their stronghold and managed to take them all down in one fell swoop. The expressions of all the students in the classroom gradually shifted from excitement to apprehension as their gazes towards the banner transformed from fervor to trepidation. Instructor Guizhu continued, indeed. The allure of the banner holds immense temptation for every officer, myself included. However, I must stress that even if the outcome is highly desirable, one must refrain from recklessness when uncertain of personal safety in the face of adversaries. For you can never ascertain whether they possess a trump card. To put it more bluntly, you do not know if they are armed. Understanding the entire situation, Instructor Guizhu cast a glance at Minxing and cautioned, when the significance of your sacrifice is uncertain, you must never act impulsively. Minxing remained utterly oblivious to the lingering gaze of Instructor Gizuka upon him, as all his attention was fixated on Matsuda Jinpei. He truly believed that this phrase was exceedingly suitable for Jinpei, were it not for its lack of coherence. He would have been inclined to grasp Matsuda Jinpei by the ears and recite it to him 100 or so times each day. This thought caused Minxing's expression to dim once more. However, had he not appeared, the trajectory of the original plot suggested that little Jinpei's sacrifice would have been an inevitable deadlock. Realizing that he had diverged from the lesson at hand, Minxing hastily cast aside this notion and earnestly focused on Instructor Gizuka's discourse. This was not due to any fervent love for learning on Minxing's part. Rather, it was because, within just a few fleeting minutes, Instructor Gizuka had shifted the topic to the day's lesson on the classic train dilemma. As the homeroom teacher, Instructor Gizuka had a plethora of material to impart. He was not merely tasked with teaching his students how to apprehend criminals. He also needed to instruct them on how to adequately protect themselves amidst the cerebral and strategic confrontations with offenders. Today's lesson was one such instance, the art of choice. The problem was not particularly complex. An out-of-control train was barreling down the tracks, where 5 individuals were tied up and unable to move. The train was poised to crush them. You stood beside the lever that could switch the train onto another track. If you pulled the lever, the train would divert onto an alternate path, yet there was also one person bound on that track. Would you choose to pull the lever? The class, upon hearing this dilemma, evidently split into 2 factions. One group advocated for pulling the lever, arguing that saving 5 lives was clearly more advantageous than saving 1. Conversely, the other group vehemently countered, questioning whether the mere fact of being one individual rendered that life any less significant. Was life truly quantifiable? Yet, if that solitary figure lying there was yourself, would you still choose to pull the lever? As the debate intensified among the students, Instructor Gizuka's gaze fell upon the perpetually silent Minxing. Minxing, you are to respond to this question. In the face of this scenario, what would your choice be? Chapter 43. A dissonant choice. Minxing rose from his seat, locking eyes with Instructor Gizuka, who regarded him with keen interest. He articulated a response that astonished everyone present. I would choose to halt the train. Instructor Gizuka shook his finger from side to side, remarking, your idea is commendable. But alas, that option does not exist. Minxing, seemingly lost in thought, tilted her head slightly and responded, in all likelihood, they would opt to pull down the lever. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of those in favor of pulling down the lever, Instructor Gizuka raised an eyebrow and inquired, why is that? I believe the assertion made by another group of students, that lives cannot be quantified, is indeed valid. Minxing collected his thoughts and earnestly stated, indeed, human life cannot be quantified. Yet the significance it embodies can be. Behind each life lies a family. Sacrificing the few for the many implies that 5 families may be saved, even if one family is shattered. Overall, such a choice can maximize collective happiness or benefit. Instructor Gizuka nodded thoughtfully and posed another question. What if the person bound there is you? Would you still pull the lever? Sensing the sudden tension in the 5 individuals beside him upon hearing this question, Minxing inwardly offered himself an apologetic smile. After a considerable silence, he finally responded, I apologize, Instructor, but I cannot make that choice. When the question pertains to my own life, I might be inclined to heroically pull the lever. However, at the moment of decision, my emotions would restrain my hand, reminding me that there are many who care for me, dreams yet to be fulfilled, and places I have yet to visit. Since I have not truly experienced such a dilemma, I cannot ascertain whether my heroism would prevail over my emotions or vice versa when faced with this conundrum. Upon hearing Minxing's response, the 5 let out a collective breath, joy surging uncontrollably within their hearts. It seemed their companionship over this time had borne fruit, as at least Xing's answer was not an unequivocal decision to pull the lever. They felt comforted by the response they had longed to hear. Thus overlooking the fleeting shadow of bitterness that crossed Minxing's eyes, Minxing settled back into his chair, casting a sidelong glance at Matsuda Jinpei, who appeared visibly affected by his response. He closed his eyes, unconsciously letting out a sigh within the recesses of his mind. In truth, he had lied. This dilemma offered him no alternatives. There had always been but one option, pulling the lever. His extreme sacrificial ideology rendered him incapable of making any other choice. Just as he had initially responded to Instructor Onizuka, if sacrificing himself were the only option available, Minxing would exhaust all means to safeguard those he cherished, even if it meant his own demise. Minxing was acutely aware of the intentions of the 5 individuals who surrounded him daily. He fully understood the expectations they harbored regarding his responses to their inquiries. Given that, ultimately, any answer would exist solely within the realm of imagination. Why not acquiesce to their desires and articulate the responses they yearned to hear, thereby eliciting their joy? Moreover, with his deviation from the established answer, Minxing's response was undeniably pointed. Minxing opened her eyes and discreetly cast another glance at Matsuda Jinpei, who remained lost in his own thoughts. She bit her lip and silently prayed, hoping that upon hearing her response, he might hesitate, even for just a fleeting second, when making future decisions. Instructor Gazuka called upon several more students to answer the question. Influenced by Minxing's reply, most responses were no longer absolute, but instead imbued with uncertainty. Nodding, Instructor Gazuka, noticing the class was nearing its end, quickened his pace to summarize the lesson of the day. In truth, there is no correct answer to this question. As each of you has articulated, standing from different perspectives yields various answers and outcomes. Each individual possesses an internal balance, and as police officers, we are particularly attuned to this. Yet, it is precisely because we are officers that our decisions are far more challenging. I will not dictate what choices a police officer should make, for I too am uncertain. What I wish to impart today is this: when you are confident that the consequences of your decision are far outweighed by the potential benefits, then be bold in making that choice. However, this is only applicable when far outweighed holds true. If you encounter even a moment's hesitation regarding that choice, you must relinquish it. Remember, never attempt to prove or attain anything through sacrifice. To those who are indifferent to you, self-sacrificial gestures are rendered utterly meaningless. As long as there exists even the slightest possibility of arriving at a conclusion through alternative means, always refuse to sacrifice yourself. Trust that the living hold greater value than fallen heroes. At that moment, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Instructor Gazuka merely uttered class dismissed, leaving the entire classroom enveloped in silence as he exited. Though his conclusions may have seemed overly definitive, driven by personal motives, he preferred to cultivate a somewhat cautious hero rather than nurture a fool who only understood sacrifice and cared little for their own well-being. Minxing's left hand, wrapped in bandages, emerged in the mind of Instructor Guizhu, who recalled how this student remained utterly unconcerned about the gunshot wound on his left shoulder. With a rare sigh, he hoped that his guidance today would compel Minxing to confront his own issues. Minxing, who had not connected the lesson's content to his own life, idly fiddled with his phone. After 28 years of existence, he had established a remarkably stable worldview. It was challenging for him to undergo a profound transformation due to external factors or persuasion. Much like his unwavering understanding that the concern of Zero and the others would not alter his perspective, he still felt a sense of joy for their efforts. Reminiscing about a time when he was cared for, Minxing shrugged slightly, lifting his gaze to the flurry of snowflakes cascading outside the window. If the conclusion is already predetermined, then why not strive to find moments of respite for oneself during the journey? His hand was taken by Zero Kirigane and Akira Fushiguro, while Hikari Ida grasped the satchel slung over his back, as the 6 of them jostled together through the classroom door. Minxing subtly revealed a hint of surprise and joy, engaging in discussions with them about how to spend the upcoming holiday. Yet, in the shadows unseen by the 5, his expression remained as impassive as ever. Had he truly wished to conceal his feelings, the words and demeanor that might have alerted them to something amiss would have completely escaped their notice. In a corner where no one paid attention, Minxing had long since perfected the art of obfuscation, a skill honed through the experiences of his past life. Chapter 44, Negotiation in the Dimly Lit Surroundings. The cacophony of voices did little to disrupt Minxing's thoughts. Having managed to slip away under the guise provided by Yi Dehang, he felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. He had reassured Yi Dehang multiple times that he was merely visiting a bar to meet an old friend, which was the only reason he found himself seated there. Minxing casually flipped through his emails, repeatedly confirming that he had not overlooked any clues. He fixed his gaze intently on the entrance, his usually gentle and harmless eyes now filled with a chilling intensity. Shueshu? He wondered if she could muster enough sincerity to provide a stamp of approval that would satisfy him for their forthcoming plan. Shueshu, slightly pale, hurried in and immediately spotted Minxing seated at the bar, awaiting her arrival. Even in such a complex setting, Minxing's striking appearance and remarkable aura could not be concealed. His somewhat slender frame made him appear fragile, as if he might dissipate into thin air at any moment. Yet the chilling glint in his eyes added a captivating tension to his presence. The perfect fusion of these two contrasting qualities in Minxing was so compelling that Shueshu, already feeling reluctant, found herself halting in her tracks. Could the plan truly not be accomplished without involving him? Shueshu paused to introspect, but before she could arrive at a new conclusion, she noticed Minxing putting away his phone and tilting his chin slightly to signal her to follow. He turned and ascended the staircase, gesturing to the waiter to indicate Shueshu's position at the door. As Shueshu observed Minxing's retreating figure, she cast aside her impractical thoughts and followed the waiter into the pre-reserved private room. Once the door closed, the expansive room was left with only the two of them, a stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere below. After a prolonged silence, Shuaishu seized the initiative and boldly addressed Minxing. She raised her gaze, her eyes sharp as she spoke with an unusual assertiveness. Simino, you can't invite me out and expect me to find the topics to discuss, can you? Minxing illuminated his phone screen and placed it face up on the table as a gesture of sincerity. He extended his hand and symbolically pushed it forward, prompting Shuaishu to follow suit and replicate the action with her own device. Minxing smiled gently, her eyes curving as she locked gazes with Shuaishu. Shuaishu, I hope you don't mind if I address you this way? Shuaishu, uncertain of Minxing's intentions, chose to remain silent and merely nodded in response. Minxing lifted the glass of liqueur in his left hand and gently nudged Shuaishu with it before taking a delicate sip, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Indeed. If we can enjoy a pleasant conversation today, when we meet again, we shall be comrades bound by the same fate. As an experimental subject, Shuaishu remained largely indifferent to the notion of being openly mocked by having her codename consumed before her. She simply gazed at Minxing with a placid demeanor, adopting a posture of attentive listening as she awaited his subsequent remarks. Minxing gazed at the poised demeanor of Shuaishu and chuckled lightly, deciding not to prolong the suspense. All right, let us return to the main topic. Teacher Shuaishu, the ultimate objective of this potion is to serve as a substitute, correct? Upon hearing the anticipated term, Shuaishu's previously taut nerves relaxed, and after visibly exhaling, she confidently replied, Indeed. Since you are here representing yourself, I can surmise the purpose of your invitation. Do you wish to join? Even if the cost may be beyond your means. She shed her earlier unease. Reclining comfortably on the sofa, lifting her glass and draining its contents in one swift motion, expressing her dissatisfaction with a soft click of her tongue. Without raising her gaze to meet Minxing's, she seemingly spoke to herself. Rum is rather unpalatable. Yet, there are those who enjoy it, fortunately. I am not among them. Afterward, she picked up another glass filled with a transparent liquid that exuded an innocuous aura. After a brief, distasteful sip, she set the glass down, declaring, a repugnant flavor, difficult to swallow no matter how many attempts one makes. Only then did she raise her eyes to meet Minxing's, both exchanging unspoken yet precise insights from their dialogue. Thus, their conversation unfolded in the direction both anticipated, extending until twilight descended. The alarm that Minxing had set in advance rang out, signaling the impending conclusion of their conversation. Shuaishu furrowed her brows as she gazed at the departing Minxing. Are you certain this is the path you wish to take? And what shall be the cost? Minxing settled back onto the sofa, articulating the carefully considered answers. I have 3 demands, each of which is indispensable. Shuaishu's expression softened somewhat, and her fingers tapped on the table, signaling for Minxing to continue. Minxing lifted his wine glass, holding it aloft, and gazed at Shuaishu with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. First, the duration of the experiment has been extended to 11 years. Second, when necessary, I will require your assistance in altering my bodily data pertaining to the microrobots. This can occur no more than 3 times. Third, you owe me a favor, which shall remain binding until the conclusion of the plan. Shuaishu shook his head in disapproval, reaching beneath the table to unveil the case of potions he had always carried with him. 2 neat rows of vials filled with elixirs were presented before Minxing. Minxing's gaze swept over the familiar potions, and he leisurely set down his wine glass, crossing his arms as he awaited Shuaishu to articulate something that might sway his decision. Shuaishu noticed that Minxing seemed to dismiss her refusal with little regard, a fleeting look of panic crossing her face. Yet, the potions on the table instilled her with immense confidence. As for the first condition, I have no objections. If you believe you can endure, then so be it. The second condition is not unacceptable, but you must inform me in a timely manner. I cannot be caught off guard. However, the third condition is something I cannot agree to. The concept of favors is too complex, and I cannot foresee how you might employ it. Besides, I do not believe that your inclusion in this plan necessitates that I owe you a favor. Simino, your involvement in this endeavor is far from the grandiose portrayal you provide. Though the precise reasons elude me, Simino, it is evident that you require my assistance. Otherwise, you will not last until the time you wish to survive. Shuaishu was resolute, wagering that Minxing needed her more than she needed him. Minxing remained unperturbed, letting out a soft chuckle as he gazed at Shuaishu. However, Teacher Shuaishu, I trust you do not wish to involve Jihua in this matter? I had assumed you would refrain from presenting such a condition. A smirk graced his face, the nature of his derision unknown. Perhaps I indeed require your assistance. Yet, should I decline to participate, the most favorable outcome would merely be his demise and yours. But are you certain Jihua can evade the pursuit of Lang Mu and his cohort, avoiding the fate you all despise? Living like a mere rat forever confined to the shadows? Minxing's voice softened, imbued with a beguiling allure. I shall become the focal point of your scheme, and all those wretched souls shall meet their demise. The individuals we wish to safeguard can live openly and without fear. The mention of this struck a nerve in Shuaishu, causing her expression to darken. Shizuka and Akemi, the offspring of the one who granted her a new lease on life. Shuaishu, unwilling to relent, persisted in her defiance. Pointing to the potion on the table, do you not wish to discover the effects of this elixir? Chapter 45, A Feigned Quarrel. Minxing cast a casual glance at the potions, dismissively waving his hand. They are merely painkillers at best, in comparison to the conditions I proposed. Such trifles do not stir my interest. He raised an eyebrow with a playful demeanor. I assumed that teacher Yuki would have gained sufficient insight into my character through Shiho. Feeling a chill at the underlying implications of Minxing's words, Yuki's back stiffened. Gritting her teeth, she narrowed her eyes and let out a cold chuckle. Very well. You certainly are something else. Consider me indebted to you for a favor. However, this matter must remain confidential from Shiho. I do not wish for her to be privy to even the slightest detail regarding this affair. Minxing, seemingly unfazed by her veiled threat, nodded indifferently and raised another untouched glass of wine before him. To Yuki's astonishment, he poured the contents onto the floor, having successfully secured the conditions and outcomes he desired. Minxing offered no explanations to Yuki. He pocketed his phone from the table and subtly gestured for Yuki to distance herself from the long table. In the next moment, he forcefully kicked the table over, sending the empty wine glasses crashing to the ground, their sharp shards echoing through the slightly ajar door, conveying a misleading message to the others who were already attentive to the private room. Minxing let out a cold snort, deliberately amplifying his voice. Shueshu. Are you threatening me? Shueshu took a few steps away from the door, an air of frostiness enveloping her features as she retorted defiantly. Even if I were to threaten you, what of it? Your life rests in my hands. Should you refuse to heed my words, I possess countless means to render your existence more agonizing than death. Minxing appeared to be utterly enraged, and without hesitation, she swiftly retrieved a shard from the ground as the bar manager hurriedly approached. With a flick of her wrist, the shard barely grazed her neck, evading the desperate attempts of Shueshu to dodge it. Realizing that Minxing was genuinely serious, Shueshu was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure, adjusting her stance and intently focusing on Minxing's movements as she cautiously inched towards the door. Minxing harbored no intentions of sparing Shueshu. His eyes gleamed with a fierce light, starkly contrasting with his ostensibly harmless visage, as a gun suddenly materialized in his grasp. In the terror-stricken gazes of all who observed from the shadows, he fired, the bullet piercing Shueshu's abdomen. Shueshu turned back, casting a resentful glare at Minxing, gritting his teeth as he clutched his wound, and, shielded by the bar manager, fled the room in haste. Minxing squinted as he observed the retreating figure of Shueshu, a hint of disdain curling his lips. He dismissively gathered the abandoned potion box left behind by Shueshu and, with an air of triumph, strode out of the private room. Those in the lower hall averted their gazes, pretending to be engrossed in their own affairs as Minxing nonchalantly tossed a gold bar onto the bar counter, declaring, I'll cover the tab. For a life. The gun that had abruptly materialized in his hand seemed to vanish as swiftly as a magician's trick, disassembling and disappearing into the recesses of his being. The patrons watched with sidelong glances as this harbinger of doom exited the bar and drove away, the oppressive atmosphere only lifting after the bar manager stepped in to diffuse the tension. From that day forth, a rumor began circulating within the organization, whispered among the members. It was said that Shueshu and Simino had engaged in a fierce argument over the experimental protocols, leading Shueshu to recuperate in the medical ward for an entire month. This discord had forged a rift between them. Upon learning of this rumor through Qingqiao, Minxing's brows furrowed momentarily, yet he merely smiled without offering a defense. Lying on his bed in the dormitory, he found it difficult to suppress the tears of joy that welled up within him. The first step of the plan had been flawlessly executed. With such meticulous design for this captivating beginning, what kind of conclusion would be worthy of the sacrifices made by both of them? Minxing closed her eyes, her heart now holding an answer. In the laboratory, the unconscious Shueshu received an email from her boss, finally exhaling a breath of expected relief. She hoped for a smooth resolution. Shueshu recalled that day in the bar, the meticulous and thoughtful plan devised by Simino, through which he finally glimpsed the terrifying capabilities he possessed. He accounted for every possible contingency, and even as the primary proponent of this plan, she found herself unwittingly manipulated by Minxing. Such an individual, if not eliminated but instead continuing to serve the organization, could lead to unimaginable consequences. With a sigh of regret, Shueshu felt a sense of gratitude for his involvement. Simino was indeed a madman. One could only befriend him. All who stood against him would inevitably be found out, their weaknesses exploited and ultimately dismantled. Over the past month, while recuperating, Shueshu repeatedly reviewed the plan proposed by Minxing, arriving at a somewhat apprehensive conclusion. The sole variable in this plan was Minxing himself, who skillfully leveraged the selfishness and greed of those involved, ensnaring everyone within this grand web. Fortunately, she had left that box of reagents for Simino. The relief on Shueshu's face was unmistakable. Although Simino needed her assistance more, she had inadvertently relinquished the initiative into his hands. She sat up from her sickbed, retrieved Simino's physical data, and proceeded to adjust the forthcoming experiments. If everything aligned with their desired outcomes, then from the very beginning, there could be no room for error. The incident of Minxing sneaking out has been exposed. Surrounded by 5 individuals who were somewhat exasperated, Minxing flashed a charming smile and said, Oh, please don't worry so much. I've returned. Haven Ti? I wasn't engaged in anything perilous, so there's no need for such an uproar. Zhu Fujingguang and Qiu Yuan Qinji, who meticulously inspected Minxing from head to toe twice, exchanged helpless gestures, confirming that indeed nothing was amiss. After an incredulous double-check by Ryugi Zero and Matsuda Jinpei, they reluctantly forgave Minxing for his solitary escapade. Minxing observed the lingering disbelief in the eyes of the 5 individuals and took the initiative to suggest an outing. This proposal, perfectly aligned with their desires, was swiftly agreed upon. Ida Kohei cheerfully volunteered to cover all expenses for their excursion the following day. As a form of compensation and penance for allowing Minxing to slip away today, Ryuga Zero chuckled, giving Ida a friendly pat on the shoulder. Thanks, class leader. Your presence is truly a blessing for us. Meanwhile, Hajiwara Kinji discreetly poked Minxing's side and, upon catching her gaze, whispered, Are you really all right, Ashing? Please don't force yourself. If you're holding back because you don't want the class leader to feel guilty, just let me know in secret. A warm sensation enveloped Minxing's heart as he patted his chest to assure himself that he was indeed fine. His earnest response finally alleviated the concerns of Hajiwara Kinji. The two, filled with enthusiasm, eagerly joined the discussion about their plans for the following day. Having never truly experienced the delights of an arcade, Minxing spent the entire night awake, tossing and turning in bed, his eyes wide open until dawn. The system, observing the hopeful Minxing, was genuinely alarmed by his recent pattern of getting injured during outings. In a flurry, it exchanged for a good fortune item with other systems and, seizing the opportunity while Minxing was distracted, affixed it to the back of him. Chapter 46, The Arcade. Minxing suddenly felt a refreshing wave of comfort wash over her back, but it vanished in an instant. Without much thought, she deftly manipulated her phone and stood at the dormitory door ahead of everyone else. As she watched the 5 individuals emerge from the dormitory, Minxing blinked her starry eyes, joining them for breakfast. Finally, once they boarded the bus heading to the arcade, it dawned on Minxing that she might have been a tad too overt in expressing her enthusiasm for this outing with friends. Accustomed only to managing pain and feelings of helplessness, Minxing found herself at a loss when confronted with this unfamiliar yet vaguely familiar emotion. The memory of a previous outing, one filled with anticipation but ultimately cut short by unforeseen circumstances, caused her brows to furrow once more. The system, unable to bear the sight of such a countenance on Minxing, decided to reveal the purpose of the luck-enhancing item it had initially withheld. However, upon hearing this news, rather than feeling elated, Minxing was taken aback. A dense wave of bitterness surged within her heart as she realized that the system had once again sacrificed something substantial for her trivial desires. This revelation shattered her initial mood, and her hands trembled slightly as she clutched the hem of her clothing. Nevertheless, she maintained a smile, engaging in a dialogue with the system in her mind, her exterior betraying no hint of her inner turmoil. Is that so? Thank you so much, system. Well, I shall enjoy myself thoroughly today. The system frolicked in her mind, almost bursting with joy at Minxing's gratitude, transforming into a vibrant hue reminiscent of a sunset. Affecting a nonchalant demeanor, it replied, No need for thanks. Just enjoy yourself, Ashing. Minxing fell silent, his gaze fixed upon the window as he had done countless times before. He sighed softly within, pondering how he might atone for the debts he owed to the 5 members of the police academy group through his future actions. Yet, what of the debts incurred with the system? How could he possibly repay each step he owed? Although the system perceived this as its compensation to him, he was acutely aware of the truth. The decision to save the 5 was merely his own selfish desire, and the non-utilization of the pain inhibition system served only as a pretext he crafted for himself. From beginning to end, it was solely he who owed a debt to the system owed him nothing in return. The smile on Minxing's face grew increasingly evident. Perhaps the system is much like them? It yearns to witness his laughter, to see him frolicking freely beneath the sun. Minxing blinked, a solitary tear cascading down to his collar unnoticed by those around him. How peculiar it was. Everyone seemed to toil aimlessly, striving purely for their own joy. Yet, paradoxically, the more they exerted themselves, the heavier and more suffocating he felt. Surely, it must be because he was too affected and pretentious? Everything he now possessed was once a distant aspiration in his previous life, the culmination of a lifetime-esque pursuit. Why then, when it was so readily accessible, did he feel even more despondent? As the bus came to a halt, Jiangyu Zero grasped Minxing's hand, leading him into the arcade. Furrowing his brow, he glanced at Minxing, muttering, How strange. The temperature today is hardly low, and you're dressed warmly. Why are your hands still so cold? With keen hearing, Minxing paused, releasing his grip on Jiangyu Zero's hand. He offered an apologetic smile, saying, I'm sorry, Zero. I might just be naturally cold-bodied, compounded by some circulatory issues. Jiangyu Zero, suddenly recalling Minxing's heart condition, nodded and once again took hold of Minxing's hand, beaming at him cheerfully. Oh right. No worries. I'll help warm you up. With that, Jiangyu Zero turned to the 4 who were leisurely making their way over, exuberantly waving his arms and calling out, Hurry up. You're moving so slowly, like turtles. Minxing lowered his head, fixated on the hand that Zero Kirigane had firmly grasped once more, feeling as though his throat was obstructed by a mass of cotton, rendering him utterly voiceless. Although the 4 who heard Zero's teasing did not quicken their pace, they leisurely approached the 2. Shufu Kika kindly elucidated the confusion of the perplexed Zero. Come on. Playing at the arcade is quite physically demanding, you know? If you expend your energy so carelessly now, you'll find that your opportunities to enjoy later will be significantly diminished. Zero Kirigane sensed a tinge of belittlement and, seizing Minxing's hand, shot a glare at Shufu Kiku and the other onlookers. With Min Sheng in tow, he dashed into the arcade, exclaiming, "Humph. You're wasting the goodwill that both Min Sheng and I extended to you. Just wait and see. It will undoubtedly be Min Sheng and I who endure until the very end." Unable to resist Zero's provocation, Matsuda Jinpei leaped in place, declaring, "How dare you underestimate me? Let us compete." With that, he pursued them. Left behind, Adaka Kei, Hajawara Kinji, and Shufu Kiku exchanged resigned smiles and shrugged, strolling leisurely into the arcade. The trio withdrew their wallets, each exchanging 500 yen, and with raised eyebrows, approached the two, who were locked in a staring contest before the game machine. Mischievously shaking the box filled with game tokens in their hands, they expertly made their escape to another machine just before the two could unleash their indiscriminate assault. Min Sheng returned to the two with 3 boxes filled with game tokens, distributing 600 tokens to each of them with utmost fairness. With his hands now free, he playfully patted Matsuda Jinpei's head with his left hand and Rengoku Rei's head with his right, saying, all right, go have fun. I'm off to play as well." Feeling somewhat perplexed, Rengoku Rei and Matsuda Jinpei rubbed their heads where Min Sheng had lightly patted them, a peculiar sensation spreading from their heads throughout their bodies. Their ears tinged with crimson, they awkwardly turned their backs to each other and walked towards the nearby arcade machines. Observing the scene discreetly, Hajawara Kinji and Zafukakage Akira exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, it was only when a Shing was by their side that they did not behave like a volatile powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Meanwhile, Ida-Kei, completely absorbed in the game, concluded a round with a bewildered expression. His gaze clear yet puzzled as he watched Rengoku Rei and Matsuda Jinpei awkwardly part ways. Noticing the class leader's distraction, Hajawara Kinji quickly gestured for him to continue playing. Oblivious yet compliant, Ida-Kei donned his headphones again and immersed himself in the shooting game. After distancing himself from the crowd, Min Sheng meandered around the vast amusement arcade. His steps uneven. He possessed little understanding of the arcade, his knowledge derived solely from fragments of conversations with classmates in his previous life. To Min Sheng, everything here was enchanting. The very things he had yearned for in his past existence now appeared effortlessly before him. However, he halted his steps, raising his gaze to the reflection of himself in the glass of a claw machine. Unconsciously, his arm lifted to align with his mirrored image. The figure of a youthful man, smiling and flushed, gradually receded, transforming into the emaciated boy he once was in his previous life. Chapter 47. Unbearable reminiscence. In the depths of autumn, the once vibrant school uniform hung loosely on the solitary boy. The black short-sleeved shirt beneath failed to conceal his increasingly gaunt physique. With each slight movement, a glimpse of his delicate, pale waist was revealed, marred by unsightly bruises. The zipper of his uniform had been torn off during a recent altercation, and a chill autumn breeze swept through, causing him to shiver as he clutched his thin autumn shirt tightly around him. The demonic whispers of those around him echoed in his ears, and Min Sheng trembled uncontrollably. Stumbling step by step back to the temple on the mountain, he gazed at the now dim temple and the empty room within, and after 4 years of steadfastness, tears finally cascaded down his cheeks. The day the old gentleman passed away had not elicited a single tear from him. Yet tonight he seemed intent on exhausting all his sorrow. Within the temple, he struggled to find long-expired noodles, repeatedly igniting the fire he had mastered countless times before. Min Sheng gazed at the flickering flames ignited by Mingyu, his eyes fixed on the water gradually reaching a boil in the pot. What would it feel like to immerse his hand in? Shivering from the cold, Min Sheng yearned for the warmth of the fire. Despite the rational voice cautioning him that he would be scorched by the flames, he unhesitatingly extended his hand into the searing heat. Having received no care for 5 long years since the passing of the old gentleman, Min Sheng suppressed the reflexive pain, and after a brief moment of numbness, the sudden surge of agony jolted him back to consciousness. He withdrew his severely burned hand from the fire, exhaling sharply in a spasm, and hurriedly grabbed a handful of noodles with his unscathed hand, tossing them into the boiling water. The pain from his injured hand surged with a delayed ferocity. Yet he found a morbid pleasure within the overwhelming torment. In a daze, he fished out a few undercooked noodles from the pot, disregarding their texture and flavor, and mechanically stuffed them into his mouth. Without any seasoning, the expired noodles were nearly impossible to swallow, yet he consumed them, tears streaming down his cheeks. Memories of the past flickered through his mind like a lantern show, ultimately settling on the old man's prophecy that had foretold Min Sheng's fate. The haunting recollection, inscribed like a curse, tore through the veil of deliberate forgetfulness he had maintained. Ultimately, he was as the old man had predicted, abandoned by his biological parents. And the only one who had shown him kindness was now long gone. Grief and despair began to well up within him, and he pressed his hand to his chest, tears flooding his cheeks. That sensation, bitter and fiery, akin to scalding oil, seemed to bind him in time, leaving him frozen in a single pose. No one would ever affectionately call him little one again, nor would anyone hold him close to tend to his wounds. He had never felt anything but a yearning for support due to the old man's frailty. He simply craved a sanctuary, even if it meant enduring pain or injury. The solace of companionship would have sustained him for ages. Yet now, he found himself utterly alone. Min Sheng abruptly extricated himself from his reverie, his gaze fierce as he compelled himself to rise from the ground. Methodically, he extinguished the fire and unearthed his meager remaining funds from a hidden pocket. Akin to a desperate struggle against death, dashing to the nearest arcade, He had resolved that this year, for his birthday, he would desire nothing at all. Nothing at all. He simply wished to gaze upon that doll, aware that there was no home to offer it. Thus, he did not dare to hope for the possibility of bringing it back with him. His left arm was scorched to a charred black, his entire being devoid of color. Drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, ignoring the horrified expressions of the staff and their attempts to call for emergency assistance, he appeared unnervingly calm. The clock on the wall silently ticked towards 10 o'clock, and Min Sheng let out a low laugh. Casting a lingering glance at the doll separated from him by a thick glass barrier, before turning to exit the arcade, racing against the arrival of the ambulance, which was delayed due to the remoteness of the area. The appointed time was approaching. He must return to the temple, where the ashes of the old gentleman awaited. He could not allow his own cowardice and fear to hinder the old gentleman's eternal rest. Moreover, there was no need to feel fear any longer. His heart thudded relentlessly within his chest, seemingly on the verge of bursting forth from his throat as he sprinted. As darkness enveloped Min Sheng, he found himself back within the temple. After 2 days without sustenance, his body could no longer endure, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground. The biting chill roused him from his stupor, and to his surprise, his consciousness was remarkably clear, despite his body temperature soaring to an unbearable degree. He felt no signs of abnormality at that moment. 7 familiar figures encircled him, with the leader casting a contemptuous and malevolent glance in Min Sheng's direction. A torrent of derogatory and insulting words was hurled at him, yet Min Sheng, accustomed to such treatment, regarded them with indifference, provoked by Min Sheng's demeanor. The leader waved his hand, prompting the other 6 to pounce upon Min Sheng, assaulting him mercilessly. The once unbearable pain felt unusually light today. After receiving a sharp slap that knocked his head askew, Min Sheng even laughed. Noticing something was amiss with Min Sheng today, the leader felt a twinge of panic. However, recalling the immense power wielded by his father, he regained his arrogance. Displeased by Min Sheng's lack of reaction, a cunning thought crossed his mind, and he commanded his lackeys to act, a grin threatening to burst forth from his face. This remote mountain village, close to the town, adhered to customary practices. When an elder passed away, their ashes were to remain at home for 6 years before burial, if his memory served him right. There was an old man in this temple. With a malevolent glint in his eyes, he fixed his gaze on Min Sheng. The audacity of this impoverished youth, blessed with striking looks, had caused Exeiner to spurn him, and now this beggar dared to vie for her affection, even with the scars that marred his features. Min Sheng's exquisite face still radiated a captivating brilliance. The leader kicked the fire pit apart and approached Min Sheng with a cold smirk. The assailants, upon seeing their leader's approach, hastily made way for him. Observing Min Sheng's nonchalant expression ignited a frustration within the leader, who, seeking an outlet for his pent-up anger, stomped on Min Sheng's face. Finally witnessing the pain he relished etched upon Min Sheng's visage, he menaced him with a sinister threat. Let me make this clear. The opportunity for me to attend school in place of your friend is a tremendous honor for him. Should you dare to expose this matter, I will be the first to end your life. Min Sheng was nearly suffocated underfoot, his oxygen-deprived mind utterly incapable of grasping the implications of the boy's words. When the boy finally lifted his foot, Min Sheng, regaining his senses, responded with a sardonic smile. A person of his disposition would hardly be intimidated by such occurrences. Even if the truth were to come to light, his indifferent stepfather would undoubtedly assist in concealing the matter. In this instance, it merely served as an excuse for him to find a plaything to torment, much like himself. However, he was reassured, given the repeated insistence on discretion. This incident would certainly remain undisclosed. Min Sheng's face bore no expression, rigid as a tattered doll. If he could merely endure this night, he could surrender to death thereafter, rendering the old man's prophecy a fallacy. Yet the words of the boy who had just dashed into the temple shattered his illusion. Boss, I found the urn. The leader, pleased to see the terror etched on Min Sheng's countenance, commanded his men to release him, only to pin him down once more. As Min Sheng writhed beneath their feet like a fish deprived of water, the mad yearning within him found satisfaction as the leader triumphantly raised the ceramic urn containing the old man's ashes. Min Sheng felt utterly drained of strength, helplessly watching as the jar shattered just a meter away from him. Chapter 48, The Ineffable. The ebony jar crashed to the ground, splintering into several shards, with ashes scattered across its remnants, creating a scene both desolate and forlorn. Min Sheng's composure was shattered as he fervently shook his head, desperately attempting to free himself from the boy's foot in order to crawl towards the shattered ceramic jar. Instead of lifting his foot, the boy pressed down even harder, laughing boisterously as he relished Min Sheng's humiliation with his companions. Min Sheng, despite his exhausted body, summoned an inexplicable strength. Breaking free from his restraints and slowly crawling towards the interior, the boy watched with keen interest as Min Sheng struggled to advance. Producing a knife from his pocket and approaching with a sinister grin, he lightly tapped Min Sheng's face with the blade, looking down upon him with an air of superiority. This is the only thing of value you possess. After uttering these words, he sneered coldly, a wave of malice washing over his features. Soon, you shall possess even this no longer. The boy grasped Min Sheng's face, forcibly compelling him to raise his head. While brandishing the knife menacingly against his skin, Min Sheng's vision was shrouded in a haze, rendering the visage of the fiend before him utterly indistinct. He had failed to retain even the final token bestowed upon him by the old gentleman. How utterly ineffectual he felt. The young man gazed at Minxing's crimson eyes, and the smile upon his face deepened with malevolent delight. Minxing found himself unable to breathe, engulfed by an all-consuming darkness that swallowed his consciousness. In this moment, the blade suspended before him transformed into his salvation. Beneath the astonished gaze of the boy, Minxing wore a liberated smile as he collided directly with the sharp edge of the knife. The weapon penetrated his neck completely, striking precisely at the center. Warm blood gushed forth in a fountain-like spray, splattering across the boy's body and face. Never having envisioned such a scene, the boy trembled and released his grip, his voice awakening before his reason, a terrified scream escaping his lips. In a frantic rush, 7 individuals fled in all directions, unable to cast another glance at the blood-soaked Minxing. Remarkably, there was no pain at all. Tears mingled with blood, cascading onto the ashes strewn upon the ground. Minxing, in a state of panic, reached out in a desperate attempt to gather the ashes, yet he momentarily forgot the origin of the blood was himself. His hands hung limply by his sides as he stared in disbelief at the crimson liquid slowly tainting the ashes. The corners of Minxing's mouth curled into a sardonic arc. He yearned to laugh, to mock his own foolishness, to deride his own impotence. Yet, the excessive loss of blood had sapped his warmth, drained his strength, and ultimately extinguished his life. A hasty glance revealed that the hour hand had already pointed to 1 in the morning. The taut final string had completely snapped. Minxing lay on the ground, feebly closing his eyes, devoid of vitality. Only the clock, having long ceased its ticking, silently screamed, while the moon hung high in the night sky, futilely narrating its tale. If only there were an afterlife, perhaps in the next life, even if he were to meet a death worse than this, it would still be 1,000 times better than witnessing the one he cherished find no peace in this moment. If only it were true. Scalding tears cascaded down Minxing's face, carrying away the last trace of his existence in this world. Matsuda Jinping, who had already completed 2 full rows of arcade games, aimlessly wandered through the game center. Suddenly, he noticed Minxing staring blankly at the dolls inside the claw machine, his eyes unblinking for an extended period. Curiosity piqued. Matsuda approached and embraced Minxing, leaning close to his ear and softly calling out, "What's the matter, Shang? Do you really like that doll inside?" The grim and decayed past was forcefully and irresistibly torn open by this call, and in the gradually brightening vision, a figure emerged, starkly different from the memories he held. Accompanying this apparition was the unabashedly flamboyant face of Matsuda Jinping. Minxing's chaotic consciousness suddenly awakened. He gazed at Matsuda Jinpei's face, feeling a warmth rise in his cheeks. Indeed, this lifetime was different. He was surrounded by them, by a multitude of people. A smile gradually spread across his face as Minxing slowly and resolutely nodded, pointing at the doll at the farthest end. "Yes, I really like it." Matsuda Jinpei lifted his arm, rolling up his sleeve to the elbow, and directly grasped Minxing's chilly hand to insert 2 coins into the claw machine. He then began to exhibit remarkable skill, as if the claw within the machine were an extension of his own arm. In less than 5 attempts, he successfully retrieved the doll Minxing had pointed to, along with Minxing himself. With a beaming face, Matsuda Jinpei pulled the doll from the machine's openings, his expression brimming with excitement as he handed it to Minxing. Behind them, the tail swayed back and forth, a proud grin directed at Minxing. Minxing gazed intently at the doll before him, ultimately conquering his inner trepidation as he accepted the doll from Matsuda Jinpei's hands. Indeed, it was an exact replica. Minxing murmured softly, her gaze entranced by the doll in her hands. Matsuda Jinpei, unable to catch her words, rubbed his ears and inquired with curiosity, "What did you say, Shang?" Minxing blinked, regaining her composure, and lifted her gaze to Matsuda Jinpei, revealing a smile radiant beyond measure. In that moment, all sorrow and gloom were entirely erased, and her tear-filled eyes, brimming with joy, struck Matsuda Jinpei with an overwhelming impact. His face flushed crimson, leaving him frozen in place, utterly forgetful of how to position his hands, which flailed aimlessly around him. Amused by Matsuda Jinpei's flustered demeanor, Minxing raised the right hand of the doll and gave a gentle wave to him. Deliberately altering her voice to reflect her unique tone, she said, "Oh, it's nothing, little Jinpei. It's just that the doll beside me is so adorable. I wish to take it home with me." Minxing subtly pointed to another doll, and in a moment of infatuation, Matsuda Akihira took her hand without hesitation, guiding it to the controls. In a swift motion, 1 doll was successfully captured by Minxing. "Wow, Akihira, you're amazing." Yet, that particular doll intrigued her greatly. She yearned for it as well. Matsuda Akihira, utterly captivated by Minxing's enthusiasm, fervently retrieved every doll she desired. When the 2 reunited with the other 4, their jaws dropped at the sight of Matsuda Akihira dragging 3 large bags and balancing 2 more on his shoulders. "Are you 2 robbing a claw machine?" The satisfied Minxing, displaying an unusually obedient demeanor, shook her head and pointed at the dolls. "No, I simply adore them." Before she could finish her sentence, Jufu Jingguang, Dahankai, Hajawara Kinji, and Shinjuku Rei were completely dazzled by the smile illuminating Minxing's face. "Grab them. They're just dolls. Today, even if it means reaching for the stars, they must retrieve them for Minxing." With determined spirits, the 4 advanced towards the claw machine. But Minxing reached out to tug at Dahankai, who was striding forward with purpose. Tilting her head and blinking, her gaze drifted towards a nearby balloon shooting game. "Class leader, I want." Before Min Xing could finish her thought, Da Hankai, struck by a sudden impulse at the sight of her carefree smile, hoisted her up and dashed towards the shooting area. The rare and long-awaited ease on Min Xing's face was truly remarkable. Had they known that a mere visit to the arcade with Ah Sheng could yield such a profound transformation, they would have done so much sooner. The four individuals behind Da Hang exchanged glances, a silent sigh resonating in their hearts, lamenting that they should have brought Ah Sheng along much earlier. Chapter 49. Dance Machine. Min Xing was genuinely delighted. At least his smile was not a mere facade. Under the guidance of a skilled player, he effortlessly conquered every game machine in the arcade. The various sound effects and victory jingles made him beam with uncontainable joy. Ultimately, the group of six found themselves before the only game machine in the arcade that they had yet to try, the dance machine. Idako listened intently to the music emanating from the dance machine. Observing a succession of handsome young men and beautiful women stepping up to dance and then descending from the stage, he decided to take a bold step and give it a try. With a hint of reckless abandon, he tentatively placed his feet on the dance machine. In a swift motion, Hajiwara Kinji inserted 2 coins, and before Idako could mentally prepare himself, an exuberant dance track began to play. "Eh?" Idako exclaimed, wide-eyed at Hajiwara's actions. Matsuda Jinpei squinted his eyes playfully, unabashedly high-fiving Hajiwara with precision. With a cheerful grin, he encouraged, "Class leader, just dance with confidence and set an example for us." Hearing the words once frequently uttered by instructor Onizuka to keep him in check, Idako felt a twinge of discomfort in this context. With his brows knitted together like 2 little caterpillars, he instinctively began to move his body in sync with the music. Gradually, the visual cues of the dance steps began to resonate with his movements, and surprisingly, he found himself becoming quite adept at the seemingly embarrassing dance. Well, the dance machine's mechanical praise echoed, accompanied by raucous applause and cheers that drew the attention of players at other machines. The audience was astonished that a newcomer had achieved an A rating, leaving seasoned players of the dance machine in disbelief. A few eager participants jumped onto the platform, playfully challenging Idako. "Hey, little brother. With such a high score on your first try, you've got some talent. Care to compete?" Intrigued by the notion that one could possess talent in gaming, Idako eagerly accepted the challenge. Min Xing slightly parted her lips, gazing in a daze at the captivating figure of Da Hang dazzling on the dance machine. So, the 200 shots, the 25 hits, the 10 motorcycle races, and the countless rounds of rhythm games, culminating in the whirlwind of a lottery from the gaming machine, were these merely appetizers for the class leader? And what was her own breathless state after managing to grasp only 600 yuan worth of toys? Could it be that the recent frequency of experiments had led to a decline in her physical condition? Yet, surely it could not have diminished to such an extent. Min Xing gazed contemplatively at his hands, a look of introspection gracing his features. Beside him, Zhu Jingguang observed with a bemused expression as Da Hang floundered on stage. His movements a chaotic dance. It was indeed peculiar, despite the apparent lack of coordination. There was an incessant feeling that he would miss the swiftly descending arrows at any moment. Yet, inexplicably, Da Hang consistently managed to strike the correct pose, albeit one that might not be deemed aesthetically pleasing. Zhu Jingguang pondered this with a candid assessment. Could this be the result of the class leader's astonishing dexterity and reflexes? It was indeed quite terrifying. Noticing that Min Xing had suddenly fallen silent, Zhu Jingguang hastily set aside his musings and turned to find Min Xing fixated on his own hands. Quickly, he mentally retraced the events of the day, ensuring that nothing amiss had transpired. Satisfied, he bent down to align his gaze with Min Xing's hands. In the midst of a clandestine dialogue with the unexpected system manifesting in his palms, Min Xing was caught off guard, locking eyes with Zhu Jingguang. Realizing that Min Xing was not as lost in despondency as he had anticipated, Zhu Jingguang discreetly exhaled in relief. Fearing that Min Xing might sense his concern and perceive it as a burden, he swiftly shifted the topic. "Min Xing, once the class leader tires, shall we take our turn and have some fun too?" Min Xing gently moved her fingers, and the system, sensing her actions, returned to her mind with a hint of frustration. It sulkily fixated on Zhu Jingguang, who appeared to be flaunting himself like a peacock in full display at least. That was its perception. Zhu Jingguang had taken away a sheng, which it deemed a wrongdoing. The entire cloud of the system gradually morphed into a somber gray, exuding an unusually heavy presence as if it were about to descend to the ground. It had only managed to exchange a few words with a sheng. Min Xing cast aside the memories of the experiment, raising his head to glance at the class leader, who showed no signs of fatigue. With a hint of hesitation, he shook his head. "I think not, as it seems the class leader is quite fascinated by this." Min Xing smiled shyly, her disheveled hair swaying gently. "I am utterly unskilled at dancing. It would be embarrassing for me to let you down." During their conversation, Idako finally descended from the stage after an endless series of performances, slightly out of breath as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Ryuga Zero and Matsuda Jinpei exchanged glances and simultaneously leaped onto the platform. Both of their eyes sparkled with a competitive spirit, and the numerous familiar dance moves that Idako executed effortlessly posed no hindrance to them. This, of course, was merely their assumption. Hajiwara Kinji, while handing Idako a tissue to wipe his sweat, couldn't help but steal occasional glances at the bizarre postures of the 2 individuals on stage. Realizing that Ryuga Zero and Matsuda Jinpei were entirely different from his expectations, they momentarily froze on the platform. Wait, the captain performed this move with such ease. Huh? I distinctly remember this maneuver. Although the captain made it look comical, it still earned points in the end. The two, attempting to halt and readjust their movements, found themselves unable to keep up with the rhythm, coming to a standstill on the platform. Their soft, dog-like eyes and indigo hues transformed into tiny dots, spinning in contrast upon their handsome, uniquely charming faces. Witnessing this, Hajiwara Kinji hurriedly approached to drag his childhood friend and Ryuga Zero off the stage, settling them comfortably on a nearby chair before exhaling a sigh of relief. Goodness, how is it that he, who hadn't even played the dance machine, appeared to be the most exhausted? Through Minxing's raised brows, Shibuya Kagemitsu quickly discerned that she was quite intrigued by the dance machine. Nodding in understanding, he took her hand and led her to the machine. Hajiwara Kinji, who had just relaxed, felt his tension rise once more, dutifully inserting 2 game coins into the machine, watching with curiosity as the somewhat bewildered Minxing stood on the stage. I wonder how well she can dance. Chapter 50. Graduation. Shibuya Kagemitsu was not particularly adept at dancing either, but he recognized that Minxing needed companionship, so he boldly joined her on the dance machine. Upon noticing her rigid posture, he awkwardly smiled and raised his hands to sway his body, attempting to ease her tension through this gesture. Minxing's initial awkwardness was effortlessly dispelled by Zhufu Jingguang's exemplary leadership, and unbeknownst to him, the tension of stepping onto the stage and becoming the center of attention gradually transformed into a sense of ease. After a single performance, driven by Zhufu Jingguang's vigorous movements, he was awarded a B-grade evaluation. The audience, relieved to find no bizarre occurrences, erupted into enthusiastic applause, much to Zhufu Jingguang's surprise. Amidst the cheers from the audience, he found himself genuinely intrigued by the machine. Realizing that even if his dancing was not perfect, he would not be ridiculed, Minxing's posture on stage became less rigid, and his joints began to sway gently with the rhythm of the music. His movements gradually expanded, and a subtle excitement flickered across Zhufu Jingguang's face as he kept a watchful eye on Minxing. His smile grew more radiant. Upon successfully concluding the entire dance, Minxing descended the platform with a flushed countenance. Initially believing that the attention of the entire audience had been captured by his companion hero, he tiptoed off the stage, only to be surrounded by Ida K and others who showered him with generous compliments. Ah Xing, your sense of dance is remarkable. Oh my, Ah Xing, you were so adorable on stage. Caught off guard by the praise, Minxing shook his head modestly. Not at all, it was merely a game machine. I hardly deserve such flattery. Minxing covered his face with his right hand, unable to lift his gaze to meet the eyes of those around him, consumed by shyness. His voice dwindled to a mere whisper, eventually fading into the sound of a mosquito. Fortunately, the crowd had their full attention focused on Minxing, and their keen hearing proved to be a great advantage. Minxing's final words echoed clearly in their ears. The few who were charmed by Minxing dramatically clutched their hearts, stammering and transforming into creatures akin to monkeys in a zoo, leaving the surrounding onlookers in a state of stunned disbelief. The attention that had previously been directed at Zero and Kinji shifted to their faces instead. All right. Please stop teasing me. Hagi, wouldn't you like to join in on the fun? It truly is quite enjoyable. Despite having heard compliments countless times, Minxing was still unaccustomed to them and quickly attempted to change the subject, casting a pleading glance at Kinji. With practiced ease, Kinji redirected the conversation back to himself. I have no desire to join. Just watching you all jumping around up there is exhausting enough for me. He stuck out his tongue, recalling his recent experience, and expressed his complete disinterest in the dance machine. Just when Minxing thought the topic had come to a close, the warmth on her face began to fade slightly, only to be reignited by Kinji's sudden, unanticipated approach. Kinji leaned in close, his earnest gaze locking onto Minxing's, who instinctively averted her eyes. Ah Xing, although I hesitate, I must sincerely tell you that your carefree nature, unbothered by the opinions of others, is truly precious. We all genuinely enjoy seeing you like this. Caught off guard by this unexpected declaration, Minxing instinctively took a step back, her body reacting before her mind could catch up, desperately unwilling to acknowledge the truth in his words. Yet, in the next instant, her awareness returned, and she hurriedly suppressed the urge to flee. She could not allow them to perceive any cracks in her facade. In the depths of his heart, Minxing silently cautioned himself, maintaining an impeccable facade as he locked eyes with Kuhara Kinji, nodding with a faint smile. He even managed to smile naturally at everyone, his brows and eyes curving in a manner consistent with his usual demeanor, conveying his agreement with the statement made. Unbeknownst to any of them, the 5 companions embraced and departed from the arcade with ease, reveling in both the day's excursion and in Minxing's breakthrough, appreciating the compliments he received. Yet, among them, Zhufu Kiku, who had been observing Minxing closely, wore a somewhat forced smile. As he pondered, he slowed his pace, feeling an odd dissonance despite Minxing's smile being identical to those he had displayed before. What could account for this peculiar sensation of stiffness? Unable to decipher the enigma, Zhufu Kiku buried his doubts deep within and quickened his steps to catch up with the 5 who had turned to wait for him. Let us go. Time to head home. Kuhara Kinji and Zhufu Kiku exchanged cautious, discreet glances at Minxing, noting his smiling visage and choosing to dismiss their strange perceptions. After all, how could Min Shing's emotional facade possibly surpass their own? With barely detectable sighs, they resolved to observe quietly, knowing that pressing too hard could yield counterproductive results. Time, relentless as ever, marched on, with the seasons passing distinctly. After countless bittersweet farewells, the 6 of them finally arrived at their graduation season. Clad in their graduation robes, they jostled among their peers on the playground, listening to Instructor Onizuka's final words of guidance. With a hint of nostalgia, Instructor Onizuka, having bid farewell to yet another graduating class, felt a twinge of sadness. He surveyed the students who had been under his tutelage for 4 years, exhaling deeply. Today, I shall refrain from lecturing. I know you all consider me strict and difficult to approach, yet that is far better than losing your lives. Now, finish your laps quickly. You still need to take your graduation photos. He gestured toward the playground. Go on. According to the old rules you've known for 4 years, run 5 more laps. Consider it a final farewell to this campus. With that, Instructor Onizuka hurriedly departed. However, Ide Kakari and his companions did not feel particularly sorrowful about this separation. After all, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they were set to reunite at the police headquarters. Thus, amidst a sea of heavy and complex emotions from their peers, the 6 of them stood out as they ran forward, laughing together. After completing the 5 laps with vigorous enthusiasm, Zero Furuya suggested, "Let us hurry and take our graduation photos, then go out for a meal." Kuhara Kinji nodded in agreement with Zero Furuya's idea. Indeed. We will meet again at the police headquarters, so there's really nothing to be sad about. Min Shing stood behind them, the smile on his face frozen in place. Yet, his gaze gradually dimmed. A familiar pang of bitterness unfurled from his heart, spreading throughout his entire being. He lifted his head, attempting to suppress the tears from cascading down. However, through his blurred vision, he caught sight of the magnificent cherry blossom tree overhead. A gentle breeze caressed his cheek, wiping away his tears as Min Shing raised his hand to catch the slowly drifting cherry blossom. It had 5 petals, a detail he suddenly recognized. The smile on his face slowly transformed into one of bitterness. Indeed, there were only 5 petals. Chapter 51. A simple task. Simino was a madman. This conclusion was universally acknowledged among the members of the organization. Ever since Simino returned from his mission in September, he had taken on all the tasks that even Jin found daunting, completing them at a terrifying pace of 1 per day. Inside the laboratory, Bailey sweet, with a worried expression. Stop, Simino. Ah Shang, you should take a break. You have just finished your experiment, and your body won't be able to withstand it. Min Shing rose to his feet, gently pushing away by Li Tian's hand. There is no time, he stated. I have already arranged the meeting time with them. He supported his pale visage with a playful smile directed at Bai Li Tian, assuring her, do not worry, I will be fine. If you are truly concerned for my well-being, you may check my health data with Teacher Shueshu. Bai Li Tian gazed at Min Shing's receding figure, her frustration manifesting as she tossed the recording device onto the ground with a huff, muttering, rest assured, rest assured. Ah Shang is the most vexing. Clearly, the experimental data from Shueshu has been tampered with. He only knows how to deceive. Impatiently, Min Shing returned to the safe house, ensuring that the dining individuals were adequately attended to before hastily mounting his motorcycle and racing towards the mission site. Despite his trembling hands, he skillfully assembled his firearm within a minute. The intelligence team, who had long awaited his arrival, eagerly offered him a cigarette. Lord Simino, today's target is that individual. One of them pointed towards a distant figure clad in a black suit, a towering presence that stood out ominously among the throng of individuals in white suits. Min Shing cast a cold glance at him, refraining from extending his hand. Observing Min Shing's reluctance to accept the cigarette, the intelligence officer awkwardly withdrew his hand and ignited the cigarette, placing it into his own mouth. He offered a sheepish smile, avoiding direct eye contact with Min Shing. Lord Simino, today's target presents a rather formidable challenge for you. His audacity to speak so openly stemmed from a solid rationale. Our organization has previously dispatched both Gianni and Conan, both of whom were intercepted. According to our investigations, the FBI seems to have stationed a sharpshooter in close proximity to this individual. Furthermore, this person is the champion of the Youth Combat League, rendering our operatives utterly incapable of approaching him, as those who could get close lack the martial prowess to pose any threat. Min Shing nodded nonchalantly, refraining from interrupting the introductions made by the intelligence team. Witnessing this, the members of the intelligence team couldn't help but feel elated, as their collaboration with the experimental group was virtually non-existent, with the only connection being the operational team. The members of the operational team, each possessing an inflated sense of self-importance, often disregarded the intelligence team's findings. It was a common occurrence that, despite the boss's directive for at least one intelligence officer to provide information for every mission, the majority of the operational personnel would obstinately pursue their own agendas, leading to failures that were subsequently blamed on the intelligence team. They had long heard of Simino from the operational team, known for his courteous demeanor and avoidance of conflicts. The eyes of the intelligence team sparkled with anticipation as they looked at Min Shing, contemplating how at last he could showcase his talents. Eagerly preparing to continue sharing the personnel information they had gathered, Min Shing retrieved a lollipop from his pocket. This particular confection was custom-made for him by Sherry after a request to the boss. In essence, it was merely a concoction of saccharin, coloring agents, and morphine. As he absorbed the chatter of the intelligence team through one ear and let it escape through the other, the pain within him clamored insistently. With his left hand steadying the fully equipped firearm, he brought the lollipop to his teeth and tore it open with determination. After stowing away the wrapper, Minxing placed the lollipop in his mouth and began to take aim. The inferior taste lingered in his mouth, an unpleasant distraction that offered a fleeting respite for his nerves. In the next moment, he squeezed the trigger and fired the first bullet. Swiftly, he chambered another round, aiming and shooting in one fluid motion. Before the intelligence team could finish their statements, they witnessed Minxing deftly dismantling the firearm. With his mouth agape, one of them pointed tremulously at the large figure below. Oblivious to how the bullet had pierced the man's chest, they watched as the man, his eyes wide with rage, lost consciousness in the next heartbeat. Minxing meticulously organized his equipment, casting a sidelong glance at the intelligence team member who stood dazed in place. He politely prompted, "Aren't you leaving yet? It won't be long before those FB fellows deduce our location based on the trajectory and come after us, will it?" The intelligence officer, momentarily jolted back to reality by Minxing's reminder, nodded absent-mindedly. He shuffled his feet, following Minxing as they exited the rooftop of the building together. 10 minutes later, panting and out of breath, the FB team scoured the rooftop. Suddenly, one individual shouted something, hastily sprinting to the side of the man in charge. Clad in a black knitted cap and possessing striking emerald green eyes, he picked up a small piece of peculiar packaging, scrutinizing it closely in the light. His keen eyes noticed a small, unidentified object gradually oxidizing with the passage of time and exposure to the air. With a spark of intrigue, the figure from the dark organization instructed his subordinate to secure the packaging in an evidence folder. "Take this back for analysis. Notify me immediately of any findings." The intelligence officer returned to the organization in a daze. Concern etched on the faces of his comrades upon seeing his state. One inquired, "Are you all right? I heard that Simino places great importance on our intelligence team." "He wouldn't." The officer quickly shook his head in denial. No, I'm just a bit surprised." Upon hearing this, those who could spare a moment from their tasks leaned in, eager to listen to the unfolding conversation. The individual who had first spoken looked puzzled, surprised. "Why? Isn't Simino always quite formidable? I heard he is highly regarded within the organization now." Struggling to articulate his feelings, he took a considerable pause before finally expressing, "It's just that. It's like you speak your mind, and I listen to mine. Simino makes me feel respected. Yet I can't shake the notion that I played little role in this mission." The previously impatient comrades perked up at this enigmatic sentiment. The intelligence officer who had collaborated with Minxing on numerous occasions grasped his hand with an understanding smile. "Exactly. That's the feeling. I tried to describe it. But you wouldn't believe me." A few other team members, still a tad skeptical, discreetly shook their heads, whether to engage or not. These two seemed to have short-circuited their brains. What kind of descriptors are these? Choosing not to argue, the others resumed their tasks, focusing on their phones or computers to continue the handover of assignments or investigations. Chapter 52. Bell mode. Unbeknownst to Minxing, who had unwittingly become the center of the intelligence team's discussions, he lounged languidly within the safe house. Fragments of shattered blades lay scattered across the floor, and upon closer inspection, a fair number were also strewn across the bed. Minxing unwrapped another lollipop, placing it in his mouth while absently fiddling with his phone. His arms and the exposed skin of his body bore numerous cuts, which, thanks to the extraordinary regenerative abilities acquired through experimentation, healed rapidly. His gaze was clearly unfocused on the phone, his thoughts drifting far away to an unknown realm. One can only hope that he has found solace in this past year. Minxing sighed. The prolonged stay in this world had caused his memories of the previous life to gradually fade away. Apart from the deeply etched, unforgettable memories that could not be erased, he was on the verge of forgetting the contents of the comprehensive manga known as Minku. Only a few remnants of the initial plan to save the 5 of them lingered in his mind. As he deliberately unearthed the memories of those 5 individuals from the depths of his consciousness, a faint smile emerged on Minxing's vacant face. Such beauty, such joy. Such a reason to live under the sun. Initially, the motivation to rescue them stemmed from a sense of guilt towards the system and as a gift for the old gentleman. Now, however, he genuinely anticipated saving them. During those lengthy 4 years, they had bestowed upon him a rebirth and hope. In the spirit of reciprocity, he felt compelled to rescue them, granting them the freedom to pursue their desires. The fleeting moments he had covertly stolen from their lives would be repaid tenfold. The sunlight cascaded upon his face, piercing his eyes shut. He was uncertain when they would meet again, this time as adversaries. Thus, each day felt like the last for him. He needed to erase all traces they had left on him within the limited time he had. He must also obliterate any evidence of Minxing's existence. The lie he had told during their parting, that he would return to the United States and was unlikely to come back, had already been established. Minxing is diligently striving to make it a reality, rather than allowing their acquaintance and understanding to evoke sorrow for their demise. It is preferable to let them believe that he is living a carefree life in America. Minxing lay on the bed, turning over to evade the blinding sunlight as he opened his eyes. A blade was embedded deep in his arm, and blood trickled from the wound, staining the sheets. Minxing found himself at a loss to articulate the tumult of emotions within him. He was inexplicably seized by an urge to plunge the blade completely into his flesh. After wrestling with this consciousness for some time, the system abruptly intervened, forcefully striking Minxing's eager hand. Its tone had notably shifted, now imbued with a sternness. "Ah Xing. What are you doing?" The fleeting smile on Minxing's face vanished in an instant as he hastily sat up, extracting the blade from his arm. The system grimaced, its entire cloud gradually shifting to a crimson hue. Sensing the system's anger, Minxing, slightly flustered, pointed to the now healed wound and offered a reassuring smile, saying, "It's fine. It's fine. Look, it's healed. Please don't be angry. There's no need for that." The system, gritting its teeth, regretted more than once its initial decision not to place control over the host's body in its own hands. Had it known better, it would have seized that control from the beginning, thus managing the activation and deactivation of the pain perception system itself, rather than relying on Ah Xing, who barely triggered it once a year. The cloud's color shifted from red to gray, wilting under the weight of its discontent. Familiar with such situations, Minxing displayed remarkable composure this time. Cradling the entire cloud in his arms, he gently patted it. The soft texture and excellent resilience momentarily distracted him from his earlier reckless thoughts. As the system secretly observed Minxing's uplifted spirit within its embrace, it smirked triumphantly. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and realizing the urgency, Minxing promptly instructed the system to retreat to its space. He hastily fastened his loose clothing and composed himself before pushing the door open from the inside. There stood Belmode, lazily leaning against the doorframe. A cigarette pinched between his fingers, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the newly opened door. Minxing was utterly unprepared for the unexpected appearance of her at the door. His eyes widened in surprise, and he stammered, "Eh? How come I know? Wait. How did you return so swiftly? Just last night, in her email, she had mentioned being in America. How could she suddenly stand before him today?" Belmode scanned Minxing from head to toe, a faint hint of blood stirring her senses. The smile on her face slightly faded, yet, unwilling to disrupt the exquisite ambience of the moment, she chose to set aside her concerns for the time being. With a swift motion, she revealed from behind her back a meticulously wrapped box of chocolates, presenting it before Minxing. A look of surprise graced Minxing's face as he accepted the gift, his eyes shimmering with a gentle smile directed at Belmode. "Thank you, Bejia," he expressed warmly. After a long time, Belmode was delighted to witness the smile on Minxing's face, a rare sight she had only glimpsed briefly amid the hurried chaos of her missions. She smiled appreciatively, though her heart was filled with frustration, cursing the organization's lack of consideration, relentlessly exploiting anyone capable of work. She felt this way, as did Jin. Now, freshly emerged from a 4-year undercover assignment, Ah Xing mirrored this sentiment. A shadow of coldness swept across Belmode's stunning visage, as she pondered the insufferable organization that felt as though it would drown her in its filth if she lingered for even a moment longer. Minxing held a gift bag in his hand, noticing that Belmode was lost in thought, leaving him uncertain whether to speak or remain silent. Not particularly skilled in conversation, he redirected his attention to the gift bag. Curiously, he observed that there was not a single brand logo visible on the wrapping. Could it be that Belmode had crafted it by hand for him? Minxing cast aside the impractical thoughts swirling in his mind, feeling a shiver of disbelief coursing through him. What a jest! How could he, Minxing, possibly deserve such a heartfelt gift crafted by none other than Belmode himself? Minxing opened the gift bag in front of Belmode, carefully folding the wrapping and tucking it into his pocket. Without much thought, he unwrapped a familiar piece of chocolate and tossed it into his mouth. The bitter yet rich flavor instantly filled his palate, causing a delighted smile to curve his lips, a subtle sense of happiness rising from within and enveloping him. Belmode, with a look of disdain, observed Minxing's expression of enjoyment and remarked, "Only you could possibly consume something so bitter and unpalatable." Chapter 53. The bomb. She pointed at the variously wrapped chocolates, her eyes gleaming with a mischievous pride, practically inscribing the words "praise me" across her face. "Just think about these chocolates. I put a great deal of thought into them." Having already entertained certain thoughts, Minxing could not help but grasp the implications behind Belmode's overt hints. Swallowing the rising anxiety within, he meticulously examined each piece of packaging, tears welling up in his eyes before cascading down his cheeks. "These are the chocolates you've given me over the past 15 years, my absolute favorite flavor. Moreover, the production years differ. Oh, my goodness." With tear-filled eyes, Minxing lifted his gaze to meet Belmode's, causing her heart to soften involuntarily. Her voice, tinged with emotion, responded, "Thank you, Bel. I hardly deserve such devoted concern from you." Belmode shook her head in denial of Minxing's words. With a sigh, she reached out to caress his cheek, gently wiping away his tears. "I have long felt remorse for the 15 years I missed by your side. The burden you bore for me during that experiment is a debt that, even if I devoted my entire life to repay, would never be sufficient." Minxing bit his lower lip, shaking his head in an attempt to argue, yet Belmode's fingers traced along his cheek to his lips, rendering them unable to part. A delicate smile graced Belmode's face, her pale golden hair bestowing upon her an air of divine nobility. She fixed her gaze intently upon Minxing's light golden eyes and declared, "I have recently returned from America, and henceforth, I shall remain by your side." Minxing's hands trembled involuntarily behind his back. He understood the importance of not causing them concern. The blade, long concealed within him, was gripped tightly in his palm as he fought to suppress the tears welling in his eyes. He nodded slightly, acknowledging the words of Belmont. The sweet aroma of chocolate dispelling his bitterness. Very well, I shall remain by your side. What was meant to be a joyous reunion was thus marred by Minxing's turmoil, his trembling lashes shedding tears. Belmont discarded her cigarette onto the ground, stamping on it forcefully before releasing her grip on Minxing's face. Her tone shifted from its previous gentleness, taking on an air reminiscent of settling old scores. Ah Shang, what is the source of the bloodshed that clings to you? Minxing withdrew the blade from his palm and tucked it back into his clothing, gently caressing his hand to confirm that the wound had healed completely. He hurriedly waved his hand dismissively. No. It's likely just that I didn't handle things well during my recent assignment. Belmont scrutinized Minxing's hand with a contemplative gaze, not allowing his pretense to obscure her keen perception. With an air of admonition, she extended her slender finger and pressed firmly against his palm, feeling a slight itch. Minxing instinctively grasped Belmont's finger. He struggled to maintain his composure, locking eyes with her, who seemed to see through all his facades. Belmont chuckled softly, raising an eyebrow. My senses are quite acute, as you are well aware. Ah Xing, do take care to avoid injury. You know my disposition. After a moment, she shrugged nonchalantly. But it matters not if you disregard my warnings, as I shall accompany you on most of the upcoming missions. Regardless of your feelings towards me, I will remain by your side, keeping a watchful eye. With that, Belmont flicked her long hair to disperse the lingering heat and, with a meaningful smile, turned to leave. Minxing watched as Beermode's figure faded into the distance, gripping a bag filled with chocolates tightly before returning to his room and forcefully shutting the door. Finally free from surveillance, Minxing carefully placed the chocolates down and threw himself onto the bed with a thud. He raised his bloodied arm, the wounds still fresh, and gazed obsessively at the slowly healing cuts. Reflecting on Beermode's words, he let out a deep sigh. It was his fault, for an entire year. He had focused solely on erasing all traces of his existence, completely overlooking the circumstances of Shirbua and teacher Yukiki. As a result, Beermode had no choice but to abandon their email correspondence, opting instead to come in person under the watchful eye of the boss to remind him. Had Beermode been subjected to such scrutiny by the boss? Minxing's expression was somewhat grim. It appeared that the boss cared far more about him as an experimental subject than he had anticipated. A hint of maniacal glee flickered across his face. This was advantageous, for the boss's growing obsession would only increase the likelihood of the plan's success. Minxing sat up in bed, her gaze softly fixed upon the chocolates resting on the bedside table. It was not entirely a fade, at least the chocolates were genuine, as was Sister Bay's concern and worry. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that this past year could be marked by at least one joyful occurrence. Minxing approached the cabinet and retrieved a meticulously preserved brooch. This was his chosen token to commemorate the rescue of Hajiwara Kinji. The scene shifts back to November, where Hajiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei languidly fidgeted with their police badges, having noted the mysterious disappearance of 3 individuals from their group of 6. Matsuda, with a dejected expression and his chin propped on his hand, sighed, our plan to celebrate a joint birthday has been thwarted due to the reduced number. It's quite perplexing. It is, after all, Xing's own birthday. Why is he so anxious to return home abroad? Understanding that his childhood friend, who was not one to complain maliciously, might indeed have pressing matters at home, Hajiwara Kinji echoed the sigh. Their moment of tranquility was abruptly interrupted when a police officer rushed into the room, breathless and urgent, commanding everyone's attention. Quickly, the bureau has received a report. A bomb has been discovered on the 23rd floor of the tallest hotel in the city center. Matsuda and Hajiwara, you two must don your bomb disposal suits and take the necessary tools at once. The police vehicles await your arrival outside. Aware of the urgency, Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kinji exchanged a glance, swiftly grasped their police caps from the table, and hurriedly dashed out. Minxing stood at the elevator entrance, his expression a tapestry of emotions, as chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind. Xing, be vigilant when the time comes. Remember to disarm the bomb at the very moment you enter. Do not forget. Minxing remained silent, his lips pressed together in contemplation. Perhaps his stillness at the elevator entrance was too conspicuous, for a small child abruptly halted and tugged at his garment, exclaiming, Big brother. My mother says this place is very dangerous. Let us hurry along. Minxing's gaze softened as he crouched down, releasing the little one's hand. Thank you, dear child. But the big brother must wait for someone very important. You and your mother should hurry along now. The child hesitated, glancing back at his mother, who was hurriedly carrying his younger brother, and curiously inquired, Is this important person my mother and brother? A fleeting image of Yoshihara Kinji, with a gentle smile, crossed his mind, and he nodded. Yes, they're my family. Finally arriving, the mother stopped beside her child. Though her tone was urgent, her movements were gentle. She grasped her child's hand, exchanging an apologetic glance with Minxing. Breathless and fatigued, she had no time to speak. She briefly released her child's hand to point toward the nearby emergency exit before once again taking hold of his hand, racing against time. Chapter 54. The first rescue. Minxing gazed forlornly at the departing mother and child, silently conveying his apologies to them in his heart. His remorse extended not only to this pair but to everyone within the confines of the hotel. He had the capacity to alleviate the panic of those fleeing. Yet his selfish desires prevailed, as he sought to make Hagi recognize his own shortcomings. Thus, he proceeded with his course of action. Min Xing's hand, tucked away in his pocket, unconsciously grazed the blade repeatedly, as if attempting to detach himself from reality. The voice of the system, echoing within his mind, began to wane in clarity, and even the cloud-like manifestation of the system eluded his perception. This was his habitual means of escapism. It wasn't until the elevator numbers incrementally ascended that Min Xing returned to his senses, actively suppressing the system's incessant chatter in his mind. He cast a brief glance at his watch to confirm the time before leisurely stepping into the room adjacent to the bomb. He needed to conceal himself, ensuring Hagi and Matsuda wouldn't be burdened by any complications. Meanwhile, the two individuals who had split up were interrupted mid-discourse in the elevator. Hayakawa Kinji, visibly displeased by the interruption, could do little in the face of such a crucial matter concerning human lives, his outward demeanor reflecting his frustration. How is it that they are so idle each day, constantly tasked with disarming bombs? He muttered to himself, fatigued as he rubbed his temples. Clad in a bulletproof vest and shielded by several members of the bomb disposal team, he entered the room, deftly retrieving his tools to commence his work. Initially regarding the bomb as a mere trifle, Hayakawa's eyebrows rose in surprise. Oh, this bomb appears rather intriguing. A spark of interest flickered across his face as he efficiently proceeded with the disassembly. Just as he was about to showcase his true skills, the bomb's timer abruptly halted, exacerbating Hayakawa's already simmering irritation. At that moment, a call from his childhood friend interrupted him. With a furrowed brow, Hayakawa struggled to contain his vexation, responding impatiently, "Hello. Matsuda, what is it?" Matsuda, taken aback by Hayakawa's tone, exclaimed, "What is going on? Didn't you say the bomb was disarmed? Why aren't you coming down yet?" Hayakawa swiftly distanced the phone from his ear, well aware of his friend's temperament, relieved to have spared his ears from the onslaught. He replied, "Hey, please don't be so agitated. I'm almost done here. This bomb is quite fascinating, though it seems overly complex and likely not part of the main plan." Realizing the situation, Matsuda responded with a casual, "Oh, I see. My bomb is rather trivial in comparison." Hayakawa chuckled at his friend's bravado. Yes, Matsuda, you're the best." Matsuda, slightly irked by Hayakawa's tone, retorted, "Let me guess, Hagi, you didn't wear your bulletproof vest because you were in a bad mood, did you?" Caught off guard by the near-accurate guess, Hayakawa instinctively waved his hand, attempting to mask his unease. "Of course, I wore it. But you know, against these bombs, a vest merely preserves our bodies." Matsuda, unwilling to hear such pessimism, interrupted sharply, "Enough with the dilly-dallying. Think positively. Since the bomb is disarmed, hurry up." Before he could finish, Hayakawa's next words, "Asheng," escaped his lips, causing his phone to nearly slip from his grasp. He stared in astonishment at Min Xing, who stood before him in casual white attire, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. Matsuda, caught off guard by the mention of someone he deeply missed, excitedly removed his sunglasses, repeatedly inquiring if Asheng had returned. Just as Hayakawa was about to respond, he recalled that this was not the time for idle chatter. Although the bomb no longer posed an imminent threat, it had yet to be truly disarmed. With Asheng unprotected, any danger could result in harm. Realizing this, Hayakawa hastily packed his tools into a box, intending to escort Min Xing downstairs. Before he could take another step, Min Xing's complexion shifted from normal to ashen. Hayakawa, in disbelief, turned to see the countdown on the bomb's timer and shouted, "Run! The bomb is counting down!" An inexplicable surge of energy propelled him toward Min Xing with extraordinary speed, neglecting the phone that had fallen to the ground. Yet, he was simultaneously struck by despair as he saw Min Xing rushing toward him at an unimaginable pace, leaving Hayakawa in a state of panic. Unsure of Min Xing's intentions, the thought of dying because of this bomb was trivial, after all. The countdown had resumed due to his arrogance in not fully disarming it. But Asheng, he could not bear to think of anything happening to him. Hayakawa's eyes brimmed with tears as he grasped Min Xing's hand, attempting to flee, fully aware that escape was unlikely, if he did nothing. The guilt of having put Asheng and others in danger due to his hubris would crush him. Everyone else had already evacuated, leaving only him and Asheng within a 200-meter radius, enveloped in silence. An invisible weight bore down on him, rendering his breath ragged. Hayakawa's breathing quickened as he watched Min Xing resolutely push his hand away, the once faint sound of his heartbeat amplified, resonating loudly as if it were to burst forth from his chest. On the other end of the line, Matsuda frantically called out their names. But all that responded was emptiness. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Hayakawa's guilt peaked, tears blurring his vision as he instinctively tightened his grip on Min Xing's hand. "I'm so sorry, Asheng, and to all those colleagues, for dragging everyone into this," and to Matsuda. In a fleeting 5 seconds, a montage of over 20 years of precious memories flashed before his eyes as he shut them tightly. After an agonizing wait, the anticipated pain and buzzing noise never came. Chapter 55, The Curtain Falls. Tentatively opening one eye, he discovered Min Xing gazing at him with a warm smile. He could not articulate the whirlwind of emotions that flooded him, self-reproach, guilt, joy, and fear, all colliding within his chest. Overwhelmed, Hayakawa found himself shedding tears, which fell upon Min Xing's hand before he could utter a word. At that moment, the power of language felt feeble, almost fragile. Understanding this, Minsheng strode forward and enveloped Hayakawa in his embrace. The dam of Hayakawa's emotions broke entirely, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Minsheng gently patted the back of Hajiwara Kinji, silently embracing all of his emotions. After a considerable time, Hajiwara Kinji finally composed himself. He pushed away from Minsheng's embrace, a faint blush coloring his cheeks, and with a serious expression, he apologized. I am truly sorry, Ashing. Minsheng covered his lips with his hand, simply shaking his head. It is not I who should apologize. Hajiwara Kinji lowered his head, signaling with his gaze for Minsheng to release his grip. Indeed, there are also those colleagues of mine who have been implicated. Minsheng was filled with exasperation, nearly contemplating delivering a kick to Hajiwara Kinji as if to dislodge the foolishness from his mind. It is you who should be apologizing. While you certainly owe an apology to your colleagues, the more pressing matter lies with yourself. If you remain oblivious to your own mistakes, this situation will inevitably repeat itself. Time and again. Minsheng sighed. Hagi, if I had not fortuitously been here this time, the consequences would have been dire. However, it is impossible for us to remain together forever. Hajiwara Kinji, whose innermost thoughts were desperately concealed, let his gaze wander aimlessly. He was acutely aware that he was the crux of the matter. Yet, as the elder sibling who had always looked after the four of them, it was particularly awkward to be confronted by his youngest brother regarding a grievous mistake, especially after they had already graduated and parted ways. Hajiwara Kinji felt a twinge of embarrassment on his face, unsure of how to respond. Similarly, Minsheng, who was equally inept at navigating such situations, recognized that his words had been rather heavy-handed. Biting his lower lip, he felt a sense of helplessness. How could he have spoken so seriously when Hagi was not meant to be addressed in such a manner? Hagi would surely think that he was overstepping his bounds. Minsheng lifted his gaze to suppress the sudden surge of emotions, pulling the seemingly dazed Hajiwara Kinji, who had not yet recovered from the intense shock, into the elevator. On the other side, Matsuda Jinpei was as agitated as a grenade with a lit fuse, wondering how his phone call had abruptly ended, after such a prolonged period. Surely Kinji and Ashing were safe, weren't they? Matsuda Jinpei's arm, concealed within his sleeve, throbbed with tension as he, a man who never believed in the supernatural, fervently prayed to the heavens. Oh God, if you truly exist, please ensure that Kinji and Ashing return to me safely. They are still so young. They should not leave this world yet. He shut his eyes tightly, forcing himself to stave off thoughts of the almost palpable possibility of despair. Little Jinpei. Hagi and I are back. The familiar voice compelled Matsuda Jinpei to open his eyes in disbelief. Trembling hands slowly turning to face the approaching figures of Minsheng and Hajiwara Kinji. Suddenly, he felt utterly weak, collapsing to the ground. He covered his face, sobbing in gratitude for everything he could conceive. Thank goodness, Kinji and Ashung are back by my side. Observing the fallen Matsuda Jinpei in the blinding sunlight, Hajiwara Kinji, who had been in a daze, finally grasped the reality of survival. The solid earth beneath his feet and the familiar, cacophonous sounds of police sirens affirmed that he was indeed alive. He hurriedly joined Minsheng to reach their childhood friend. Panic etched on his face as he supported the limp Matsuda Jinpei, repeatedly asking if he was all right. When no response came, Hajiwara Kinji also sank to the ground, shaking Matsuda Jinpei vigorously. Little Jinpei, what's wrong? Please, speak to me. Don't frighten me. Matsuda Jinpei raised his head, tears pooling in his eyes as he swiftly slapped Hajiwara Kinji across the face with a force that made Kinji involuntarily turn his head, aware of his wrongdoing. Hajiwara Kinji refrained from covering his face, instead meeting Matsuda Jinpei's gaze, though nearly at a loss for words. Jinpei managed to squeeze out a few strained syllables. Why didn't you dismantle it? Seeing his childhood friend in such a distressed state, Hajiwara Kinji was overwhelmed with guilt. I'm sorry, I promise there won't be a next time. Matsuda Jinpei, infuriated, swung another slap toward Hajiwara Kinji's other cheek. Kinji, fully aware of his fault, did not attempt to evade and even slightly turned his face away. Yet just before the slap could land, Matsuda Jinpei, reluctant to inflict further harm, transformed his hand into a fist, lowering his arm to lightly rest on Hajiwara Kinji's shoulder. Another next time? Do you wish for me to lose my sanity? Minsheng, sensing that he could not interject between their tangled emotions, quietly retreated, feeling a twinge of sorrow at their intertwined bond. He decided to refrain from interrupting. Minsheng pondered, after this encounter, it would be exceedingly difficult for any trace of his existence to remain. He slowly slipped into the shadows, only to be abruptly pulled back into the light by the perceptive Hajiwara Kinji. Where are you going, Ashting? In that moment, his childhood friend, Matsuda Jinpei, who had confirmed with clarity that Minsheng was indeed there, gradually rose to his feet. The strength began to return to his limbs, and Matsuda, who had listened to the entire ordeal over the phone, seized Minsheng by the ear. Where do you think you're running off to, Ashing? Matsuda tightened his grip, his eyes narrowing into a smile that sent chills down Minsheng's spine. Let us discuss your reckless decision to confront the bomb head-on without any precautions. Minsheng offered a conciliatory smile, daring not to meet the piercing gazes of Hajiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei. In a hushed tone, he attempted to justify himself, asserting, I know there won't be any issues. The school has provided ample training. upon hearing Minxing's feeble excuse. Matsuda Jinpei let out a sinister chuckle and gently twisted Minxing's ear, inquiring, "What are you saying?" Minxing feigned agony, tears glistening in her eyes as she turned to Matsuda Jinpei, pleading, "I'm so sorry, I truly erred this time. Hajawara Kenji." Having finally escaped the clutches of his childhood friend, secretly hoped Matsuda's wrath towards Minxing would intensify, ideally causing him to forget his own predicament. Additionally, he was genuinely startled by Minxing's actions, so he fanned the flames further, saying, "Huh? Are you intending to repeat this next time?" Chapter 56, Reunion. Understanding the nature of his childhood companion, Matsuda Jinpei shot Hajawara Kenji a sharp glance, grasping his ear with one hand. "And you dare to speak of Ashang? Are your own deeds any more commendable? Return and compose a self-critique, starting at a minimum of 3,000 words. Only when you truly grasp the meaning of caution and prudence may you converse with me again." Releasing their ears, Matsuda Jinpei turned and retreated to the police car. Disinterested in their antics any longer, Kenji would be fine, as he had likely been sufficiently startled by the day's events. However, Ashing was another matter, given her disposition. She would certainly disregard her own words. Seated in the car, Matsuda Jinpei stretched his long legs and let out a deep sigh. Over the past 4 years, everything had been favorable. Ashing's stomach ailment had not resurfaced, she maintained a balanced diet, and when in their company, she wore genuine smiles. No longer the pessimistic individual they had first encountered. Yet, there remained one troubling aspect. Ashing consistently neglected her injuries, even when trembling from pain. She would engage with them as if everything were normal. It was only in moments involving the 5 of them that her demeanor shifted. They were acutely aware that this mindset was fundamentally flawed, yet despite their efforts over the past 4 years, they had failed to instigate even the slightest change in Minxing. Thus, the concern and dread shared by Matsuda and Kenji extended beyond their own sacrifices. They were profoundly fearful of how Ashing would shatter upon learning of their demise, how deeply she would blame herself. Just as they were unwilling to accept the loss of any one of their group, they knew Ashing would suffer all the more intensely from their absence. Matsuda Jinpei donned his sunglasses once more, peering through the glaring sunlight out of the car window at their colleagues being tossed joyously into the air. "Ashing, our time is still ample. In this long life ahead, there will come a day when we can see you smile freely again, living in the gentle spring breeze." Standing beneath the warm sunlight, his thoughts once again returned to the pin in front of him. Minxing smiled gently, his eyes curving with warmth. As he sought tokens from each person he had rescued, viewing them as the vestiges of hope upon which he depended for survival, he carefully placed the brooch into a box, burying it beneath an assortment of bags in a myriad of peculiar colors. 3 additional boxes lay there, reserved for the other 3 individuals. Feeling a renewed sense of spirit, Minxing returned to his bed, contemplating the information brought forth by Belmont. Why had the boss chosen to summon Sister Bay back to ensnare him? Was it due to his dissatisfaction with the tasks he had been undertaking over the past year? Minxing felt a wave of revulsion at the actions of his boss, narrowing his eyes in disgust. "It is of no consequence. Soon, your desires will be fulfilled." Minxing's lips curled into a chilling smile. Those who commit malevolent acts deserve retribution. Why should they live their lives in peace? The screen of her phone illuminated, and a familiar melody echoed through the empty room. Minxing picked up his phone, his expression somewhat grave. It was Jin. A message had arrived, summoning him to the organization immediately. Judging by the timing, today was likely the anniversary of the birth of bourbon and scotch. He let out a heavy sigh, hoping that his year of training would yield significant results. Stepping out of the room with somewhat unsteady steps, Minxing mounted his motorcycle and rode towards the organization's location. Jin, with an air of impatience, regarded the silent figures of Akai Shuichi and Jay Gasaki Keisei, who pretended not to know each other. The atmosphere around him was chillingly tense. How troublesome, he thought. Ashing had already completed so many missions. Why must he still deal with these bothersome newcomers? Akai and Jay Gasaki exchanged discreet sighs in their hearts after receiving several inexplicable glares. Indeed, the previous investigations had proven true. Jin was cold and ruthless. Not only heartless, but also inherently suspicious. Fortunately, they were not under his command. Otherwise, their chances of survival would have been severely diminished. Akai subtly shifted his attention towards the entrance, ever vigilant of any movement. The person who could compel Jin to lower himself and wait under the blazing sun must surely be someone of significant importance, as indicated by the intelligence reports. The distant sound of a motorcycle approaching confirmed Akai's suspicions. Minxing dismounted from the motorcycle with a frigid expression, striding towards Qingjio with an arched eyebrow fixed upon him. Qingjio's demeanor softened as he placed a hand gently on Minxing's shoulder, inquiring with genuine concern. "How is your health? I heard you performed admirably on your last mission." Minxing nodded as he glanced back at Jin, acknowledging, "Yes, it is quite good." Jin gently caressed Minxing's long, fragmented hair, meticulously twisting the platinum-dyed ends with his fingertips. "So, the boss has assigned you a new task," he remarked, tilting his chin towards Rei Furuya and Keiichi Takaguchi. "Here they are, 2 newcomers. They don't have code names yet. The boss intends for you to guide them through the newcomer assessment. Observe their performance and then decide whether to assign them code names." After spending a full 2 hours with Jin, Rei Furuya and Keiichi Takaguchi were astonished by Jin's incessant chatter, almost ready to divulge all the information they possessed to Minxing and the others. Is this truly the same Jin who had not uttered a single word in those 2 hours? The surprise on Ray Faruya's face was rather evident, and he made no attempt to conceal it. He simply wanted to resolve matters swiftly, stating, "Oh, so this is the senior who will be leading us on our upcoming mission?" Minxing cast a glance at the earnest expression of Ryugi Zero, his features reminiscent of a figure from his memories. He spread his hands, pondering the possibility. Perhaps it was true, if Jin was not jesting. However, it might be a tad premature for you to address me as senpai at this juncture. Minxing's expression bore a hint of skepticism, suggesting that you lacked any remarkable talents. I hope you managed to survive. Jufu Jingguang replied with a polite smile, neither servile nor overbearing, subtly retorting, "Rest assured, senior, I shall surely astonish you." Ryo Sakaguchi, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, "I assure you, senior, you need not worry about me. Just wait and see." Minxing clapped his hands in delight at the performance, refraining from engaging in a debate with the 2 individuals. He extended his hand and declared, "Very well. I shall await the outcome with great anticipation. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Simino." A smile played at the corners of his eyes, yet not a trace of mirth graced his features. In a moment of reverie, Jufu Jingguang seemed to catch a glimpse of a dear friend. He shook his head, banishing Minxing's visage from his thoughts. How could they possibly be alike? His Xing was gentle and cautious, starkly contrasting with the cold, aloof figure before him. A person unflinching in the face of violence. Jufu Jingguang and Ryagwen Seigo both reached out to grasp Minxing's extended hand. Inadvertently brushing against each other's in a moment of insincerity, they exchanged a fleeting smile before hastily withdrawing their hands. Chapter 57, The Novice Assessment. Minxing retracted her hand, letting it rest at her side, her fingers curling in a tender reminiscence. It had been a year since they last met. With a barely perceptible sigh, Minxing turned away, choosing to avert her gaze from them, in stark contrast to the loquacious Jin. Minxing's demeanor exuded an unusual coldness that exerted considerable pressure on Ringo and Shukufuku. After all, no matter how indifferent Jin appeared, he had not directly interacted with them. However, as their immediate superior, Minxing's demeanor was far from accommodating. Ringo, who had always placed his trust in the state, found himself grappling with justified doubts regarding the public security's intelligence. The earlier description of Simino had portrayed him as eccentric, highly valued by the organization, and possessing a penchant for both pain and pleasure. Yet, it seemed that only the phrase highly valued by the organization remained accurate. This was merely their first encounter. Perhaps familiarity had yet to blossom to a significant degree. Shukufuku feigned a headache, clutching his head, and murmured, "I sincerely apologize. I regret troubling Lord Simino to come here. I was supposed to undertake a mission today, but I am truly unwell and unable to fulfill it. Might it be possible to postpone until tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Jin let out a cold laugh, stating, "If you cannot go, then do not. No one would care where you meet your demise. Why should Simino bear the burden of your shortcomings?" Minxing swiftly intercepted Jinjiu's next move, casting a disdainful glance at Jufu Jingguang. In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind Jufu Jingguang, the sharp edge of his blade pressed firmly against his neck. Zero-K Gami instinctively took a step back, bewildered. Wait, how did he get there? From where did he pass? The two, caught off guard by Minxing's actions, were momentarily shocked. Even a Xing could not truly achieve instantaneous movement. Are there so many capable individuals within the organization? A thin line of blood appeared on Jufu Jingguang's previously smooth skin due to Minxing's merciless maneuver. Despite feeling a twinge of pain, Jufu Jingguang remained unperturbed, meeting Minxing's gaze with an air of indifference. Minxing narrowed his eyes as he observed Jufu Jingguang's expression, increasing the pressure of his grip. First, I have an aversion to being addressed as sir. Second, I detest having my plans disrupted by others. Third, your presence at this moment evokes a profound sense of dissatisfaction within me. Minxing paused languidly for a moment, seemingly vexed by having spoken excessively today. His tone grew increasingly irritable. Have you never spent a day in the organization? Do I need to teach you my rules? Having uttered these words, Minxing retracted his blade, leaving a faint scar upon Jufu Jingguang's neck. With a swift motion, he seized Jufu Jingguang's left shoulder and appeared before him, delivering a forceful palm strike to his chest, exploiting the tension in Jufu Jingguang's muscles. A tremendous force surged forth, leaving Jufu Jingguang unable to steady himself. As he staggered backward no fewer than 6 paces, Minxing stood with his back to Jufu Jingguang, diligently wiping his hands with a handkerchief that had just brushed against Jufu's body. Finally, he tossed the handkerchief with precision into the wastebasket within the room, the sound carrying an air of indifferent coldness. Well, today seems to be my unlucky day. Are you not leaving soon? He turned his head to glare at Jufu Jingguang, who stood frozen in place, daunted by the lethal gaze akin to a blade emanating from him. Kogu Zero broke the oppressive silence. Then I shall take my leave as well. If you are unable to complete the task, I will postpone it for another day. It will save you the trouble. Feeling a chill at Minxing's elusive movements and formidable strength, Kogu Zero had no desire to linger any longer. He glanced at Minxing, who leaned against the doorframe, his expression inscrutable, and breathed a sigh of relief. He feigned concern and turned to Jufu Jingguang, asking, "Do you need assistance? You appear to have been rather severely beaten." Reminded of the decorum, Jufu Jingguang clutched his chest, his face slightly pale. Yet he forced a smile, replying, "It is unnecessary. We are not well acquainted, and each of us has our own matters to attend to." Minsheng, as the third informed observer within the venue, watched the interaction between the two with a sense of exasperation. He cast a glance at the visibly distressed Qingjiu and, preempting any words from him, spoke first. "Are you waiting for me to throw both of you out?" Uncertain of why Minsheng, with his reluctant expression, felt compelled to urge them once more. Ningguo Ling and Zhufu Jingguang exchanged glances, their suspicions aroused. They hastily averted their gaze from Minsheng's countenance, daring not to utter a farewell, and left the organization's entrance in succession. Minsheng cast an impatient glance at their retreating figures before turning and entering the room. Qingjiu released the tightly gripped handgun concealed in his pocket and hurriedly followed Minsheng, sitting down on the bed beside him. "Are you upset? In the past, you seldom displayed anger." Minsheng shook his head, pinching the bridge of his nose with a sigh. "It is indeed a bit much. I have barely had 2 days of respite, and tomorrow I must lead them again." Qingjiu pursed his lips, observing Minsheng's displeasure caused by the two troublesome individuals. He cleared his throat lightly. "It's all right. The assessment for newcomers is arduous. Few manage to survive." Minsheng, aware that Qingjiu was attempting to console him, couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that his outward display of impatience was somewhat exaggerated. He playfully kicked Qingjiu, admonishing, "What nonsense are you spouting? It's not that dire." Qingjiu, ever loyal to the organization, was indifferent to other matters, considering that those two nuisances had yet to join the ranks, merely insignificant pawns in the grand scheme. For such individuals, had it not been for their connection to a Shang, he would hardly bother to remember their faces. Qingjiu looked at Minsheng with utmost seriousness. "I am not speaking without reason." "How audacious of them to expect you to bear the burden of their own shortcomings. Such individuals are indeed a liability." It was apparent that the two, who had yet to showcase their abilities, had not captured Qingjiu's attention. Minsheng nodded in agreement. "All right. How have your recent tasks been?" The indifference in his tone irked Qingjiu, who let out an annoyed click of his tongue before pinning Minsheng down onto the bed. His distinctly defined fingers encircled Minsheng's unguarded neck. "I speak with utmost sincerity. The presence of one more or one less matters not to anyone." Yet, Qingjiu's eyes narrowed dangerously, a hint of a maniacal grin escaping his lips. "Ah Sheng, do not forget that I still owe you a life. In a scenario where your partner is not me, I shall not permit any elements that could threaten you to exist." Minsheng, bewildered, felt his mind nearly ablaze, struggling to comprehend how Qingjiu connected those two individuals to a potential threat against himself. Nevertheless, the care bestowed upon him elicited a sense of satisfaction and longing, prompting a smile that disregarded the tightening grip around his neck. "Very well, but for now, let us not concern ourselves with those two. I find myself quite intrigued." Upon hearing this response, Qingjiu recognized the futility in dissuading him and, with a bored shrug, released his grip. He then returned to answering Minsheng's earlier inquiry. "Recently, it's been rather mundane. I've grown accustomed to working with you. Others are just about the same." Minsheng gently rubbed his liberated neck and coughed softly a few times to alleviate the brief moment of oxygen deprivation. He smiled naturally, his eyes curving with mirth. For there was little he could do. Recent events had been quite overwhelming. "Once this period passes, we shall partner together," he declared. For the first time, Qingjiu nodded in satisfaction at Minsheng's response, saying, "Very well, it's settled." Minsheng was the first to rise, the sky outside resembling a drunken fire cloud, signaling the late hour. He waved goodbye to Qingjiu as per their custom, saying, "Well, see you tomorrow. I shall take my leave now." Qingjiu nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to search for a lighter to ignite his cigarette. Noting that Minsheng usually did not carry a lighter, he sighed. He retrieved the lighter from his pocket and lit Qingjiu's cigarette, tossing the lighter into Qingjiu's embrace with a playful admonition, "Smoke less. The stench is unbearable." Without waiting for a response, he departed the room. Qingjiu chuckled softly, grasping the lighter, and gazed at Minsheng's receding figure as he rode away on his motorcycle. After a considerable pause, he remarked, "You criticize me, yet I wonder who consumes at least 10 lollipops a day. Such an immature child." Chapter 58. Disguised though he spoke in jest, the smile on Qingjiu's face was genuine. He tucked the lighter into his pocket, cigarette in mouth, staring at his phone, seemingly absorbed in something. Minsheng, having arrived at the safe house just before darkness fell, exhaled in relief. The system materialized, swirling around him. And after reviewing the day's events, he inquired with a hint of confusion, "Ah Sheng, what was going on with you today?" Minsheng paused in her task of tidying the bed, taking a brief moment before resuming her efforts. Without lifting her gaze, she responded, "What is going on? I was perfectly fine today, wasn't I?" The system rested directly in Minsheng's hands, while the two large, watery eyes on the cloud observed her. Numerous small question marks haphazardly emitted from within the cloud's form. Minsheng, interrupted by the system, lost interest in tidying up the room. He casually turned and grasped the cloud-like manifestation of the system, sitting down upon the bed. Lowering his gaze to meet the system's, he inquired, "Are you seeking to understand why I injured Hero today?" The system bobbed up and down in affirmation, its entire form wrinkling as it raised its eyes to Minsheng. Minsheng fell silent for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. The system, a cluster of clouds, huddled together in Minsheng's palm, anxiously observing his abruptly plummeting state of mind. Minsheng exhaled deeply, his lips trembling slightly. I do not desire this either, he confessed. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that if I do not act this way, Ginesperetta will inevitably be pressed against their temples. He sighed, a sense of shame washing over him for being perpetually ensnared in a melancholic state, striving to suppress the quiver in his voice and the tears threatening to fall. He feigned calmness and continued, moreover, this disposition is my true self. The Minxing before them is but a fade, a persona crafted solely for their acceptance. For I am acutely aware that my genuine nature would not elicit affection from others. Minxing plunged his hand into the recently gathered pile of shattered glass shards. Feigning a casual smile, for he had already embraced enmity, their increased disdain for him mattered little. The system, listening intently, felt a heavy sense of gloom. Rendered mute by the circumstances, it yearned to offer solace to a Shing, yet found itself utterly powerless. Over the past 14 years, it had come to a disheartening realization of the futility of its comfort. A Shing seemed unwaveringly clear and obstinate regarding his own dilemmas, resolutely shutting out the well-meaning reassurances of others. Yet, he never rebuffed them, he merely listened with a smile. And when he perceived that the affection bestowed upon him far exceeded what he deemed he could reciprocate, he would even masquerade as a normal individual to elicit joy in others. This was true for Zhufu Jingguang, for Jiang Guling, for De Hank, for Hajiwara Kinji, and for Matsuda Jinping. Even the system itself conformed to this pattern. For an extended period, a Shing had deceived even the omniscient perspective of the system. Despite possessing the capability to assess his host's vital signs and mental state from a higher echelon of power, his host had successfully misled everyone, including the system itself, during those 4 years. How did it come to such a realization? The system's entire essence darkened to a somber gray as translucent, ethereal raindrops began to fall. It was during the moment A Shing bid farewell to the quintet from school and returned to the organization, encountering Jin for the first time. Just that single instant, A Shing's emotions erupted unexpectedly, startling Jin, who had hurried over after completing a mission to pick him up. The system clumsily soared, brushing against Minxing's face, soft and cool. In this fleeting minute of recollection, Minxing swiftly composed himself. With only the faint redness around his eyes betraying his recent emotional turmoil, a smile danced upon his features, radiating a joy that surpassed even those reveling in their own joyful occasions. My apologies, dear system. My emotions have been somewhat tumultuous of late. I must have caused you concern, which undoubtedly has been quite bothersome. As Minxing spoke, the actions of his subordinate deepened gradually, the blade slowly penetrating his palm, each inch bringing forth a pain akin to a dull knife slicing through flesh, alleviating the bitterness that had no other outlet. Devoid of sensory perception, the system, reliant solely on data, was utterly incapable of discerning the perilous actions Minxing was undertaking. It merely gazed blankly at his exquisite features. How well his Ah Shang had masked his true self, smiling so brightly that not a hint of anomaly was perceived. Yet, the system silently wept, pondering when it had become necessary for its Ah Shang to don such a fade before him. It had never considered that its concern and care had morphed into a burden for Ah Shang. In truth, each of them was ensnared in this web. The more they worried and cared, the more Ah Shang felt compelled to conceal his genuine emotions to spare them from distress. However, for Ah Shang, the act of hiding his feelings was far from a solution. It only intensified his suffering. Yet, the system pondered in confusion. How could one achieve a state of indifference and detachment? Minxing raised his hand to align the system with his eyes. Observing the ever-changing form of the interface, a wave of self-reproach nearly overwhelmed him. He quickly turned his head, unwilling to allow the system to witness his expression. Indeed, he was a failure. Minxing's bitter, silent laughter echoed in the room. You see, he always had a knack for making those around him worry. Even after all his earnest efforts, each lost in their own thoughts, the air in the room grew thick with bitterness. The shards of glass pierced directly into Minxing's palm, the blades preventing any chance of healing. Yet, the smile on his face remained strikingly vivid. Leaving the system to watch helplessly as its dear Shang slowly descended into an abyss of despair, the night passed in this manner, with Minxing not having closed his eyes at all. His consciousness felt somewhat hazy, but fully aware of the significance of the task at hand. He rose from his bed, seizing the moment while the system remained in a dormant state. He meticulously extracted the shards of glass from the scabbed wounds near the edge of his palm. The excruciating pain in his hand was in stark contrast to the calm demeanor etched on Minxing's face. For him, these minor pains stimulated other nerves, infusing energy into the tasks that awaited him throughout the day. Patiently, he awaited the complete healing of his wounds, and when the day had fully dawned, he gently roused the system from its standby mode. A shadow of darkness flickered in Minxing's eyes. He had previously experimented and discovered that if he did not awaken the system, it would remain dormant throughout the day, perpetually in a standby state. Minxing gazed at the system that manifested upon her shoulder, offering a gentle smile as she reminded, "Do remember to initiate the live stream today. After all, it pertains to matters involving Zero and Hero." Chapter 59. The inaugural task within the organization. The system's voice rang clear, bouncing lightly upon Minxing's shoulder. "Are you certain? Ah Shang? I believe everyone in the live stream is eagerly anticipating your presence." Minxing's expression was somewhat awkward as he scratched his head and nodded affirmatively. He wished that his 4 years of university life would not be monotonously repetitive, hence he decided to live stream once a year. The cicada's incessant chirping in the sweltering summer always unsettled the heart, while the unique heat of the season swept away the calm of days gone by. Jufu Jingguang and Akutagawa Ryu leaned against the rooftop, their lips pressed tightly together, hesitantly aiming their firearms at the target below. Loading, aiming, firing. The actions that had almost become instinctual during training now felt laden with uncertainty. Jufu Jingguang cast a discreet glance towards Min Sheng, who stood quietly at the edge of the rooftop, seemingly lost in thought. In stark contrast to his cold remarks from the previous day, Min Sheng had remained in a daze, gazing into the distance since their encounter, seemingly indifferent to the completion of their mission. Jufu Jingguang resolved that there must be a first time for everything. Hadn't he anticipated such a day during his undercover training? He steadied his aim. But at the moment he was about to pull the trigger, Min Sheng's voice interrupted him. Perhaps Jufu Jingguang's scrutinizing gaze was too conspicuous. Or perhaps Min Sheng had been acutely aware of their presence all along. As soon as Jufu Jingguang's eyes shifted towards him, he noticed it. From an angle unseen by Jufu Jingguang and Akutagawa Ryu, Min Sheng's hand resting outside the rooftop clenched tightly. In truth, if it were possible, he would prefer not to involve them in violence. Yet, he could not accompany them indefinitely. Everything must begin somewhere. Rather than allowing them to face the grim necessity of taking lives in the line of duty, it would be wiser to let them safely complete their novice assessment in his presence. After all, he knew they were formidable and did not require his protection. Having made his decision, Min Sheng lowered his gaze and spoke gently. I have time today. I would like to observe your abilities. Very well, I shall not rush you, as long as the mission is accomplished. Akutagawa Ryu cast a doubtful glance at Min Sheng, genuinely unable to believe that someone within the organization could possess such benevolence. Min Sheng cast a sidelong glance, deliberately avoiding the expressions of Jianggu and Zhu Fu. What could he do? Lowering his head, a self-deprecating smile graced his lips. The duration of his existence remained an enigma. He believed that, should events unfold according to the established timeline, they would inevitably evolve into heroes capable of standing on their own, rather than being relegated to mere background characters as depicted in the original narrative. Zhu Fu, undeterred by Min Sheng's words, resumed his actions after a brief moment of shock. He reloaded his firearm, closed his eyes, and aimed for the target's temple, decisively pulling the trigger. Jianggu observed his childhood friend's swift and decisive movements, gritting his teeth and exhaling sharply. Following the memory of past encounters, he fired in a seamless motion. With both their missions accomplished with remarkable efficiency, Min Sheng nodded nonchalantly before departing without concern for how the two would exit. Once assured of Min Sheng's departure, the tension in Zhu Fu and Jianggu finally dissipated. They exchanged a knowing glance before embracing one another. Their hands moved methodically, conducting a thorough search for any potential listening devices, even inspecting the soles of their shoes. Jianggu's expression brightened upon finding nothing. But he was quickly silenced by Zhu Fu, who pressed a hand over his mouth. Zhu Fu, feeling a headache coming on from his childhood friend's habitual carelessness, rubbed his temples. In response to Jianggu's puzzled expression, he meticulously scanned the rooftop once more, confirming the absence of any dangerous items. Finally at ease, Zhu Fu settled beside the tightly closed iron gate, gesturing for Jianggu to sit down on the cool ground next to him, realizing he had once again been negligent. Jianggu sheepishly scratched his head but soon dismissed the thought, taking a seat beside Zhu Fu with a carefree demeanor. Zhu Fu, observing Jianggu's lack of concern, poked his forehead in frustration. When will you become a bit more meticulous so I can rest easy? Though Zhu Fu applied no force, Jianggu instinctively covered his forehead, feigning a plea for mercy. I understand my mistake, hero. Rest assured, it won't happen again. Zhu Fu sighed in resignation. He had lost count of how many times he had heard that promise. Perhaps Jianggu was aware that his words were often insubstantial as he feigned innocence. Scratching his head and playfully patting Zhu Fu's shoulder. Don't worry. You're here with me, right? You wouldn't leave me to fend for myself, would you? Feigning exasperation, Zhu Fu replied, Indeed, who could ignore someone as clever and attentive as me? After delivering that line, he shot a sidelong glance at Jianggu, who wore his signature smug grin. Jianggu pretended to throw a punch. You're copying me. Zhu Fu quickly masked his expression, shifting the topic. All right, enough of that. Let us discuss something serious. His demeanor abruptly turned grave. I find myself somewhat perplexed by this Simino individual. Jianggu mirrored Zhu Fu's serious expression, deep in thought. After a long pause, he responded, Indeed, last night, you risked offending him and Jin to buy us time for preparation. Yet, every action and word from him today has been unexpectedly unpredictable, as if he were an entirely different person from yesterday. Zhu Fu scrutinized the spot where Min Sheng had stood, contemplating. Moreover, I cannot shake the feeling that he possesses a certain familiarity. Jianggu jokingly waved his hand. You're not thinking of Asing, are you? After all, Simino shares that remarkable strength with him. Zhu Fu considered this and found it to be a valid point. Mentioning Asing rendered him silent, his expression tinged with sorrow. Jianggu felt a pang of discomfort within. They had promised to celebrate their birthdays together. Yet, that guy had left without a word, leaving only a letter stating he was returning to America. The thought left Jianggu's heart heavy with bitterness. He and Zhu Fu were not so different. Their paths erased by a mere agreement after graduation. Like Asing, they had vanished without a trace from Matsuda, Yen Air, and Ikeda. Chapter 60. Promises. Fortunately, nothing untoward had occurred with Yin Air at the skyscraper hotel. As luck would have it, A-Sing returned that very day and stayed at the same hotel. Jianggu's thoughts were interrupted by Zhu Fu's voice. So, how should we approach Simino? The current situation feels like a stalemate. Jianggu hesitated, voicing his uncertainty. I might be mistaken, but I actually feel that Simino isn't so bad. He has pressured us today. If it were gin or rum, we'd be in serious trouble by now. Zhu Fu nodded in agreement, but suddenly recalled the earlier mission, his expression darkening. Noticing Zhu Fu's change in demeanor, Jianggu swiftly recognized his concern. He could only offer a hollow reassurance. It's all right. We are striving for true peace. Jianggu exhaled deeply, continuing, though it pains me to say this, some must be sacrificed. Even if it includes you and me. The conversation gradually wound down, for some topics, despite their mutual understanding, were not meant to be voiced. Had it not been for their initial act of taking down what they believed to be a good person, their psychological defenses would not have faltered. They should have been in the safety of the organization's designated safe house instead of here. Minsheng, seated with his back against the iron door, stood up. He scanned the rapidly scrolling comments in the live stream, secretly smiling, his face radiating the same unwavering determination as before. He vowed to save everyone, to extend his efforts to rescue all those he could. Having received their kindness, he would ensure that his gratitude would be repaid with equal measure. Minsheng lowered his head, a muted smile gracing his lips, concealing the chilling cruelty hidden in his eyes. The organization must be eradicated, regardless of the cost. He did not linger any longer, diverging from Jufukyuku and Kirigaya Zero in the darkness, moving further away. Below the building, Jin sat in the car, relishing the cool air of the air conditioning, his gaze repeatedly sweeping towards the entrance. At last, after countless unwavering moments of anticipation, he beheld the figure he had longed to see. Minsheng opened the car door and unceremoniously took a seat, her expression inscrutable as she fixed her gaze straight ahead. Jinjiao silently observed Minsheng, noticing her prolonged inaction, and he let out a rare sigh. Releasing his seatbelt, he leaned closer to Minsheng, cautious not to inflict any harm upon himself, and endeavored to fasten her seatbelt without making contact with her. Minsheng remained seated in the passenger seat, lost in his own thoughts. Jinjiao, withdrawing his hand, gently but firmly rubbed Minsheng's face, satisfied to see the spark return to his eyes. He casually inquired, "What troubles you? Was it those two who failed the assessment that provoked your ire?" Aware that Minsheng was in no mood to engage, Jinjiao adeptly answered his own question. "That seems improbable. Those who qualify for the newcomer assessment are typically quite capable." After speaking, Jinjiao rested his hand on the steering wheel and turned to glance at Minsheng. "Have you been pondering something disheartening again?" Upon hearing the inquiry from Jinjiao, Minsheng exhaled deeply, as if he had expelled not only his breath but also the weight of his burdens. His demeanor grew somber, and even the sunlight seemed to shy away from him. Minsheng extended his hand, gazing at the intricate patterns etched upon his palm. It seemed as though he was inquiring of Jinjiao, yet also questioning himself. Will I truly attain my desires? A profound sense of insecurity surged within him. Yet he realized that retreat was no longer an option. Jinjiao, puzzled by Minsheng's query, shifted from confusion to earnestness. "You will undoubtedly succeed. Ah Sheng. You will surely have your wishes fulfilled. Is that truly so?" Minsheng could not restrain her emotions, allowing tears to cascade down her cheeks, falling onto the tissues that Jinjiao had thoughtfully prepared. Jinjiao nodded resolutely, affirming with certainty that it would indeed be so. Minsheng suddenly fixed his gaze upon Jin, grasping the hand that Jin held beneath his cheek. It was as if he were seeking a promise. "You will undoubtedly spare no effort to assist me, will you not? Regardless of the cost you may incur." Jin met Minsheng's pleading eyes and reciprocated the grip on his hand. "This was natural, no matter how many times you might inquire. As long as you wish it. My answer shall always be affirmative." Satisfied by the familiar response, Minsheng smiled contentedly. He released Jin's hand, lingering on the moment, and reclined in the passenger seat. Lost in thought as he observed Jin start the engine, his demeanor composed and serene. With his head bowed, his entire face was shrouded in shadow. He was acutely aware that taking advantage of another's vulnerability was his folly, and he dared not hope that Jin's actions were entirely sincere. He understood that Jin's words and deeds were merely a result of that insignificant assistance he had once rendered. Minsheng, in a state of self-deception, thought to himself that it was inconsequential. If Jinjiao would choose to assist him repeatedly over such a trivial matter and still refuse to forget, then when the conclusion arrives, when all comes to an end, Jinjiao would owe him nothing at all. Nothing at all. Observing the smile that graced Minsheng's face, Jinjiao naturally felt less anxious. However, while he leisurely pondered what kind of candies to bring Minsheng on their next encounter, the barrage of comments in the unseen live stream beside him scrolled at an alarming speed. Unlike Jinjiao, the audience in the live stream could genuinely perceive the inner turmoil of Minsheng's heart. What Jinjiao believed to be an ordinary exchange was, in stark contrast, entirely different. His promise, perceived as an act of redemption, had instead become the very first key that unlocked Minsheng's demise. For Minsheng, this was fatal. Minsheng abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a tinge of guilt as he glanced at the incessantly scrolling comments. He had, in his eagerness, forgotten that his fervent desire for affirmation from Jinjiao had inadvertently left the live stream open, thus revealing the future plot developments to the viewers. Reluctantly, The system complied with Minxing's request to terminate the live stream, observing his state with an exasperated sense of urgency. It pondered the dilemma, whether to show concern or remain indifferent, each choice posing its own complications. Never before had the system faced such a formidable challenge, prompting it to resolve to traverse time and space, even if this decision would lead to a loss of its essence. The beauty of the past decade warranted such a sacrifice. With a wistful gaze, the system lingered in the space, fixated on Minxing's visage. Gradually, its form faded from the realm, leaving behind a brief missive before vanishing entirely. A sudden sense of loss washed over Minxing, causing his brow to furrow slightly as he instinctively called out for the system in his mind. In response, silence enveloped him, save for a golden envelope shimmering within the recesses of his consciousness. Chapter 61. Executing the mission together. The moniker bestowed by the golden-haired boss was Bourbon. The other was Scotland. Jin. Minxing closed his phone, having successfully discerned the veiled animosity towards Akai Shuichi and J. Gokei Gami concealed within the seemingly indifferent email from Jin. Unconsciously, he lightly tapped the screen, pondering the likelihood of executing a mission alongside Jin again. After all, over the past year, in order to maintain a facade, he had partnered with Jin on no more than 5 occasions. The remainder of his assignments had been carried out with other members of the intelligence team. Now, the boss had assigned him 2 newcomers, clearly indicating a desire to limit his interactions with Jin. Minxing sat cross-legged on the bed, rummaging through the bedside table for paper and a pen. Finding a relatively flat surface on the bed, he leaned his upper body against it, contemplating and planning his upcoming schedule. At last, fortune favored the diligent. In the brief moments when Minxing was tasked with overseeing Raguga Zero and Jufukakyuku's missions, he diligently discovered the most suitable task for the 2 of them. This task was truly straightforward. Either he or Jin could accomplish it with their eyes closed. Minxing clutched the task list in his hand, unable to contain his joy, and with a lightened heart, he swiftly mounted his motorcycle and sped away. Left behind, Raigwen Seiya and Shibuki Kajimitsu exchanged confused glances, scratching their heads in bewilderment. Minxing parked the motorcycle at the entrance of Jin's safe house. Based on his understanding of Jin, it was highly likely that Jin was currently inside, contemplating the arrangements for the tasks of the following day. Minxing neatly folded the task list. As his black trousers were occupied by his mobile phone and scattered candies, he had no choice but to tuck the small, somewhat substantial stack of papers into the elastic waistband of his pants, using the sufficiently long hem of his shirt to conceal the slightly awkward fit of his trousers. He gently tapped on the door of Chinjio's room. Chinjio was nestled on the sofa, engrossed in tapping on his phone. Upon hearing the distinctive knock that belonged solely to Minxing, he hurriedly exited the current application. In a slight flurry, he stood up, adjusting his attire by the faint reflection in the window before finally opening the door. Minxing removed his shoes at the entrance, bare feet making contact with the floor as he unceremoniously threw himself onto the sofa. Chinjio closed the door, his imposing figure advancing towards Minxing, looking down upon him with a sense of authority. From this elevated perspective, all of Minxing's vulnerabilities lay exposed to Chinjio's gaze. Observing Minxing, who appeared blissfully unaware, a shadow of darkness flickered in Chinjio's eyes. Suppressing his errant thoughts, he inquired, "What brings you here at this hour? Did the boss send you?" Minxing shook his head playfully, casting a mischievous glance at Chinjio as he shifted to the left, creating space for her. Chinjio, intrigued by the mystery that Minxing was presenting, settled beside him, her spirits elevated as she observed him with keen interest. Minxing blinked, locking eyes with Chinjio, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "How about the 2 of us undertake a mission together tomorrow?" Chinjio's expression noticeably darkened. Even Sheng required her assistance for tasks. What exactly was the boss scheming? Realizing her phrasing was amiss, Minxing hastily gestured to regain Chinjio's composure. No. It's merely a small task. Lately, we have both been preoccupied with various matters, and I thought we could find a light-hearted task to unwind together." Upon hearing this, Chinjio's demeanor softened, and the grip of his hand relaxed under Minxing's gentle touch. He seized Minxing's hand, which she was about to retract, casually toying with her slender fingers, as he inquired, "I'm agreeable. Will you be returning today?" Minxing hesitated as he gazed out at the sky, apprehensive about causing trouble for Chinjio. However, the courage that Chinjio had bestowed upon him over the past 15 years dispelled his fears of being a burden. He averted his gaze from Chinjio and rested his feet on his own footstool. His pale complexion contrasted delicately against the black leather of the footstool, a sight that momentarily caught Chinjio's attention. Chinjio shifted his gaze and inquired, "Aren't you planning to return?" "It works out well. We have a mission together tomorrow morning." Minxing nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the ground, lost in contemplation. In the blink of an eye, the person who had been engaged in a dialogue with himself shifted their attention elsewhere. Feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, Chinjio approached Minxing, pressing his large hand against Minxing's slender waist and giving him a forceful push. Minxing, taken by surprise, found himself toppled onto the sofa. Chinjio steadied Minxing by the waist, turning him to face himself. "What are you thinking? Why this indifference?" Minxing, feeling an inexplicable discomfort in this position, placed his hand against Chinjio's chest, frowning slightly as he attempted to push him away. "Chinjio, could you please get up? This feels a bit awkward." Unmoved, Qingjio leaned in closer, his hand firmly resting against Minxing's waist, their gazes locking as he reiterated the earlier question. Minxing sighed, his gaze fixed on the task list that had been cast aside by Jin's actions. He was not contemplating much, it was simply that recent troubles had been abundant. And he yearned for a respite. Upon hearing this, Jin promptly released his grip, a trace of unmasked concern flickering in his eyes. It was no small feat to hear Minxing express a desire for rest, despite the fact that they had not undertaken a mission for a considerable time. Jin decisively resolved to take matters into his own hands. He extended his arm to retrieve the crumpled paper from the ground, stating, "You shall take a break tomorrow." "Ah Sheng, I can handle the task myself." Jin scrutinized the mission details closely, and within a moment, he relaxed. It was merely a matter of eliminating a traitor attempting to divulge the organization's secrets, quite an effortless endeavor. If he could not accompany Ah Sheng, he would simply have vodka come to pick him up. Jin pondered this thoughtfully, yet Minxing vehemently disagreed, asserting, "No, I was merely speaking offhandedly. There is no need for such a break. Moreover, if I do not go, who will bear the consequences?" Minxing propped himself up, gazing at Qingjio with a bemused expression, as he posed a question of utmost significance. Qingjio merely scoffed, dismissing the inquiry with a contemptuous laugh. "What consequences could possibly arise? The only ones who could confine me to an interrogation room are the likes of you, and those two are currently abroad. Do you truly believe you possess the power to harm me?" Minxing shrugged and remarked, "Who knows? Regardless, it doesn't matter. Didn't we agree to go out and unwind together tomorrow? At worst, you can just stop me from taking any action." Upon hearing this, Qingjio found her reasoning quite sensible and chose not to continue the argument with Minxing. Going out together seemed preferable, alleviating his concerns about Minxing being alone at home and potentially resorting to self-harm. Minxing observed the inadvertently curling lips of Jin, and the emotions he had long suppressed began to ease. He seemed to sense something and raised his hand to touch the slight upward curve of his own lips, smiling with his eyes. Indeed, he cherished the moments spent in their company the most. Chapter 62. An incident. Jin, who usually drove during missions alongside Minxing, was at the wheel as usual. Vodka, seizing a rare opportunity to tend to some personal matters, could not conceal his grateful gaze towards Minxing, even behind his sunglasses. Jin clicked his tongue in discontent, his cold eyes urging Vodka to depart swiftly. Minxing fastened her seatbelt, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she observed the interaction between the two, her demeanor reflecting an unusual sense of relaxation. The task location was situated quite a distance from the organization's base, and during the drive, Minxing occasionally engaged in conversation with Qingjio, discussing topics of mutual interest. Hence, the long journey was not particularly arduous. Upon arriving at the underground parking garage, Qingjio parked the car, secured his handgun at his waist, and was the first to open the car door and step out. Once Minxing had carefully placed her dismantled weapon in a random yet secure spot on her person, she opened the car door on her left side and gestured invitingly. Minxing cast a sidelong glance at Qingjio, yet, still showing her grace, placed her hand upon his, utilizing his strength to gracefully descend from the Porsche. Qingjio offered a subtle smile, clasping Minxing's hand firmly, unwilling to relinquish his hold as they strolled hand in hand through the grand entrance of the hotel. Minxing has always harbored a disdain for the art of disguise, despite having mastered it to an exceptional degree under the tutelage of Buyer Mode, benefiting from the renowned reputation of the Karasuma family. Minxing's distinctive black hair and golden eyes were instantly recognized by the well-trained staff member, with a sycophantic smile adorning his face. The attendant effortlessly guided Minxing and Qingjio into the hotel lobby. The lobby manager hurried over, eager to introduce the location of the lounge and the upcoming press conference. Once Minxing and Qingjio ascended to the second floor, the attendant, who had been lingering behind the lobby manager, quietly asked, "Uncle, who are these two individuals?" Grateful for the reminder to memorize the face just days prior, he avoided making a fool of himself. Yet, he was curious about the significance of their status that warranted such deference from his uncle. A flicker of pride crossed the lobby manager's face. Since his nephew was so inquisitive, he didn't mind offering a few insights. Adjusting his lapel pin and gazing dreamily in the direction Minxing and his companion departed, he said, "That youth with black hair and golden eyes is the young master of our Karasuma group. You know the Karasuma group, right? They are the owners behind this hotel." He continued, expressing his admiration. The group's CEO has personally acknowledged this young master as his sole heir, showering him with immense affection. It was once declared that encountering the young master is akin to meeting the CEO himself. As long as the young master desires something, no one can deter him. The young attendant gasped in astonishment, his eyes gleaming with envy. My goodness, the Karasuma Group's ventures span across Japan, even extending to America and Germany, commanding a significant market presence. This young master is truly fortunate to have such a loving father. However, the lobby manager pulled the attendant aside, glancing around furtively to ensure no one was eavesdropping before whispering conspiratorially, "But that's not all. I've heard that this young master's surname is Min, with a single character, Sheng. Doesn't he even share the same surname as our CEO? What? That can't be." The two crouched in the corner, exchanging hushed secrets they had overheard within the hotel. Before long, the commotion from outside drew their attention, prompting them to rise and return to their respective posts. Accompanied by the sound of clicking cameras, a sharply dressed gentleman with meticulously styled hair entered. Upon seeing him, the prominent figures within the hotel who were engaged in polite conversation promptly approached, surrounding him for discussions. Min Sheng and Jin gazed down from the second floor, observing the hall with a tinge of ennui as they idly toyed with the small trinkets in their hands. Their eyes meticulously scanned the entire hotel venue, brows slightly furrowed. The reason for their discontent was clear. The target of their mission had yet to make an appearance at the gathering. Their true objective was not the man who basked in the adoration of many, but rather his close companion, Nakamura Jinji. Jin, with a cigarette perched between his lips, ascended to the rooftop of the adjacent building alongside Min Sheng, through the window meticulously reserved by Min Sheng beforehand. They assembled the sniper rifle that had been positioned there by the intelligence team. Min Sheng, rubbing her wrist, leaned against the railing and remarked, "Is it so early to be out? I thought we could head to the hall for a bite." Qingjiao, engrossed in calibrating her weapon, did not lift her gaze as she replied, "What is there to enjoy here? Once the mission concludes, I will take you out for some fun." With that, Qingjiao began to search for Nakamura Jinshi's figure through the scope. Seeing this, Min Sheng could only nod in agreement. For the purpose of venturing out today was merely to bring a semblance of joy to Qingjiao, since Qingjiao had already devised a plan. It was only fitting to adhere to his intentions. Min Sheng squinted his eyes, scanning the hotel lobby back and forth. Although visibility was somewhat limited, he could still make a rough assessment. Half a minute later, Min Sheng suddenly sprang into action, with a swift motion of his left hand. He slid across the assembled firearm and, in the next instant, the sniper scope materialized in his grasp. Min Sheng lifted the sniper scope to his eyes, meticulously searching through the lens under the reluctant indulgence of Qingjiao. Under magnification, Nakamura Jinji, whom Min Sheng had located, stood out conspicuously. As Min Sheng was about to disclose the precise whereabouts of Nakamura Jinji, a sudden, maniacal smile spread across Nakamura's face. A foreboding sensation stirred within Min Sheng, and indeed, in the next moment, the man who had already become the focal point of the crowd clutched his chest. Silently and rigidly, he collapsed to the ground, his red wine spilling all over him, his countenance a grotesque fusion of humility, uncontainable triumph, and agonizing terror. For a fleeting moment, the crowd fell silent, only to erupt moments later into frantic screams. The officers, initially positioned to avert a malevolent incident, sprang into action, expertly erecting a cordon and securing all exits, effectively sealing everyone within the hotel. A few daring acquaintances approached to check for signs of life, only to fall back in horror, their trembling voices articulating the grim truth: he is dead. The crowd visibly stirred, but fortunately, the lobby manager promptly alerted the authorities. Just as the hotel's officers were on the verge of being overwhelmed by the surging mass, a squad of armed police arrived at the scene. Min Sheng gazed down from the rooftop of the building, spotting the distinctive orange uniform and the somewhat corpulent figure of the officer, prompting him to cover his face and let out a sigh. Chapter 63. Jin and Cake. As Jin followed with a perplexed yet obedient demeanor, Min Sheng meticulously arranged and concealed his firearms. He escorted Jin to the entrance of the hotel. The establishment, already cordoned off, refused to grant access before Min Sheng revealed his identity. The astute lobby manager, recognizing Min Sheng from a distance, hurried over to explain to the officers guarding the perimeter, "Officer, this gentleman is our esteemed heir and the manager of our hotel." Understanding that Min Sheng's return was not merely for trivial purposes, the lobby manager judiciously attributed the role of manager to him. The officer, upon hearing this clarification, appeared momentarily hesitant. Observing the unusual situation, the perplexed officer Mumu approached to inquire, "What is the matter? What has occurred?" Just as the lobby manager was about to reiterate his explanation, he fell silent upon meeting Min Sheng's gaze. Min Sheng smiled as he extended his right hand to Officer Mu. "Greetings. This hotel is under my name. Fortuitously, I have returned here today for business, only to encounter such an incident. I wonder if you might make an exception and allow me to enter and address the matter." Officer Mu, observing Min Sheng's courteous and measured demeanor, found himself in a quandary. Under normal circumstances, no one other than the police is permitted to enter or exit a sealed-off scene. However, this young man appeared to bear no signs of deceit. If he truly was the proprietor, it would indeed be necessary to grant him access. After all, this was his hotel, and any evidence collection would require the symbolic consent of its responsible party. Yet, how could one ascertain that this young man was being truthful? After all, words alone hold no weight. Noticing the slight furrow in Officer Mu's brow, Min Sheng pondered briefly and discerned the source of the officer's dilemma. He retrieved his identification card from his pocket, somewhat sheepishly presenting it to Officer Mu. I should have offered my ID to authenticate my statements beforehand." Officer Mu accepted the identification with a courteous reply. No, we would certainly trust your word." He discreetly glanced at the personal information on the ID, pretended to be indifferent as he compared the details with the information displayed on Min Sheng's phone. Indeed, the individual on the phone and the ID matched perfectly. Officer Mu relaxed, smiling as he returned both the phone and the ID to Min Sheng, proceeding to walk into the hotel lobby alongside him. Naturally, the imposing man who had silently followed closely behind Min Sheng was also permitted entry. After all, the two figures, closely aligned, suggested a bond of deep friendship or familial ties. Minxing observed the chaotic scene, her lips pressed tightly together. She grasped Jin's hand and made her way to a corner, fortuitously halting beside Nakamura Jinji. Nakamura, with his distinctive Japanese features, cast a wary glance at the approaching Minxing and Jin. Minxing harbored no desire to engage in conversation in his eyes. A murderer employing such base tactics was hardly worthy of discourse. Moreover, the palpable aura of menace emanating from Jin, who stood beside him, clearly indicated a disdain for this traitor who had divulged the organization's secrets. Such was Jin's nature. Lacking lovers or family, he appeared to hold the organization in the highest regard. Minxing's thoughts were somewhat disordered as she gently tapped on Manguyo. What fate awaited Jin after the organization's downfall? She was not afforded much time for contemplation, for soon, Nakamura Jinji was summoned by Officer Moku. Jin, lurking behind Minxing, cast a cold glare at Nakamura Jinji, whom he despised as much as traitors and rats. This Nakamura had utilized the organization's funds to develop pharmaceuticals, with the organization expending both financial and human resources to assist him in successfully creating the human tissue repair technology. Yet, what was his response? Not only did he show no gratitude towards the organization, but having thrived on its resources, he audaciously turned against it, claiming that the organization engaged in cannibalistic dealings. What a farce. What had he been doing for the past decade? Did he truly remain oblivious to the organization's nature during those years? To eat at the table and then curse the provider is not the mark of a decent person. Jin clenched the task list tightly in his hand, casting a dark and ambiguous glance at Nakamura Jinji, who feigned compliance, turning a blind eye to the affairs outside. Had it not been for Shang bringing him back to the hotel lobby, he would have executed the traitor long before the police arrived. Meanwhile, Minxing, on the side, was thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding case, her curiosity piqued. Her reason for bringing Jin back was not out of any misplaced sympathy for Nakamura Jinji. Although she could somewhat guess the case's origin, after a prolonged period of tension on the mission, Minxing sought a brief respite from the mental strain. The corners of Minxing's lips curled slightly upward. With a touch of Jin, he could momentarily embrace his true self. However, as per the deductions drawn from the neon-lit cases, they predominantly stemmed from those matters. Indeed, before even a few bites could be taken from this intrigue, Officer Mikuru had already formulated a rough hypothesis based on the available clues, swiftly narrowing the suspects down to Nakamura Jinji and the deceased's wife. Feeling somewhat bored while standing, Minxing began to scour the sofa. It appeared that, due to the occurrence of the murder, the sofa was rarely occupied. The ladies and young maidens huddled closely together, seeking solace in the warmth of one another to muster the courage necessary to uphold their decorum. Minxing chose a nearby sofa to settle down, his gaze fixed eagerly on the center of the hall. Beside him, Qinjiu couldn't help but chuckle at Minxing's demeanor, sifting through an array of pastries on a nearby dining table that Minxing had previously enjoyed. If Shang likes to watch, let him be. It won't take much time, he mused. However, merely listening felt somewhat monotonous. With a plate in his left hand, he leisurely approached Minxing's sofa, using his already washed right hand to offer a pastry at Minxing's lips. To his surprise, Minxing's wide eyes stared at him, caught in a dilemma of whether to eat or not. The two remained in the standoff, with Qinjiu well aware that Shang would not refuse him. Observing Qinjiu's unwavering hand, Minxing realized that he was determined for him to take a bite. Reluctantly, he opened his mouth and bit into the pastry, the delicate fragrance of jasmine exploding in his mouth. The rich aroma of chocolate, tinged with bitterness, was harmoniously balanced by the sweetness of the jasmine. The matcha cake layer, interspersed with crunchy pearls, provided a delightful texture, and as the pastry slid down his throat, the lingering sweetness of the chocolate beckoned him to indulge further. In the midst of an atmosphere thick with seriousness and panic, the sight of the golden-eyed youth elegantly savoring one pastry after another stood in stark contrast. Despite its inopportune nature, the image of such a refined young man being fed by his assertive and domineering friend was a sight to behold, significantly alleviating the tension among the frightened crowd. Realizing that he had inadvertently become the center of attention in the hall, Minxing awkwardly scratched his toes, covering his face with his hands and turning away, resolutely refusing to eat any more pastries offered by Qinjiu. In a hushed tone, he murmured, All right. I'm full now. Please stop feeding me. You should eat as well. Qinjiu's gaze shifted downward, catching sight of Minxing's flushed ears, causing a stir in his heart. Impatiently, he shot a glare at those who were watching Minxing. The crowd, intimidated by the implicit menace in Qinjiu's eyes, hastily redirected their attention to the center of the hall, eager to escape his imposing presence. Bending down, Qinjiu extended the pastry once more, his voice softening. Shang, have a little more. You hardly ate this morning, and it seems this case won't wrap up anytime soon. You'll regret it later if your stomach starts to ache. Aware that Qinjiu genuinely cared for him, Minxing rubbed his unresponsive stomach but shook his head. It's fine, Qinjiu. You know me. I survived 2 days and nights without a drop of water during our last mission, let alone just a few hours. Recalling Minxing's performance during their last mission, Qinjiu's expression darkened. Indeed, the previous task was far more perilous than merely going without sustenance for 2 days and nights. If it weren't for vermouths covered during the large explosion in America, their chances of survival would have been nearly non-existent. Minsheng smiled gently as she pushed the pastry towards Qingjiu, seizing the moment while Qingjiu was lost in his memories. She deftly placed the treat into his mouth. Come, eat up, Qingjiu, you need to nourish yourself too. Caught off guard by the sudden intrusion, Qingjiu momentarily froze before he began to chew the pastry, his mind slowly catching up. Simultaneously, Minsheng's gesture alleviated some of the covert worries that had been gnawing at him. He remained concerned about the peculiar behaviors that Minsheng endeavored to conceal in his presence, despite her admirable ability to mask them. Yet, those instinctual cravings for pain and the denial of self were etched into his very being, inevitably surfacing at moments when even Minsheng herself was unaware. Nevertheless, considering that Minsheng executed such an intimate act with such ease, it seemed likely that her psychological struggles had improved somewhat. Minsheng was completely taken aback by the extent of the convoluted thoughts that Jin could derive from something as simple as feeding a pastry. He patiently focused his attention on the murder case at hand. To his surprise, Nakamura Jinji, who had never intended to conceal anything, suddenly burst into laughter. Despite being the perpetrator of the crime, his laughter was tinged with an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Amidst the disdainful glares from those in the hall, Nakamura Jinji frantically pointed at the lifeless body on the ground. His eyes reddened as he whispered hoarsely to Officer Muro, "Now that you policemen have arrived, you put on your righteous facade to question me." His voice trembled with emotion, grappling with the tumultuous feelings as he gazed at his former dear friend, now devoid of life. A few self-proclaimed informed individuals in the crowd admonished Nakamura Jinji, saying, "Enough, Nakamura, show respect for the deceased." Nakamura Jinji turned his head towards the speaker, his rage unabashedly piercing through the man's gaze. He nearly roared, unleashing the pent-up frustration that had tormented him for 2 months. "Do you think I am unaware of your disdain for me? I know everything. But do you know? You know nothing," merely believing his one-sided tale. His voice gradually sank. "Yet, I do not mind him stealing my research and claiming it as his own." Jin stood beside the sofa, snorting derisively. Of course, he didn't mind. After all, for him, the true economic gain lay with the organization. Research could be pilfered, but his intellect could not. Oh, wait. Jin glanced at the corpse on the floor. It hardly appeared wise either. Nakamura Jinji, lost in his own world, continued to express his thoughts to everyone present. "We have been friends since middle school, and that friendship lasted until this January. He stole my research and published it without my knowledge. I initially did not care." His tone suddenly rose, "But he should not have pushed me into the spotlight, using public opinion to drive my elderly mother to her death." This revelation shattered the thoughts of everyone present like a thunderclap. Someone in the crowd questioned, "What did you say? Are you claiming this research was yours?" A life lost was so easily overlooked by those consumed by their own interests, they merely shifted their focus to the supposed owner of the research. Mourning the loss of his mother, Nakamura Jinji had no intention of answering that question. Instead, he continued in a fit of rage. "Because of his slander. After 30 years of companionship, he knew all my weaknesses and secrets, which he publicly exploited to manipulate you, the audience, with a montage of lies. My residence was doxxed. I lost my job, my phone was inundated with threats, and my wife was brutally murdered by an impulsive attacker, whose insanity was deemed a valid excuse for absolution. My elderly mother was driven to jump from the building by you all." Each accusation was directed at the individuals present and those oblivious to the entire situation. As he glared at Officer Muro with bloodshot eyes, "He destroyed everything I had, and this all stemmed from his fear that I would expose him and ruin his career. So he preemptively obliterated mine. Yet you policemen, upon receiving my report, turned a blind eye. You promised me justice, claiming the case was under investigation. And 3 months have passed. These matters have been quietly buried, like stones cast into a pond. What do you expect me to do?" Breathless with agitation, Nakamura Jinji panted heavily. A junior officer beside Officer Muro, albeit somewhat dissatisfied, timidly remarked, "However, the laws regarding online harassment are indeed not comprehensive. Gathering evidence and processing cases takes considerable time, let alone reaching a verdict." Under the intense gaze of Nakamura Jinji, the junior officer's voice faltered, retreating a few steps behind Officer Muro, afraid to meet the eyes of this suspected murderer. Chapter 65. The case concludes. Nakamura Jinji was incensed by the junior officer's explanation. Yet it strangely calmed him. A faint smirk of mockery graced his face. "Ah, I knew you would say that. So I took matters into my own hands." He provocatively looked at Officer Muro, declaring, "I killed him." Witnessing the horrified expression on Officer Muro's face, a frenzied look returned to Nakamura Jinji. "Yes, I killed him. I am the murderer, and it is only right that I pay with a life for a life. I merely exchanged his life for my mother-s and wife-s. I am the one who has suffered." As he spoke, his strength drained away, and the spark in his eyes gradually faded as he collapsed to the ground. Nakamura Jinji stared blankly at his fallen friend, who lay motionless, murmuring, but, even though I hated him so much, even though he destroyed everything, why do I feel such sorrow seeing him like this?" Tears streamed down his face, and the suppressed wails echoed in the ears of all present. Memories of their shared past, shopping for groceries, conducting experiments, and doing everything together surfaced in his mind, transforming into sharp blades that pierced Nakamura Jinji's heart. Faced with this poignant scene, Officer Muro could only remain silent as the junior officer produced handcuffs to secure Nakamura Jinji's wrists. Though morally, Nakamura Jinji's actions were not beyond reproach. The law is the law, and no justification can cross that line. Jin gently patted Minxing's back, signaling him to sit on the sofa and wait. He then stealthily ascended the staircase, slipping through a window reserved for the stairwell. Like a swift leopard, he dashed through the building, his hands moving in a blur as he swiftly assembled a sniper rifle. He succeeded in taking down Nakamura Jinji just as he was about to be escorted into a police car. Observing the officers at the hotel entrance swiftly entering a state of alert, Jin disdainfully stowed his weapon and ghosted back to Minxing's side. For reasons unknown, Officer Muro, typically relentless in his pursuit of justice, surprisingly remained relatively calm in the face of the suspect's unexpected death. He issued no further commands, merely instructing that Nakamura Jinji's body be taken back to the precinct for storage and burial. Perhaps in Officer Muro's mind, the mast of justice was being violently shaken. Compared to a life sentence for murder, dying swiftly after avenging one's grievances might indeed be a form of liberation. This could even be seen as a form of compensation for the online harassment that led to the deaths of Nakamura Jinji's mother and wife. Although he understood the irrationality of this situation, Officer Muro, akin to a hypnotist, rationalized the entire affair. After all, how could he not be affected by Nakamura Jinji's piercing words? Minxing sat on the sofa for an extended period, rendered motionless. He found himself unusually perplexed by today's case. If it were he, facing the absurdity of having all those he cherished brutally taken from him, would he truly remain indifferent? Minxing lowered his gaze to his hands, which, at that moment, appeared pristine with delicate fingers, only to suddenly transform into a vivid crimson in his sight. A bitter smile of derision played upon his lips. It was not merely indifference that plagued him, even if the organization had yet to inflict harm upon those he cherished. He was still consumed by a meticulous scheme to utterly dismantle it. Moreover, what right did he, a mere bystander whose hands were already stained with the blood of innocence, possess to pass judgment? Was he not, in essence, a selfish and self-serving individual, driven solely by his own desires? Jinjiu observed Minxing as his gaze fixated intently on his hands, concerned that today's case might lead him to indulge in unwarranted thoughts. He felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, his tone laced with a hint of exasperation. Ah Xing, don't dwell on it. This matter does not concern us. Let us step out and have something to eat first. In his demeanor towards Minxing, Jinjiu exhibited an unwavering patience, one that was reserved solely for him. Minxing lowered his hand, his eyes sparkling as he looked up to meet the gaze of Jinjiu. In response to Jinjiu's invitation, he chose to cast aside the absurd thoughts that had crossed his mind. Very well, where have I indulged in fanciful musings? He said. Let us step outside. Jinjiu raised an eyebrow, observing Minxing with an air of amusement, refraining from exposing the flaws in his words. With the respectful farewell of the hotel manager, he took Minxing's hand and departed from the establishment. Minxing lowered his head, directing all his attention to the hand held by Jinjiu, while the other hand, tucked into his pocket, repeatedly grazed the shards of glass. What to do and what the outcome might be was solely his concern. He had neither the reason nor the right to entangle the most significant individuals in his life in such matters. Minxing weakly pursed his lips, fully aware of the truth. They cared for him far more than he had initially imagined. Yet, the more they cared, the deeper his worries grew. He feared he could not completely rescue them. He feared that the plan might ultimately go awry. He feared that the process of executing the plan could bring them harm. He had once thought he could vanish unnoticed, but their concern and affection held him tightly, etching his existence into every corner of the world. Minxing felt a heaviness in his chest, preferring to embrace solitude and death. In his previous life, he had grown accustomed to digesting all negative emotions alone, managing every matter with resilience. Yet in this lifetime, after receiving their meticulous care, he found himself questioning how he could cultivate the strength to bury everything deep within and accomplish his plans in solitary silence. Minxing followed closely behind Jinjiu, taking measured steps as he slightly closed his eyes to stifle the barely perceptible tears. With each step, he resolved to move forward, for no matter the circumstances, he would ultimately achieve his heart's desire. Minxing abruptly opened his eyes, gazing with an unprecedented determination at the silhouette of Jin. He yearned to ensure that everyone could live joyfully and harmoniously in this world that rightfully belonged to them. Having spent an entire day reveling with Jin, Minxing's spirit was surprisingly vibrant, leaving even Jin astonished by the brilliance radiating from Minxing. Minxing waved farewell to Jinjiu and, under Jinjiu's watchful gaze filled with concern, stepped into his safe house. Jinjiu's mood could be aptly described as joyous, a sentiment that had been remarkably rare throughout his years. Today, Minxing's willingness to explore the world around him had evidently ascended to a new level, a state far superior to the previous day's despondency, where he feigned normalcy. Jinjiu, possessing a keen sensitivity to Minxing's emotions, could discern his anomalies even when Minxing himself remained oblivious, a fact unbeknownst to him. In recent years, accompanied by his comrades from the police academy and the likes of Jinjiu and Sherry, Minxing's mental state had indeed undergone a significant transformation compared to when he first arrived in this world. He had become less reclusive, gradually entrusting his back to them with a growing sense of ease, abandoning the notion of being unable to trust anyone. The palpable sense of loneliness that once enveloped him had notably diminished, and genuine smiles had begun to emerge more frequently from the depths of his heart. Just as the system had summarized, Those whom Min Sheng cherished were gradually dismantling the towering walls he had erected in response to past traumas. They were subtly redeeming him in their own unique ways. Chapter 66. Subtle concern after completing this exceptionally simple task. Min Sheng unexpectedly fell into a deep slumber for 2 consecutive days. Had it not been for Belmode's genuine concern for Min Sheng's health, prompting her to seek him out, he might have continued to sleep indefinitely. Min Sheng rubbed his eyes, a lingering weariness evident on his face from having just awakened. He opened the door to invite Belmode inside, casually gesturing towards the beige sofa. "Sister Bay, please have a seat," he said, stifling a yawn, tears welling in his eyes. "I'll pour you a glass of water." Observing Min Sheng's overt exhaustion, concern creased Belmode's brow. She seized his hand, halting his movement, and with a gentle pull, Min Sheng lost his balance and fell into her embrace. The smooth, pale skin of Belmode, clad in a fitted outfit, pressed against him, and the scent of her perfume, as commanding as her demeanor, invaded Min Sheng's senses. Never before had he experienced such intimate contact with the opposite sex, and his face instantly flushed crimson. As his still groggy mind abruptly cleared, he instinctively reached out to distance himself from Belmode. But his weakened body and uncertainty about where to push off left him sliding back onto her lap once more. Belmode watched him struggle with a teasing smile. Offering no assistance. Resigned, Min Sheng closed his eyes, exhaling deeply, his long, thick eyelashes fluttering. "Sister Bay, what brings you here today?" Belmode gently placed a hand on his shoulder, fearing he might topple backward. She presented a premeditated reason, accusingly inquiring, "I heard you went on a mission with that man." "Jin, a couple of days ago. Why didn't you take me along?" Her tone was slightly petulant as she lifted his chin with her delicate fingers, compelling him to meet her gaze. "What? Has your heart been stolen by Jin during our time apart?" Startled by Belmode's boldness, Min Sheng's eyes flew open. And upon realizing the intimacy of their position, he shut them again, his eyes darting. His hands rested firmly on his own thighs, his entire being precariously balanced on Belmode's lap, clad in sheer stockings. His toes barely grazed the ground, and at that moment, he regretted purchasing such a high sofa. Drawn by the allure of an unrestrained feeling, for even he, seated, could not touch the floor, while Belmode, in her high heels, stood confidently above him. Min Sheng hesitated for a moment, carefully choosing her words. "No, it's just that I had previously promised Qingjiao to go out on a mission together." Belmode's gaze lingered on Min Sheng's face, one that perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences. Her lipstick-colored manicure rested delicately against Min Sheng's lower lip, and his fair complexion seemed almost capable of yielding dew. A faint blush graced his cheeks. After a considerable pause, he let out a soft sigh. "Very well. Next time, you must be sure to take me along. Although I have a fondness for secrets, I cherish my time with you even more." Having taken a considerable amount of time to persuade herself that avoiding eye contact during conversations with acquaintances was a rather impolite behavior, Min Sheng forced herself to open her eyes and engage in her first gaze with Belmode of the day. Caught off guard by the clarity and warmth of Min Sheng's golden eyes, Belmode momentarily faltered. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, remembering the purpose of her visit. Seemingly casually, she brought up the case they had encountered 2 days prior during their mission. "I recall Qingjiao mentioning that you encountered a case as well?" The incident involving Nakamura Jinji's research findings being stolen has stirred quite a commotion online these past few days, and many have begun to advocate for justice for his deceased mother and wife. Belmode appeared somewhat indifferent as she met Min Sheng's gaze and inquired, "Are you aware of this, Sheng?" As Min Sheng observed the gradual relaxation of Belmode's grip, he ascertained that he was fully awake. He stood upright, stepping back a few paces to create distance between himself and Belmode. After a fruitless search through the hazy recesses of his memory, he shook his head in resignation. There was little that lingered in his mind, only a vague sense of regret about the situation, though the specifics eluded him. With a smile breaking through his discomfort, he turned to Belmode, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Ah, there are still numerous tasks awaiting my attention," he exclaimed. "For matters such as these, all I need to ensure is that I do not become one of the perpetrators against those unfortunate souls." He then made his way into the kitchen, his voice growing somewhat indistinct. "Belle, you know me well. Compared to the things that sadden me, I am far more adept at recalling those moments that bring me joy. Besides, aren't these tasks all entrusted to me by you?" As Min Sheng boiled water, he contemplated the lessons imparted to him by Belmode through correspondence in previous years. Observing Min Sheng's body language and subtle expressions, Belmode discreetly eased the tension in her heart, fully assured that he was not troubled by the matter at hand. Upon hearing Min Sheng mention the earlier letters, Belmode's face lit up with a joyful and proud smile. Indeed, Min Sheng had grown up in a laboratory, and the social and communicative skills he possessed were all nurtured by her guidance. Her influence on Min Sheng's development was undeniable. Yet, a thought crossed Belmode's mind, causing her smile to falter. It was perplexing how Min Sheng had cultivated such a disposition even before their acquaintance. Nevertheless, after a fleeting moment of shifting emotions, Belmode lightly curved her delicate lips and gazed at Min Sheng's back as he busied himself with preparing tea in the kitchen. Min Sheng's condition had improved considerably over the past year. At least, the recent days of lethargy were not a result of the deep trauma inflicted by the incident from 2 days prior. Heaven knows how anxious she felt when Jin had frantically approached her the previous night, expressing concern that Min Sheng had slumbered for 2 days and nights without waking. Watching Minsheng approach with 2 cups of tea, he moved gracefully, and Belmont accepted 1 cup, savoring a gentle sip. It was a relief to know all was well. After spending nearly 4 hours in amiable conversation on the sofa, Belmont finally resolved to leave Minsheng's sanctuary. With satisfaction, she observed Minsheng consume the takeout of vodka in accordance with his usual eating habits before settling into the driver's seat of her Cobra 427. She waved goodbye to Minsheng and drove off into the horizon, where the evening glow seemed to merge with the sky. Chapter 67, Karama Rinya after a restful night. Minsheng awoke this morning feeling rejuvenated, successfully returning to his regular biological rhythm by rising at 4 a.m. He exercised alongside the slowly rising crimson sun. Having not engaged in morning workouts for several days, today he limited himself to a mere 15 kilometers, pausing in front of his favorite breakfast shop. By habit, he ordered 2 shrimp and pork buns along with a cup of soy milk. As he nibbled on the buns, he scrolled through his phone, checking for any important messages he might have missed due to his recent attentiveness. Suddenly, an email from his boss shattered the pleasant mood of the morning, causing Minsheng to furrow his brows as he retreated to his room. He glanced at the untouched bun on the table, losing his appetite entirely. "Come to my room at 9 in the morning." Minsheng poked at the bun with a lackadaisical rhythm, leaning on the table with a sulky pout as he muttered. All they know is to assign tasks. Clearly, the next experiment is just days away, yet they insist on squeezing every bit of my value until the last moment. The pressure of his fingers intensified, as if he were not prodding a bun but rather the smooth brain of Yuang Lianye. It was not until the sun gradually rose, casting its gentle light upon his face through the window, that Minsheng snapped out of his disgruntled thoughts. Ashamed, he cast a glance at the bun, now reduced to a mushy heap, and averted his eyes, swiftly discarding it along with its wrapper into the trash bin with a speed that could rival lightning. Mimicking the confessional gestures of the neon people, he clasped his hands together in front of the bin, offering apologies to the wasted bun, private Marseille bun sauce and trash bin sauce. Amused by his own antics, Minsheng stifled a laugh, covering his mouth before returning to his serious demeanor, contemplating the impression he should present to the boss shortly. At precisely 9 o'clock, Minsheng stood before the boss's exclusive room, punctual to the second. He knocked lightly on the door, feigning nonchalance, and without hesitation, Yuang Lianje, who had already observed Minsheng's arrival through surveillance, unlocked the outermost door. Following that, the password lock, electronic lock, and iris recognition, 3 layers of increasingly stringent security, were methodically disengaged by Yuang Liande, who displayed no sign of impatience. After overcoming these formidable barriers, Minsheng finally stood before Yuang Lianye. To be precise, that could hardly be described as a body. It was merely a peculiar amalgamation of machinery, biological materials, artificial intelligence, and the sole living organ, the brain. If one were to draw a comparison, perhaps the notion of a brain in a vat would be somewhat apartment. A long silence settled in the air, and in the absence of any prepared remarks from Minsheng, Yuang Lianye took the initiative to break the stillness. "How has Simino's health been recently?" Minsheng squinted her eyes with a feigned smile, responding, "It's the same as always, perhaps even a bit worse." "You are well aware of that, aren't you?" It appeared that Wu Wanlian was not eager to swiftly conclude the conversation. Instead, he subtly expanded the topic. "How are those 2 newcomers under your guidance? Have they caused you any trouble?" Minsheng curled her lips in a semblance of a smile, expressing her gratitude while simultaneously indicating the inconvenience. Just as Karama Rinya intended to delve deeper into this topic, the mechanical screen connected to his mind distinctly displayed an expression of exasperation. Minsheng's tone was rather curt. After casting a feigned glance at her empty wrist, she forced a smile and said, "Boss, there is no need for theatrics. You are fully aware of my health condition and the tasks at hand. If you have something to say or a task to assign, please do so directly. I cannot possibly refuse you, can I?" Sensing the impatience in Minsheng's voice, Karama Rinya hastily articulated the purpose of summoning her that day. It concerns the recent scarcity of pharmaceutical raw materials, particularly due to the ongoing civil war in Southeast Asia. "Minsheng, I recall that your experiments require morphine and certain specialized powders. It would be advantageous for you to travel there and retrieve some." Minsheng perfunctorily nodded and unceremoniously seated himself upon the soft leather chair that had been prepared for him within the room. Before Wu Wanlianye, all semblance of politeness and patience was cast aside by Minsheng, who found it utterly impossible to present even a modicum of cordiality towards this individual, notorious for his nefarious deeds. This sentiment was amplified after Minsheng truly entered this world and forged a close friendship with them. The mere thought of the person he held dear having been tormented and persecuted by the grotesque figure before him in a past life incited a wrath within him. His restraint in refraining from physical retaliation was solely for the sake of future plans. Observing Minsheng's prolonged silence, Wu Wanlianye exhibited no signs of anger, but instead patiently reiterated, "Simino, you are the most suitable candidate for this mission. Jinjiu has just completed a task yesterday, and Belmode is assigned a new mission tomorrow. Furthermore, Bourbon and Scotland, who are under your command, will accompany you on this endeavor. To be frank, I do not harbor much faith that those 2 alone can survive and accomplish the task in the perilous Southeast Asia. You are well aware that even if they return alive, failure to complete the mission will result in punishment. The mechanical and frigid tone carried an unmistakable undertone of threat, which Minxing disowned, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. He then feigned a calm demeanor while internally grinding his teeth in frustration. This old man dares to use Jin Jiao and the others as leverage against me? Minsheng let out a cold snort. As for Qin Jiao and Sister Bei, that was to be expected. My amicable relations with them are well known throughout the organization. You may think it clever to threaten me with them. But what makes you believe I would acquiesce to your demands simply because of those two young ones? When Karasuma Rinya heard Minsheng, who was not much older than himself, refer to others as young ones, the electronic screen connected to his brain displayed a human-like smile, indicating his amusement at Minsheng's words. However, the words he uttered were far from friendly. It seemed that after being repeatedly rebuffed, the usually good-natured Karasuma Rinya's tone had become notably harsh towards Minsheng. I do not know, Asmino, but I trust you are aware of it yourself, are you not? Minsheng perceived the impatience radiating from Wu Chuanlianyi, and was genuinely apprehensive that he might indeed send both Jiang Guoling and Zhu Fu Jingguang to Southeast Asia on a solitary mission. Observing that the negotiation had reached a near conclusion, he softened his tone, stating, I am willing to go. Perhaps I understand the reason behind this. However, boss, there is no such thing as a free lunch, is there? According to your description, it appears that I am the only one capable of taking on this responsibility for the task. Wu Chuanlianyi, having surmised Minsheng's intentions, tacitly consented to his further requests, for he was known to be unyielding when assigning tasks to others. Those who dared to negotiate their remuneration seldom survived to see another moment. His voice regained its gentleness. Reminiscent of an elder affectionately gazing upon a younger kin making unreasonable demands, he condescendingly inquired, what is it that you wish to obtain? Chapter 68. Two requests. Minsheng rose to his feet and approached the machine of Karama Rinya, casting a downward gaze upon him. The chill upon his visage was unmistakably conveyed to Karama Rinya by the diligent machine, stirring an unsettling premonition within his heart. In the next moment, the frost on Minsheng's face melted into a smile as he extended two fingers and seemingly with magnanimity stated, my requests are rather simple for you. First, I hope you will refrain from overburdening Sister Bei and Jin. They have been exceedingly busy lately, and it brings me displeasure. Second, I kindly ask that you refrain from sending anyone my way. I believe that Rum may be a splendid destination. Minsheng's proposal is not unreasonable. In fact, when compared to the baseline he has set for himself, his requests are as simple as the basic necessities of life. Assigning numerous tasks to Belmode and Jin serves merely to gauge their significance in Minsheng's eyes over time. Entrusting Minsheng with additional personnel is simply because others are difficult to communicate with, whereas Minsheng is relatively more approachable. Agreeing to these two requests incurs no loss for him, as he has already assessed the importance of both Jin and Belmode. Contemplating this, Wu Chuanlianyi allows himself a moment of reflection, attempting to cultivate the illusion that this decision was a formidable challenge. The prolonged silence prompts Minsheng to furrow his brow, a furrow resembling a grid forming on his temple as he slams his hand on the machine, causing it to shudder. Boss, my two requests are not difficult. Wouldn't you agree? If you wish for me to set off with them tomorrow, it would be wise to ensure my spirits are lifted and grant me a moment of respite. The smile on Minsheng's face held a chilling undertone. Realizing that she could not deceive him, Wu Wanlian could only muster an awkward smile and agree. He watched as Minsheng stepped out of the room, his mind racing. Thus far, the available candidates included gin, sherry, yukishiro, and vermouth. As for bourbon in Scotland, there was still time. Given the meticulous and empathetic nature of Simino, as long as Bourbon and Scotland did not commit any substantial errors during this mission, they could soon become well acquainted with Simino, thereby providing him with another bargaining chip. Wu Wanlian enveloped the entire room in darkness, with only the faint blue light emitted by the mainframe connected to his mind, indicating his nefarious intentions. Initially, Minsheng had thought that his interactions with Rengo Kazuro and Jifuku Kajimitsu were limited to the previous novice assessment. He sighed in frustration, tossing and turning on his bed as he contemplated what equipment he should bring. Ah, yes, there were also the precautions to consider when facing the two of them, especially with the astute and perceptive Jifuku Kajimitsu. Even the slightest hint of a flaw could elevate the risk of exposing his identity. Minsheng abruptly sat up from his bed, accustomed to extracting the shards of glass embedded in his limbs, and began to rummage through his suitcase for tidying up. Speaking of which, it had been quite a while since he had last encountered the system. That irresponsible entity had hastily departed, leaving behind merely a letter, offering him no opportunity to refuse. In truth, he didn't require those props. As long as the system could remain by his side, he would be immensely content. Minsheng blinked his slightly reddened eyes, pursing his lips as he meticulously packed one garment after another into his suitcase. He couldn't help but wonder about the system's status and whether it had sustained any injuries. According to the information provided by Karasuma Rinya, this mission would extend over a considerable duration. It was a protracted battle, marking the true first confrontation between him, Akai Shuichi, and Jay Gasaki Kajimitsu. Meanwhile, upon suddenly receiving news, Akai and Jay Gasaki were both in a state of agitation, since they had both recently entered the organization and were codenamed members under the same command of Simon. The organization had conveniently arranged their safe house in proximity to one another during this interim before they undertook a significant mission. Despite their outward disdain for one another, inwardly, both were quite pleased with this arrangement. However, having just completed their novice assessment a week prior, they were now faced with a perilous mission of extensive duration. In the midst of a meal, Akai nearly dropped his phone onto the table due to a momentary lapse in focus. He meticulously read the task email from start to finish, incredulously going through it twice, before setting down his chopsticks and lamenting, "No, Kajimitsu. It's predictable that the organization lacks humanity. But how could they be so reckless as to endanger lives? Does the person assigning this task not realize we have just received our codenames? Why are characters like Jin and Vodka not executing this instead?" Jagasaki, furrowing his brow, reviewed the email yet again, letting out a resigned sigh as he sought to comfort Akai. Well, at least we're not the only ones sent. Fortunately, Simon is also involved. He seems to be the primary leader for this mission. As for us, we are likely just accompanying him to gain some experience. Akai cast a skeptical glance at Jagasaki, who continued to eat. Really? I find that hard to believe. Who in the organization would be so benevolent? If he can merely keep an eye on us, I will consider it a blessing. Jagasaki added a piece of sweet and sour pork to Akai's bowl, lightly tapping the table with his empty hand. All right, Zero, eat up. Otherwise, your food will get cold, and you'll be the one crying. Reminded by this, Akai placed his phone down securely on the table and held his bowl and chopsticks, consuming the food that Jagasaki had prepared with great appetite. Indeed, he had to admit that Hiro's cooking was consistently delectable. Observing Akai's voracious demeanor, Jagasaki's eyes glimmered with a deeper intent. This was an opportune moment to gauge whether Simon was as formidable as the report suggested. Once hailed as the organization's foremost asset, Simon's prowess significantly represented the organization's hidden capabilities, thereby indirectly illustrating the challenges faced by law enforcement in dismantling the organization. He added a shrimp to Akai's bowl while contemplating the items needed for the upcoming period. Meanwhile, Akai, engrossed in his meal, was also deep in thought. The power Simon had displayed on the rooftop had left him quite apprehensive. Furthermore, Simon's demeanor and conduct bore little resemblance to the information in the files. Akai found it hard to believe that the leads uncovered by law enforcement would contain such vast discrepancies. Thus, it was possible that Simon was exceptionally skilled at disguise, to the point of being indistinguishable from reality. Southeast Asia was anything but tranquil. It could even be described as chaotic. Undertaking a mission akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth in such a tumultuous region, even if Simon were an adversary. If he truly exhibited unparalleled and awe-inspiring abilities, Akai would advocate for the protection of such a unique talent from the higher-ups before the organization faced its demise. Gripping his chopsticks a bit too tightly, he recalled the moment Simon had taken down Hiro, where Simon's silhouette had momentarily overlapped with that of his dear friend, Ashong. Despite knowing that Simon could not possibly be Ashong, he occasionally found his thoughts drifting in that direction. Nevertheless, Ashong was likely enjoying a carefree life in America, indulging in all that he loved. After all, his family cherished him dearly. Chapter 69. On the airplane as time slipped swiftly between the three individuals, each lost in their own thoughts, Akai and Jagasaki, who had barely slept the entire night, bore the weight of dark circles under their eyes, each dragging a suitcase while yawning in front of Min Sheng. Min Sheng, having enjoyed a restful night under the powerful effects of Dreamless, looked at the two in bewilderment. Hadn't Karasuma mentioned that there was an underground casino in Southeast Asia? Logically, the three of them should have had no worries regarding food and shelter while staying there. Lost in thought, Min Sheng recalled the time when the six of them had traveled together. He distinctly remembered that at that time, Zero and Hiro were indifferent to their attire and had hardly brought anything along. Familiar names floated in his mind, causing his movements to become slightly stiff. Jagasaki, uncertain of Min Sheng's temperament and current mood, felt it unreasonable to remain stagnant. He tentatively waved his hand in front of Min Sheng's eyes, calling out, "Simon, Simon?" Min Sheng quickly realized the situation and gently brushed off Zhu Fu Jingguang's hand, casting a glance at the somewhat dissatisfied Ryo Sakuraji, who stood still. He nodded slightly and said, "Keep an eye on your luggage. The flight is at 10:50. Do we need to eat?" Zhu Fu Jingguang lowered his reddened hand. Yet he bore no resentment. It was evident that Simino had restrained his strength this time, recalling the heavy blow he had received in his abdomen days prior. He nervously moved his fingers. "There's no need for such trouble. There should be in-flight meals, right?" he asked hesitantly, pondering that it would be rather absurd to embark on a mission for the organization only to find that they couldn't even afford a flight that provided meals. Min Sheng recalled the meal provided on his last journey aboard this flight, his expression darkening as he turned his head slightly. "I would advise you to eat something first," he suggested with a hint of politeness. However, Rakuya Zero misinterpreted Min Sheng's demeanor, believing that he was growing impatient with their delay. The initial desire to indulge in a meal was reluctantly set aside as he grasped his suitcase and said, "No, it's all right. Let's head to the airport." Min Sheng, feeling helpless, shrugged and turned to drive Jin's car out of the garage, stopping directly in front of Ryoko Shibuya and Keisuke Jusuk. Shibuya hesitated at the Porsche's door, lingering for quite some time without daring to extend a hand. Behind him, Jusuk shared the same apprehension, watching as Min Sheng brought forth Jin's exclusive vehicle, allowing the two of them, who had no ties to Jin, to take a seat inside. Good grief, would they be silenced by Jin upon their return? They could barely escape the clutches of those madmen in Southeast Asia, only to meet their demise at Jin's hands. Min Sheng remained oblivious to the sound of the car door being opened, and after confirming once more that he had indeed unlocked it, he waited for a moment longer. When no further sounds emerged, he sighed, unfastened his seatbelt, and stepped out of the car. Approaching the two, he effortlessly pulled open the door and, rolling his eyes with a hint of irritation, remarked, "What? Do I have to personally open the door for you?" Noticing the two still unmoving, he furrowed his brow slightly, seized the suitcase from the hands of Zhufu Jingguang and Jiang Guling, and stuffed it into the trunk with a decisive motion. Lifting his chin, he stated, "All right. Don't provoke my anger. Qinjiu certainly won't do anything to you. I'm here to bear the brunt." Jiang Guling and Zhufu Jingguang exchanged a discreet glance. Given that Simino was taking the heat, they reasoned there was no harm in taking the ride. They soon set aside their reservations and bent down to settle into the back seat. Min Sheng let out a sigh of relief as she returned to her driver's seat, adjusting the backrest to her preferred height before pressing the accelerator. Just managing to meet the deadline, she successfully checked in her luggage and boarded the plane. Min Sheng reclined in his seat, his eyes gently closed. And he could surmise that Rikuya Zero and Sugawara Kageakura were likely brimming with unspoken words, eagerly awaiting his slumber. True to his expectations, 5 minutes after he shut his eyes, Rikuya Zero began to attentively monitor Min Sheng's breathing. Under the deliberate control of Min Sheng's breath, they successfully discerned that he had drifted into sleep. Impatiently, Rikuya Zero retrieved his phone and began typing with remarkable speed, causing his messages to appear first in the chat window. "My goodness, did you notice Simino's reflexes?" he typed. Clearly, he was dazed at that moment. But the instant you made your move, he retaliated instantly. Even more astonishing was how quickly he retracted his strength. Is such reaction speed truly typical for someone his age? Indeed, I was taken aback as well. I had no time to evade his hand. I thought it would be another heavy blow, but his grip was surprisingly gentle. After sending his message, Sugawara Kageakura sighed, his stomach protesting due to missing breakfast. He pressed his hand against his abdomen, bending slightly as he focused on the floor beneath him. Observing his discomfort, Rikuya Zero waved to the flight attendant pushing a cart filled with food. The attendant, taken aback by the gesture, halted beside their seats, donning a standard courteous smile. "Good day, how may I assist you?" Rikuya Zero scanned the cart, but found nothing suitable for Sugawara Kageakura's current condition. He inquired, "My friend is experiencing some stomach pain. When might the in-flight meals be served?" The attendant's smile faltered slightly as she communicated with the catering supervisor via her walkie-talkie. Moments later, she smiled back at Rikuya Zero. "Sir, we will do our utmost to provide that within half an hour. Please bear with us." Grateful, Rikuya Zero thanked her and turned to place his hand on the cool surface of Sugawara Kageakura's abdomen, gently kneading it while whispering, "Kageakura, just hold on a little longer. I didn't bring any snacks either. It will be all right soon." Sugawara Kageakura pushed Rikuya Zero's hand away, saying, "You worry too much. It's not that unbearable. All right. Just sit back down. If Simino wakes up because of us, we're in trouble." Noticing Rikuya Zero's sudden upright position, Min Sheng, who had cautiously opened his eyes a slit to observe Sugawara Kageakura due to concern, quickly closed them again. Hearing Sugawara Kageakura's words, a hidden smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he sighed inwardly. Thank goodness it was he who was on this mission with them. Had it been anyone else, their unabashed actions and exchanges would have practically broadcast their close relationship to the world. Heaven knows how they had become so familiar with each other in less than a week. Min Sheng, lost in thought, tilted her head and gazed at the clouds outside the window. One might wonder, does this world truly resemble an anime where, apart from the protagonists, everyone else is blind and deaf? Chapter 70, The Return of the System. A crisp, youthful voice suddenly echoed in Min Sheng's mind. Indeed, it does, Sheng. A radiant golden cloud appeared on Min Sheng's left shoulder, gently brushing against her neck. Sheng, it's been so long since we last met. Have you missed me?" Min Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment, yet she remained mindful of her current state of deep slumber. Her form motionless as she lowered her gaze to engage in a silent communion with the system. In her mind, she conversed with the system. "You have returned." Naturally. I wondered, are you unscathed? The golden clouds swirled around her, dancing in a jubilant manner as they encircled Min Sheng. With a tone of triumphant pride, the system proclaimed, "How could I possibly be harmed? I am, after all, an astute and immensely powerful super system." Min Sheng arched her eyes and smiled in agreement. The system exhaled, returning to the realm. Sheng, I have just returned today. I shall rest for a while and take the opportunity to learn about the events that transpired during my absence. Min Sheng nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. While he was quite curious about why the system had transformed from white to gold, it was paramount that the system, having expressed its fatigue, took a well-deserved rest. The system discreetly observed Min Sheng's expressions through its projection. The confidence and arrogance he had exhibited before dissipated like mist, leaving a cloud of despondency floating in the space. In truth, it had not found a viable solution. However, someone had once told it that by consistently valuing and emphasizing an individual's significance, one could successfully bring them back. This individual had successfully redeemed someone dear to them. The system rallied itself with renewed vigor. Come on, system. If that person can succeed, so can you. Companionship is a vital remedy, and fortuitously, it possesses that. The system expanded within Minsheng's mental space, doubling in size. Yet this journey had yielded little in terms of tangible rewards. It merely exchanged a special effect mirror in a realm teeming with influential figures. Previously, the host had not harnessed the power from the live stream during the rescue of Hajiwara Kinji. It was not a matter of inability, but rather a lack of sufficient strength. The narrative surrounding the police academy's quintet remained vague in the manga, and even the anime provided only a cursory explanation of Hajiwara Kinji's demise. Furthermore, he was not particularly well received, making the motivation to rescue him considerably weaker compared to Matsuda Jinpei and Jubin Kagemitsu, who were to be redeemed next. A similar plight befell Captain Ida. This time, Minsheng had borne the burden of the Hajiwara Kinji incident alone, but what about next time? The time after that? The system resolved not to remain a passive observer to Minsheng's suffering while it still had the capability to act. The special effect mirror was the most significant solution it had contemplated. Despite the considerable difficulty in obtaining it, the mirror was virtually flawless. Not only could it amplify the desired abilities, but it could also craft a unique illusion tailored to specific individuals. In simpler terms, it could magnify the wish power of the live stream audience, allowing that power to reach or even exceed the required threshold, while also allocating a surplus of strength to protect its host. Of course, this was a small personal desire of the system. Once this task was completed, it intended to present this gift to Minsheng, convinced that he would be utterly delighted. The system eagerly perused the instructions for the special effect mirror while employing its memory function to review the events that had transpired around Minsheng over the past week. Meanwhile, across the aisle, Rengoku Zero and Jubin Kagemitsu were on the verge of despair. Rengoku Zero stared incredulously at the airplane meal box in his hands, questioning the very essence of life. The blue, unrecognizable burnt eggplant, the fish, so hard it could shatter teeth, and moldy, the mashed potatoes exuding an unidentifiable odor. Interspersed with unknown food, even the vegetables, which should not be inedible, bore numerous holes. Was this truly fit for consumption? Would it not lead to dire consequences? The surrounding passengers suddenly caught a whiff of a nauseating odor in the air. Having traveled on this flight countless times, they expertly discreetly scrutinized their airplane meal boxes, quickly converging their gazes on Rengoku Zero. Sensing their attention, he hastily closed the box, his hands clasped in an apologetic gesture. The passengers redirected their gazes to their own affairs, leaving Rengoku Zero in a state of distress, staring at the meal in his hands. Caught in a dilemma of whether to eat or discard it. How was he to resolve Hiro's lunch dilemma? Having been spoiled by Hiro's culinary skills, how could they possibly stomach such fare? Awakened by the familiar scent that stirred memories, Minsheng opened his eyes. With his keen eyesight, he naturally recognized the meal in Rengoku Zero's hands, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of 6 years ago. He couldn't help but be astounded. How had they managed to maintain such a grotesque state of food over the years? Minsheng let out a sigh and retrieved a loaf of bread from his backpack, which he had prepared as a reserve for sustenance, and handed it to Zero Kirigane. Taken aback, Zero Kirigane received the bread with a look of astonishment, unexpectedly locking eyes with Minsheng's gentle gaze. Are you going to eat? Min shook his head slightly and turned back to the window. His voice was indifferent as he said, I've eaten, you can have it. Ryo Takamori gazed at the bread in his hand, glancing at Min's nape with a hint of hesitation before replying, all right, thank you. Minsheng waved his hand with an indifferent tone, murmuring, keep it down. I wish to rest. Upon finishing his words, he closed his eyes, and his breathing gradually stabilized. Jiang Guoling, with utmost caution, confirmed that the packaging was intact before he tore it open. His expression was somewhat complex. Although he was aware that such an action tarnished Simino's goodwill, the members of the organization could not be so easily trusting. Zhu Fu Jingguang released the hand that had been pressed against his abdomen, exhaling softly as he gazed at the enormous loaf of bread. He quietly inquired, how is it? Jiang Guoling meticulously chewed the bread, his entire face involuntarily contorting. Startled by Jiang Guoling's expression, Zhu Fu Jingguang grasped his arm, exclaiming, What's wrong, Zero? Don't frighten me. After finally swallowing the mouthful of bread, Jiang Guoling cast a wary glance at Minsheng's back. He gently patted Zhu Fu Jingguang's hand, which was tightly gripping his arm, reassuring him, it's nothing, just excessively sweet. As he spoke, he lifted the packaging, inspecting it from top to bottom. There isn't even an ingredient list. Well, aside from being too sweet, it's all acceptable. Hurry and eat, Jingguang. Have some more, Jiang Guoling urged, tearing off a small piece of bread and directly placing it into Zhu Fu Jingguang's mouth under his curious gaze. Zhu Fu Jingguang, with difficulty, swallowed and cast a complex look at Minsheng, pondering if he usually consumed such sweet fare. Nevertheless, gratitude welled up within him. It seemed that not everyone in the organization was devoid of compassion. Chapter 71. The underground casino, the minor incident on the plane, alleviated the tedium of the 4-hour flight. At least, that was how Jiang Guoling and Zhu Fu Jingguang perceived it. Reflecting on the restless night they had spent, knowing they were to undertake a mission with Simino, they felt a profound sense of relief in contrast to the present moment, where Simino spoke only when absolutely necessary. Min Sheng effortlessly arranged for 2 rooms at the underground casino for the duo. He turned to discuss amicably with Ryuga Zero and Shubu Kiku, suggesting, "It would be best if you two shared a room." Subtly hinting, he appeared rather indifferent. "You seem quite close. Have you known each other for long?" Just as Shubu Kiku had begun to relax, his probing words jolted him back to reality, causing a cold sweat to trickle down his back. Upon catching sight of Min Sheng's seemingly casual inquiry, he felt a tinge of relief in his heart and replied, "No. We've merely become somewhat familiar after spending a few days together." Ryuga Zero quickly added in agreement. "Indeed, it is only natural when one is away from home." Min Sheng provided them with a perfect excuse. "Indeed, when one goes out together, it is imperative to avoid appearing unfamiliar." After uttering this, he tossed the room cards for Akutagawa and Jifuku into Akutagawa's lap, feeling unburdened with only a single bag as he began to ascend the staircase. At the front desk, both Akutagawa and Jifuku found themselves unable to meet each other's gaze, their movements somewhat stiff as they lugged their suitcases up to the 5th floor. The psychological toll from Min Sheng's remarks had considerably drained their energy, leaving them slightly breathless and somewhat disheveled. In a flurry, they opened the door and unceremoniously heaved their luggage into the room. Once they confirmed that no ominous figures followed them, they eagerly stepped inside and locked the door behind them. Jifuku, without a moment to spare for rest, systematically scanned every conceivable hiding place for listening devices and hidden cameras using the organization's advanced equipment. As anticipated, he discovered 5 cameras and 6 listening devices. With a sense of lingering anxiety, Akutagawa took possession of these devices, disdainfully tossing them into the water, allowing them to undergo a thorough cleansing. Having accomplished this, the two finally found a moment of respite, stretching out on the bed with a languid yawn. Their journey had been tumultuous, fresh off the plane. They had encountered a robbery. After overcoming the assailants, they discovered their driver was operating an unlicensed vehicle. To add to their misfortunes, they had stumbled upon a fierce gang confrontation along the way. Akutagawa let out a deep sigh, his expression conveying the complexities of their experiences. Upon entering the room, Min Sheng casually extracted the surveillance cameras and listening devices, carelessly crushing them beneath his feet. He let out a cold snort, retrieving his customary handgun from his backpack and tucking it at his side as he made his way to the control room. The 2 security guards stationed at the entrance, upon catching sight of Min Sheng, were instantly reminded of the painful memories from 6 years prior when they had been soundly defeated. Fearful of enduring another brutal thrashing, they instinctively took a synchronized step back, revealing the door that had been concealed behind them. Their broad shoulders and muscular physiques bent at a 90-degree angle, unwilling to meet Min Sheng's gaze. Their voices, laced with an unintentional subservience, echoed, "Esteemed Lord Simino, please, you may enter. Mr. Yoshino happens to be inside." Min Sheng responded with a nonchalant murmur as they opened the door, stepping into the control room without the slightest hesitation. The hands they had clasped behind their backs twisted tightly into a painful braid, their hearts filled with a subtle sense of schadenfreude. It seemed that Yoshinotsu was destined for calamity. All of them were mere mortals, yet Yoshinotsu, by aligning himself with a powerful and affluent magnate, had catapulted from their humble ranks to become their superior. One might argue that he possessed genuine talent, previously constrained by his identity and status. But the reality was far from such, transforming into the overseer of this underground casino. Yoshinotsu not only commanded them with arrogance but also demonstrated a complete ignorance of the operational affairs. Whenever things went awry, he resorted to both physical and verbal abuse. Had they not been outmatched by this award-winning fighter, they would have long sought to eliminate him. With Lord Simino's arrival, it would be best to expedite his demise and satiate their pent-up resentment. As Min Sheng just stepped through the door, an ashtray hurtled towards his face. The ashes within the ashtray scattered through the air along its path, creating a swirling haze of gray. Min Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly, shifting his body to the left to catch the ashtray. By observing the trajectory of the falling ash, he surmised the approximate location of Yoshinotsu. With decisive precision, he flung the ashtray back. The ashtray, accompanied by a whoosh, hurtled back towards Yoshinotsu with a velocity and force markedly different from its previous flight. Unprepared for anyone to dare return what he had thrown, Yoshinotsu found himself unable to evade, and the ashtray struck him squarely, reeling from the impact to his chest. He stood up in a fit of rage, clutching his chest, and shouted at the doorway, "Have I given you any face? Who gave you the audacity to invade my room without my consent? Seeking death, are we?" He hurled everything on the table towards the door, striding around the table with a swagger, eager to see the audacious intruder and to witness the disarray of the person he had just pelted. Convinced of his formidable strength, he imagined that the recipient of his barrage might even be incapacitated. A smug smile spread across Yoshinotsu's face, but before he could draw closer, he was struck by the very objects he had just thrown. Taken by surprise, he staggered, and the pain radiating from his body caused him to lose his footing and fall to the ground. The ash that had been suspended in the air now descended upon him, and despite his disheveled state, Yoshinotsu furiously opened his eyes. Determined to see which fool had dared to act so brazenly, Min-shin shook his wrist slightly, feeling that catching those items was somewhat excessive. With a swift kick, he struck Yoshino Tion in the chest, pinning him against the ground littered with ash and debris, looking down upon him with disdain. His voice dripped with contempt. Whom are you insulting? 5 years ago, Yoshino Tion, newly ascendant, had no knowledge of the individual now standing upon his chest. All he comprehended was that this person had reduced him to a state of utter disgrace. Yet, he retained enough common sense to discern that he stood no chance against the prowess exhibited by this man just moments ago. Refusing to succumb to such humiliation, he bellowed. You two bodyguards at the door, why aren't you coming in quickly? Who permitted you to let this man inside? The two bodyguards exchanged glances, and in silent accord, they simultaneously reached out to close the door, using their robust forms to block it securely. Yoshino Tion's desperate cries were thus muffled by the soundproof door, rendering them inaudible, while the two guards continued their duties with nonchalance, steadfastly guarding the entrance against any intrusions. Chapter 72. Nensha Creek. Having prepared himself to deal with those two individuals as well, Min-shin couldn't help but smirk at this unexpected turn of events. It seemed that the impact he left during his last visit had not been forgotten. Min-shin lowered his head to glance at Yoshinotsu, whom he had underfoot, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the entirety of the control room's decor and layout. It was undoubtedly a familiar space, yet the presence of this individual raised questions. Despite his futile struggles, Yoshinotsu displayed no concern for his predicament. With an air of arrogance, he pointed menacingly at Min-shung's head and declared, Do you know who I am? I am the owner of this casino. I warn you, if anything happens to me, you won't leave here unscathed. After a prolonged absence from such juvenile threats and insults, Min-shung took an amused step forward, watching as Yoshinotsu hastily regained his footing to stand before him. Engaging in his antics out of curiosity, with a playful tone, he inquired, Is that so? I never would have guessed you were so formidable. Oblivious to the sarcasm in Min-shung's words, Yoshinotsu puffed out his chest, looking down his nose at him. Huh, are you scared now? I'll tell you. It's too late for that. He leaned in closer, raising his chin, brushing off the ash from his clothes. However, if you wish for my forgiveness, it's not entirely impossible. He scrutinized Min-shung from head to toe with a malicious grin and suggested, If you kneel and bow to me 3 times, I might just let you off the hook. Having last conversed with someone so dim-witted a decade ago, Min-shung felt a resurgence of disdain for ignorance. Regretting his earlier indulgence in Yoshinotsu's antics, he met the gaze of the boasting man, who resembled a proud rooster. The next moment, in a fit of impatience, he delivered a swift kick to Yoshinotsu's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Yoshinotsu cried out in pain, rolling about on the floor while unleashing a torrent of profanities. Min-shin was perplexed about what exactly he had to be proud of. He disdainfully dug at his ears to dismiss Yashiyama's angry shouts and coldly remarked, Enough. I didn't even apply much force. Bring over the person behind you. I have matters to discuss with him. Yashiyama, who had been repeatedly knocked to the ground, could no longer contain his explosive temper. The repeated reminders from his financial backer to refrain from using a gun unless absolutely necessary had slipped from his mind. He crawled back to the table in front of the sofa, struggling to retrieve a handgun from the drawer, and turned to point it menacingly at Min-shing, laughing maniacally. You dared to hit me. I have a gun, he declared, ready to pull the trigger. Min-shung, having anticipated Yashiyama's actions even before he reached the table, nearly sighed in annoyance. He stepped forward with purpose, swiftly maneuvering around Yashiyama's back and striking down the gun with a precise chop of his hand. Simultaneously, he expertly caught the firearm that fell from Yashiyama's grip. With his left hand firmly holding the gun across Yashiyama's chest, his right hand seized Yashiyama's shoulder, executing a flawless shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. Just as Yashiyama was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Min-shang suddenly forced the very gun Yashiyama had wielded into his mouth. Yashiyama's eyes widened in terror, his normally chaotic mind surprisingly coming to a halt. From the very beginning, Min-shung had approached this encounter with a playful demeanor, effortlessly toppling him and seizing the weapon. It was clear he viewed Yashiyama as nothing more than a foolish jester. Realizing the absurdity of his predicament, Yashiyama, under the threat of the gun in his mouth, shamefully wet his pants, an unpleasant odor wafting through the air. Min-shing, disgusted, quickly pulled the gun from Yashiyama's mouth and distanced himself. He then slammed Yashiyama's phone against his face, saying, Hurry up, call the person behind you. Do you understand me? Yashiyama, too terrified to touch his swollen forehead from the impact, nodded vigorously and picked up the phone to dial. The call connected swiftly, and with his mouth stuffed. Yashiyama didn't dare to even graze the gun, fearing that any agitation from Min-shing might lead to dire consequences. Min-shing heard the call connect, and the voice on the other end was undeniably the familiar tone from 6 years ago. She finally spoke, Nansha-shi, I am currently at your casino. Originally intending to reprimand her young lover, Nansha-shi, for interrupting her work hours, the moment she heard that voice, an instinctive fear washed over her. Dark memories surged in her mind, prompting her to quickly respond. Yes, Lord Simino, I will be right there. With that, she ended the call. Upon hearing that thunderous name, Yoshino Tion finally grasped the magnitude of the entity he had provoked, his body trembling uncontrollably as he stared blankly at the ceiling. It was over. Everything was over. Nanshashi hurried to the central control room of the underground casino, steeling herself with a deep breath and a smile as she pushed open the door. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of her young lover, a gun stuffed in his mouth, his legs shaking involuntarily as he looked at her with desperate eyes. Coupled with the nauseating scent wafting through the air, despite her preparations, Nanshashi felt darkness cloud her vision. The individuals who risked their lives in this line of work were far more amiable than the usual brutish types who resorted to violence at the slightest provocation. What had her indiscreet lover done to incite Lord Simino's wrath? With a forced smile, she glanced at Minxing, then, brimming with urgency, approached Yoshino Tion and, suppressing her disgust, delivered a sharp slap to his face. The gun in his mouth, along with two of his teeth, flew out, leaving him momentarily unable to close his mouth. Seeing Yoshino Tion in such a pitiful state startled her, although she was aware of Simino's terrifying reputation from 6 years prior. She had not anticipated that his prowess would have only intensified over the years. Her lover, a combat champion selected specifically to manage the reckless denizens of the underground casino, had been trained to wield a weapon with considerable skill. It appeared that Yoshino Tion had not even had the chance to retaliate before being reduced to this sorry state. Her wariness of Simino grew tenfold as Nanshashi extended her hand, her waist curving slightly. Lord Simino, I sincerely apologize for the trouble you have endured. Rest assured, I will take care of this individual. May I inquire what brings you here today? Minxing cast a fleeting glance at Yoshino, who lay face down in an indeterminate yellow liquid, shielding his face. Finally exasperated, he spoke. How you choose to deal with him is of no concern to me. I am not inclined to investigate why you failed to receive my message regarding my arrival here, nor the fact that you have installed cameras and listening devices in the 2 rooms I reserved. He subtly reminded Nanshashi, masking his ire over her inefficiency with a calm demeanor. I will be staying here for a month. Ensure that 3 meals are prepared daily, provide 5 firearms, an armored SUV, and at least 500 rounds of ammunition. Minxing smiled gently, a hint of danger glimmering in her eyes. Is it feasible? Chapter 73, Resolving the Conflict with Yoshino. Recently, 2 of the most formidable drug lords in Southeast Asia have ignited turmoil in their struggle for territory. Initially, Nanshashi contemplated sharing in the spoils, but upon witnessing Minxing's nonchalant smile, he steeled himself and replied resolutely, It is no trouble at all. It is my privilege to serve you. Minxing cast a glance at Nanshashi, perceiving her thoughts with remarkable clarity, acknowledging her timely arrival. Accompanied by the likes of Ryu Guzero and Jufu Jingguang, he tilted his head with a faint smile, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Nanshashi, rest assured in pursuing your own endeavors. I shall not interfere. Of course, should your performance meet my expectations, you may even receive a little more. After ensuring that his needs and desires were effectively communicated to the highest authority of the underground casino, Minxing hastily departed from this stifling place. Had he known this individual was so easily intimidated, he would have refrained from taking action altogether. As Minxing departed the control room, his thoughts were clouded with frustration, all while being observed by the respectful gazes of 2 bodyguards stationed at the entrance. After his exit, Nanshaki's expression darkened. She was not merely a superficial figure occupying her position due to her gender. With a moment's contemplation, she discerned the implications of Minxing's remarks regarding performance. Clad in high heels, she approached Yoshiyama Tion with an air of cold disdain, her foot deliberately placed between his legs. As Yoshiyama's furious howls echoed, Nanshachi summoned the 2 bodyguards, poised at the door, into the room. You 2, take him away from me. Remember, I never wish to see this man again. He has no ties to the underground casino. Eagerly, the bodyguards seized Yoshiyama's arms, dragging him toward the exit as he pleaded, Lady Nan, please. You cannot treat me this way. I will apologize at once. I beg you, do not abandon me. I do not wish to die. Nanshaki's eyes reflected no compassion. Having provoked Simino, even if he refrained from taking action himself, countless others eager to ingratiate themselves with Simino would seek to end his life. Rather than allow another to claim that credit, she resolved to ingratiate herself with Simino directly. Suddenly, a thought struck her, prompting her to halt the bodyguards. Yoshiyama, filled with hope, believed she had reconsidered her decision. However, she merely recalled Minxing's subtly laden instructions and issued a new command to the 2 imposing men. Right? Go investigate how many individuals Simino has brought with him. Allocate 2 bodyguards for each, and remember, even if they perish, ensure that neither Simino nor his companions are harmed. Following her orders, the bodyguards cast Yoshiyama into a watery prison, calling over a few brothers who had long been victimized by him but lacked the strength to retaliate. Allowing them to reminisce with Yoshiyama. Adhering to Nanshaki's directives, the 2, albeit regretfully, inflicted a few stabs before hastily departing to the front desk to conduct inquiries. Before leaving, they cautioned their companions. Hey, take it easy. Leave us some breath. We don't want to return to find you all cold and lifeless. The others encircling Yoshiyama, fueled by indignation, nodded eagerly, their malevolent smiles signaling the commencement of their greetings. Upon returning to her room, Min Sheng lightly massaged her temples. Feeling the weight of recent disturbances caused by the two notorious drug lords and their subordinates, various smaller factions had begun to rise, eager to stake their claim. Though they were bothersome, they were not troublesome. After a day of heightened vigilance, fearing for the safety of his companions, Akutagawa Reiji and Fujinuma Kijiki, due to his own momentary lapses, Min Sheng felt utterly exhausted. Despite knowing that the skills of Akutagawa and Fujinuma, who had been assigned as undercover operatives, were exceptional, the bond forged over 4 years led Min Sheng to instinctively worry for their well-being. Min Sheng settled his belongings and, feeling mentally exhausted, succumbed to a deep slumber. The sun hung high in the sky, and the well-soundproofed room ensured that neither Jiang Guoling nor Zhufu Jingguang, who had already suffered from insomnia due to tension the day before and the troubles of yesterday, were disturbed during their much-needed rest. Unsurprisingly, they awoke quite late. After an hour, the complimentary breakfast had cooled, and the staff, noticing the two remained asleep, quietly retracted the meal cart. Come noon, the staff returned, wheeling a fresh cart of food, prepared according to the tastes favored by the neon people, with steam rising enticingly from beneath the warming cover. Gently knocking on the door, the masked attendant spoke softly. Gentlemen, your lunch has been placed outside. Should you require it, feel free to step out and retrieve your meal. Jiang Guoling, already on the verge of waking, fully roused at the mention of lunch and hurriedly sat up, rousing Jiang Guoling from his slumber. Zero, wake up. We VE overslept. I wonder if Simino is angry now. As Jiang Guoling observed the spark returning to Jiang Guoling's eyes, he bit his lip and reached for his phone. Just as he unlocked the screen, Min Sheng's email appeared in Zhufu Jingguang's inbox. No plans today? Feel free to arrange your time. A sigh of relief escaped Zhufu Jingguang, but soon, a wave of doubt washed over him. The precision of timing might render them more suspicious. However, since it was Simino who had brought them here, reporting any situation to him was hardly unreasonable. Zhufu Jingguang climbed out of bed, opened the door, and wheeled the cart containing their lunch into the room, only to find Jiang Guoling, who had been mumbling in his sleep about nothing being wrong, had fallen back asleep. Amused and exasperated, Zhufu Jingguang shook Jiang Guoling repeatedly. What a joke. Even if you're catching up on sleep, there should be limits. If you keep this up, you want to sleep tonight. Moreover, they were in unfamiliar territory. Simino's notion of free time likely did not imply a day of uninterrupted slumber. It was more about allowing them to familiarize themselves with their surroundings to facilitate their upcoming tasks. Min Sheng, utterly bewildered, shook his head vehemently. He had no such intentions. His email was merely meant to grant them a day of rest. He did not believe that Jiang Guoling and Zhufu Jingguang could comprehend the current situation solely on their own. Reluctantly awakened from his dreams, Jiang Guoling mustered the energy to rise from the bed, stumbling into the bathroom. He turned on the faucet, splashing a handful of cold water onto his face, the chill jolting him awake. Finally able to think clearly, Jiang Guoling grabbed a disposable toothbrush nearby and, once finished, like a zombie, lunged at the meal cart before him. With eyes wide and teary, he looked up at Zhufu Jingguang. Hero, I'm so hungry. Chapter 74. Similarities. Once Zhufu Jingguang confirmed that Jiang Guoling would not collapse back into bed, he stepped aside. Jiang Guoling, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, moved to the cart, the last remnants of his drowsiness evaporating. Seizing a sandwich, he devoured it ravenously, even managing to extend a hand to offer Zhufu Jingguang a piece. Zhufu Jingguang chuckled lightly as he accepted the sandwich, advising, take your time. Don't choke. However, as fate would have it, Jiang Guoling, in his haste, stuffed half a sandwich into his mouth, rendering him incapable of controlling the muscles on either side of his jaw. After a few feeble chews, he awkwardly stretched his neck, swallowing the barely chewed morsel with great effort. Noticing something amiss with Jiang Guoling, Zhufu Jingguang swiftly placed down his sandwich and twisted open a bottle of juice, handing it to Jiang Guoling. In a flurry, Jiang Guoling took the juice and tilted his head back, gulping it down, before pounding his chest and gasping for air. Zhufu Jingguang playfully slapped the back of Jiang Guoling's head, the sharp sound echoing in the empty room. Pretending to be unfazed by the sting in his hand, he shook his wrist to ease the discomfort and chided, I told you to eat slowly. Savor your food. Realizing his error, Jiang Guoling refrained from retorting, covering the back of his head in silent indignation, and picked up a fresh sandwich, taking small, cautious bites. For the next 3 weeks, Min Sheng, having not visited Southeast Asia in 6 years, re-established connections, greeting all but the 2 major drug lords. After a recent gunfight, Min Sheng sat at the dining table, enveloped in the scent of gunpowder as he smoked a cigarette. Tomorrow marked the battle between the 2 drug lords, the Viper and the Phantom. Thus, today's skirmish was unexpectedly troublesome. However, the minor henchman had been dealt with, leaving him merely fatigued from the relentless skirmishes, with no significant injuries. Upon returning from outside, Jiang Guoling noticed Min Sheng leaning against the table, smoking, and approached with an unhappy expression, snatching the cigarette from Min Sheng's hand and tossing it to the ground. Fearing Min Sheng might retrieve it, he stomped on it with frustration, twisting his foot. Zhufu Jingguang arrived shortly after, catching the scent of gunpowder and smoke wafting from Min Sheng. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "Ah, Lord Simino is smoking again. Is it because you weren't injured, and thus, feeling so pleased that you need to celebrate with a cigarette?" Upon hearing Zhu Fu Jingguang's familiar sarcastic tone, Minxing stiffened, falling silent. Zhu Fu Jingguang, perceiving the lack of a response, pressed on, "Has our Lord Simino eaten today?" He feigned surprise, covering his mouth. "Goodness! Could it be that you haven't eaten again? Our dear Lord Simino fought for 10 hours on an empty stomach. Truly impressive." Finally unable to endure any longer, Minsheng sighed in resignation, softening his tone in surrender. All right, I'm sorry. Please, don't call me Lord Simino. It makes me uncomfortable." Jiang Guoling and Zhu Fu Jingguang exchanged glances and gestured for the ever-watchful attendant to bring forth the meal. They settled on either side of Minsheng, with Jiang Guoling offering him a spoon. "Go ahead, we'll watch you eat." Minsheng uncomfortably accepted the spoon, reluctantly stuffing grain after grain of rice into his mouth, chewing at a painfully slow pace. The two observers did not rush him, patiently watching as Minsheng consumed the fried rice with an expression devoid of enjoyment. Zhu Fu Jingguang found himself lost in thought, gazing at Minsheng's profile, as the image of a long-lost friend, buried deep in his memories, began to merge with the figure before him. Both shared a disdain for meals, a neglect for their own well-being, and an unwavering stubbornness. Over the past 3 weeks, the two had intentionally forged a bond with Simino, effortlessly establishing a rapport with Minsheng, and their friendship blossomed swiftly. Once they became acquainted, it became evident that Minsheng was not unapproachable or aloof. Rather, he was simply at a loss for words, hesitant to speak. He had gone without a single bite during their meals. And had it not been for the day they inadvertently overheard the kitchen complaining that Simino had sent over meals with not a grain missing, it was likely he would have continued to abstain from food altogether. It was indeed absurd. How could he refrain from carbohydrates and proteins, yet still possess the stamina to engage in battle? Their initial preparations to be mere pawns in conflict were rendered unnecessary, as Simino conducted his fights without involving them, declaring it a means to cultivate their counter-surveillance skills, though it was clear he simply wished to exclude them for reasons undisclosed. Just like today's gunfight. By the time they were aware of it, the clash was nearly over. Simino faced the multitude of troubles alone, leaving them out of the equation. It was perplexing. If he did not need their assistance, why invite them at all? This familiar thought resurfaced in Zhu Fu Jingguang's mind. Reminiscent of the early stages of his acquaintance with Minsheng, who had exhibited the same tendencies, he would suffer injuries without confiding in them, never calling upon them for assistance. Moreover, the inexplicable synergy that occasionally manifested during battles was quite suspicious. Although Simino had superficially attributed it to a remarkable ability to collaborate with others, Zhu Fu Jingguang, with his keen perception, dismissed this rationale. With a sigh, he shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that his longing for Minsheng had perhaps led him to entertain fanciful notions. Setting aside the transformation of Minsheng into the formidable Simino within just a year, he recalled how Minsheng had thrived under their collective care, never missing a meal for 3.5 years. With their companionship, Minsheng's mental state had significantly improved, no longer viewing himself with the same disregard as before. Simino and Minsheng were polar opposites. Minsheng was cheerful and lively, and despite his bouts of depression, it was clear he had grown reliant on them. In contrast, Simino exuded a detached aura, perfectly isolating himself from everyone. He seldom smiled, and was adept at concealing his emotions beneath a veneer of normalcy. Moreover, how could anyone possibly erase the marks of 4 years in just one? Zhu Fu Jingguang supported his chin with his right hand, amused by his own incredulous thoughts, and shifted his gaze. Minsheng, no longer the center of attention, quietly exhaled, shedding the discomfort that had enveloped him. He was genuinely trying his utmost to remain inconspicuous. However, after spending so much time with Hero and Zero, he was acutely aware of Hero's perceptiveness, leaving him uncertain whether he had managed to hide his true feelings well. Chapter 75. Absolute protection. A tinge of guilt surged within Minsheng as he hastened his eating, desperately shoveling more rice into his mouth. He stood abruptly, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere surrounding Hero and Zero, just as Minsheng believed he was about to make his escape. Zero unexpectedly reached out and grasped Minsheng's slender wrist, the unexpected grip catching him off guard, leaving Zero momentarily unable to voice his thoughts. Minsheng gazed at Zero Kirigain in astonishment, although he was fully aware that seizing this moment of Zero's bewilderment to escape would be prudent. He also understood that by the time Zero regained his composure, the ensuing discussion would undoubtedly entail matters he wished to avoid. Yet, after 1.5 years without such intimate proximity to Zero, Minsheng found himself inexplicably yearning for the familiar warmth emanating from Zero's palm, such a fervent heat. Minsheng slightly tilted his head, seeking justification for his actions. After all, as long as he remained by their side, he could undoubtedly ensure their safety. Thus, seizing the moment, he thought it permissible to openly engage with Zero in a manner that was decidedly affectionate. Having made his decision, Minsheng no longer hesitated, allowing Jukiyama to grasp his wrist as he stood still. It was only when J. Fuku Kayokata sensed the overt intimacy of the gesture that he discreetly prodded Zero from behind, prompting him to release Minsheng's arm. observing the slight embarrassment adorning Zero's face. Min Sheng felt a sense of relaxation wash over him as he concealed the wrist that had been touched by Zero behind his back. Turning to face both Zero and Jie Fuku directly, his other hand lingered on the still warm skin, his fingertips gliding up and down, as if attempting to etch Zero's warmth into his very flesh, coursing through his veins. After 3 weeks of merely exchanging words without a hint of physical contact, all of Min Sheng's anxieties dissolved in that moment. He felt an unprecedented sense of ease, his entire demeanor visibly relaxed. Zero, now regaining his composure, bore a hint of embarrassment as he apologized, expressing his eagerness. I truly apologize. I was simply too hasty. It was not my intention. According to previous reports, the only known vulnerability of the enigmatic Simino was his aversion to physical touch. It was said that in both England and America, anyone who had engaged in physical contact with Simino, whether inadvertently or otherwise, had met with an unfortunate fate. Recalling this information, both Zero and Jie Fuku were particularly attentive to Min Sheng's every move, although the findings in the reports had yet to be substantiated. The chilling outcome of no survivors was too shocking to dismiss. They lacked the courage to take such a gamble. Unaware of this ominous rumor, Min Sheng furrowed his brow, puzzled by the sudden shift in demeanor of the two before him from a relaxed state to one of vigilance. However, firmly believing that Hero and Zero would never harm him, Min Sheng dismissed any concerns, even though he understood their current stance as adversarial. He could not fathom that they would truly resort to violence against him. A shadow of darkness crossed Min Sheng's eyes, a reflection of the nefarious deeds he had committed, now discovered by others, a punishment he deemed deserved. He offered a nonchalant smile, uncertain whether the two were wary of him or something else. He refrained from advancing further. Instead, he remained rooted in place, observing Zero, his hands released from behind his back and spread before him, a gesture of harmlessness. What significance does it hold? I remain indifferent. Do not overthink it. Initially, their prolonged association with Simino had led them to doubt the records that depicted him as violent, compounded by the inherent unreliability of the information. Upon hearing Min Sheng's response, they exchanged a fleeting glance, instinctively lowering their guard and returning to their previous ease. Zero resumed the earlier topic, striving to bury the palpable tension that had briefly emerged. Simino, we have been here for over 3 weeks now. Apart from the first day we arrived in a week ago when we stubbornly insisted on following, we have remained here without venturing out. Jufu Jingwang, seated beside Zero, nodded in agreement. Bolstered by the affirmation of his childhood friend, Zero's tone grew more resolute as he pointed a finger at Min Sheng, shaking it side to side in denial. The boss summoned us for a reason. You cannot simply leave us here out of fear that we might hinder you. Your actions make it difficult not to perceive this as an abuse of power. Min Sheng pulled a chair and settled into it, unwilling to look down upon those he cared for. With a composed demeanor, he had no desire to provide explanations. In truth, he intended to gloss over the matter of Zero, for it stemmed from his own selfishness. He harbored no wish to place them in peril. Even though he was acutely aware that both Yakido and Jifuku possessed skills that required no protection from him, he wanted to avoid any unforeseen complications. After contemplating, Min Sheng believed he had devised a perfect excuse. He met Yakido's gaze, his left hand casually resting on the armrest of the chair. If that is what you think, you might just be right. I could accomplish this minor task alone. Had they not been so sluggish, I would have already finished and returned to my quarters to rest. He scoffed, annoyed that their incessant bickering over such a trivial territory would delay their confrontation until the morrow. Under the table, Yakido silently gestured a thumbs up to Jifuku, successfully extracting vital information from the unsuspecting Simino, which would significantly aid their forthcoming endeavors. Min Sheng, having inadvertently revealed the approximate timing to both Yakido and Jifuku, slightly lowered his head to conceal the curve of his lips, fully aware that revealing even a hint would only intensify their desire to accompany him. By artfully disclosing misleading information, and under the protection of the few bodyguards dispatched from Nanshaxi, the likelihood of anything going awry for the two of them was exceedingly low. However, Jifuku, who had initially resolved to accompany Simino, cleverly turned the information to his advantage. With a knowing smile, he redirected Min Sheng's attention from Yakido to himself. Ah, Simino, did you just mention a significant confrontation tomorrow? What? Are you still not planning to bring us along? Min Sheng, momentarily perplexed by Jifuku's intentions, found himself at a loss. Unable to outmaneuver Jifuku, he replayed his previous statements in his mind. Upon realizing there was indeed no flaw in his words, a hint of uncertainty clouded his expression. Should he be certain? Chapter 76. The mission commences. Upon hearing this, Jifuku's expression softened, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Oh, that's good to know. So, Simino, do you believe the risks of us sneaking off and potentially hindering you through injury are greater? Or would it be more detrimental for you to take us along while we strive to avoid being a burden? Caught off guard by this perspective, Min Sheng hesitated, contemplating whether he could express his reluctance to choose either option. With a slight twitch of his eye, he sought an alternative persuasion method. If the dispute arose merely from their desire to participate, perhaps he could simply alter their minds. Just as Min Sheng prepared to voice his thoughts, Jifuku preemptively silenced him. Of course, if your aim is to dissuade us from following, that would be impossible. unless you resort to some underhanded means to confine us to our room, such as administering a sedative or locking us in. Jifuku cast a sidelong glance at Min Sheng, who dared not meet his eyes, and continued, if that were the case, Simino, I know it would hold little threat for you. However, I assure you, my trust in you would be irrevocably lost. For Min Sheng, the prospect of losing their trust loomed larger than any historical consequence. The pain of betrayal would be far more agonizing than death itself. Successfully intimidated, Min Sheng shed his previous indifference, enveloped in a subtle melancholy. He exhaled deeply, begrudgingly conceding to their request to join him on the mission. With little inclination for further conversation, Min Sheng staggered back to his room, his heart heavy with an inexplicable bitterness, uncertain of the source of his sorrow. Min Sheng rested his arm over his eyes, attempting to stifle the tumultuous emotions within him. How peculiar it was, he trembled, his lips quivering. Despite there being nothing amiss, despite it all appearing quite ordinary, he found himself utterly unable to rein in his feelings. Such intense reactions could indeed inflict harm upon them. Min Sheng clenched his teeth to steady his emotions, swallowing down the manic turbulence that should have been alleviated through release, forcing it deep within his very core. The autumn breeze carried a chill, and Min Sheng had prepared himself early, stepping out of his room only to lock eyes with the waiting figures of Nagatsuki Rei and Shibuki Kaimitsu. Min Sheng gazed in astonishment at the two individuals before him, who were clearly still yawning. Are you not concerned that our dear Lord Simino might abandon us to slip away secretly, breaking his promises? Ryuga Zero, with dark circles under his eyes, displayed a hint of irritation, having awoken too early from slumber. Sugawara Akira once again checked to ensure that both handguns and 100 rounds of ammunition were securely prepared, nodding towards Min Sheng without attempting to smooth over Ryuga Zero's words. Clearly, he had also been troubled by this matter throughout the night. Realizing that he had failed to instill sufficient trust in them, Min Sheng sheepishly scratched his head and silently led the two to the front hall to take a seat. Soon, a waiter, following Min Sheng's prior instructions, presented the prepared meal. Rubbing his somewhat bleary eyes, Min Sheng remarked, please, eat. Sugawara Akira narrowed his eyes dangerously once more, pushing the plate towards Min Sheng. Aren't you going to eat, Simino? Min Sheng waved his hand dismissively, explaining with an air of nonchalance. I never have breakfast before a mission. It hampers my performance. Rikuya Zero interjected, that's not acceptable. How will you muster the strength to confront the challenges ahead? You mustn't let us down while you, in turn, become a burden to us. Understanding that their concerns stemmed from goodwill, Min Sheng sighed, symbolically grasping a small rice ball and hastily swallowing it after a mere few chews. All right, hurry and eat. We are running out of time. Zhufu Jingguang opened his mouth to say more, but fell silent upon noticing the cold glint in Min Sheng's eyes. He resignedly pinched his thigh, reminding himself for the umpteenth time that this individual was not the compassionate Min Sheng who would heed his words and care for his feelings. Rather, he was a member of the organization, operating with his own distinctive style, and he was, after all, your direct superior. Zhufu Jingguang silently shifted back to his plate and began to eat, yet the food in his mouth lacked flavor. Meanwhile, Min Sheng, seated at the table, wore an expression of discomfort, not due to irritation from being persuaded, as Zhufu Jingguang presumed, but rather as a consequence of the emotional turmoil from the previous night. His stomach was protesting in pain, an undeniable presence that Min Sheng could not ignore. He pressed his hand firmly against his abdomen, contemplating that had he not feared alarming Zero and Hero, he would have already inflicted harm upon himself, thereby averting any delay in today's mission. Min Sheng lowered his brows and sighed softly. Had he foreseen that the two would rise early to block his door, he would have addressed the matter prior to stepping out. As he pondered this, Rikuyuzuki and Sugawara Kagaya consumed their meals with remarkable speed. Before Min Sheng could manage his turbulent emotions, both of them set down their utensils in unison, watching as the staff methodically cleared the table. It was not that they were particularly eager to undertake the mission, rather, they had come to partake in this endeavor without offering any substantial contribution. Upon returning to the organization, they might very well face severe repercussions. Min Sheng straightened his back, leaning against the dining table, having endured prolonged periods of hypoglycemia. His body struggled to cope with the recent spate of intense activities. Suddenly, his vision darkened, but thanks to his remarkable reflexes and acting skills, he managed to feign nonchalance as he led Zhufu Jingguang and Jiang Guling out of the underground casino toward the battleground. In these tumultuous times, those daring to join this large-scale conflict in hopes of seizing a share of the spoils were either overly ambitious with little cunning or genuinely possessed of the requisite strength. Over the past few weeks, under Min Shen's leadership, the minor factions had been eradicated, leaving no ripples in their wake. However, he had not anticipated that despite his efforts to cleanse the field of rival groups, a seemingly endless throng of members from various factions now encircled the true site of the confrontation. In simpler terms, the factions behind these individuals harbored aspirations of becoming the proverbial yellow sparrow, waiting to profit as the unsuspecting cicadas fell prey to their traps, attempting to isolate others from the fray. Arriving late to the scene, Min Sheng and his companions realized that their only path to infiltrate the genuine transaction site and accomplish their mission was to eliminate all those standing in their way. The 10 bodyguards, who had been trailing the trio, now appeared behind them. Min Sheng cast a discerning glance at their equipment and thoughtfully moved his fingertips. After a brief moment, he spoke, You must protect these two at all costs. Remember, at all costs. Having been thoroughly instructed by their leader, Nan Shashi. The 10 men expressed no dissent, gripping the knives concealed at their sides, poised for action. Compared to firearms, they were far more adept with cold weapons. Minsheng gazed upon the throng of people, letting out a sigh, a rare glint of indifference and cruelty flickering in his eyes. Since you have willingly approached, eager to seize what is not yours, do not blame him for showing no mercy. Chapter 77. The assistance of Nasha Creek before Minsheng could take the initiative. The other group standing beside his 13 companions observed the disciplined and well-equipped nature of Minsheng's faction. Fearing they might become victims, they resolved to strike first. The feeble ants huddling together to launch a collective assault against the formidable eagle that posed a significant threat to them. Minsheng took the initiative to strike first. Faced with those who relied solely on brute force, lacking any semblance of skill, he could hardly be bothered to evade their attacks. With a direct punch or a kick, he sent them swiftly to their demise. The outermost assailants posed no threat whatsoever. Before the group could even relax, another faction, slightly stronger than the first, charged towards them. Jiang Guoling, observing the throng, sighed in exasperation as he drew his pistol, muttering about the trouble at hand, though his expression remained defiant. After taking a brief moment to catch his breath, he refocused, aiming meticulously at the vital parts of the enemy's hands and feet, exhibiting his exquisite marksmanship to its fullest potential. Regrettably, his sense of justice as a police officer led him to show mercy towards these drug traffickers, a mercy that his adversaries would not reciprocate. After witnessing one of the bodyguards who had followed them ruthlessly gunned down, Jiang Guoling, who had clung to a faint sense of compassion during his month undercover, wholly abandoned that sentiment. It was a battlefield, rife with peril. His compassion had only resulted in cruelty towards his own, with a newfound resolve to show no mercy. Jiang Guoling's shooting efficiency soared. Where he once required at least 2 bullets to incapacitate an enemy, he now only needed 1. Observing Jiang Guoling's transformation, Zhufu Jingguang finally ceased to worry. He understood Zero's methods and recognized that such an approach could be detrimental to both of them. Yet, he struggled to find the right words to counsel Zero, especially since he himself had not yet adapted. Nevertheless, it mattered not. From this mission onward, everything would be entirely new and distinct. Ninshashi, accompanied by her carefully selected confidants, beheld Simino piercing through the outer group with scarcely a dozen men, swiftly advancing towards their position with astonishing speed. Having anticipated this, Nanshashi concealed her left hand behind her back, signaling for an attack. And she led the charge against another faction beside her, amidst the terrified and disbelieving gazes of those around her. She smiled wickedly and feigned an apology. I'm afraid I couldn't wait any longer. Her subordinates moved without hesitation, their knives swiftly plunging into another's heart as she continued. You were standing too close to me. With uncanny agility, she bent low to evade a dart shot from behind, twisting her body in a remarkable manner to send her knife flying towards the direction of the projectile. The dull thud of the blade piercing flesh reverberated as she approached the man whose throat she had just pierced, extracting her weapon with a flourish. Like a harbinger of death, she surveyed the surroundings, her piercing gaze transforming her from a surrounded lamb into a relentless predator selecting her prized prey. She tore the clothing from the fallen man, using the ragged fabric to clean the blood from her blade. I warned you, she declared. Those who underestimate me will pay dearly. Her confidants joined in the fray, and the cacophony of blades piercing flesh and withdrawing filled the air. Some attempted to distance themselves from the battlefield, resorting to handguns for a more forceful attack. However, before they could even disengage the safety, they were met with a swift cut that severed their entire hand, leaving the pistol and the dismembered hand lying quietly in a pool of blood. None dared to retrieve it, fearing that the severed hand might become their own. Minsheng quickly noticed the movements of Nanshaki, who, with the efforts of her loyal subordinates, swiftly cleared a vacuum zone in the distance. He gazed in the direction of Nanshaki, an inscrutable expression crossing his features, as a profound thought flickered in his eyes. Nanshaki, are you genuinely an astute individual, or merely a master of disguise? Once she ensured that all forces of similar caliber in the vicinity were eradicated, she finally had a moment to pause and catch her breath. With a gesture, she signaled to others to clear the battlefield, collecting the identification of those defeated so that they could claim their desired spoils once the matter concluded. As she observed the imminent approach of Simino, Nanshaki performed a respectful bow toward Minsheng, adhering to the customs of Huaxia, before turning away and departing from this contentious place without hesitation, accompanied by her subordinates. Minsheng, who had keenly observed her actions, smiled with a hint of amusement, recognizing her cleverness. One of Nanshaki's subordinates, hastily trailing behind her, approached with a sense of dissatisfaction. Boss, are we really just leaving? We've cleared such a vast area. Aren't we simply handing it over to Simino? Someone beside him halted his advance, reproaching, how dare you question the boss's decision? After all these years, have you ever witnessed a misstep in her judgments? The first subordinate fell silent for a moment but did not relent, continuing, I understand that the boss's decisions are usually sound. We have all been personally defeated and convinced by her. However, I cannot shake off the discomfort of not clarifying this matter. We laid a solid foundation for so many gains. Even a slight advance would represent a substantial leap for us. I wish to seek clarity on this matter. even if it means facing punishment today. Then Shaki glanced at another individual who had ceased to intervene, aware that he was not alone in his thoughts. She recognized that his inquiry was not a challenge to her decision, but rather a reflection of the temptation posed by the substantial rewards at stake. At that moment, the role of a leader became evident. Sitting in the front passenger seat, then Shaki elegantly crossed her legs. You are correct. Had we pushed further in that situation, we could have reaped significant rewards. The butterfly knife in her hand danced lightly at her fingertips, resembling a genuine butterfly frolicking in her grasp. After a brief pause, she continued, however, it is precisely for this reason that the factions vying for greater profit will grow stronger. During our skirmish, it was not that those groups more powerful than us were invisible. Rather, they simply did not regard our trifling gains as worthy of their attention. It may appear that our decision to withdraw was a loss, but had we truly pressed on, we might not even have been able to retain what we currently possess. Those around her, upon grasping her meaning, nodded in realization. Nan Shaki glanced at the still skeptical subordinate in the rearview mirror. With a sigh, she paused her actions and continued to explain, do not think I relinquished the profits to Simino, with his capabilities. He would never have reached the point to act against us. Did you not notice how his movements were as sluggish as a turtle? It was Simino who had willingly offered us these opportunities. After Nan Shaki had provided her explanations, she allowed them to contemplate the matter on their own. There was no need for excessive clarification. After all, she was the leader. Her explanations were not born out of benevolence to cultivate a strategist who could supplant her, but rather a lesson imparted by her mentor. The fundamental skill of a competent leader is to earn the trust of their subordinates. As she tucked away her butterfly knife and gazed out the window, she reflected on the extent to which she had strived for perfection in her endeavors. The unfolding events were now beyond her control. A look of intrigue adorned her face as she pondered the nature of the surprises Simino had alluded to earlier regarding the prospect of gaining more. After successfully driving off the surrounding factions, those few who had endured the grueling battle still retained a commendable amount of energy. Unbeknownst to others, Minxing discreetly pressed on his increasingly painful stomach, seizing a moment of respite among the crowd to quietly negotiate with his body. Cease the pain, cease the pain. If you persist, I shall sever you from existence. This peculiar method of dialogue with his own physiology had proven effective, a revelation Minxing had stumbled upon previously. Just as his stomach seemed to respond to the threat and dulled its sensations, the notorious Simino, having effortlessly breached the perimeter, appeared before their beleaguered group. Understanding that Simino's continued presence would leave them with nothing but the remnants of their goods, the mid-level leaders of the group exchanged glances, acutely aware of the dire implications. Despite past grievances and discord, the prospect of allowing Simino to dominate this conflict represented a grave threat to their standing as Southeast Asian drug lords. What an absurdity it would be for their two largest factions to be carved up by an outsider. Such a fate would be a profound disgrace for those who had toiled in this harsh environment for nearly 3 decades. Thus, the elite of these factions prepared their weapons, disregarding the risk of revealing their hidden strengths to one another. At this moment, a singular thought consumed their minds. Simino must not remain here. Without affording Minxing and his companions a moment's respite, they launched an assault, emboldened by their own vigor and resolve. Minxing glanced back at the bodyguards dispatched from Nansha Creek, noting that after the recent fierce battle, only 6 remained. These 6 bore wounds, with severe injuries that had yet to receive timely medical attention. However, both Ryoga Zero and Sugo Kyuko had been remarkably shielded within the protective circle, emerging unscathed. Apart from the soreness in their wrists from the intense gunfire, their garments remained entirely intact. Minxing pressed his lips together in silence, striding forward with determination to disarm the first assailant who charged at him. Alone and unperturbed, he confronted a multitude of well-equipped adversaries, pushing his instincts to the limit, narrowly evading the scythe of death time and again. The extreme danger did not instill fear within him. Rather, amidst the barrage of gunfire, he felt an exhilarating thrill long forgotten. Every cell in his body pulsated with excitement, his hands trembling involuntarily as he finally brandished his weapon of choice, the exquisite 3-pronged dagger. This weapon, with its multiple sharp edges and unique grooves designed for bloodletting, boasted 2 blades inspired by the design of a triangular military dagger, significantly complicating the healing and stitching of wounds. The sight of such a weapon unnerved the assailants, who, just moments ago contemplating their attack, turned and fled in terror. 6 years prior, he had carved a path through Southeast Asia wielding nothing but this cold weapon. How much more formidable was he now, 6 years later, in Simino? Only the most obstinate and foolhardy remained, undeterred by the imminent threat. Although some had fled, those who remained were formidable fighters or sharpshooters. They could not allow Simino to face the conflict alone. Ryo Sakaguchi and Kei Kogir, disregarding their fatigued muscles, raised their pistols once more, taking aim with precision. The remaining 6 bodyguards dutifully shielded them, with 2 of the less severely injured rushing to Minxing's side to withstand the frontal assault. With their support, Minxing felt a renewed sense of confidence, entrusting his back to Ryo and Kei, focusing entirely on the melee before him. The trust Minxing placed in them stirred a complex array of emotions within Ryo and Kei. Had they not been adversaries, their synergy would be remarkable, and they would have made splendid allies. A fleeting glance exchanged between them conveyed mutual understanding, yet time did not permit further contemplation. They cast aside their chaotic thoughts, accurately dispatching their foes with lethal precision. Fortunately, these adversaries were not entirely foolish. Upon realizing their futile attempts to drive Simino away, they fled for their lives. At last, the congested warehouse revealed itself, liberated from the throng of bodies. The serpent and the shadow, having observed the unfolding drama, emerged leisurely from the warehouse, clapping and reveling in the disheveled state of Minxing, Rio, and Kay. After 6 grueling hours of alternating gunfire and blade clashes, the remaining 6 bodyguards lay buried within. Minxing, too, was in a state of disarray, though his turmoil was merely superficial compared to the loss of limbs or life itself. Blood, an unidentifiable mix, stained his face and arms, while his enscathed body, exposed beneath torn clothing, shivered in the autumn breeze. True to his name, the serpent S. piercing. Downward sloping eyes instilled fear in those who beheld him, and the scar running from his brow to the corner of his mouth added to his menacing aura. He sneered, gesturing towards the unharmed Rio and Kay. In stark contrast to Minxing, who was drenched in blood, Rio and Kay had been shielded by the bodyguards. And upon their demise, Minxing had swiftly recognized their vulnerability, stepping in to protect them. Not only were they unscathed, but their garments remained intact, save for the splattered blood from the fallen bodyguards. The serpent's shadowy gaze fixated on Rio and Kay, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I never imagined someone like you, Simino, would associate with others. Shouldn't a bloodthirsty killer, with countless lives on their hands, remain shrouded in darkness? The shadow, who had been meticulously assessing Minxing and his companions, interjected, his voice smooth yet laced with an unsettling chill. Indeed, Simino, how dare you appear before us with others? Are you not afraid we will reveal your sordid past? I've had enough. Minxing erupted, his usual calm shattered, as he picked up an empty bullet shell from the ground and hurled it towards the shadow. To his astonishment, the projectile whizzed past the shadow's temple, narrowly missing its mark. Rather than anger, the shadow laughed, intrigued by Minxing's outburst. Oh dear, have you truly lost your temper? Tell me, Simino, have you not disclosed to these so-called friends about your past as an experimental subject, subjected to withdrawal reactions, and the countless lives you've taken? The thought of his past being so grotesquely unveiled before Rio and Kay shattered Minxing's remaining composure. He launched the 3-pronged dagger from his hand, disregarding the fact that his targets were his companions, aiming straight for the shadow's heart. Watching Simino's emotions flare with such ease, the serpent narrowed his eyes, secretly astounded. Yet, despite his shock, he relished the prospect of Simino and the shadow engaging in a deadly confrontation, eager to emerge victorious in the end. The shadow, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Simino, felt his smile falter, hastily forcing his body sideways to evade the lethal projectile. Minxing exhaled deeply, struggling to suppress the urge to eliminate Wang Ying, and fixed his gaze upon him, articulating each word with deliberate intensity. You will silence yourself now, or you shall remain silent forever. What initially appeared to be mere jest from Wang Ying turned serious as he observed the unmistakable anger radiating from Simino, prompting him to reassess the significance of the 2 individuals brought forth by Simino in his mind. Though the jest was not particularly amusing to Simino, it held a deeper weight. Regaining his composure, Wang Ying rose from the ground and shrugged nonchalantly. Wasn't Simino's presence here due to the necessity of the cargo he possessed for the organization? Indeed, Wang Ying hailed from the organization but had fortuitously settled in Southeast Asia while executing a mission. With his remarkable talent for manipulation and business acumen, coupled with his moderately acceptable combat skills, he swiftly established dominance in this region. Furthermore, his control over the drug trade and rare pharmaceuticals afforded him a unique standing within the organization. To put it plainly, Minxing and the countless deceased test subjects had their raw materials sourced from Wang Ying. Even if Simino harbored intentions of killing him, he would be utterly incapable of doing so. This was not a solo mission for him. Wang Ying brushed off the dust from his attire, a smile concealing his malice. I fear you not. As long as I remain here, you shall never succeed in killing me. Simino, are you so ruthless that you wish for me to continue? He hurled a dart, which struck the wind chime on the opposite wall, signaling his hidden subordinates who had been lying in wait to emerge from the shadows. Unbeknownst to them, both Zero and Jifuku were taken aback, their senses heightened by the realization that they had remained oblivious to any signs for so long. While they were not indifferent to Wang Ying's words, their focus shifted from the notion of killing over 100 individuals to the harrowing experiences of the so-called test subjects. Prior to becoming undercover agents within the organization, they had been briefed on the various categories of members that existed within. Among them, the lowest tier, the test subjects, endured the most arduous existence. These individuals often appeared in the organization's laboratories without roots or connections, compelled to endure a myriad of terrifying substances at an age when other children were merely learning to speak. They lived in perpetual agony, trapped in a struggle for survival, unable to seek death. The mortality rate was alarmingly high, according to incomplete statistics. Undercover police data collected over the past 2 decades indicated that the survival rate of test subjects did not exceed 0.01. To their astonishment, Simino turned out to be that rare 0.01. Was this the reason for his current demeanor? A flicker of compassion involuntarily emerged in the gazes of Zero and Jifuku as they looked towards Minxing. Minxing regained his composure. Exhaling deeply as he raised his gaze to meet the figures of the phantom and the viper, striving to suppress the pain and bitterness that surged within his chest. They were not friends. One could hardly classify them as such. It was merely a consequence of the withdrawal symptoms experienced over the past month. He offered a cold smile, feigning indifference to sever any ties, thereby minimizing the risks posed by Akira Kagami and Kagi Mitsukuni. Upon returning to the organization, they would once again revert to the status of strangers. Hearing the reply from Simino, Kage Mitsukuni felt a sudden constriction in his chest. What was this? The other party was clearly threatening him. Rather than swiftly preventing Simino from alluding to his unwelcome past, why was he wasting time on such trivial explanations? The Viper and the Phantom were not easily deceived. Just as they contemplated exposing Min Sheng's deceit, they were taken aback by his preemptive strike, closing the distance to the Viper in an instant, unnoticed by anyone else. So swift. The Viper involuntarily marveled, but there was no time to react. He could only watch helplessly as Simino's hand launched toward his temple. The voice of the Phantom interjected at the perfect moment, dripping with his usual languor. Simino, are you not going to glance back at your friend? Despite the rational part of him urging a rebuttal against the term friend and assuring him that both Akira Kagami and Kagi Mitsukuni were more than capable, his body acted independently of his will, instinctively intercepting the attack and turning to flee towards Akira and Kage. It is often said that two fists cannot contend with four hands, and the Viper and the Phantom had brought far more than just four individuals. Nearly 50 adversaries launched successive assaults on the two, who found themselves at the center of this chaos. Their resistance was arduous, and it was not long before wounds began to mar their bodies. Min Sheng, instead of succumbing to panic, found himself remarkably composed. At this moment, he could not afford to be flustered. He passed by Ryogi Zero, lightly patting his shoulder as a silent reminder to remain vigilant and safeguard themselves. Without pausing, he confronted the barrage of darts and genuine bullets, dispatching one adversary after another. Ryogi Zero and Jufuka Kyoku could scarcely fathom that such an evasion technique existed in this world. Astonishingly, even while evading, he could discern which bullet and dart posed a threat to them. With a brief pause, he deftly redirected the trajectory of a projectile using a relatively long blade that he had unknowingly picked up from the ground. Chapter 80 once again entered the two. Confident of their victory, stood in stunned silence, observing Simino's actions that defied the laws of science. What was even more alarming was that within mere minutes, Simino had eliminated nearly half of their adversaries and showed no sign of fatigue. It was crucial to note that he had been in combat for an entire day, without a morsel of food or a drop of water. Was he not merely a product of the organization's latest development in humanoid weaponry? Wu Ying scrutinized Simino's movements with suspicion, devoid of the energy to ponder the losses they had incurred. If Simino were to continue unimpeded, what might the future hold? He found himself reluctant to contemplate this, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Min Sheng's every maneuver. The near-perfect evasion techniques and the swift, decisive strikes were nothing short of impressive. He felt compelled to send an email to his boss, urging him to rein in Simino. A being of such caliber, should he become an enemy, would leave no room for retaliation. Wu Ying's expression darkened with malice, for in those fleeting moments of contemplation, he and the serpent had seen their entire contingent fall here. Although they both understood that this transaction was merely a psychological gambit that did not necessitate the use of force, the members they brought along were not particularly formidable. Their equipment was subpar, yet the speed at which 50 men fell in 5 minutes was undeniably insane. Min Sheng cast a cold glance over the unconscious figures around him, fully aware of his own reserves, which emboldened him to hold back. Stimulated by the injuries inflicted upon Hero and Zero, Min Sheng became entirely focused on defensive strikes. The moment the last of his potential adversaries fell, an overwhelming sensation of muscle fatigue and constriction engulfed him, emanating from every part of his body. His stomach, too, joined the tumult, throbbing painfully once more. Realizing that the situation remained unresolved and the mission incomplete, Min Sheng turned around. He summoned the strength to rush once again towards the serpent and the shadow, his body having been pushed to its limits in recent days. This time, however, he had a new target, the bloody blade in his hand aimed directly at the shadow's throat. At this moment, a singular thought dominated his mind: to protect them at all costs. The death of the shadow would merely result in his own punishment. But if both the serpent and the shadow remained alive, it seemed they had no intention of cooperating with him to complete this mission. The shadow, realizing that Min Sheng was genuinely intent on killing him without regard for consequences, finally felt a pang of panic. In a state of near despair, he attempted to evade, only to discover that no matter how he moved, he could not escape Min Sheng's assault. Watching from the sidelines, the serpent's eyes glinted with malice as he surreptitiously aimed his gun at the most conspicuous target among Zero and Jifuku, the golden-haired one. While their attention was fixated on Simino, suddenly Min Sheng's well-trained sixth sense kicked in, urgently warning him of the impending danger. Gritting his teeth, he forcibly halted his attack. Bracing himself against the backlash of his muscles and nervous system on the brink of collapse, and turned to face Zero. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused his gaze on the serpent, whose expression was devoid of mercy. Upon noticing the gun in the serpent's hand, Min Sheng felt as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Was he truly to witness yet another cherished individual perish before his eyes? powerless to intervene. The thunderous beat of his heart reverberated in his ears, drowning out all sound, as his mind reached an unprecedented level of clarity. Swiftly calculating the most effective means to save Zero, all the muscles in his body surged forth, inflicting secondary injuries upon him. While his nervous system teetered on the edge of chaos, propelled by a rapid surge of adrenaline, Min Shang exploded forth with a speed unfathomable to any human. Positioning himself before Zero, his mind still lingered on the moment when 50 individuals simultaneously assaulted him with cold weapons and firearms, and in the next instant, he had effortlessly dispatched them all and appeared before the delicate man. Zero and Jifuko had yet to grasp what had transpired when Min Shang suddenly shielded Zero. In the following moment, Simino's pristine white shirt became stained with large splotches of blood, and Min Shang watched as Simino uncontrollably coughed up a mouthful of crimson. Zero instinctively reached out to catch the utterly exhausted Simino, only to find that Simino, relying on sheer muscular strength, collapsed backward onto the ground. As Zero and Jifuku finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, tears began to fall silently to the ground before any words could escape their lips. Min Shang clutched his left chest, struggling to turn over, expending his remaining strength to launch the 2 shattered pieces of blade in his hand like flying darts, piercing the abdomens of the stunned snake and the specter. In a nearly self-destructive exchange of injuries, Min Shang coughed up another mouthful of blood, his respiratory tract ablaze with excruciating heat. What on earth is happening? Why? The consciousness of Rakuya Zero shattered the moment he regained awareness. Was it not said that they were not even friends? Was it not said that upon returning to the organization, they would remain strangers? Yet, why did he shield him from a bullet, one that struck his heart? Rakuya Zero stood helplessly, gazing at Simino, who lay in a pool of blood. The first aid skills he had once mastered fading into oblivion in that instant. Similarly, Suguro Kayokata was frozen in shock, his childhood friend nearly perishing. And the bullet that pierced through the chest of Simino, who was merely an ordinary acquaintance, replaced his dear childhood companion. In that moment, he was at a loss whether to feel relief or sorrow, his entire being paralyzed, even forgetting to breathe. Min Shang merely lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, taking a few deep breaths before rising once more. He thought to himself, I must not let Hero and Zero worry. At this moment, his consciousness somewhat clouded. He blindly groped the ground with his left hand and casually picked up another shard of a blade. After confirming that the viper and the shadowy figure could no longer retaliate and had indeed succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss, Min Shang wore a soothing smile and gently spoke, Do not cry. What is there to weep for? He tilted his head in mild confusion. Yet the smile on his face remained unchanged. I am fine, see? As he spoke, Min Shang, in the incredulous gaze of Akai Shuichi and Jay Gasaki KG, pierced the wound with the freshly acquired blade, stained with unknown blood, extracting the flesh still connected to it. Strangely, the instigator remained unfazed, smiling at them, even softening his voice to comfort them. In the next moment, they were all covered in goosebumps. For the visibly deep and severe wound was healing at a startling pace before their very eyes. How could this be possible? Min Shang gasped for breath, casting the blade and the remnants afar. He could not. He must not sully Zero and Hero with the last vestiges of his consciousness. He pressed the emergency communicator that he had embedded in his abdomen the previous night, watching it glow a vibrant red before it ultimately fell to the ground. His vision gradually blurred, and the corners of his mouth curled upwards, a semblance of relief washing over him. Fortunately, he had implanted the emergency communicator last night. Otherwise, Hero and Zero would have been trapped here, awaiting his awakening to escape. Chapter 81. Awakening. When Min Shang regained consciousness, it was already the following evening. Startled awake, he abruptly sat up in bed, but his utterly exhausted muscles could not support the movement, causing him to collapse heavily back onto the bed. After an entire day of high-stakes combat, and the extreme terror inflicted by Simino, alongside a day and night of vigilance, both Akutagawa and Jifuku, still somewhat dazed, sensed the commotion emanating from Min Shang's bed and struggled to remain alert. Min Shang noticed the 2 individuals stationed by the bedside, seemingly at ease, and couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief, as they were about to inquire about his well-being and whether he felt hungry or desired something to eat. They witnessed Simino succumb to slumber once more. Zhufu Jingguang leaned against Min Shang's bed, his eyelids engaging in a relentless dance, while Jiang Guoling, upon observing Simino's descent into unconsciousness, found his own already weary eyes giving into darkness. They appeared as if glued in place, both collapsing beside Min Shang. Jiang Guoling, in particular, fell directly to the ground, the pain failing to rouse him from his stupor. Thus, another night slipped away silently amid the collective unconsciousness of those present. Due to the scarcity of medical resources in Southeast Asia, the injuries sustained by the poison snake and shadow of death had not been adequately addressed. Furthermore, Nanshashi, with a slight touch of cunning, recognized that allowing the poison snake and shadow of death to linger in their near-death state would significantly benefit Simino's negotiating position. At this juncture, what better time to offer a gesture of goodwill? Consequently, their injuries were merely treated with emergency measures to prevent them from succumbing to excessive blood loss. Now, everything stood in a state of readiness, awaiting only Simino's awakening to commence negotiations. Min Sheng finally awoke from his slumber, his formidable regenerative abilities having eradicated the muscular injuries he sustained. The gunshot wound on his left chest bore no trace whatsoever. With a complex expression, he gazed at the fallen figures of Zhu Fu Jingwang and Jiang Guling beside him, and after a brief moment, he silently smiled. They had indeed gone through a great deal. Min Sheng rose from the bed, gently lifting both individuals and laying them flat upon the sheets. After casting a lingering glance at them, he silently exited the room. The attendant, who had been stationed at the door on South Shaw Creek's instructions, noticed the door ajar and promptly bowed in deference, lowering his gaze and refraining from meeting Min Sheng's eyes. Min Sheng gently closed the door, his fingers instinctively caressing the cold metal. He instructed Nanshashi to bring 2 small doses of anesthetic, directing the data comparison according to the document I had previously sent her. He paused momentarily, casting a threatening glance towards the surveillance camera at the end of the corridor. He addressed the attendant, saying, "No drugs." The attendant nodded vigorously in response, hastily retreating from Min Sheng with swift steps. Min Sheng took out her phone and began to select a flight ticket for her return to the homeland. Before long, Nanshashi approached with a beaming smile, carrying a small suitcase, followed closely by 4 bodyguards who had been summoned once again. She opened the suitcase in her hand, revealing 2 small vials of reagents securely stored within. Min Sheng set down his phone and randomly selected a reagent, scrutinizing it carefully before proceeding. In the next moment, he aimed at a vein, not blinking as he meticulously controlled the dosage, gently advancing the syringe. After waiting 15 minutes to ensure there were no further anomalies, he picked up another vial and repeated the experiment. Nanshaki's smile appeared somewhat strained, yet she felt compelled to suppress the frustration of being mistrusted. As the person before her was Simino, several individuals stood rigidly by, accompanying Min Sheng outside the room for half an hour. Once he confirmed everything was in order, Min Sheng entered the room holding 2 vials. With his head bowed, he dared not look at the faces of Ryo Takamori and Kage Mitsukuni, pressing his lips tightly together as he injected the substances into their bodies. He then swiftly retreated from the room, the entire process smooth and rapid, taking no more than 2 minutes. Nanshaki stationed the 4 bodyguards at the door to protect the 2 individuals inside, while she followed closely behind Min Sheng as they departed. Tentatively, she inquired, "Lord Simino, is your body free of any abnormalities at this moment?" Min Sheng was lost in her own thoughts and did not hear her words. Nanshashi, pressed by the threat of both the Viper and the Spectre, was determined to see Simino. Attempting to ascertain whether Simino was in a sufficiently good state to protect himself, Nanshashi repeated the question, this time raising her voice slightly. Min Sheng finally regained her composure and nodded, saying, "Oh, there are no abnormalities. The anesthetic has no effect on me. I recall you should have known that 6 years ago." In response to Samino's astonished inquiry, Nanshashi couldn't help but twitch her lips. Who inquired about his reaction to anesthetics? She was clearly asking about the condition of his injuries from 2 days prior. Heaven bear witness. The moment she returned to the casino, the entire alarm system was abruptly triggered. By the time she hurried back to the scene, only 2 out of 5 were barely able to stand. Simino had a large stain of blood on his chest, lying in a pool of blood with no visible rise and fall of his chest. Could she not be worried? Min Sheng subtly gestured for Nanshashi to step ahead and lead him in search of the venomous snake and tranquility. In contrast to this, I believe it would be wiser for you to contemplate what you desire later on. Nanshashi did not dwell on this topic. Upon hearing Sminuo's inquiry, she chuckled softly and articulated her premeditated request. She walked slightly ahead of Min Sheng, turning her body just enough for him to catch sight of her hand's movement, her calloused fingers gently forming a minuscule gesture. "I understand that what you seek is the item in the possession of the venomous snakes. However, it is not reasonable to leave us without a means of survival, is it? Lord Sminuo, might you consider allowing me to retain a small portion of the goods you spare for them? Just a little, as you deem fit." Min Sheng remained silent, quietly accompanying Nanshashi as they walked toward the room where the venomous snake and the wraith were imprisoned, following her speech. The weight of Min Sheng's silence made Nanshashi uneasy, prompting her to continuously wipe the cold sweat from her brow. Yet, the allure of this opportunity was too tempting for her to relinquish. She could not let the sacrifice of her brothers go in vain. It was said that as long as one reasoned with Simino, the terms discussed would hold validity. Clenching her teeth in determination, Nanshashi resolved to endure a little longer. In this moment, composure was paramount. Indeed, the first to speak would be the one to lose. As they approached the door of the holding room, Simino maintained his indifferent demeanor, causing Nanshashi to finally feel anxious. Her previously elevated chin lowered after a soft sigh, and she took a step back, opening her mouth to speak. However, before the first syllable could escape her throat, Min Sheng, who had been keenly observing Nanshashi's internal struggle, interjected, "It's not impossible, Nanshashi." He met her suddenly brightened gaze with a knowing smile. "But I have a condition." Chapter 82. Punishment. Without waiting for Nanshashi's response, Min Sheng continued directly, "You must ensure the safe return of my 2 companions." Min Sheng's hand rested on the doorknob, silently urging Nanshashi to make a decision swiftly. Nanshashi let out a quiet sigh of relief, not hesitating much before responding. "Very well, I accept your terms. Rest assured, regardless of whether you provide me with the compensation I desire, I will ensure that your companion is returned to you safe and sound. Minxing's lips curled slightly, his spirits elevated by the subtle compliments he had received. He refrained from uttering another word, merely opening the door and swiftly entering the room. Outside, Nanshashi dutifully closed the door, standing vigilantly without daring to peep inside. The venomous snake and the specter, bound to their chairs and deprived of rest for days, felt a surge of alertness wash over them as they recognized the newcomer was Simino. Minxing cast a sweeping glance over the state of the two individuals' wounds. Their bandaging was executed with a remarkable lack of care, and the treatment of their injuries was utterly deplorable. Frankly speaking, their continued existence was solely attributable to Nansha Creek's precarious mercy. As Wraith observed the resplendent and elegant Simino regaining his composure, memories of recent tribulations resurfaced, and he spoke with a harshness that betrayed his previous demeanor. What gives you the right to live so effortlessly? Minxing let out a cold laugh, his eyes betraying no concealment of malice towards the shadow of death and the viper. He casually pulled over a chair beside him and sat down before them, questioning, "Why should I?" "Humph, it is undoubtedly thanks to your benevolence." Minxing cast a mocking glance at the injuries of the shadow of death, implying, "Thanks to your experiment 6 years ago, I now find myself in this predicament, regardless of whether you wish to witness it, under equally primitive medical conditions. The outcome is that I stand before you, unscathed and very much alive." The venomous figure, infuriated, found his wounds throbbing, and with his lips pale, his threats now carried little weight. "You would do well to release us promptly, unless you desire the events of your past to echo throughout Southeast Asia." Minxing sighed softly upon hearing those words, rising from his chair with an imposing presence as he slowly approached them. In the next instant, he suddenly unleashed his fury, his right hand gripping the snake's neck with immense strength, lifting him effortlessly. The snake, previously bound and forced into close contact with the chair due to the restraints, found himself compelled to slide to the very edge of the seat under Minxing's formidable force. With the rope's insufficient length, the agony of the bindings digging deep into his wounds, combined with the suffocating sensation of breathlessness, overwhelmed his mind. Minxing cast a cold glance at the venomous serpent, observing its visage transition from pallid to crimson, and then to a shade of blue. Leaning closer to the serpent's ear, he spoke in a tone barely audible even to the shadows. "You would do well to comprehend that the one who now holds dominion over your lives and deaths is none other than I. Do you still harbor the illusion that I am genuinely fearful of your grand proclamations regarding that trifling matter?" Minxing gazed at the asphyxiated face of the venomous serpent, which had turned a shade of purple, and finally, in a moment of unexpected mercy, released his grip. "How foolish. It was merely someone I hold dear." His hand slid down to the ropes binding the serpent, and the concealed shards of a blade hidden within his sleeve deftly severed the cords. The serpent, overwhelmed by the elation of liberation, momentarily disregarded its newfound freedom as its hands, now unshackled, clutched its throat in anguish, gasping for air. Yet, the relief was fleeting, as the physiological pain from suffocation persisted, accompanied by a disorienting array of white halos flickering before its eyes. Minxing observed the venomous serpent's plight for a moment, as the shards of a broken blade, which he had deftly unfastened from his sleeve, slipped smoothly into the palm of his hand and then glided to his fingertips. His expression was marked by a dismissive disdain, yet the force exerted by his hand remained unwavering. The shard was plunged directly into the chasm between the serpent's left ulna and radius, severing the connected tendons with merciless precision. The excruciating pain triggered a rapid release of adrenaline and thyroid hormones within the serpent's body, and amidst the suffocating agony, the loss of sensation in his hand was momentarily forgotten by his mind. However, consciousness would inevitably return, as the serpent's breathing gradually steadied. A sense of incompleteness dawned upon him, prompting a disbelieving gaze downward as he encountered the horror reflected in the eyes of his own shadow. His wrist had been pierced by a shard of the blade, penetrating from the inner side to the outer, the glimmer of cold steel on either side rendering him momentarily paralyzed. An overwhelming wave of pain surged forth, and in a moment of despair, he clutched his hand, releasing a heart-wrenching wail. "My hand." Minxing returned to her chair, her heart unperturbed as she cast a sidelong glance at the viper, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Yet, her words dripped with a devilish undertone. "I recall that you were left-handed. Am I mistaken?" She feigned innocence, tilting her head towards the viper and the shadow of death with a playful smile. "I warned you 6 years ago not to harm those I bring along. It appears you have forgotten." Minxing's expression turned cold, yet I did not forget. "It was with these very hands that you fired upon my companions. While I have merely taken one of your hands, shouldn't you be grateful?" The viper clutched his injured hand, his eyes filled with horror, rendered speechless. Beside him, the wraith bore witness to what was, for him, merely a trivial tactic, yet an inexplicable chill and dread surged within him. Minxing observed the identical expressions of fear etched upon the faces of the two individuals before him, with a hint of disinterest. He rose to his feet and brushed off his hands. Sighing, he remarked, "Look at your appearances. Those who are unaware might mistakenly believe I am tormenting you. Well, the vendetta has been avenged, and there is little enjoyment left in this." He leaned closer to the shadow, who had maintained a close association with the organization, bending slightly as he chuckled softly at the involuntary tremors coursing through the shadow's body. Being a 1,000-year-old fox, I shall refrain from engaging you in tales of the supernatural. You ought to understand the desires of the organization. It is likely that old rascal, Karasuma Rinya, anticipated you would not comply and deliver the goods to him willingly. Min Sheng gently prodded the wound on Wang Ying's abdomen with a finger, a smile gracing her lips as she inquired, "So, what is your answer now?" Wang Ying's mind was utterly paralyzed, and all he could manage was a nod, affirming, "I will certainly deliver everything, without a doubt." Min Sheng nodded in satisfaction, retreating slightly away from the shadows of the deceased and the serpentine menace, making his way to the entrance. Just when the two believed they were finally saved, Min Sheng suddenly turned back, as if recalling something vital, locking eyes with them. "Ah, yes. Remember to allocate 1/5 of the remaining goods to her." He swung open the door, revealing Ninsha, who had been concealed behind it. "It is imperative that you comprehend the consequences of choosing the wrong allegiance." Min Sheng cast a threatening glance at the shadow of death, implying that he should be well aware of what should and should not be said. Upon hearing these words, the shadow of death swiftly lowered his head, and with a sidelong glance, he caught sight of Simino's retreating figure, his malevolence becoming starkly evident and magnified. He certainly knew what to say. He would undoubtedly divulge all that the bosses wished to know, laying bare everything that would be advantageous to Simino. Chapter 83. The bamboo-cutting robe. Min Sheng lingered at the threshold of his room, lost in thought for a moment before ultimately refraining from entering. He extracted a cigarette, placing it between his lips, and with a hint of agitation in his stride, approached the table. Observing this, Nanshashi retrieved a lighter, intending to assist Min Sheng in igniting the cigarette. However, Min Sheng halted her with an outstretched hand. Noting the look of confusion on Nanshashi's face, Min Sheng positioned the unlit cigarette between his index and middle fingers, not out of a desire to smoke, but rather as a means to alleviate his restless mind. Nanshashi nodded in understanding, perceptively remarking, "You are evading." Min Sheng's fingers paused in their delicate manipulation of the cigarette's end, and with a sudden surge of force, he crushed the lower half into a mere thin sheet of paper. His voice, once tranquil, now bore an unmistakable hint of suppressed emotion. "No, it is merely your perception," he retorted. Nanshashi shrugged, opting not to pursue the topic further. After all, she had secured everything she desired. She could hardly afford to let a well-cooked duck escape due to such discussions. Who would she turn to for redress? She glanced at Simino's empty hands, devoid of the cigarette. "When will you depart?" Min Sheng took out his phone, his expression inscrutable. After a long pause, he continued, "In 2 hours." Nanshashi immediately furrowed her brows. The anesthetic that Simino had requested earlier was sufficient for at least a day's supply. Was he implying that he intended to leave the two individuals he had brought behind and return alone? She carefully recalled Simino's expression at that moment. Logically, that should not be the case. He had fought valiantly for their sake, nearly sacrificing his own life to ensure the safety of those two. There was no reason for him to abandon them here just after regaining consciousness. However, if that were the case, Min Sheng sat upon the chair, cradling the remnants of a crushed cigarette in his palm. He cast a fleeting glance at Nanshashi, whose contemplative expression revealed her thoughts with unerring clarity. His fingers rhythmically tapped against the smooth surface of the table, the abrupt sound drawing Nanshashi's attention back to Simino. Unprepared, she found herself locking eyes with Simino's pale golden gaze, instinctively taking a step back. The tranquility and warmth that usually graced those eyes had been replaced by a chilling coldness in that moment. Her platinum blonde hair, cascading to her shoulders, shimmered with an unusual brilliance in the golden light filtering through the window at sunset. Though she stood tall, her choice to sit in the presence of Simino suggested an air of superiority. Yet, the nonchalant aura surrounding her, coupled with a face that, while expressionless, bore an almost imperceptible hint of a smile, imparted to Nanshashi a disconcerting illusion that she might meet an unimaginable demise at his hands in the next heartbeat. It felt as if, in Simino's eyes, she was not a human being, but something else entirely. What could that be? The answer eluded her grasp. Nevertheless, she lowered her head and gave a self-deprecating smile, her trembling hands betraying the tumult within. What was she pondering? After all, this was Simino, the madman who would never know harm or death. Min Sheng said nothing. Yet a mere glance exchanged between them had already drained all the strength from Nanshashi. She lifted her lovely face, her lips slightly pallid, and a smile graced her lips. "Rest assured, I will take good care of your friend." Min Sheng gently nodded, her gaze drifting into the distance as she fell into a reverie. Nanshashi discerned that Simino had no genuine interest in their conversation. So after offering a slight bow as a sign of respect, she departed from the hall. She took out her phone and sent a message to the bodyguard stationed outside Min Sheng's door. "Except for Lord Simino, no one is permitted to enter. Also, please book 2 tickets for tomorrow afternoon. I will reimburse the cost. Destroy the medication you were instructed to carry. Leave no traces behind." Her voice paused as the image of Simino's face and his emotionless, machine-like eyes lingered in her mind. With a sigh that echoed regret and apprehension, she added, "Ensure the safety of those two. Let nothing harmful reach them, not even through injections." The bodyguard, who had already entered the room, searched thoroughly to confirm the absence of cameras or any recording devices. He cast a sympathetic glance at the unconscious figures of Jiang Guling and Zhufu Jingguang sprawled on the bed. Don't blame me. Blame your superior for leaving you here, he thought with a hint of schadenfreude as he retrieved a sealed packet of pills from the inner pocket of his suit. He carelessly pointed between the two on the bed, finally landing on the one with golden hair. Eagerly, he opened the sealed package. His callous fingers poised to insert a pill into Jiang Guling's mouth. Just as he was about to succeed, the ominous ringtone ingrained in his very being rang out, prompting him to swiftly retract the pill back into its packaging. In a lightning-fast motion, he pulled out his phone to check the message. After memorizing every word from Nanshashi, he finally snapped out of his previous state. He cast a conflicted glance at the mixed pills in his hand. Despite his reluctance, he left the room to dispose of them. In the control room, upon noticing the bodyguard's hurried departure, Nanshashi finally relaxed. A pleasingly gentle-looking man sat beside her, obediently keeping her company. Nanshashi kicked the cabinet beneath the display screen with her high heels, the momentum pulling her and her chair away from the surveillance. She lazily waved at the person in front of the monitor, saying, "Take a moment to massage my temples." Zhu Shan, upon hearing this, stood up with a delicate smile and moved behind Nanshashi, his slender fingers gently pressing on her temples, providing just the right amount of relief from her fatigue. After enjoying the moment, Nanshashi finally spoke. "Did you see that person in the hall? Be careful not to offend him, for your predecessor met his demise that way." She tilted her head, releasing Zhu Shan's hands, and lifted his chin, admiring his remarkably handsome face, even from this angle. While she knew she could not compare him to Simino, she was aware of her own self-awareness. With a glint of appreciation in her eyes, she warned, "I find your face quite appealing. At least for the foreseeable future, I shall not tire of it. Therefore, I expect you to stay alive until my interest wanes." "I know what you desire," Nanshashi said, withdrawing her hand and standing tall. Her charming smile directed at Zhu Shan. She gently patted his flawless face. "I do not mind what you take. The extent of your gains depends solely on your abilities. However, as you can see, even I harbor a deep-seated fear of Simino." With a soft laugh, she clicked her heels and left the control room, her final words successfully widening Zhu Shan's pupils. "Do not set your sights on him, nor those associated with him, if you wish to accomplish your plans." Chapter 84. 2 vials of serum. Zhu Shan steadied himself, rigidly making his way to the sofa. She knows everything. Whether it was leveraging his subordinate's dissatisfaction with Yoshino-ten to gain an informational advantage while keeping Yoshino oblivious, or deliberately installing surveillance equipment in the room designated by that esteemed individual to incite their wrath. Even his attempts to leverage the life of that esteemed individual's friend against them, Nanshashi was aware of it all. The thought sent an uncontrollable wave of dread coursing through him. A chill crept up his spine, making every hair on his body stand on end. Nanshashi had always known of his scheming intentions to eliminate Yoshino-ten to ascend to power. Thus, despite being fully aware of his plans, she had merely stood by, disinterested, simply because she had grown weary of Yoshino-ten. No, more accurately, she had grown weary of Yoshino-ten's face. His body trembled. To allow someone to perish simply due to a distaste for their visage, what would that mean for him? Zhu Shan's breath quickened, and he realized that he too might meet an untimely end, completely unaware, simply because he had fallen out of her favor. Minsheng gazed intently at the setting sun, his eyes unwavering until the preset alarm echoed through the air, prompting a deep sigh to escape his lips. He pressed his lips together and cast a glance at the surveillance monitor, ensuring that all essential documents were safely tucked away in his pocket. Finally, he cast a silent glance towards the room where Ryo and Sagufyuka were, before quietly departing from the underground casino. Nanshashi was indeed correct. He was evading his reality. They were, after all, adversaries, and the thought of presenting his monstrous self before them was unbearable. Moreover, the bond among the three of them had grown far too intimate. He lowered his gaze, acknowledging that 4 years of university life could not be easily erased by a mere year. When they eventually emerged from the transient astonishment of this mission, the unusual dynamics of their interactions would undoubtedly be analyzed with ease. A sardonic smile crept across Minsheng's face as he quickened his pace. Rather than waiting for them to awaken and witness the wary, almost monstrous glances directed at him, he preferred to depart alone. Since he was already despised, it would be far more prudent for him to leave decisively. Minsheng felt a bitterness lingering in his mouth. Each time he recalled Zero and Hiro joyfully calling him Ah Sheng, an unbearable pain clung to his heart as inexorably as breath itself, impossible to shake off. He gazed calmly out of the airplane window at the vast expanse of clouds, momentarily feeling as though he had become one with them. His body felt weightless, and the world around him began to blur. The ground beneath him softened, and his limbs ceased to obey his commands. So light, as if he could remain in this state indefinitely. Sir, are you all right? Would you like me to bring you a glass of water?" Minsheng, who had been tautly attuned to the external world, forced himself to extricate from this peculiar state. He raised a smile that surpassed even that of the well-trained flight attendant. "Thank you, but there is no need for concern. I am merely experiencing a bit of motion sickness." In response to Minsheng's courteous and polite reply, the flight attendant could only nod, a hint of worry in her eyes, before departing from the first-class cabin. Minsheng turned his gaze to the window once more. Yet this time he made a concerted effort to evade the recollections of their shared past. Only by doing so could he extricate himself from the clutches of sorrow. Several hours of flight passed in a blur, lost to Minxing's obliviousness, feeling as if merely a fleeting moment, while simultaneously stretching into eternity. Minxing, accustomed to casting aside the discomfort that lingered in his mind, took hold of his luggage and, without a moment's pause, made his way directly back to the safe house near the organization. He had returned ahead of schedule, a fact he had shared with no one. Minxing gazed at the 2 vials of reagents nestled within the confines of the medicine cabinet, his brow furrowing with enough intensity to crush a fly. He lamented his forgetfulness, realizing only mid-month last that he had inadvertently left the reagent box behind in the safe house. As a test subject, the monthly injection of experimental substances was an unyielding mandate, although abstaining from the injections would not directly affect Minxing himself. The distinction lay in the fact that within the organization, these substances were administered jointly by Shueshu and Jibao, ensuring that any unforeseen circumstances could be promptly addressed to avert any irreversible harm to his well-being. Minxing, feeling a throbbing headache, grasped a syringe in one hand. Recalling that Shueshu had once mentioned that only a single vial of medication should be administered at a time, well, he decided to begin with last month's dosage. After a brief pause to collect his thoughts, he resolved to inject today's dose 3 seconds later. With determination, Minxing swiftly set down the vial in his right hand and replaced it with the one in his left. He rolled up the long sleeves he hadn't had the chance to change, hesitated for a moment, and carefully selected a vein with a relatively sparse needle mark before piercing the skin with the syringe. Once he deftly administered the entire dosage, he checked the time, set down the syringe, and picked up another one. Beneath the slightly oozing puncture, he prepared to inject today's medication. Suddenly, the system within Minxing's mind was alarmed. Hastily extricating itself from his consciousness and manifesting before him, it transformed into a golden hand, blocking Minxing's movements. Minxing felt a twinge of confusion. Gently raising his eyes to regard the system, the cloud, still resplendently golden, seemed to strain as it grasped Minxing's hand. What are you doing, Ashing? Have you lost your mind? Injecting 2 vials of serum into your body simultaneously is beyond your limits, though the system refrained from explicitly stating it. Minxing could surmise from the sudden provision of that item half a month prior that the system's condition was far from optimal. Thus, he eased the pressure of his grip, exhaling softly as he endeavored to negotiate with the system. It's nothing to worry about. While my regenerative abilities are not what they once were, they are more than sufficient to handle this type of serum. Rest assured, I will be fine. The system, relieved by Minxing's gentler hold, discreetly released a breath of relief, yet did not retract its grasp. How can that be? How can you possibly be fine? Just because your body can heal does not mean you can disregard the pain you endure. Ashing, dear, you've already injected 1 vial. You mustn't proceed with the second. It will not be without consequence. Minxing, following the momentum of the system, released his grip, and in the fleeting moment when the system's attention wavered, he deftly inserted the needle into the meticulously targeted vein. The system's actions were abruptly halted, creating a moment of eerie stillness. Minxing casually discarded the empty syringe onto the ground, soothingly grasping the system's fingers. Oh, it's nothing, he remarked nonchalantly. I will only feel pain for a moment. He swallowed the metallic sweetness in his throat, a gentle smile gracing his face. However, if these 2 vials of serum do not enter my body, it will impede the progress on the Shueshu side, and furthermore, it will delay the plans of the organization. Minxing gently cradled the system, which had reverted to its cloud-like form, in his embrace, whispering reassurances, it's all right, it's all right. Do not worry, I shall be fine. Yet, he could not suppress a cough of blood, his left hand pressing against his chest as his brow furrowed deeply. Struggling to regulate his breath in an effort to avoid alarming the system, he awkwardly tilted his head back, concealing the turmoil etched across his face. Chapter 85. Hyperbole. Though he could neither smell nor feel it, the trembling of Ashing's body betrayed the anguish he sought to conceal. The system, too, began to weep, retreating into the safety of Minxing's embrace. It understood all too well that it could offer no solace here. Its empathetic host would only endure in silence, allowing no trace of discomfort to surface in its presence. Minxing sensed the sudden absence of weight in his embrace, and without the luxury of contemplation, a voice he had long suppressed escaped his lips. Instinctively, he bit down on his lower lip, firmly closing his eyes as he endured the pain radiating from various parts of his body. The agony was sudden and erratic, striking with fierce intensity at different locations, only to vanish abruptly once it reached a certain threshold. At times, it would manifest in a single spot, while at others, it would afflict too. Minxing's thoughts began to spiral into chaos, his left hand losing its grip on reality. Soon, his right hand followed suit, as did his right leg, and then his left. A relentless cycle ensued, accompanied by sporadic bursts of pain throughout his body. Alarmingly, he began to acclimate to this disconcerting state. He grew accustomed to the sensation of losing his limbs, to the unsettling experience of relinquishing control. His light gray sweater gradually became damp, the fabric at his chest tinged with a faint blush of pink, in a state that felt both dreamlike and surreal. Dawn once again broke. Minxing, fully aware, leaned precariously at the edge of the bed, his appearance utterly disheveled. He gasped for air in great heaves, reminiscent of a fish that has just returned to the sea, savoring the sweet breath of salvation. Although Minxing appeared frail, a triumphant smile still graced his face. Did he not say that he would be fine? It hardly hurt at all. Once he confirmed that the effects of the medication had entirely dissipated, Minxing cautiously closed his eyes, allowing himself to relax slightly. When he regained consciousness, it was already the morning of the following day. Minxing, with his weary and aching body, struggled to rise from the ground. In the midst of his movements, an unexpected pang of agony in his liver nearly caused him to collapse back to the earth. He managed a knowing smile, realizing that the consequence this time was liver damage. It was to be expected, as such substances are inherently toxic. The 2 vials of serum, administered during the latter stages of the experiment, had been injected into his system simultaneously. It stands to reason that the liver would sustain damage when overwhelmed by the metabolic demands. Minxing silently endured the piercing pain, beginning to tidy up the scattered syringes in his disheveled self. He comfortingly patted his own head, murmuring, "Hang in there, just a little longer. In 2 days, I shall acclimate to the pain." This conclusion had emerged from his repeated experiments. Numerous distractions had impeded his attempts to inject the experimental serum, and Minxing adamantly refused to attribute this solely to his poor memory, instead attributing everything to external factors. The previous incidents of unintended injury had likely become bearable within 2 days. This time should be no different. Feeling quite content, he curled his lips into a slight smile and rummaged through the cabinet for a few blades, meticulously crushing them to a familiar size. Alas, this mission had left his customary blades damaged in Southeast Asia. As indispensable tools, these items must be devoid of any flaw. In the tranquil world of Minxing, the situation was far different for the boss on the other end of the line, who was conversing with the specter of death. The specter, having had a significant portion of its flesh ripped away by Simino, wore an expression so contorted with rage that it seemed as though water could drip from its face. Its pallid complexion, a result of prolonged seclusion, was now flushed with a rosy hue of anger as thoughts of Simino's fearsome and loathsome visage crossed its mind, prompting a malicious smile to surface. Listening to the silence on the other end of the phone, Kurama Rinya began to feel impatience welling up within him. A cold, mechanical voice broke the stillness. "What is the matter? Has Simino removed your tongue? If you remain silent for much longer, I might just ensure that you truly are tongue-tied." Despite knowing that Kurama Rinya could not see his expression through the phone, the specter, having been deeply aware of the ruthless nature of Kurama Rinya as a leader, instinctively bent slightly at the waist, its smile transforming into one of obsequiousness. "Ah, no, I was merely organizing my thoughts. Please don't be angry." Its deep green eyes darted left, and it began to speak. "As you predicted, Simino's self-awareness is indeed significantly lower than that of an average person. Based on my experiments with Viper, he exhibits a propensity for self-harm, and his tolerance for injuries and pain is remarkably high, particularly regarding his healing abilities. Just the other day, I witnessed Simino extract a bullet from his own chest. Then, as if nothing had happened, he consoled his 2 so-called friends with a smile." The specter let out a cold scoff, deeming Simino a complete fool, and the 2 friends hardly seemed to care for him. The boss, growing impatient with the report, had not dispatched bourbon and scotch to Southeast Asia merely to hear such trivialities. Noticing Kurama Rinya's lack of response, the perceptive specter sensed danger and quickly shifted its approach, tentatively stating, "However, Simino seems rather concerned about those 2 newcomers." As soon as the words left its mouth, the boss graciously engaged with the topic. "Concerned?" The specter's eyes gleamed with excitement, its mind racing to integrate its observations from that day. It surmised what Kurama Rinya truly wished to hear and wove the facts into its narrative, even at the risk of being detected and punished by Kurama Rinya. It was determined to ensure that Simino would face dire consequences. With that thought in mind, the specter recounted its fabricated tale in full detail. "Yes, boss, you were unaware. Those 2 newcomers struggled to hold their weapons at first. It was quite pitiful to behold. Had they not brought a few bodyguards with them, they likely wouldn't have made it to the end. Simino treats them like precious treasures. One might think they've known each other for decades." The specter's voice dripped with disdain for Simino's actions. The mere thought of Simino, who had nearly perished to protect those with no blood ties to him, brought a smirk to its face. "We are all human, all striving for survival. Why should he be so noble? Why must he sacrifice everything, including his life, for those around him? Even if he is truly noble, do those 2 he protects feel the same sense of obligation in return?" A cruel smile crept across the specter's face. How could they? Humans are inherently selfish. When their own interests are threatened, can those 2, who suffered not a scratch, truly remain steadfast in their loyalty to him? I would relish witnessing the moment when those he so desperately protects betray him. Continuing, it added, "Simino is riddled with wounds. Without the experiments from years past, he would not have survived. Yet, those 2 newcomers emerged unscathed, their only injury being torn clothing, perhaps a mere scrape." The specter concluded, "Boss, I believe such a person as Simino should not linger. His excessive emotionality poses a danger to the organization." Chapter 86, Time upon receiving a satisfactory answer. Kurama Rinya had no desire to endure any further useless chatter from the specter. He perfunctorily interrupted its next utterance and abruptly hung up the phone. The specter, listening to the busy signal, felt a surge of rage after days of devastating losses and personal injury. With a forceful crash, it hurled its phone to the ground, shattering it into 2 pieces. Its eyes glinting with venomous madness, it seethed, "How dare Simino? Why does that old fool, Kurama Rinya, favor him? Is he not wrong? A person like Simino should not be allowed to live. The specter gasped as it pressed on its reopened wound, fixating its furious gaze on the broken phone as if it could kill Simino through the remnants of the device. Just wait. I shall ensure you suffer. Meanwhile, Kurama Rinya was in high spirits. When he had sent bourbon and scotch away, his intention was to foster a bond between those two and Simino. From what he observed, vermouth and gin seemed to garner Simino as particular attention. As for Yukishu and Sherry, their status remained uncertain regarding Simino's feelings towards them. Yet, the differences were negligible. Compared to vermouth and gin, Simino likely harbored a deeper resentment towards them, as they were the architects of his suffering. Kurama Rinya remained tight-lipped about his intentions, perhaps viewing his actions as completely justified. For pawns were hardly sufficient. He casually transformed his thoughts into tangible plans through mechanical means. At least 6 individuals were necessary. Even if Simino's self-awareness was diminished, the instinct for survival would not be so easily extinguished. Kurama Rinya's calculations were laid bare, clearly printed on paper, thus determining the future of an individual with disconcerting ease. After Minxing concluded this mission, he transformed into a whirlwind, traversing across various countries. Consequently, Zhufu Jingguang and Ryuga Zero, returning in a state of confusion and indignation from Southeast Asia, found themselves utterly unable to locate him. To complicate matters further, due to Simino's relentless busyness over the past year, their superior had inexplicably become Jinjiu. Jinjiu, who had always harbored a disdain for the duo, grew even more irritated with them since Simino had become so preoccupied with missions that he no longer interacted with him. After all, it was only after concluding a mission with the two of them that Minxing had suddenly become so engrossed in his duties. With an expression of impatience, Jinjiu cast a fleeting glance at Ryuga Zero and Zhufu Jingguan, briefly relaying the task assigned to them before striding away. To be frank, Ryuga Zero and Zhufu Jingguan were entirely perplexed by the hostility emanating from Jinjiu towards them. Initially, one could rationalize his aversion as stemming from their lack of demonstrated prowess, leading him to fear they might hinder his progress. However, having successfully completed several missions together, this reasoning had clearly lost its validity. Yet, the two could only suppress their frustrations and watch Jinjiu's receding figure with exasperation. Burdened by complex emotions as they prepared to engage with the intelligence team, time always seemed to pass particularly swiftly, especially when there were myriad tasks demanding attention. Minxing found himself in this very state. In an effort to evade the inquiries of Ryo Sakaguchi and Kagi Mitsukata, he had been wholly immersed in his tasks. It was only when reminded by the external world that he recalled the impending occurrence of the Ferris wheel bombing incident involving Matsuda Jinpei. The catalyst for this recollection was a rare moment of respite, during which he sat on his bed and, after 4 years, finally reopened the diary he had kept from his previous life, still vivid in his memory. According to his recollections, the explosion at the Ferris wheel was slated to transpire roughly a month after their collective graduation. Thus, Minxing rubbed his reddened eyes. Well, it would be prudent to monitor the situation at the Neon Police Department in the coming days. Speaking of which, the bombing incident from last year had, in fact, resulted in no casualties. It remains uncertain whether that bomber might strike again. Minxing sat up in bed, tucking the diary back beneath his pillow. Instead of fretting incessantly about their safety, he resolved to boldly spend a few days near the police station in Mihua Town, granting himself a brief respite. With his decision made, Minxing hesitated no longer. He grabbed the keys from the living room table and departed the safe house with a hurried step. After transforming back into the guise of the university student he once was, Minxing exhaled a momentary sigh of relief, considering the formidable nature of the task ahead. He pondered whether to activate the system's live broadcast to ensure a layer of protection for his forthcoming actions. Despite the fact that the previous live session had proven rather ineffective, Minxing hesitated in the shadows as Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kinji emerged from the entrance, engaged in light-hearted banter. Suddenly aware that such behavior bordered on voyeurism and was indeed unlawful, Minxing retreated a couple of steps into the corner. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Hajiwara Kinji furrowed his brow, his gaze snapping to the now vacant turn. Was it merely his imagination? He distinctly sensed the presence of a familiar figure lingering there moments ago. The gentle and cherished gaze he had once known felt hauntingly familiar. With a subtle press of his lips, Hajiwara lowered his head to tenderly regard the brooch adorning his chest, a gift chosen alongside Ah Shang. Upon noticing his childhood friend's contemplative gesture, Matsuda instinctively followed his gaze, but after discovering nothing amiss, his attention shifted back to Hajiwara. His eyes dimmed as they fell upon the brooch once more. It had been 4 long years since their last reunion, despite their promises to celebrate every birthday together. Why was it so challenging for the 6 of them to gather once more? Matsuda Jinpei raised his gaze to the heavens, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He wished fervently for Ah Shang to find happiness in the country where he resided. How he yearned for just one more meeting. Sensing his friend's melancholy, Hajiwara gently draped an arm around Matsuda's shoulder, recalling that just a few years prior, they were eagerly anticipating their meeting with Ah Shang. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the intrusive thoughts. What was he thinking? Ah Shang should thrive in the environment he adored. It would be utterly unreasonable to expect him to traverse such a vast distance merely due to their whimsical nostalgia. Hajiwara concealed the sadness in his eyes and smiled. urging Matsuda to embark on their journey home. Come on, Jinpei, what are you pondering? I'm quite hungry. Let us hasten back home. Matsuda nodded, grasping Hajiwara's hand in return. Still somewhat preoccupied, he cast a furtive glance at the corner Hajiwara had just scanned. Finding nothing, he buried his thoughts deep within and responded with a smile, yes, let us go home. Chapter 87. Preparation. Min-shin quietly peered from the shadow of the corner wall, observing the silhouettes of Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kinji walking hand in hand towards the station, a secret smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, in the live stream that had been activated at Min-shin's covert request, countless netizens eagerly captured screenshots of this moment, transforming them into wallpapers. After all, every day following this time last year marked a rebirth for Hajiwara Kinji. Min-shin's eyes curved into a crescent moon, beneath the afterglow of the setting sun. A figure that should not exist transformed into reality, accompanying an important person he once longed for but could not attain. The silhouettes of the two were infinitely elongated under the sunlight, rendering everything that was deemed illusory and impossible vividly real before Min-shin's eyes. His heart brimmed with joy. Indeed, just like this. As they moved forward, may you both, during every moment to come, hold hands and walk side by side with carefree strides. Just as you do now. There is no need to worry about anything. Everything is secure with him by your side. The phone stealthily peeked beyond the wall, and Min-shin, with a smile, tucked this photograph into his collection. It seemed he also wished to provide an explanation for the viewers in the live stream. Well, this should suffice. The camera deftly shifted to display Min-shin's phone screen. The album, fortified by layers of passwords and fingerprint protection, unfolded before the eyes of the viewers. Photos of Rika Saka and Kage Mitsuki peacefully asleep on the bed, a scene of Hikari Ida embracing his girlfriend amidst the falling snow. Images of Kinji Hajiwara and Jinpei Matsuda playfully frolicking at the dining table. Every photograph concerning the five of them had been meticulously cherished by this young man. Min-shin discreetly tucked away his phone and quietly turned the corner, needing to depart swiftly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the two of them made a sudden return. He then let out a semblance of a sigh, massaging his aching shoulders. Indeed, it had been a strenuous evening. Perhaps he should rest well tonight? The system, having been subtly prompted, swiftly concluded the live stream the moment Min-shin's words fell silent. Finally able to unwind, Min-shin quickened his pace and entered a nearby hotel. Taking his time, he wished he could linger longer, observing their simple yet blissful lives. He was acutely aware of the tears in Hagi and Xiao Jinping's eyes as they gazed at the brooch, but it did not concern him. Min-shin possesses an acute awareness of the potency of time, which in turn leads him to place excessive faith in its passage. Time has the capacity to diminish all memories, those once etched deeply in the heart, those that were lethal in their intensity. And those emotions and recollections that felt as inseparable as one's own flesh and blood also come to its gradual erasure. How much more so, then, for someone with whom he has merely shared 4 fleeting years? Min-shin lay on the bed, his eyes gently closed, a smile playing on his lips. Both vivid and elusive. Yet, he harbored a tiny fantasy. Could it be possible, during the fleeting moments of his consciousness, to delay the process of being forgotten? Just a little longer? Just a fraction would suffice. The smile on Min-shin's face gradually faded, ultimately succumbing to a dreamless slumber. It is a truth universally acknowledged that events seldom unfold in accordance with one's desires. For instance, amidst 2 days and nights of anxious anticipation, the foreboding letter was delivered as expected to the police station where Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kinji were stationed. Min-shin listened intently to the sounds transmitted by the eavesdropping device. The system in the live broadcast room diligently converted the audio into text, seamlessly accompanied by a split-screen display that provided real-time footage of Hajiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei's surroundings. No way, this can't be happening, one officer exclaimed, frantically grabbing the freshly printed, still-warm paper from the fax machine. How many more lives does that guy intend to take? Another officer took the paper from his hands, furrowing his brow. His fingers anxiously drummed against the sheet. Were they also idle? It was truly infuriating, with bomb after bomb being crafted and placed in various locations. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, they still found time to joke around. Matsuda Jinpei casually accepted the information passed to him by a colleague, his expression growing serious as he scanned the contents. Wait, what on earth is this? Hajiwara Kinji noticed his childhood friend's concerned demeanor and instinctively took the paper from him. This isn't the time for jokes. Akita-kun, please inform them to mobilize police cars and ladders to the Ferris wheel immediately. This is urgent. Seeing his colleagues' astonished faces devoid of any sense of urgency, Hajiwara's tone grew more forceful as he urged, hurry. Finally, the two officers snapped back to reality and hurriedly dashed out to contact their team. Hidden at the entrance of the police station, Min-shin clenched the blade tightly in his left hand. Damn it, has it really come to this? He turned to hail a taxi, urgency evident in his voice as he requested, please take me to the Mihua Ferris wheel. I have an extremely pressing engagement. Thank you. Noticing the anxiety etched on Min-shin's face, the driver resolutely advised him to fasten his seatbelt, then pressed the accelerator to the floor. Min-shin alighted from the vehicle, occasionally casting glances at the barrage of comments in the live stream. What should he do? Should he address the issue at its source? Yet, how could he possibly locate those two individuals amidst the vast sea of people? Even if he were to find them, What stance and identity would he adopt to thwart the police from shooting one of their accomplices? Moreover, would those officers heed his words? Is it truly feasible to hurl the bomb from the Ferris wheel before it detonates? In such a scenario, the bomb might explode incompletely in midair due to the absence of combustible materials, causing the falling debris to harm the numerous innocent bystanders waiting beneath the Ferris wheel. How infuriating. The prerequisites for intervention have clearly not been met. Why, then, does the situation continue to unfold like in the previous life's myriad of adventures? Must he truly kick Xiao Jinping out of the Ferris wheel? Min Sheng let out a slight sigh of frustration, ultimately finding himself beneath the Ferris wheel. With no options left, he sent a text message to Hajiwara Kenji. If he wanted to rescue Matsuda Jinpei in a legitimate manner, he had no choice. Hagi, please do not panic upon receiving this message. I find myself stuck on the Ferris wheel at the moment. It's quite ironic, as I had planned to return home today and enjoy some time with all of you. But I couldn't refuse an invitation from a friend to ride the Ferris wheel. I certainly did not expect that a seemingly ordinary ride would come to an abrupt halt. Therefore, if you have a moment, I kindly ask that you come to the police station and assist in my rescue. I truly feel somewhat embarrassed that our first meeting after a year apart is under such circumstances. Chapter 88. A kick away upon receiving Min Sheng's message. Hajiwara Kenji was taken aback. Returning home, the Ferris wheel unexpectedly halted. Was it possible that Sheng was on the very Ferris wheel that had been rigged with explosives? Hajiwara's panic was palpable, yet he turned to see his childhood friend donning a bomb suit and forced himself to maintain a facade of calm. No. Revealing the situation to Matsuda Jinpei would only distract him. He exerted control over his trembling hands and quickly exited the building, retrieving a large cushion and instructing several individuals to load 4 inflatable devices into the police car equipped with cloud technology. Although the group was puzzled, they understood the urgency of the task. Moreover, Officer Hajiwara was known for his meticulous and logical approach. There must be a reason behind his actions. Thus, the devices were loaded onto the police vehicle without objection, and they proceeded to the base of the Ferris wheel alongside Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kenji. Hajiwara Kenji forced a smile and repeatedly cautioned his childhood friend, who was about to ascend the Ferris wheel via the cloud ladder, to prioritize safety. Matsuda Jinpei, despite his ears being calloused from the repeated warnings, understood that Kenji's concern stemmed from a place of worry for his well-being. He offered a reassuring smile and patted Hajiwara Kenji on the shoulder. Then, feeling lighthearted, he climbed onto the ladder and called out, "Hagi, just wait for me to expertly defuse this bomb and return in glory." As he watched Matsuda Jinpei ascend higher, Hajiwara Kenji quickly turned and gestured for his colleagues to bring out the large cushion and expedite the inflation process. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Why? What was the reason? His emotions were far from calm at this moment. Despite Jinpei having defused explosives many times before, why was he feeling this way now? Perhaps it was because of Sheng? Yet even if Sheng were to fall from the Ferris wheel at this very moment, he would be unharmed. A chilling sensation inexplicably rose from the depths of Hajiwara Kenji's heart. The sun shone brightly, yet a coldness that seemed capable of freezing his very blood began to envelop him. The impending darkness and fear of plummeting into an abyss from which there would be no return slowly eroded the rationality he had always prided himself on. Min Sheng concealed himself within the crowd, ensuring that everything was in order before discreetly stowing his phone into the depths of the system space. His muscles tensed as he watched the silhouette of Ruji Hajiwara vanish at the end of the cloud ladder. Fearing any delay, Min Sheng suddenly erupted from the throng. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, vaulting over the security line, deftly evading the inaccurate interceptions of the officers who had noticed the anomaly, and swiftly ascended the cloud ladder. Hey, look, are they filming an acrobatic movie? Well, Daddy, that person is so cool, just like Spider-Man. Ruji Hajiwara, alerted by the sudden commotion from the crowd, turned to see a familiar figure ascending the Ferris wheel with astonishing speed. Wait, he would recognize that silhouette anywhere. In a moment of urgency, without pausing to ponder why the one who claimed to be on the Ferris wheel was instead beneath it, he shouted in desperation, "Sheng, get down. It's dangerous." Min Sheng rested one hand on the railing, pausing momentarily to offer him a smile that could be described as his signature, before accelerating once more towards the Ferris wheel. Officer Hajiwara, leaning against the car door, repeatedly reminded himself to remain calm. Exhaling deeply, he waved to them, assuring, "It's all right. Whatever happens, I will bear the consequences." Inside the cabin of the Ferris wheel, where a bomb had been placed, Matsuda Jinpei extinguished the cigarette he had been holding and cast it aside, directing his full attention to the bomb. A portable remote-controlled bomb. Let us see, this wire and that wire. Oh, one must be cautious. Having swiftly analyzed the situation, Matsuda Jinpei clicked his tongue nonchalantly. It appeared rather straightforward. Just as he contemplated taking a moment's respite before proceeding with the disarmament, he suddenly recalled the unfortunate incident from the previous year, when his detestable childhood friend had carelessly caused significant repercussions. A cold sweat broke out as he promptly adjusted his demeanor, preparing to dismantle the bomb. Resting could be done at any time, but should any consequences arise from his negligence, it would be utterly unjustifiable. After all, he had made a pact with Kenji. Min Sheng successfully climbed into the position occupied by Matsuda Jinpei, and upon witnessing Matsuda's actions, he quietly exhaled in relief. To be fair, Matsuda had not erred in the recent Ferris wheel bomb incident. At most, he had merely failed to collaborate with his colleagues, yet this was not a significant issue. Thus, Minshing did not intend to intimidate Hajiwara Kinji as he had previously, in order to instill a sense of caution in him. Minshing wore a gentle smile, lightly patting Matsuda Jinping's tense shoulder, which had stiffened from anxiety. Startled by the interruption, Matsuda Jinping turned his head in annoyance, and the complaint that was about to spill from his lips was stifled upon catching sight of Minshing. Thus, what he intended to articulate morphed into an incoherent jumble. It was not quite a protest, but rather a hesitant, "Wait, Xing, you know there is no time for us." Minshing, somewhat awkwardly, offered a smile to Matsuda Jinping before deftly maneuvering past him in the confined space. In a moment that caught Matsuda Jinping entirely off guard, her leg extended with a force that was merely a third of her strength, sending him tumbling out of the Ferris wheel. The system urgently dispatched a redemption code in the live broadcast room, and the attentive viewers instantly flooded the screen with a barrage of comments, reaching a frenzied pace. The next moment, under the influence of the previously retrieved item, a subtle golden light materialized around Matsuda Jinping. Minshing, with a heart full of determination, gathered all his strength to hurl the imminent explosive device away in a desperate attempt to avert disaster. With lightning speed, he pivoted and leapt towards the direction from which Matsuda Jinping had just been forcefully cast aside. In the next heartbeat, the bomb detonated midair, filling the nostrils of everyone present with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Thick, billowing smoke swiftly engulfed the entire Ferris wheel, accompanied by a deafening roar, reducing the structure to mere fragments. Hajiwara Kinji, who had been intently observing the Ferris wheel, suddenly witnessed his childhood friend soaring out of the ride in an oddly contorted posture, followed by a dark object being flung to the opposite side, and then, yet again, Xing descending. Almost immediately, the smoke cloaked everything from view. Within the span of merely 2 seconds, the unfolding chaos rendered Hajiwara Kinji utterly disoriented. Despite the devastation wrought by the explosion, the area beneath the now ruined Ferris wheel had been evacuated by the police, who ensured that no casualties resulted from the falling debris. Yet, amidst the cacophony, Hajiwara Kinji's mind shattered completely. Countless fragments rained down from above, striking the ground near him. An officer, cloth-soaked, returned to Hajiwara Kinji's side, covering his mouth and nose with a damp rag, and offered him another similarly drenched cloth. The officer's voice resonated with sorrow and regret. "Hajiwara, this place is perilous. I understand your grief, but we must." Hajiwara Kinji seemed impervious to the words, as the clamor of the world faded into oblivion around him. The haunting images of those fleeting seconds replayed endlessly in his mind, mocking his impotence. "No, please." Chapter 89, the second rescue. Observing Hajiwara Kinji's immobile figure, the officer's anxiety intensified. Everyone within the precinct recognized the profound bond between Officer Hajiwara and Officer Matsuda, who had grown up together. The silhouette that had dashed forward could belong to no one else. Yet, regardless of their significance, the immediate priority was to ensure their own safety, rather than risk becoming victims of this catastrophic incident. Grimly determined, the officer grasped Hajiwara Kinji's arm, striving to use his strength to extricate him from the perilous scene. What a jest it would be to allow Officer Hajiwara, who had always been so considerate of their feelings, to meet his end here. Hajiwara Kinji, enveloped in a stupor, exhibited no desire to move. Just last night, they had been together. Just moments ago, they had exchanged glances. Suddenly, a spark of life flickered in Hajiwara Kinji's eyes. He raised his head, offering a faint smile to the officer who clutched him. Utilizing the officer's support, he stood, casting a cryptic glance at the point of their contact. Minshing utilized the force derived from leaping from the Ferris wheel room and the counterforce generated by the explosion, swiftly arriving beside Matsuda Jinpei. Caught off guard by a thick cloud of smoke that invaded his respiratory tract, Matsuda found his eyes inevitably moistening. The thunderous roar of the explosion was subdued to a minimum by the golden protective barrier. Yet, after inhaling the smoke, Matsuda's consciousness began to waver. A familiar figure, shrouded in a vibrant halo of colors and deeply embedded in his memory, reached out towards him. Matsuda smiled knowingly, and with the last vestiges of his awareness, he extended his hand to grasp Minshing's. "Xing, you have saved me once again." In a state of turmoil, Minshing extended his hand, one arm encircling Matsuda Jinpei, while the other sought to gauge his breath. "System? What is happening?" "Is little Jinpei." The system materialized beside Minshing, reassuring him, "Do not worry, Xing. He is unharmed. If he remains conscious, the ensuing events would be difficult to elucidate. It is better for him to succumb to unconsciousness." The dialogue and actions, though seemingly prolonged, transpired in the blink of an eye. The explosive, laden with fragments of bombs and Ferris wheel debris, pierced sharply into Minshing's back, as warm liquid trickled from the wound in his chest, cascading onto the figure of Matsuda Jinpei, whom he shielded beneath him. Minshing furrowed his brow as he gazed at the bloodstained clothing that had been tainted by his own essence. How exasperating. He had an inkling that he had forgotten something. With a sigh, he lamented that he should have had Hagi bring him a change of clothes. Once the explosion had subsided, Minshing cautiously maneuvered to avoid the shards protruding from his chest, cradling Matsuda Jinpei in his arms. It was possible that more debris might fall. Both he and Jinpei needed to exercise caution. He wondered how Hagi was faring. Just then, A fragment struck Minxing's already bloody back, disrupting his thoughts. He swallowed the blood in his mouth with a sense of dissatisfaction. These shards were indeed bothersome. Even after having shattered completely, they still dared to intrude upon him. The two of them landed safely on a cushion prepared in advance by Hajiwara Kinji. Once again confirming that Matsuda Zenpei was unharmed, Minxing instinctively reached out to caress the familiar contours of his face. However, he was abruptly jolted back to reality by the sight of blood on his hands, eliciting a self-deprecating smile. It was truly vexing. Despite the passage of 2 years and his efforts to suppress such habits, his hands and mind still reflexively performed those bygone actions. He needed to remain calm. Such behavior would endanger them all. He extended his other hand to firmly restrain the one that was about to touch Matsuda Zenpei. No, he must not. In the distance, the murmurs of police officers reached Minxing's ears, faintly carrying words like Hajiwara and similar phrases. Drawing upon his familiarity with Hajiwara Kinji, he quickly surmised the situation. Hagi must have suddenly spotted the two of them emerging from the Ferris wheel, only to subsequently witness the explosion firsthand. He needed to get to him. Hagi's mental state must be in shambles. After all, he was his childhood friend, raised alongside him. Minxing lifted Matsuda Zenpei and rolled off the cushion. Fortunately, the cushion possessed a certain thickness, preventing the shards embedded in Minxing's back from piercing through it, thus averting any damage to the police station. Realizing this, Minxing felt a sense of relief as he rolled to the ground with Matsuda Zenpei in his arms. The nearly 1.8-meter-tall Matsuda Zenpei lay heavily upon him, exacerbating the discomfort in Minxing's already injured lungs. Struggling to catch his breath, he gently pushed Matsuda Zenpei aside, managing to extricate himself from beneath him. Thank heavens. The shards were not particularly large. Even if they had all penetrated, the protruding points did not harm Matsuda Zenpei. Minxing pressed his hand against his chest as he rose from the ground, moving with a measured gait towards the location of Ruji Hajiwara. Relying on his acute auditory perception, Ruji, keenly attuned to the sounds and presence of an approaching figure, was suddenly reminded of Minxing's valiant intervention a year prior. As if he had descended from the heavens to rescue him from peril. Yet, a pang of sorrow gripped him, causing him to bite his lower lip. Tears welling in his eyes. He longed for the approaching figure to be Minxing and Xiao Jinping. However, in the aftermath of such an explosion, survival seemed implausible. He positioned himself defensively in front of the officer who had returned solely to escort him away, forcing himself to concentrate intently on the shadowy figure advancing towards him. Minxing approached Hajiwara Kinji, entirely oblivious to the terrifying impression she presented, and appeared directly before him. Hajiwara Kinji's gaze shifted from a moment of profound despair to one of utter astonishment. Instantly, his concern crystallized into action as he enveloped Minxing in his embrace. At this moment, Hajiwara Kinji, who could only assess Minxing's injuries with the naked eye, was overwhelmed with panic. Numerous wounds adorned her body, some healing while others continued to bleed profusely. He had no time to ponder the peculiar phenomenon of her injuries, which had almost entirely healed in mere minutes since the explosion. Fearing a secondary collapse or explosion, Hajiwara Kinji urgently turned to the nearby officer, imploring, quickly, "Please help me carry Minxing out." The ambulance, stationed at a distance beyond the safety line, had seldom proven effective in the past. But under Hajiwara Kinji's usually cautious demeanor, it was finally poised to play a crucial role today. Minxing, however, raised his hand to interrupt their actions. His tone remained as usual, even tinged with a hint of mirth. With bloodied fingers, he gestured toward the direction from which he had come, urging them to focus on Matsuda Zenpei, who was over there. Chapter 90. The ambulance. Kawahara Kinji's face suddenly lit up with surprise, as a surge of inexplicable strength allowed him to evade the wound on Minxing's back, effortlessly lifting him by the neck and the bend of his legs. The officer gaped at Kawahara's actions, following him mindlessly toward the blood-soaked victim who had just approached. What on earth was happening? The officer's mind was blank. How could anyone survive an explosion at such close range, and both individuals at that? It felt absurd. The officer's lips involuntarily twitched. At least 7 jagged shards had penetrated the victim's back, piercing through to the chest, leaving the rear utterly mangled. He pursued Kawahara, whose speed seemed almost demonic, directly reaching Matsuda Zenpei, who lay on the ground. Having spent years in bomb disposal, he had not maintained such high-intensity physical endurance. So he struggled to keep pace with Kawahara, who was carrying a patient, and began to gasp for breath as he reached Matsuda. He steadied his breathing and, under Kawahara's urging, managed to lift Matsuda, despair etched on his face, as they sprinted out of the danger zone, swiftly placing both individuals onto the ambulance stretcher. Watching Kawahara, who showed no signs of fatigue, the officer felt a mixture of admiration and respect. Truly, Kawahara was remarkable, and it was no wonder he had become an officer. His exceptional bomb disposal skills were one thing, but such immense stamina and speed were beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Seated beside the stretcher in the ambulance, Kawahara Kinji fixed his gaze intently on the medical personnel striving to save Minxing. Contrary to the officer's assumptions, he was not unfazed by exhaustion due to his usual training. Rather, he was deeply concerned, fixated on Aizen after confirming he was merely unconscious. On the other side, noticing anomalies in Simino's vital signs, Yukishu set down his coffee. He promptly contacted Dr. Tenjo to attend to Simino for treatment. The irregularities in Simino's data were far too peculiar to go unnoticed by the general populace. Yukishu's expression turned grave as he swiftly manipulated the data, correcting the anomalies the moment they appeared, only to find further abnormalities continuously transmitted from the microrobots within Minxing's heart to the computer, though the reasons remained unclear. Yukishu felt compelled to heed Simino's repeated warnings and adhere to one of the conditions he had initially proposed. With a sigh, he methodically began to amend the data, not ceasing until Simino's condition stabilized. Dr. Tenjo sat comfortably in his chair, casually sipping water from his cup while scrolling through his phone. Just as he felt a twinge of thirst, he raised the cup to his lips for another sip, a look of pure enjoyment gracing his features as he relaxed in the comfortably cooled air while sipping tea and watching short videos. For a doctor, this was the epitome of leisure. However, the sudden appearance of a text notification on his screen abruptly shattered this tranquility. After reading the message, the smile on Dr. Tenjo's face froze. For the sake of maintaining his composure, he forced himself to swallow the water, wearing a resigned expression as he muttered, "I truly cannot believe this. I was just resting." Though he spoke these words, the pressure from his superiors compelled him to contact the hospital headquarters, urging them to intercept as needed. Leaving the complexities of the situation to others, his sole responsibility was to assist Simino. Nevertheless, considering Simino's extraordinary regenerative abilities, it seemed unlikely that any long-term harm would result from the experiments, even if such powers might diminish over the years. Lying on the stretcher, Minxing blinked up at the worried face of Kawahara Kenji. As the nurses tended to his wounds, they exchanged concerned glances. The rate at which this patient's wounds were healing seemed rather unusual. Minxing discreetly shifted the candy resting on his tongue to the side of his right molars, taking advantage of their momentary inattention. This was a newly developed pill by the organization, purportedly designed for its purposes, yet upon closer inspection, it was truly crafted solely for Minxing himself. After all, he was the only individual within the organization who required the suppression of his own cellular regenerative abilities. However, the exact intentions behind Wu Wanlianye's request for the creation of such a drug remained shrouded in mystery. Minxing recalled the bittersweet expression of Bailey Sweet, who had once undergone the same experiment. Bailey Sweet possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to pharmaceuticals, and following that experiment, acquired a regenerative ability akin to Minxing's current extreme restoration capabilities. Thus, with these two elements intertwined, and under Minxing's deliberate rejection of the subtle manipulations of Kuruma Renya, Bailey Sweet successfully transcended the identity of a mere experimental subject, instead becoming an integral part of the research team. However, this development remained known to but a few. It had been 5 long years since their last encounter. Minxing turned his head, presenting the back of his skull to Ruji Hajiwara. He quietly pouted, feeling a tinge of grievance, despite having survived numerous experiments together. Their encounters remained infrequent. The nurse responsible for the anesthesia suddenly sighed, clearly troubled. His body showed no reaction to the anesthetic. Perhaps they should consider trying a painkiller? The nurse in charge of the bandaging nodded in agreement, acknowledging that there were indeed issues with his platelet coagulation rate, suggesting potential underlying problems with his bodily functions. Minxing naturally overheard their deliberately lowered voices and blinked her eyes, recalling, "Oh, I apologize. I have a clotting disorder with my platelets. I believe I might be allergic to painkillers. My memory on that is rather vague. As for anesthetics, they seem to have no effect on me." Minxing shyly smiled and turned to make eye contact with one of the nurses. Suddenly, the nurse, struck by Minxing's beauty, visibly flushed, yet quickly regained her professional composure. Without hesitation, she swiftly removed the needle from the back of Minxing's hand. However, she found herself at a loss regarding the subsequent treatment. The small wound had already been treated and bandaged, but the penetrating injuries on the back posed a dilemma. They dared not touch the fragments embedded within. Curiously, based on the patient's description of a platelet coagulation disorder, the wounds on the patient should not have been healing. Yet, astonishingly, these wounds not only had healed but had seemingly fused with the fragments, while the other minor wounds continued to bleed, corroborating the patient's account. Initially, they had planned to administer anesthetics for preliminary treatment of the patient's wounds, but this situation left them utterly uncertain about their next steps. Ruji Hajiwara gripped his phone tightly. The tension etched visibly across his face. Chapter 91, The Medicine of Bailey's. Minxing gazed at their expressions, feeling a twinge of guilt. It was entirely his fault for being so immersed in the joy of seeing Hagi that he should have spoken up sooner to prevent the wastage of so much anesthetic. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the nurse responsible for the anesthesia received a sudden call from her phone in the front row. After a flurry of activity, a few minutes later, the nurse's complexion returned to normal. She hung up the phone with a sigh of relief and turned to Minxing. Genuinely apologetic. We failed to inquire in advance whether you have an allergy to anesthetics. This oversight is our fault, and I sincerely apologize for it. She bowed deeply, her expression earnest. 3 seconds later, she straightened up and continued. The attending physician at the general hospital received news of your injury and is quite anxious. Therefore, we are altering our course and expect to arrive at the general hospital in 5 minutes. I hope you can hold on. Minxing also let out a sigh of relief, his previously tense body now relaxing. The fact that she had received such news at least indicated that Shueishu had begun to take action. As for the 5 minutes, He was more than capable of enduring it. After all, the substance in his mouth, which appeared to be candy but was, in fact, a pill, merely diminished his bodily repair capabilities. It did not impede cellular regeneration. To put it more plainly, despite the slowed recovery of his external injuries, his internal cells continued to regenerate, and blood was perpetually being produced. A mere 5 minutes was a trivial matter. However, Kawahara Kinji was unaware of these nuances. He only knew that his beloved Shing had sustained severe injuries, and it was not solely due to her intolerance of the painkillers. There were still 5 minutes until they would reach the hospital. All the self-control and rationality that he prided himself on were completely swept away in this moment. And his expression grew increasingly grave. Min Sheng averted his gaze with a sense of guilt, his eyes wandering aimlessly in the confined space of the ambulance, gazing at the sky and the ground, yet avoiding looking at Hai-Jie Kinji. Naturally, Hai-Jie noticed Min Sheng's actions and found himself amused despite his irritation. He secretly jotted down a serious note regarding Min Sheng in his small notebook, acknowledging that it was not yet the time to discuss such matters. The most pressing concern was to tend to his wounds. The doctor, burdened with unspoken woes, found himself once again pushing a wheelchair at the hospital entrance, waiting for Simino after all these years. His expression was one of profound bitterness as he fixed his gaze on Min Sheng, who was being wheeled out from the ambulance on a stretcher, conscious yet vulnerable. Upon encountering the physician from Tianjin, Min Sheng couldn't help but smile somewhat bashfully. After all, he and Shueshu were the most acquainted among the experimental personnel, and Shueshu, in turn, was the closest to the Tianjin doctor. The doctor transformed into a figure of feigned joviality, courteously accepting Min Sheng from Kinji Hajiwara and casting a thorough glance over Simino's injuries. After Min Sheng gently shook his head in his embrace, the doctor in the courtyard imperceptibly nodded and carried him directly into the operating room. After all, he was quite light, and moreover, it appeared that Simino's condition was somewhat concerning. Upon entering the operating room, he placed Min Sheng onto the bed and moved to the side to examine the newly acquired equipment at the hospital. Min Sheng sat up in bed and, after glancing at his injuries, began to ponder the rate of his wounds healing. He felt an unsettling sense that he had forgotten something. The doctor from Tianjin paused in his actions, astonished, as he approached Min Sheng, holding a device's receiving line, which he placed directly on Min Sheng's left wrist. Observing Min Sheng's lack of resistance, the doctor sighed and settled beside him, pressing his palm against the wound on Min Sheng's back. What are we to do about your injury? Should I perform surgery to remove it shortly? Min Sheng lowered his head and gently prodded at his wound, discovering a lack of sensation. He then raised his gaze towards Dr. Tianjin, his voice resonating with clarity. Could you fetch me a knife? I can handle it myself. If you have a moment, please relay my medical data to teacher Shueshu. It will likely prove useful after I return. Dr. Tianjin stood in silence, retrieving a surgical knife and handing it to Min Sheng. Min Sheng took the scalpel, her eyes sparkling with a gentle smile. Thank you, she said. And after confirming the position, she began to tend to the wounds that had already healed, concealed within the body.